February 13th, 2009. New York, Manhattan. Morning. Through the teachings of the character Zhao Helen, your cultural proficiency is at level 1, and you have acquired the drift transformation. All licensing procedures are complete, and the vehicle is parked in the underground garage. After a night filled with instruction, Dr. Zhao Helen remains soundly asleep. The books strewn across the sheets and the disarray of clothing evoke a sense of nostalgia within Guli. The melodious notification sound reverberates in his mind, prompting a reflective sigh. Ah, drift, a commendable reward. Indeed, worthy of the diligent teachings imparted by Ms. Zhao over these past days. Although he has absorbed a wealth of cultural knowledge, it is undeniably a strain, particularly for someone of his academic standing. It is worth noting that Ms. Zhao Helen is, after all, a doctor. Upon turning on the television, Guli lights a morning cigarette, and amidst the swirling smoke, memories from his 20 years of life cascade through his mind. He is a traveler, having crossed into this world precisely 2 decades ago. Of course, like any typical traveler, he possesses a system, albeit one that is somewhat absurdly configured. Aside from the beginner's gift package which bestowed upon him a Turkish kebab restaurant in Manhattan and a modest villa in the neighborhood, he possesses nothing else of significance. No formidable physique, no mutant abilities, and certainly no extraordinary powers to earn further rewards. He must engage with the characters in the narrative and elevate his cultural proficiency to level 1. Indeed, the pursuit of cultural knowledge is paramount. Please, do not confine me to a dark room, I beg you. This learning encompasses various dimensions, such as techniques, stances, Kafa soothing massage technique, as well as the proper swing posture in golf, among others. While America's culture may be relatively liberal compared to his previous life, the education he received from a young age instilled in him the values of self-respect and caution, warning against overreaching and risking significant losses for minor gains. Consequently, until he turned 18, he had not garnered any useful rewards. It was only after turning 18 2 years ago that he finally acquired his first superpower. This time, the reward for engaging in cultural studies is Drift. In his dual-wielding form resembling Miyamoto Musashi, Drift is one of the Decepticons, having defected to the Autobots due to his fervent admiration for Optimus Prime. He has become one of the few Autobots to possess 3 distinct transformation forms. In his automotive guise, Drift takes the form of a blue-black Bugatti Veyron in flight, he transforms into a military S-97 Raider helicopter, and in combat he manifests as a flamboyant blue and gold warrior. Awakening from her slumber, Zhao Helen lazily stretches her arms, the graceful arc eliciting a blush and quickening heartbeat in Guli. He touches his nose, contemplating whether to continue studying for a while longer. He recalls the last time a young woman imparted knowledge to him, and the substantial rewards that accompanied her high cultural proficiency. It was precisely his fervent love for learning that caused her to flee at the sight of him. Handsome, do I not possess the allure of those books? These were the last words spoken by Sharon Carter before she turned away. Guli ruefully rubs his forehead, pondering the daunting challenge of surviving in this perilous world. Lo and behold, he is not devoid of romantic sensibility, he merely wishes to survive. Is that truly a fault? After a flurry of activity in the kitchen, Guli prepared 2 lovingly crafted breakfasts. Emerging from the bathroom, clad in a bathrobe, Zhao Hailuan tousled her hair and playfully winked at Guli. How could one resist such charm? Teacher Zhao, it's time to eat. In pursuit of enriching his cultural knowledge, Guli suppressed his inner impulses, turning his gaze away to avoid lingering on her alluring curves and graceful legs. Following breakfast, Guli once again immersed himself in his studies. Through the teachings of the character Zhao Hailuan, your cultural proficiency has reached level 1. You have acquired the Rebirth Cradle, now stored in the system space. The Rebirth Cradle? How intriguing. However, at this moment, that mortal whose prowess rivals the divine had yet to become Iron Man. Perhaps the arrival of the Rebirth Cradle was somewhat premature. Is it your fault that I might be late for work? Zhao Hailuan exclaimed, rubbing her head and casting a reproachful look at Guli. She had never encountered a man quite like him. Could it be that he was not pursuing her after all, but simply eager to learn? It seems you might not need to go to work for a while. Your boss appears to have been kidnapped. Guli pointed at the news broadcast on the television. This is an urgent report. The renowned entrepreneur Tony Stark, who recently won the Pinnacle Award, was unfortunately ambushed during an inspection in Afghanistan. Here is the detailed report. Guli checked his phone. February 13th, 2009. The day when the director of the family planning office descended upon Earth was drawing near, and who could guarantee that they would not vanish under that fateful snap? He, Guli, was no fortunate king wielding a bow, he was merely a tenacious little Karami. Even if the purple sweet potato essence did not arrive, the impending battle in New York was inevitable. Playboy has been kidnapped? Zhao Hailuan stared in shock at the television screen. Her new boss was indeed quite the philanderer, having seduced every cover girl of the magazine over the span of a year. Yet, it was unfortunate that Tony Stark did not fit the type she preferred. She favored the well-built Ghoulie, despite him being slightly younger. He was undeniably impressive and had a thirst for knowledge. Moments later, she suddenly sighed in dismay, "It's over, I just bought shares in Stark Industries." Though Tony Stark was a notorious womanizer, he was the soul of Stark Industries, and with this news spreading, the stock prices would likely plummet for a time. "Wow, who would have thought? Teacher Zhao is quite the little heiress," Ghoulie remarked with a playful tone. Zhao Hailuan staggered forward, once again caressing Ghoulie's muscular chest, her eyes shimmering with admiration. "Appa, how do you achieve this?" At that moment, her gaze sparkled with stars. Ghoulie shrugged in resignation. It was all thanks to the system's reward of the 50-50 serum learned from his previous instructor. Former teacher Sharon Carter, niece of Peggy Carter, the ex-girlfriend of Captain America, had bestowed upon him this gift upon reaching a sufficient level of cultural knowledge. It's innate. "Now, let's eat. I still need to make a trip to the store later." Sitting beside Ghoulie, Zhao Hailuan quietly enjoyed her breakfast, though her gaze incessantly drifted toward him. After the meal, she reclined on the bed, succumbing to the fatigue that had enveloped her since the previous night. Meanwhile, Ghoulie found himself in the underground garage, surveying the blue-black Bugatti with keen interest. This was not just any car, but the Bugatti Veyron Grand Sport Vitesse, a marvel of engineering featuring a stunning two-tone design. One couldn't help but wonder if Bugattis existed in the Marvel Universe. Ghoulie shrugged. Surely, the Sovereign could address that query. The drifting vehicle, parked in the garage, curiously regarded its new master. This young man appeared rather feeble. Although he had only recently arrived in this world, the information gleaned from his brief connection to the internet suggested an oddity about this realm. Most notably, he had been engaged in a confrontation with Bumblebee just moments before being transported here. With a mechanical roar and a cacophony of transformation, a blue and gold mechanical warrior emerged, wielding twin blades and casting a watchful gaze upon the inquisitive Ghoulie. "Brother, your method of learning is rather unique. Please accept my sincerest apologies due to review constraints. I had to alter the golden finger concept to focus on academic pursuits. I hope for your understanding." Chapter 2. The owner of the Turkish kebab shop in a subterranean garage. A blue and gold transformer resembling a cherry blossom samurai wielded twin blades. The characters were inked upon its left leg, yet its words playfully mocked its master. Ghoulie was momentarily taken aback, pondering for 2.5 minutes. Would future sentient rewards always be this way? If he were to receive a Daedara as a reward, would that character bring artistry to New York? How audacious, Drift, he mused. With a gentle wave of his hand, the mechanical warrior with dual blades was instantaneously reshaped into its automotive form by an irresistible force. Sorry, master," it apologized. Observing this, Ghoulie opened the car door and inquired, "You can speak Chinese, right?" Fortunately, the transformer before him was a product of the system, allowing him complete control. Otherwise, with just a 50-50 chance, it would have been a challenge to manage the temperamental Drift. It was no surprise, after all. This character hailed from the Decepticon lineage and was known for its volatility. Although Drift had later dug his own grave by aligning himself with the Autobots, his inherent nature remained unchanged. Certainly, greetings master, this is Drift of the Autobots reporting in." Once the car door closed automatically, Ghoulie chuckled softly. "Good lad. With you around, at least the days ahead won't be too dull." It was a pity that Crosshairs was not present. Otherwise, they could have formed an amusing duo, as their antics were numerous. "Dear master, where shall we head?" Drift inquired. "To Lao Gu's Turkish kebab shop," Ghoulie replied. Drift paused. To be honest, the name of the establishment awarded by the system is quite peculiar, so peculiar that it leaves one speechless. Suddenly, the roar of the engine erupted, and the blue-black figure sped towards Lao Gu's kebab shop like a whirlwind. "Keep it low-key, Drift," Ghoulie instructed, exasperated. This character was undeniably conspicuous. Present, his prowess had yet to reach the level of abstaining from beef. "Understood," Drift responded. Once freed from manual control, Ghoulie reclined in his seat, unable to deny the merits of the Autobots' self-driving capabilities. It certainly promised greater assurance in future romantic endeavors. He even contemplated placing a can of Red Bull on the dashboard. However, it was somewhat regrettable that the cabin space was a tad cramped, offering little room to stretch. "Drift, can you manifest a screen?" he asked. No sooner had the words left his lips than a 10-inch screen slowly materialized beside him. Gooley began to swipe through the latest news. Meanwhile, in another building in New York City, Nick Fury, then the director of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics, was shouting into the phone. "Natasha, your vacation is over. Tony Stark has been attacked and is missing. You and Coulson need to go to Afghanistan." After hanging up, Nick Fury focused intently on the computer screen with his remaining eye. The screen displayed a series of photographs, meticulously arranged, featuring all the suspicious individuals Tony Stark had encountered prior to his disappearance. Nick Fury slid his mouse across a series of photographs, exhaling a heavy sigh. Beside him lay the complete dossier of a certain playboy, a document he had perused countless times over the past weeks. He even harbored the peculiar impression that he now comprehended this individual better than Tony Stark understood himself. This pursuit stemmed from a valuable lesson he had gleaned throughout the years. To truly dominate a person, one must first possess an intimate understanding of them. Tony Stark had a penchant for cheeseburgers. He entered MIT at the tender age of 14, where he met his dearest friend, James Rhodes. Following the death of his father, he assumed control of the vast Stark Industries, taking on the role of chairman. A genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist, arms manufacturer, and a crucial ally of the Department of Defense, these titles scarcely encapsulated the essence of Tony Stark. However, Fury's concern was further heightened by one significant fact. Tony was the sole heir of Howard Stark, one of the founders of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. Yes, the only son. Howard Stark had no other children nor adopted heirs. "Damn it," Nick Fury muttered under his breath, possibly due to fatigue, as he felt his mind wandering into unfounded territories. Shaking his head, he resumed his focus on the screen, alternating between deep contemplation and jotting down names on paper. After a considerable period, Nick Fury lifted the sheet of paper inscribed with the list of suspicious individuals he had just compiled. Obadiah Stane, one of the founders of Stark Industries and a shareholder, who had worked alongside the late Howard Stark for several years and assisted Tony in managing the company after Howard's passing. Aldrich Killian, the founder of AIM, had once collaborated with Tony Stark's secretary Pepper Potts. Although no immediate motive connected Killian to Tony Stark's assault, Fury's instincts as a seasoned agent rendered him suspicious of the man. The final individual was Zhao Helen, a newly recruited scientist at Stark Industries. A Korean scientist, her scientific prowess and intellect were said to rival that of Tony Stark himself. She had been invited to join Stark Industries by Tony, only to have him attacked in Afghanistan the very next day. While her involvement seemed unlikely, Fury decided it prudent to have Barton investigate further. With that resolve, Nick Fury rose to make another call. Meanwhile, within the confines of Old Goo's Turkish Grill, a cheerful exchange was unfolding. "Good morning, May. Oh, little Peter is here too. Come here for an uncle's embrace." The graceful May Parker smiled gently. "Did you sleep until the afternoon? Have you eaten?" As for Gooley's request for Peter to call him uncle, she took it merely as a jest. Little Peter, born in 2001, was now just shy of 8 years old, and perhaps due to the growth patterns typical of boys, he appeared more like a pudgy 5 or 6-year-old. As for her boss, the 20-year-old Gooley, he had once spent a period living in her home during his childhood. "Well, I've eaten at home. Let me handle this, May." In the bustling kitchen, two individuals worked in harmonious synchrony, while young Peter, hunched over his desk, sensed that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. The exchanged glances between Aunt May and Uncle Goo were laden with an unspoken tension, reminiscent of cinematic protagonists entwined in romance. "Goo, are you free after work?" Their essay family film, Aunt May began, her words trailing off as Uncle Goo nodded in affirmation. "Yes, let us go together." Peter found himself enchanted by the subtle intimacy that lingered between them, a blend of flirtation and excitement. This allure was precisely why he frequently visited the establishment. As for attending school, he dismissed the notion entirely. What could one truly learn within those walls? With the head of the family planning office approaching, He mused that rather than dedicate time to education, it would be far more prudent to devise ways to secure additional rewards. Indeed, I simply yearn for the system's accolades, he thought. Moreover, at 30, May was an embodiment of a lure that no normal man could resist falling for. Chapter 3. Peter Startle at the First Cinema of New York. After the film concluded, Gu Li and May Parker strolled towards the parking lot, hand in hand with little Peter. An unexpected awkwardness enveloped the two, primarily due to their surprise at the romantic scenes that had emerged even in a family film. It seemed that American openness indeed knew no bounds, beginning from childhood. I suppose I should take you home first, Gu Li suggested. The sleek, transformed Bugatti could only accommodate two, and they had arrived in May's small car. Let's drop off little Peter first. The poor lad is nearly asleep. At his words, May Parker's complexion flushed slightly. The journey was marked by silence, and perhaps due to the warmth within the car, beads of perspiration began to form on May's forehead. Concerned that little Peter, who was dozing in the back seat, might be disturbed by the wind, they refrained from opening the windows. An unusual emotion surged within May. She was both apprehensive about crossing the boundaries of their relationship and yearning for a deeper connection. Yet, she was already 30, a full decade older than Gu Li. Their relationship was rooted in familiarity, as Gu Li had once lived with her family during his school days. Stealing a glance at the man in the passenger seat, May found herself at a loss for words, her heart stirred by his handsome features, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of guilt. Gu Li, too, was enveloped in an ambiguous feeling. Having just traversed through time, he had been adopted by a couple who were neighbors to May, thus making their acquaintance a long-standing one. After his adoptive parents went missing, he had lived with May for a period alongside little Peter, who had also lost his parents, until he moved into a quaint villa in Manhattan. Silence reigned as they arrived at May's home, each lost in their own thoughts. As Gu Li gently placed Peter in his small bedroom, he heard May say, "Gu, I've put some toys in your room. Let me tidy up a bit." "All right, I'll come help you," he replied. Engaged in their task, May, while carrying a box of toys, suddenly stumbled over a nearby coat rack. Gu Li instinctively reached out and caught her as she fell. In that fleeting moment, they felt each other's heartbeat resonate. Amidst hurried breaths, May's body responded to the closeness. Gu Li swallowed hard, his throat dry, a fervent flame igniting within him. After they set down the toy box, he still did not release his grip on her. "Gu," May began, but her words were abruptly silenced as he pressed his lips against hers. With a swift motion, they tumbled onto the bed, embracing tightly. Under the quiet cloak of night, Gu Li retrieved a book titled Full-Time English Simulation Exercises. "Sister, how is this sentence pronounced?" "God is a girl." Thus, the eager learner Gu Li immersed himself in the intricacies of English pronunciation in the depths of night. Through the guidance of the character May Parker, your cultural level has risen to 1, earning you the reward. Spider Sense. Spider Sense, also known as Peter Startle, enables one to foresee impending danger and instinctively respond with foresight. I love reading, I love learning. Uncertain how much time had passed, May finally succumbed to her weariness and fell into a deep slumber. Through the teachings of the character May Parker, one's cultural proficiency reached level 1, bestowing the reward of extraordinary strength. Observing May's serene countenance in slumber, Gu Li suddenly felt a parching thirst. It was truly exasperating. In order to survive within the Marvel Universe, he had devoted himself to relentless study. Fortunately, he was bolstered by the serum of a 50-50 chance. Otherwise, it was questionable whether he could endure the sleepless nights of learning. Yet this was merely an excuse. Deep down, he understood that this time was different from before. He harbored no desire for rewards. He simply yearned to be in May's company. He also discerned that the rewards obtained upon reaching a sufficient cultural level were likely linked to the individual imparting the knowledge. His former mentor, Sharon Carter, shared a profound connection with Captain America, being the niece of his girlfriend, Peggy Carter, and would eventually engage in a romantic relationship with him. Thus, his first reward was the 50-50 serum. Dr. Helen Zhao, a brilliant scientist, had once developed a new mechanical body for Ultron in the films. After achieving an adequate cultural level, he received the rewards of transmogrification and regeneration cradle. Lying beside him, May, the renowned Aunt May of Spider-Man, offered him the gifts of spider sense and Spider-Man's formidable strength. If his conjectures were indeed correct, then to successfully resist the director of the family planning office, with whom should he study?
Hela.
With her smoky eyes and violent temperament, seeking her out might very well lead to being fed to Fenris Wolf. Moreover, Hela was currently imprisoned deep within Asgard by Odin, and with his current abilities, he could not hope to reach her. Ancient One? Well, the Sorcerer Supreme was indeed a possibility, but she might not take an interest in him. Although they both hailed from the east, she was the Sorcerer Supreme, while he was merely a lowly calamity. Captain Marvel? She was currently preoccupied with seeking a new home for the Skrulls, leaving no opportunity for an encounter. Yet, judging by the recent events and the individuals he had encountered, it was evident that he dwelled within the cinematic universe. And in this universe, there were few women capable of confronting the likes of Thanos. Was it Wanda still entangled with Hydra? The Scarlet, which did indeed align with his aesthetic. And she was born in 89, the same year as Ghoulie. There were also others like the Enchantress, the Invisible Woman Susan, and Max. It appeared that his targets were not scarce at all. After stowing away his English book, Ghoulie pulled the blanket over May, tucking her in snugly before quietly lying down beside her. Let us not say the protagonist is solely focused on studying. This is all for the sake of examination. Meanwhile, in a distant cave in Afghanistan, the unconscious Tony Stark had just opened his eyes. After tearing free a long tube from his nostrils, he struggled unsuccessfully to rise, attempting to reach for the water jug on the stone table. Just a day prior, he had been radiant, having received the Extremis Award. Now, he was a mere shadow of himself, ragged and broken. After a few painful coughs, he suddenly noticed a man with a beard beside him. As he attempted once more to grasp the kettle, the man, with his back turned, remarked, "If I were you, I would refrain from such actions." Tony, who had been lying down and turning to look, finally discerned the wires connected to his chest. He began to frantically tear at the bandages wrapped around him. Before his eyes lay the electromagnetic device affixed to his torso, linked to a car battery. After a considerable time, having come to terms with his predicament, Tony cast his gaze towards the camera within the cave. "I see you. Smile for me," Ethan continued after a brief pause. "We met once before, at the technology conference in Bern, Switzerland." Struggling to recall, Tony Stark pondered his current situation. "You surely wouldn't remember. If I were as intoxicated as you, I might not even be able to stand." Suddenly, the iron door of the cave swung open, and several burly intruders stumbled in, mumbling their intentions. Upon hearing Ethan's translation beside him, Tony Stark, with his hands clasped atop his head, chose to refuse, rejecting their demand to fabricate missiles, only to be met with a brutal waterboarding from the group of men. However, when he was dragged from the cave and beheld the mountain of Stark Industries munitions piled outside, a smile crept upon his face as he shook hands with the small leader. An idea unexpectedly lingered in his mind, one that refused to dissipate. Chapter 4. Sonic Waves, April 29, 2009. Manhattan. After bidding farewell to Zhao Hailuan with a kiss, Ghoulie reclined on the sofa, deep in contemplation. He recalled numerous Marvel cinematic works from his previous life, particularly the perplexing concepts of timelines and absolute temporal points. Absolute temporal points serve as the inevitable intersections of timelines. Forcibly altering them could yield irrevocable consequences. Among the series of events surrounding absolute temporal points, none is more renowned than the antics of a certain Doctor Strange from a parallel universe. In that universe, to save his beloved Christine, Doctor Strange wielded the Time Stone to forcibly change the circumstances of her demise. Yet, no matter how many times he attempted to alter fate, he could not escape the predetermined reality of Christine's death. Ultimately, his repeated manipulations of the Time Stone led to the collapse and destruction of that universe. In that realm, Christine's death was the absolute temporal point. However, these occurrences did not transpire within the cinematic universe. Rather, they were the catalyst that prompted Ghoulie to ponder this dilemma. It was this very morning, under Zhao Hailuan's guidance, that he acquired the newly bestowed ability of Sonic Waves. Sonic Waves, the chief intelligence officer of the Decepticons, was presently transforming into a military satellite, floating in the skies above Earth. Through sonic wave surveillance, Ghoulie observed the situation within the cave where Tony Stark was imprisoned. Based on the progress of Tony and Ethan, it was estimated that within a couple of days, they would complete the construction of the Mark I prototype. During that time, Ethan, striving to buy Tony some precious moments, would ultimately be slain by the freedom fighters within the cave. In the film, Ethan's death is a predetermined fact. Yet Ghoulie, now equipped with sonic waves, wondered what might transpire if he saved Ethan. Would the universe collapse? Or would unforeseen events arise? Of course, possessing the profound wisdom of survival, Ghoulie would never venture personally into Afghanistan. That would be far too conspicuous, as though he feared others might not notice the clues. With sonic waves at his disposal, there was no need for him to take direct action. It is essential to remember that sonic waves often concealed himself in the depths of space, gathering intelligence. As long as cameras existed, nothing occurring on Earth could elude his watchful gaze. Moreover, within his very being, he harbored a secret spy unit, an ingenious mechanical hound that had previously caused Optimus Prime much distress, seizing countless steel beads to snatch fragments of the Allspark. With this canine ally dispatching the freedom fighters, the Ten Rings gang's little Karami would be a trivial endeavor, requiring no effort on Ghoulie's part. Over the past 2.5 months, Ghoulie had also deciphered the rules governing the system's rewards. The enhancement of cultural knowledge encompassed a myriad of resources, from printed books to ebooks, and even practical daily tips. Having resolved to act, Ghoulie issued commands to sonic waves, who floated serenely above the earth. The plan to rescue Ethan was officially underway. Time flowed like a gentle stream, quietly passing by. Each day, Ghoulie spent hours at the shop learning with May, returning in the evenings to accompany Zhao Hailuan after her work. As for the potential for disaster, he would cross that bridge when he came to it. After all, he had bound himself to such a system. Consider the systems of others, relentlessly nurturing their hosts towards the pinnacle of existence. In stark contrast, his system remains silent, save for a brief description and the occasional luminous interface that materializes before him. The year is 2009 on the first day of May, in a cavern somewhere in Afghanistan. The Mark I prototype, crafted over 2.5 months by Tony and Ethan, is nearing completion. However, fate intervenes. As Tony dons the prototype, the bald leader observes him through surveillance. The inquisitive Kalami, filled with an incessant chatter in Hungarian, a language Ethan, with his vast linguistic repertoire, does not comprehend, fails to extract any useful information. Frustrated, the two Kalami resort to brute force in an attempt to breach the iron door, unaware that a makeshift bomb is tethered behind it. With a thunderous explosion, the device detonates, obliterating the two Kalami in an instant. The blast reverberates, drawing a swarm of freedom fighters towards their location. Recognizing the impending arrival of the freedom fighters, the duo instinctively grows anxious. "All right, tell me what to do," Ethan asserts, his fingers dancing over the keyboard. "Press F11. Let me know when you see the progress bar." After a flurry of commands, Ethan, trembling, announces it's displaying now. "You must inform me the moment you see it," he continues, urgency lacing his voice. "There it is. Press Ctrl-I, then hit Enter. Hurry. Come help me finish tightening the screws." As the tension mounts, Ethan fumbles with the screws, breath quickening. "They're here. They're here. Just finish it. Tighten every screw," Tony reassures him softly. "Wait until I confirm it's safe before you come out, all right?" In that moment, fixated on the progress bar, Ethan murmurs to himself, "We need more time." In that fleeting second, he resolves, "Hey, Tony, I'll buy you some time." With that declaration, Ethan seizes the Kalami's discarded machine guns and races forward. Behind him, Tony's voice booms, "Stick to the plan, Ethan." Never before has Tony felt so unhinged. He yearns for the prototype to activate. He knows that the friend he has shared 2.5 months with, Ethan, may face unforeseen peril. Meanwhile, confronted by armed freedom fighters, Ethan wears a serene smile, aware that he has succeeded in buying precious time for his friend. Perhaps in the next moment, he will meet his demise, yet he feels no regret. Witnessing such a monumental invention is worth the sacrifice. More than anything, he is exhausted, truly exhausted. With a smile, he closes his eyes, blissfully unaware of the gunfire, attuned instead to the sound of his own blood coursing through his veins. When he opens his eyes, he finds several blade-wielding robotic mantises encircling the corpses of the freedom fighters. A mere glance at the gruesome scene triggers an involuntary retch, as he bends over in revulsion. The freedom fighters who once surrounded him now lie in dismembered fragments. Only that bald leader trembled on the ground, his bloodshot eyes betraying the profound fear within. A blade from a mantis robot crackled with electricity as it abruptly pierced the leader's chest. With a sizzling sound, the bald man was rendered unconscious, while the mantis robot tilted its head in confusion. They could not comprehend why their master had issued such a command. Fulfilling their master's orders was their sole duty. Observing that the bespectacled human remained unharmed, the mantis robots swiftly surged towards the cave's entrance. Their second-in-command was currently engaged in a massacre outside, and such a fortunate endeavor could not be monopolized by him alone. As for the chief, he floated above the earth. Boom, boom, boom. An incessant cacophony of explosions echoed from outside the cave. Ah, ah, ah. The anguished cries rose and fell, resonating from beyond. Thud, thud, thud. Tony Stark, clad in the original suit, hastened to his friend's side, glancing at the dazed Ethan. Ethan, are you all right? Chapter 5. The briefcase. Ethan, are you all right? Upon witnessing the gruesome remnants of flesh nearby, Tony felt his stomach churn violently. After a few moments of steadying himself, he suppressed the urge to retch and continued to inquire, "What happened, Ethan?" Ethan, regaining his composure, pointed towards the cave's entrance, stammering, "Tony, there's a robot. A mechanical mantis. Wait until I ascertain the area is safe before calling you out." With a directive given, Tony strode purposefully towards the cave's exit. He was prepared for an intense battle, his heart swelling with pride at the thought that 2.5 months of labor were about to bear fruit. In that moment he felt rejuvenated, brimming with vigor. However, as he approached the cave's entrance, he was struck with shock. A silver mechanical dog led several blade-like robotic mantises in a brutal slaughter, akin to a butcher at a slaughterhouse, mercilessly executing the group of freedom fighters. This scene unfolding before him was beyond his comprehension. He never imagined that anyone could create such advanced and intelligent robots. Mechanical dogs. The silver canine unleashed a barrage of bullets from its side-mounted weapons, defying the very laws of physics. Tony Stark stood transfixed, witnessing the massacre of the freedom fighters. When the mechanical dog approached him, he awkwardly raised his hand in greeting. Judging by Ethan's earlier demeanor, these advanced robots were allies rather than foes. The mechanical dog, displaying a semblance of humanity, lifted its front limbs slightly, then gestured towards the blade mantises. To Tony's astonishment, several of the mantises transformed into a puddle of molten metal, melding into the dog's form. His gaze intensified. The technology before him was simply astonishing. When he noticed the laser projecting the message, "You are temporarily safe. You may proceed," his mind began to swirl with confusion. Was the dog remotely controlled? As he continued to observe, the mechanical dog suddenly morphed into a briefcase, which displayed a rotating message. "Catch a ride. Take me back to New York." The dog misses its master. Tony stood there, momentarily stunned by the overwhelming stimuli he had experienced in a mere 2.5 minutes. Countless thoughts raced through his mind, coalescing into a singular resolution. This technology must be acquired at all costs. It was only when the briefcase emitted a sound, reminding him of Ethan still hiding in the cave, that he recalled his companion. "Ethan, it's safe now. We're going home." The explosions outside drew the attention of the U.S. military base in Afghanistan. Tony's friend, Colonel Rhodes, piloting a helicopter, spotted Tony conversing with a strange man, having shed his armor. A smile slowly spread across Rhodes' dark face, his bright white teeth contrasting against his deep complexion. On May 1, 2009, Tony Stark, missing for 2.5 months, was rescued and returned home by the U.S. military. Accompanying him on his flight to New York, besides Rhodes, was a bespectacled gentleman and a gleaming silver suitcase that seemed inseparable from him. Rhodes found himself bewildered by Tony's affection for that suitcase, akin to a child fearful of losing their cherished toy. With a tenderness reserved for a beloved, Tony clutched the suitcase tightly to his chest. Ethan, who was well versed in the capabilities of the Blade Mantis robot, had initially harbored no intentions of traveling to America. However, upon hearing Tony's remarkable tales, he readily agreed to join Stark Industries without a moment's hesitation. On the private jet, seated beside Tony, Ethan's gaze was equally fervent, fixated on the silver suitcase cradled in his friend's arms. Both men understood that the object before them could very well be the most monumental discovery of the century, one that might alter the world's landscape entirely. Observing this, Rhodes felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He could comprehend Tony's obsession, but the eccentricity of this peculiar scientist gave him pause. Rhodes speculated that both Tony and Ethan might be suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. The severity of such a condition could vary greatly, and if someone like Tony, a prominent arms dealer, were truly afflicted, the implications could be dire. This was a grave concern. Resolving in his mind, Rhodes decided that upon their arrival in New York, he would ensure that both Tony and Ethan received medical attention. His friendship with Tony naturally extended to Ethan, whom he regarded as a good companion for having saved Tony. Meanwhile, in Afghanistan, Natasha and Coulson, who had been tirelessly searching for 2 months, received a call from the director. "Natasha, Stark is nearing America. You two should return promptly." After hanging up, Natasha suddenly threw a punch, startling Coulson nearby. He heard this newly joined, striking colleague utter several of the director's catchphrases. As the director's right-hand man, he could only manage a wry smile. There was little he could do. He was not the director of the Department of Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics, merely Agent Coulson. What could a lowly agent do? When orders came from above, all he could do was comply. Unless the day came when he became the director himself, this relentless routine was bound to persist for quite some time. As it happened, he had barely returned to New York when another assignment was dispatched. On March 6, 2009, while he and Natasha were searching for Stark in Afghanistan, several incidents of human bomb attacks occurred in New York. The agency had been investigating for nearly 2 months with no results. Glancing at the emotionally volatile Natasha, Coulson hesitated before deciding it would be best to return to New York and inform her. Otherwise, he genuinely feared that this formidable colleague, known as the Black Widow, might unleash her fury in Afghanistan. At that moment in New York, Ghoulie, driving a blue-black Bugatti, could hardly fathom that 2 individuals were obsessively fixated on his dog. He had just picked up young Peter from school, and the boy's loquacious nature was on full display. "Uncle Goo, this car is simply too cool. May I touch it? Is it truly permissible? When I grow up, could you lend it to me for a drive? Am I really allowed to drive it?" Ghoulie, exasperated, held his forehead with one hand while feigning to rest the other on the steering wheel. Regarding the matter of drifting and autonomous driving, he harbored but a single thought. He must not allow the loquacious little Peter to find out. Otherwise, by the following day, the entirety of New York would be aware that Ghoulie possessed a self-driving automobile. Better to avoid unnecessary complications, especially when he had yet to overcome his aversion to beef. He had finally managed to wait for Zhao Hailuan to work late, seizing the opportunity of picking Peter up from school to spend some time with May. Little did he anticipate, Peter Parker could indeed talk incessantly. He chattered non-stop throughout the journey, and it was a mystery how that small mouth could produce such an endless stream of words. Ghoulie took a deep breath and encouraged himself. For May, for the reward, endure. Chapter 6. The Stock Market Maven, Ms. Zhao, New York. Just disembarked from his private jet, Tony declined Rod's suggestion to undergo a medical examination. He first indulged in a cheeseburger and then promptly convened a press conference. His harrowing experiences in Afghanistan had illuminated the detrimental impact of Stark Industries armaments on the world. Amidst resounding applause, Tony gracefully approached the podium, while at that moment, Coulson, who had just returned to New York, found Pepper Potts gazing at Tony with deep affection from the audience. "Miss Potts, I am Agent Coulson, working with the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack and Logistics." Without diverting her gaze from Tony, Pepper accepted the business card from Coulson. "That's quite a mouthful," she remarked. Coulson, exasperated, could only respond, "We are working diligently to resolve the situation." Pepper sighed. "The Department of Defense, the FBI, and the CIA have all reached out to us." From the moment Tony disembarked, various departments had frantically attempted to make contact. With the boss preoccupied, it fell upon her, as his secretary, to manage the inquiries. We are an independent agency and would like to request Mr. Stark to elaborate on his escape. I will arrange it, if that is agreeable, she added, noting Coulson's nod of acknowledgement. Thank you. However, the agent's vigilance prompted him to discreetly move to a less conspicuous location. The scene shifted, and Tony, seated at the press conference, retrieved yet another cheeseburger from his pocket. I witnessed my young compatriots being slain, perishing under the very weapons I created to protect them. I have come to a profound realization. My contributions to this world should not be confined to the manufacture of explosive devices. Consequently, he declared, I have decided to shut down Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division, effective immediately. The atmosphere in the press conference transformed into a fervor of excitement, with reporters thinking solely of one thing. This news would be explosive. Under Stan's cover, Tony and Ethan returned to his seaside villa, carrying a briefcase. They resolved to delve into the extraordinary discovery of the advanced mechanical dog. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The mechanical dog, which had morphed into a silver briefcase, suddenly vanished. Ethan, did you see the briefcase? Wasn't it in your arms? The two exchanged bewildered glances until, with the assistance of the AI, Jarvis, they reviewed the surveillance footage and spotted the mechanical dog stealthily escaping. Jarvis, can you track the location of the dog? The AI, possessing a voice and demeanor akin to Vision, promptly switched to video feed. Sir, it has vanished in a residential area of Manhattan. Tony scrutinized the screen for a moment, pondering what lies there, and can it be purchased? Sir, it's a residential neighborhood. Oh dear, the stock prices are likely to plummet. Should I sell tomorrow? Guli gently tousled Zhao Hailuan's hair, astonished to discover that teacher Zhao was, in fact, an adept stock trader. The news of Stark's rescue and return to the homeland spread, causing Stark Industries' stock price, which had been in a persistent decline for the past 2.5 months, to surge dramatically, triggering a trading halt. The American stock market does not impose limits on price fluctuations, commonly referred to as the limit-up system. However, it does implement a regulation known as the circuit breaker mechanism. When a stock's price experiences excessive volatility within a specified time frame, this mechanism may be activated, resulting in a suspension of trading. Currently, one could not sell even if they wished to. The charming Ms. Zhao Hailuan, seizing the moment as Stark Industries stock began to rise today, made frenzied purchases. In the words of the stock-savvy Ms. Zhao, invest boldly in stocks, and a villa by the sea shall follow. It is conceivable that, following the announcement at the press conference regarding Tony's closure of Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division, the stock price would likely plummet relentlessly. No worries, if it comes to it, your father will support you, Guli reassured, though it was evident that his comfort had little effect. He embraced teacher Zhao and began to hum a lullaby, entering a calming phase. After some time, a faint smile graced Zhao Hailuan's lips as she drifted into slumber. Gently covering her with a blanket, Guli made his way to the living room. After a moment of solitude, a cigarette felt like the best remedy. Not to mention, he could also enjoy some time with the dog. Guli pondered how the dog had made its way to New York all alone. It struck him as incredible that this dog had traveled such a vast distance from Afghanistan to America, arriving in tandem with Tony Stark. From now on, guarding the house is your responsibility, he declared to the dog. Although this villa was also a reward from the system's benefactor, Guli had lived there for many years without discovering anything particularly extraordinary. Not long ago, the Luck King, armed with a bow, had been surveilling the vicinity of the villa for a time. Suddenly, Guli felt every hair on his body stand on end, as if startled like a cat. A spider sense. His heart raced, and his mind entered a frantic alert state, urging him to flee. A flash of fire abruptly appeared in the living room, gradually coalescing into a fiery circle. Could it be? Was it that woman? If it were her, he was far from prepared to confront her with his current strength. She was a celestial being of the same caliber as Odin, the king of the gods. During her time on Earth, even the head of the family planning office dared not approach her. As Guli watched, a bald figure clad in a yellow robe emerged slowly from the portal of light. Do not be alarmed, I have merely come to take a look, the bald mage said, a subtle smile gracing her features as she regarded Guli, and then took a keen interest in the mechanical dog. This pair, a man and his dog, left no trace detectable even by her timestone. Had she not fortuitously been at the New York Temple today, she might never have discovered this mechanical dog stealthily escaping under the cover of night. Are you a deity? Gu Li inquired in Chinese, feeling his own performance was woefully lacking, as if he could extract a 3-room apartment from it. It was utterly contrived. I thought you would recognize me. The smile on the mage's face widened. Gu Li hastily inquired, Is this magic? Could you teach me? Upon hearing her words, the bald mage scrutinized Gu Li with a grave expression before gently shaking her head. You possess no magical aptitude. After a brief pause, she contemplated asking why she had saved the scientist destined for demise. Yet, the words lingered at the tip of her tongue, and she fell silent. Judging by the boy's performance over the past 2.5 minutes, she realized that she would elicit no valuable information. Rather than pursue a futile inquiry, it would be wiser to remain in the New York sanctum for a while. Eventually, the boy would let his guard down and reveal his true intentions. Resolute in her decision, the bald mage nodded slightly, saying, Farewell. I hope I haven't disturbed your rest. With that, she turned to leave, and the fiery aura in the living room dissipated. Gu Li collapsed onto the sofa, his sweat-soaked hair slowly adhering to his skin, as the spider sense warning of danger faded away. Alas, this formidable individual was unwilling to impart knowledge to him. However, the actions of Ancient One had indirectly conveyed a significant truth. Altering Ethan's fate had not wrought any irreversible consequences. After contemplating this for a moment, Gu Li suddenly pondered another question. Could it be that Ethan's death was not an absolute temporal anchor within the cinematic universe? Chapter 7. Acquiring wealth on May 25, 2009. As most anticipated, the stock price of Stark Industries plummeted, losing a staggering 56.5. Ms. Zhao, a fervent investor who had wagered all her assets, found herself profoundly affected by the market collapse, her mind wandering aimlessly. During this tumultuous period, she even downgraded her beloved cosmetics. Understanding the unfolding drama, Gu Li devoted himself to comforting Ms. Zhao day and night. Truth be told, this was the optimal moment to invest in Stark Industries stocks, and Gu Li harbored the desire to do so. However, he soon faced the disheartening realization that he was devoid of funds. The profits from his Turkish kebab restaurant barely covered his daily expenses, alongside the substantial annual taxes for his villa in Manhattan. As for the residence of his foster parents, it had been leased to a lawyer named Matthew, who had been delinquent on rent for nearly 6 months. All these circumstances had left him with scant savings over the past 2 decades. It is worth noting that prior to acquiring his drifting and transforming Bugatti, his mode of transportation was merely an unremarkable Mazda. On his way to Old Gu's kebab restaurant, Gu Li sat in the deep blue Bugatti, contemplating how to procure some money. Upon hearing his master's woes, the drifting Bugatti eagerly suggested, Master, why not sell me, and then I can sneak back? At this, a glimmer of inspiration sparked in Gu Li's eyes, yet he quickly shook his head. Such manipulation was indeed feasible, but the crux of the matter was that he required a significant sum. Frequent car sales would undoubtedly attract the attention of the authorities. The urgency for funds stemmed from the visit of the Ancient One that fateful night, which instilled in him a pressing sense of urgency. Gu Li detested the feeling of having his fate dictated by others. Were it not for the system that had bound him, he would have chosen to lay back and let life unfold as it may. However, having traversed into this new realm and been linked with a system, he felt compelled to rise above mediocrity. Yet, his current capabilities did not permit such audacity, and to bolster his strength, he needed to find a new mentor. This introduced another dilemma. His current teacher, Zhao Hailuan, resided with him, while his beloved Mei lived in Queens. Adding 1 or 2 more mentors would leave him with no place to stay. Staying in hotels would compromise his anonymity, contradicting his cautious nature. Furthermore, he could not return to the house rented to the lawyer, as its proximity to his lover's residence posed a significant risk of exposure. In light of these considerations, Gu Li concluded that the most prudent solution would be to purchase several more properties scattered throughout New York and perhaps in other cities as well. This was the underlying reason for his sudden need for capital. Engrossed in this mental whirlwind, Ghoulie failed to notice that his hands had slipped from the steering wheel, now crossed over his chest. Due to the splendid weather, the transforming Bugatti had thoughtfully morphed into a convertible version of the Veyron. This captivating scene left Tony Stark, seated nearby in sunglasses, utterly astounded. Beneath him was an Audi R8, expertly controlled by the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, capable of autonomous driving. Could it be that the dashing young man in the blue-black Bugatti nearby possessed a similar AI? Just moments ago, that Bugatti had executed several automatic drifts with remarkable finesse. Sensing that the situation was far from ordinary, Tony discreetly followed the vehicle. Upon witnessing the young man park in front of a barbecue restaurant, Tony immediately instructed, Jarvis, 1 minute, I need the complete dossier on this individual. In no time, a luminous blue interface materialized before Tony in the Audi. The details emerged. Ghoulie, 20 years old, of Chinese descent, adopted by a couple from a young age, currently a student at New York University. His ex-girlfriend, Sharon Carter, and his current girlfriend, Zhao Helen, a scientist at Stark Industries. Tony chuckled to himself, resting his chin on his hand. This kid's ex is Aunt Peggy's niece, and his current girlfriend is Helen Zhao. A peculiar sensation washed over him, as if this young man deliberately targeted those close to him. Gu, the owner of the Turkish barbecue restaurant, resided in Queens, Manhattan. The final piece of information instantly captured Tony's attention. Jarvis, the last known location of that mechanical dog. Indeed, sir, it coincides with Mr. Gu's residence, with a 60% probability based on the recent vehicle situation. I understand. I'm feeling a bit peckish. Yes, quite hungry. After persuading himself, Tony exited the car and sauntered toward the barbecue establishment, utterly confident in his charm. As he entered the Turkish restaurant, a gasp pierced the air. Oh, my goodness, Mr. Stark, is it really you? Could you please sign my autograph? An 8-year-old Peter Parker, eyes sparkling with excitement yet tinged with shyness, incessantly pursued Tony. Mr. Stark, is it true that you created a circuit board at 4 years old? The reports say you built a V8 engine at 6, really? Casting a glance at the little boy in pajamas who surrounded him, Tony took a deep breath. Pajama boy, does the restaurant have any house specialties? Young Peter nodded and called towards the kitchen. Uncle Gu, Aunt May has a guest. The little fellow was unaware that the front desk worker, Miss Sky, had once again failed to show up for her shift today. As Ghoulie and May emerged from the kitchen, Tony suddenly felt a jolt of recognition. It reminded him of the film I Belong to You, featuring Downey and May. Just 2 seconds later, Tony politely remarked, I would never have guessed you were an aunt. Thank you, May responded with a joyful smile, as she was quite conscious of her age when with Ghoulie. The billionaire before her clearly had a way with words. Ghoulie had not anticipated meeting a superhero of such extraordinary stature in this manner. He recalled the Avengers visit to the Turkish barbecue restaurant following the battle in New York, which had even given rise to a memorable scene. Indeed, his little butterfly effect had caused a slight shift in the narrative. Mr. Stark, what would you like? I shall try something unique, Tony remarked, gesturing towards the menu affixed to the wall. Ghoulie nodded and called towards the kitchen. 1 serving of donkey meat pie and a plate of cold donkey meat. Who decreed that a Turkish kebab shop must exclusively serve Turkish kebabs? Unaccustomed to hamburgers and fried chicken, Ghoulie had resolutely altered the menu a few years ago. Meanwhile, May sat beside Peter, guiding the little one through his homework. In reality, the homework assigned to elementary school students in America is not particularly extensive, but it was intended to exhaust Peter's energy, facilitating an earlier bedtime. Ghoulie waved his hand grandly, purchasing a multitude of English editions of 5 years of college entrance exams and 3 years of simulations. After all, he desired to enjoy a tender moment with May later that evening. Moments later, Tony Stark gazed in astonishment at the donkey meat pie before him, a peculiar dish reminiscent of a hamburger. Accompanying it was a plate of unidentifiable meat, exuding an enticing aroma. To investigate the whereabouts of the mechanical dog, Tony silently encouraged himself, it's just a plate of meat. You can do this. Chapter 8. Boss, help. In New York, at Old Gu's Turkish kebab shop, Tony speared a piece of meat and brought it to his mouth. Initially, he intended to swallow it whole, but he was unable to resist the curious gaze of the pajama-clad baby writing homework nearby. However, just a few seconds later, his eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that this peculiar meat would be so delectable. The texture was pleasantly chewy and layered, and the meat itself emanated a unique fragrance, one he had never encountered in any other meat he had tasted over the years. After devouring several large bites, Tony, with his cheeks puffed out, inquired, "Hey, what kind of meat is this?" Gu Li promptly replied, "It's donkey meat. You should try that huashao, a Chinese-style burger." Tony picked up the huashao, wrapped in a layer of oil paper, and took a hearty bite. The flavors exploded in his mouth. The crispy texture of the bread combined with the tender, fragrant donkey meat was simply divine. Delicious. Donkey meat is said to be the second best meat, with dragon meat being the first. However, since dragons do not actually exist, donkey meat is essentially the finest. This was a saying Gu Li had heard in a past life. In the Marvel universe, it seemed rather irrelevant, given that dragons truly exist in this world. Whenever he could assert that he no longer consumed beef, he would surely slay a couple of dragons for a celebratory feast. Tony nodded thoughtfully at Gu Li's explanation. Remembering that Pepper and Happy were busy at the company, he quickly added, "Pack a few for me." Gu Li nodded in agreement. This must be eaten hot. It's best enjoyed in the restaurant. It was not an issue, as it was relatively close to the company. "Oh, by the way, do you offer delivery?" Upon hearing this, Gu Li instinctively glanced at the fidgeting young Peter, who was on the verge of exploding under Aunt May's watchful gaze. It was a pity that the present version was the Holland iteration of Spider-Man. Had it been the Tobey Maguire version, he might have considered letting him handle the deliveries. Returning his gaze, Gu Li shrugged, "Not at the moment." After finishing the meal, Tony wiped his mouth and handed over a business card. "When you do have this service, remember to give me a call." Watching Tony Stark leave with several huashao in hand, Gu Li discreetly tucked the business card into the system space. This fellow's presence was somewhat suspicious. Though Stark was quite the actor, the curiosity in his eyes was unmistakable. Gu Li pondered whether he had inadvertently revealed anything recently that could have caught this individual's attention. Well, perhaps he should call the receptionist to inquire why she had skipped work again. "Hello, Sky. Did you go to school today?" On the other end of the line, a loud shout erupted from Sky. "Help, boss!" Gu Li frowned, instantly associating it with the Decepticon soundwave hovering ominously over the Earth. The scene shifted to Sky's perspective, and through the video on his phone, Gu Li saw her frantically fleeing in her little van, with several cars hot on her tail. "Aunt May, I'm stepping out for a moment." The drifting, transformed Bugatti roared to life, racing along the path dictated by sound waves. Sky, whose real name is Daisy Johnson, a prodigious hacker of exceptional intellect, dropped out of school at 17 and occasionally worked odd jobs at Gu Li's establishment. She later gained notoriety as Quake, primarily featured in the Marvel series Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. In the comics, she is one of the few operatives, alongside Nick Fury and Black Widow Natasha, to possess a level 10 security clearance. However, at this moment, Sky had yet to join S.H.I.E.L.D. She was merely a wandering minor hacker. Gu Li's actions elicited an excited shout from Tony, who had been monitoring him. "Let me see who you really are," Tony declared, reclining in his office chair, intently focused on the surveillance footage on the screen. After racing through several streets, the blue-black Bugatti executed a drift and came to a halt. At the end of the street lay a dead-end alley, where the unfortunate Sky hid in a van, while several muscular men in black were smashing the vehicle. "You filthy wench, hand over the data." Gu Li awkwardly touched his nose, realizing that this gang of black-clad thugs had completely dismissed him. "Hey," called one of the men, resembling a notorious assassin from a past life, as he shouted at Gu Li with an air of arrogance. "Another yellow-skinned monkey." However, before he could finish his taunt, Gu Li sent him flying with a single punch, crashing him into the wall of the dead-end alley. "Wang Defa," came the voice of Tony from the office. "Mother muttered Nick Fury from the S.H.I.E.L.D. office. The reason for Nick's interest in Gu Li stemmed from his surveillance of Tony Stark. This was part of his assessment of Stark, and he had not anticipated such an unexpected delight. With a thud, The fallen thug twitched a couple of times before lying still on the ground. Oh, didn't gauge my strength well, Ghoulie thought to himself. Ever since acquiring Spider-Man's extraordinary powers, he had refrained from using his abilities. Soundwave, the chief intelligence officer of the Decepticons, was a man of few words, executing his master's orders with remarkable efficiency. The two individuals, engrossed in their clandestine observation, suddenly found the surveillance feed before them turned to static. J-A-R-V-I-S. What's going on? Tony inquired, his expression grave. Sir, all surveillance around Mr. Goo has been compromised. J-A-R-V-I-S. reported. You truly are not an ordinary person, Tony mused, stroking his chin. Did the previous footage have any cache? Sir, the cache has also been cleared. Lost in thought, Tony Stark's fingers tapped rhythmically on the desk. He could now be 100% certain that the mechanical dog belonged to Ghoulie, yet he could not fathom how someone so young could wield such advanced technology. J-A-R-V-I-S. echoed his confusion, noting that Mr. Goo's residence was akin to a fortress, impervious to any signal intrusion. Mark II, Tony murmured to himself before rising and exiting the office. He could not concede defeat, although the competition had yet to commence. His pride forbade him from creating anything inferior to Ghoulie. Meanwhile, Nick Fury wore a broad smile, his gleaming white teeth standing out against his dark complexion. He believed that the disappearance of the surveillance had been uncovered by Stark. Yet, even if it had been discovered, what consequence would it bear? This remarkable Mr. Goo was ultimately revealed by his discerning eye. Nick Fury first dialed Coulson, instructing him to manage affairs concerning Tony Stark with utmost diligence. Subsequently, he made another call. Natasha, your holiday has come to an end. A new mission awaits your expertise. After hanging up, a sly smile crept across Nick Fury's lips. A mere 20-year-old, Natasha would find the task to be effortlessly within her grasp. Meanwhile, in her apartment, Natasha unleashed her fury upon a watermelon, smashing it to pieces with a single punch. Damn it! Chapter 9. The dishwasher in a certain dead-end alley in New York. The remnants of Sky's presence were obliterated by a thunderous explosion, as if consumed by an inferno. To be precise, it was annihilated by a cannon's blast. After associating with the esteemed Ms. Zhao Helen, he acquired remarkable skills: the triple transformation of the Diamond Drift, the Rebirth Cradle, and the Sonic Wave, culminating in the Blue Giant Star Cannon. This formidable weapon, employed by Thor and Valkyrie in the realm of black-clad beings, harnessed the core of a blue giant star as its source of power. Even as Ghoulie departed with Sky, a sense of trepidation lingered within him. Fortunately, only a minuscule fraction of its energy had been unleashed. Otherwise, it might have truly perforated the earth. Despite its seemingly modest size, its destructive potential was indeed staggering, leaving behind an unfathomable pit in the alley. Truly, it deserved its reputation as the supreme ruler of the realm of firearms. Regrettably, on Earth, he would likely never witness the weapon's full might during its victorious era. Of course, the surveillance footage capturing their departure was entirely compromised by the sonic wave. Boss, you are undeniably charming. What am I to do? I might inadvertently fall for you, Sky exclaimed from the passenger seat, her eyes sparkling with admiration, her hands tightly grasping Ghoulie's arm. In her eyes, he appeared youthful, handsome, and robust enough to send an adversary flying several meters with a single punch. The mesmerizing weapon radiating a blue luminescence was simply awe-inspiring. How did they set their sights on you? She inquired. With a resigned sigh, Sky responded after a brief silence. I stumbled upon a little secret of I intended to earn some extra cash, but it spiraled into this chaos. You are remarkably brave, she remarked. I.M. The infamous organization known for its human bomb ventures, specifically for developing the extremist virus. While not on par with titans like Stark Industries, Hammer Industries, or Oscorp, it nonetheless held its own in the American capitalist landscape. I.M. or Advanced Idea Mechanics, prominently featured in Iron Man. One of its founders, Aldrich Killian, was the individual seen leaning on a cane in Iron Man 1. In the comics, it was established by Hydra. Sky, perhaps you should stay at a hotel for now, Ghoulie suggested, aware that she often resided in her van, which had just been destroyed. All right then, will meals and lodging be included? Sky fixed her gaze intently on her young boss. Born in 1992, she had just turned 17 and had spent most of her time wandering aimlessly after dropping out of school. Yet, seated beside Ghoulie, the long-lost sense of security enveloped her completely. Ghoulie noticed the sparkle in Sky's eyes, reflecting various emotions. Yet she found her too young. Perhaps it was best to wait. Although he yearned for the sonic wave ability, he felt a shred of conscience, albeit a small one. Despite the surveillance footage being entirely erased by the sonic wave, the tremendous explosion had undoubtedly caught the attention of the authorities. Upon their arrival at the explosion site, the officers were rendered speechless, confronted by the gaping abyss before them. A group of agents from the Bureau of Investigation suddenly realized they were confronted with a monumental case, with promotions and salary raises within reach. However, upon attempting to retrieve the surveillance footage from the vicinity, they were dismayed to discover that all recordings from a specific time frame within a 3-kilometer radius were inexplicably missing. The scene bore no traces, utterly obliterated. Ultimately, they were compelled to contact the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack and Logistics, a cumbersome organization dedicated to managing all matters of the extraordinary. At that moment, the director of this enigmatic agency, perplexed, answered the call. "Natasha, why do you require such a substantial budget this time?" he inquired. "Do you even know where the target Ghoulie resides?" "In the most expensive villa district of Manhattan. How can I get close to him without renting a place?" After a 2.5-minute silence, Nick Fury spoke quietly. "Well, doesn't his family barbecue restaurant need a front desk cashier? Natasha, you should apply. It would be a piece of cake." "Fury, go to hell," Natasha exclaimed, abruptly hanging up. In frustration, she smashed a watermelon before her, the sweet juice splattering onto her white t-shirt in an enticing display. In 2008, Natasha was persuaded by Hawkeye Barton to defect from the Red Room and join SHIELD. For a year and a half, she diligently fulfilled the tasks assigned by the organization. Yet, for reasons unknown, since Stark's attack in Afghanistan, her career as an agent had taken a particularly unfortunate turn. Together with the endearing Coulson, they had spent 2.5 months searching the deserts of Afghanistan, only to discover that the target had departed on a private jet. Upon finally returning to New York, she was assigned to investigate a human bomb explosion. The most infuriating part was being told to apply for a cashier position at a barbecue restaurant. Natasha bitterly thought that she should have chosen to go undercover at Stark Industries. At least she could have sat in an office. What kind of a job was being a front desk cashier? Meanwhile, upon receiving leads from Fort Bolton in New York, SHIELD Director Nick Fury, rarely making an appearance, personally led a team of trusted agents to the explosion site. What the hell? Upon learning the details of the measurements, Nick Fury's mind raced with possibilities. He had witnessed alien weaponry firsthand, but nothing had been as extreme as this, a pit over 2,000 meters deep. That S equivalent to 6 Eiffel Towers. What about the surveillance? Nick Fury asked the agent beside him. Director, all surveillance within a 3-kilometer radius is gone. Nick Fury's expression darkened as he gazed intently into the deep pit, the name Ghoulie flashing through his mind, igniting a fierce determination in his eyes. It seemed he had underestimated that individual. As one of the only 2 people privy to the cause of the explosion, Nick Fury chose not to disclose this information. He had intended to meet the man with the Eastern visage personally, yet he was not well acquainted with Ghoulie's circumstances. This was entirely contrary to his usual approach of taking control over situations. He decided to wait for Natasha's report. At this moment, our Black Widow, Natasha, donned a simple outfit, exited the subway, and arrived at Old Goo's Turkish barbecue restaurant. "Dear sir, I am here to apply for the position of front desk cashier. Ghoulie is not present in the store." After escorting Sky to the establishment, he accompanied Ms. Zhao Hailuan for a shopping excursion. "It is May and Sky who are attending to Natasha. I apologize, but we already have a front desk cashier." May pointed to the cheerful Sky beside her. Natasha felt a deep sense of dismay upon hearing May's words. She suddenly perceived her life as dim and devoid of hope. How could the formidable Black Widow fail to secure even a cashier's position? Yet, her sense of duty as an agent compelled her to inquire, "Are there any other job opportunities available? I have just become unemployed." May, a kind-hearted woman, could not help but feel compassion for the young lady's woeful demeanor. "How about a position as a dishwasher?" Chapter 10. On the matter of making money, New York, Old Goo's Turkish kebab shop. Gu Li, leaning languidly against the window, had been pondering for several days but could not conceive a swift method to amass wealth. Lacking skills, capital, and connections, he found himself utterly destitute. Yet, in pursuit of his grand ambitions and to bolster his strength for survival, he was compelled to continue seeking funds. After all, seizing the opportunity to invest in Stark Industry stocks was one of the few promising prospects available. Sky, seated behind the cash register, occasionally stole glances at Gu Li. She believed herself to be falling in love. In her eyes, Gu Li grew increasingly handsome. Meanwhile, our future, albeit unsuccessful, little Peter, merely 8 years old, was tirelessly engaged in an endless stream of homework under May's insistence. He could not fathom what offense he had committed against Uncle Gu to deserve such punishment. Had Gu Li known Peter's thoughts, he would surely have told him, "If you go to bed early, you wouldn't have to worry." Since being with Gu Li, May had blossomed into an even more exquisite version of herself. 30. She felt as though her life was experiencing a second spring. In the kitchen, the infamous Black Widow diligently fulfilled her role as a dishwasher. As she gazed at the towering pile of dishes before her, Natasha's eyes dulled with regret for not having gone undercover at Stark Industries. Just as Gu Li lit a cigarette, he suddenly sensed the piercing glares from May and Sky. With a resigned shrug, he stepped outside to the parking lot to indulge in his smoke. Who could have imagined that such a modest kebab shop would harbor nearly half of S.H.I.E.L.D.S. superheroes? Spider-Man, Quake, Black Widow, not to mention the little Prince of Archery across the street, who seemed to be on permanent surveillance duty. Did he not have to work? Gu Li was fairly certain that Stark's previous visit had been unintentional. The man had not returned since. Each day it was the cool, sunglasses-clad Happy Hogan who came to pick up takeout, being one of the shop's most loyal patrons, always ordering 3 portions. As for the sudden appearances of Natasha and the little prince, Gu Li remained oblivious to what had drawn the attention of the egg-shaped character. In truth, the taciturn Soundwave, lurking above the earth like a Decepticon, was well aware of the reasons. He knew all about Tony Stark and S.H.I.E.L.D.S. surveillance of his master. Yet, since his master did not inquire, he chose to remain silent, embodying an air of aloofness. With Stark Industry stock prices yet to soar, perhaps it would be wise to consider a heist that evening. Upon hearing his master's murmurs, Drift began to rev with excitement. After giving Drift's tire a gentle kick, Gu Li entered the vehicle and began his search for a target. New York City, America, is divided into approximately 5 major areas, including Brooklyn, where even Captain America could not afford a home, Queens, where May and little Peter reside, and Manhattan, where Gu Li lives. The remaining 2 areas are the Bronx and Staten Island. Beneath Manhattan lies a smaller district, officially named Clinton, the very heart of Hell's Kitchen. As his finger traced the Hell's Kitchen area on the screen, Gu Li pondered for a few moments. Jean Bing, a formidable individual comprised of over 90% muscle, stands as one of the principal adversaries of Daredevil and Spider-Man. Given Gu Li's current state, equally matched with serum and certain abilities akin to Spider-Man's, confronting such a foe is rather daunting, unless he resorts to the Blue Giant Star Annihilation Cannon, which, if mishandled, could inadvertently obliterate the Earth. At that moment, Gu Li's phone unexpectedly transformed into a miniature robotic chaos. Mechanical dogs, laser birds, and robotic bats, all belonging to the Decepticon Soundwave's cassette army, usually concealed within Soundwave's chest compartment, now surrounded Gu Li. "Master, I have a scheme for acquiring wealth." Glancing at the malevolent and somewhat deranged little chaos, Gu Li hesitated before inquiring, "Pray tell." "Master, I can directly transfer funds into your account." It was indeed within its capabilities. After all, it had infiltrated Air Force One alone to extract data and ascertain the whereabouts of the Decepticon leader, Megatron. One could assert that Megatron's return to prominence was largely due to its efforts. So simple? Will it be traceable? "Master, rest assured, it will remain undetected." Ghoulie chuckled as he patted the little creature's head. Then it's settled. Just Gene Bing. Should the need arise, let Soundwave assist. If more intelligent robots were to arrive in the future, Ghoulie might very well transform into a walking powerhouse of sorts. Consider Ultron, who merely had to close his eyes for Tony Stark's account to diminish by $2 billion. A significant responsibility lies ahead. It seems he must devote more time to the esteemed Ms. Zhao Helen this evening to secure greater rewards. Suddenly, Ghoulie felt a twinge of discomfort in his lower back. Although the stock trading virtuoso, Ms. Zhao, was his lucky star, and their interactions had drawn high-tech rewards from the system, achieving intimacy points was proving exceedingly arduous. He needed to be a considerate and responsible boyfriend to gain even a modest increase in those points. Ding dong. Your Wealth National Bank card ending in 89757 has received a deposit of $1 million, with a balance of $1,819,527. The notification from the little chaos rendered Ghoulie speechless. So soon? You didn't just transfer it directly to my card, did you? Master, after several thousand attempts, it ultimately reached your account through a family trust fund. At this revelation, Ghoulie gave a thumbs up to the little chaos. Although its combat prowess was lacking, it turned out to be a highly technical transformer. How intriguing. It seemed his plans could proceed. Stock ventures, real estate investments, and romantic pursuits were all on the horizon. Ultimately, he would not be deprived of the finer things. Ding dong, ding dong. Observing the incessantly ringing little chaos, Ghoulie commanded, silence the notifications and revert to smartphone mode. As time passed day by day, the inhabitants of New York City continued their relentless hustle. Ghoulie oscillated between Zhao Helen and May, gradually enhancing his own capabilities. Meanwhile, Tony Stark, with the aid of Dr. Ethan, engaged in the development of the Mark II at his seaside villa. Ethan has also developed an affection for the donkey meat buns delivered by Happy. Had it not been for Tony's insistence, he would have wished to visit personally. However, his primary desire lies in paying a visit to the enigmatic mogul who possesses a robotic canine. Meanwhile, Black Widow continues to play the role of a dishwasher at the barbecue restaurant, finding herself unable to seize an opportunity to engage with Ghoulie. The incessant chore of washing dishes has led her to curse Fury countless times in her heart. She has also discerned the ambiguous relationship between Ghoulie and the alluring Mei Jie. Additionally, the gaze of the young receptionist, Sky, towards Ghoulie is utterly captivating, leaving her as a woman utterly overwhelmed. After weeks of surveillance, Hawkeye Barton was assigned a different task by Nick Fury. Meanwhile, Coulson persists in his attempts to engage with Tony Stark, though he shares a similar misfortune, as he can never seem to encounter Stark himself. Each time he ventures to Stark Industries, he is met only by Pepper Potts. Finally, on November 15, 2009, the 9th month of his relationship with the stock market expert, Ms. Zhao, the familiar notification sound echoed once more. Through the tutelage of the character Zhao Hailuan, your cultural level has reached 1, and you have obtained Quintessa. Chapter 11. Quintessa. Through the teachings of the character Zhao Hailuan, your cultural level has reached 1, granting you the reward, Quintessa. The mining function has been activated, allowing the dispatch of intelligent beings to mine for random rewards. Observing Dr. Zhao, who was arranging study materials beside him, Ghoulie internally scoffed. So, you're going to challenge the Transformers, are you? If you have the capability, next time, let me be the Cosmic Emperor. Sensing a fluctuation in Ghoulie's emotions, Zhao Hailuan gently traced his face with her finger and inquired, Darling, what's wrong? Taking her hand, Ghoulie responded with a calm demeanor, You should rest first. This matter is too complex to explain. Quintessa, who claims to be the creator of the Transformers, is most likely a fabrication. Ghoulie could hardly conceive of any other creator apart from the primordial being. Quintessa, however, is one of the few Cybertronian mechanical beings capable of transforming into a humanoid form. Aside from her, the only other instance is the Decepticon Alice. These two are the sole entities to have assumed human appearances, and both are female. As for Quintessa's combat prowess, it remains ambiguous. On one hand, she is the only one who managed to slap Optimus Prime without facing retaliation, a remarkable feat, considering that nearly all who opposed him have perished. Megatron has been vanquished multiple times as well. Yet, on the other hand, she was driven off by Bumblebee's attack. Could it be that she was merely at odds with the Cybertronian hierarchy? Under Zhao Hailuan's guidance, the majority of the system rewards he has received are related to Transformers. Given this trend, it is highly probable that the next reward will be the Allspark or perhaps the Cosmic Emperor, or even the Primordial Being. However, what he truly desires is a reward that would empower him, such as the Phoenix Force, the Chaos Force, or the Fairy Power. Regrettably, there has never been any indication of mutants on his Earth. Gu Li's certainty stems from the day he acquired Soundwave, when he covertly infiltrated the S.H.I.A.L.D. database. Information on characters like the Hulk and Skrulls is available, yet there is not a shred of data regarding mutants. Gu Li is convinced that if mutants existed, he could undoubtedly extract the Phoenix Force from Jean Grey. Alas, these notions are merely figments of his imagination. The Phoenix Force is a distant dream, unless he ventures into other multiverses in the future. Currently, he is tethered to Earth, making interdimensional travel a far-fetched notion. The Chaos Force or Chaos Magic might be an avenue worth exploring. Wanda should still be with Hydra at this moment. As for the Black Widow, Natasha, who is lurking in his establishment, Gu Li feels it unnecessary. She is unlikely to yield anything of value. After the Battle of New York, the combat capabilities of both Black Widow and Hawkeye have gradually become insufficient. It is indeed a challenge for these two mortals to keep pace with a cadre of superpowered beings. Another mortal, Stark, possesses an array of Iron Man suits, including the later nanotech suit Mark 50, which is capable of breaching even the defenses of formidable opponents. Little Sky, you will turn 18 next year, won't you? Gu Li tucked his notes into the system space and gradually drifted into slumber. He remained oblivious to the fact that Quintessa, recently rewarded by the system, was floating within his abode. Quintessa gazed curiously at the Earth beneath her, for in her universe, that very planet was the embodiment of the Cosmic Emperor. Moreover, within the depths of this Earth dwelled a formidable entity as well. Even the mere aura that she detected sent shivers down her spine, reminiscent of the primordial celestial in peak condition. Quintessa also discerned that a certain restriction had been placed upon her, akin to the time she had enslaved the Transformers on the planet Cybertron, exactly the same. The only apparent difference was that this restriction seemed irreparable, fused with her very essence. Within this humble dwelling, she also sensed other familiar presences. The military drones of Cybertron. A blue glow flickered across Quintessa's form, and when it faded, she had transformed into the guise of a human woman. Clad in a purple robe, she smiled charmingly and made her way towards a room on the second floor. Meanwhile, at Tony Stark's seaside villa, after 6.5 months of labor, with the assistance of his friend Ethan, the mightier Mark II had finally been crafted compared to the original timeline. Ignoring the protests of both Ethan and Jarvis, Tony soared through the skies of New York in the Mark II armor. Ahaha! Inside the Mark II, he laughed joyously, never having felt such elation before. After all, flying is humanity's dream, and mechs are the epitome of a man's romance. Jarvis, what is the record for the State Route 71 Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft? Sir, the record for fixed-wing flight is 85,000 feet. Records are meant to be shattered. Let us proceed. In that moment, Tony's laughter was utterly sincere. If all went as anticipated, this smile might very well be the happiest he ever wore in his lifetime. Returning to Gu Li's quaint villa, he lay peacefully asleep when he was abruptly awakened. The reason? A beguiling woman in a purple robe was gently caressing his chest, while Mrs. Zhao Hailuan beside him seemed either in a deep slumber or rendered unconscious. Quintessa, I am Quintessa, the great creator. Upon witnessing this, Gu Li waved his hand irritably, an inexplicable power from the system casting the purple-robed woman onto the sofa. Anyone would feel a touch of annoyance if suddenly awakened, especially by a woman who appeared haughty and somewhat condescending. Damn it, you audacious wretches! How dare you assault the great creator? Kneel. Gu Li was inexplicably filled with morning irritability. Quintessa, I can surely handle you. It is well known that humans are at their most irritable when forcibly awakened. After hesitating for a few moments, Gu Li turned his gaze towards Quintessa. Teacher, could you instruct me in some aspects of Cybertron culture? In truth, he was uncertain whether learning from Quintessa would elevate his cultural level from 1, thus earning him rewards. After all, the creator of Cybertron was not one of the characters from the Marvel Universe. After a considerable time, the system's melodious notification suddenly resounded. Through the tutelage of the unique figure, Kuntasha, your cultural level has reached 1, granting you a random reward, the Cards of Fate. Gu Li. Could it possibly be the ability of the Mutant Card Emperor? He hastily glanced at the skill description. Utilizing dark magic, one can switch between 3 modes: stun, knockback, and mana absorption, inflicting substantial damage upon adversaries. Surprisingly, the mana required to activate this skill is derived from a loan. The system even kindly facilitated the automatic signing of a contract on his behalf. Contract counterpart, Dormammu. Gu Li rubbed his temples in frustration. He now found himself in a quandary, for this reward was rather detrimental. No, it was exceedingly perilous. Why, you may ask? Simply because within the Marvel Universe, borrowing magical power is akin to an abyss. It is not a matter of whether you can repay, but rather if you can afford to repay. This predicament is far more terrifying than usury. One might find themselves utterly obliterated, for entities like Dormammu are hardly benevolent. Of course, unless one opts to borrow without the intention of repayment. Chapter 12, $300 million New York, Manhattan. Early morning. Gu Li stood absent-mindedly in the kitchen, contemplating the rewards he had received after his cultural level reached 1 under the tutelage of Quintessa the previous night. He felt a sense of conflict, for most individuals who had made contracts with Dormammu had inevitably transformed into something unrecognizable, neither human nor ghost, much like Uncle Ba with his smoky makeup. Quintessa, reputedly a creator from Cybertron, was undoubtedly the second most formidable reward he had acquired. The most powerful, of course, was the Blue Giant Star Destroyer cannon. However, the cannon was exceedingly unstable. A moment's carelessness could obliterate the Earth. Yet, on the other hand, it was indeed surprising that Quintessa could metamorphose into a human. I have truly fallen. Regret, annoyance, resentment, and sorrow intertwined upon Gu Li's face. If heaven were to grant him another chance, he would certainly. Never mind. Prioritizing learning was essential. He could indulge later once he became stronger. Moreover, the mining feature that the system had unveiled yesterday required physical miners, allowing the indomitable Quintessa to occasionally take on the role of a miner. This seemed rather appealing. As a responsible employer, Gu Li resolved to appoint Quintessa as his personal secretary. After all, there is an old saying, let the secretary handle the matters. System, access panel. Name, Gu Li, race, human, age, 21, superpowers, 50/50 blood serum, spider sense, super strength, fate cards, items. Vibranium shield, little cricket handgun, regeneration cradle, Blue Giant Star Destroyer cannon. Affiliates, Drift, Soundwave, Tape Legion, Quintessa. Contract subject, Dormammu. Upon seeing this, Gu Li awkwardly touched his nose, noting that over half of his system rewards originated from Ms. Zhao Hailuan. However, this was to be expected. They had known each other for a year and had lived together for more than 9 months, nearly exhausting the collection of books at home. The reward for reaching a cultural level of 50 points was the little cricket handgun, which, like in the film Men in Black, was diminutive yet boasted incredible recoil. As for its power, each shot equated to the explosive force of a grenade, and it possessed infinite ammunition. Truly, this was a product of the system, undoubtedly a masterpiece. The vibranium shield contributed by his teacher, Sharon Carter, had remained in the system space for years, as he had never found an opportunity to utilize it. After all, he couldn't very well don a Captain 50/50 costume for Halloween. Naturally, there were also various other rewards he had disposed of, such as Captain 50/50's diary. The tendrils of dark energy coalesced into a blue energy card as Gu Li toyed with it, suddenly realizing the implications. Oh no, that woman might still be in New York. Realizing too late, Gu Li hastily retracted his dark powers. He had no desire to confront the Ancient One once more, even though the Ancient One also wielded the powers of the Dark Dimension and had extended her life through it for centuries. She was, after all, a celestial-level being, while he was merely an ordinary superhuman. The Great could ignite the flames, but he was not yet capable of kindling a spark. As for the entity from whom he borrowed the dark powers, Dormammu, it poses a significant dilemma. Dormammu, the sovereign of the Dark Dimension, is at least a being of the same caliber as the Ancient One. Nevertheless, worrying about it now serves no purpose. It is prudent to first ascertain the amount of money acquired. Upon checking his bank account balance on his mobile device, Ghoulie was rendered speechless, standing frozen in disbelief. Balance: 302, 389, 757 US dollars. 300 million? Ghoulie counted it over a dozen times before he could finally affirm that it indeed exceeded $300 million. Little mischief, did you pilfer from the Jean family? At that moment, a mechanical arm extended from the side of the phone, affectionately nuzzling Ghoulie's arm like a kitten. Since encountering Kuntasha the previous night, the mechanical dog and Little Mischief had increasingly adopted the demeanor of cherished household pets. Ghoulie observed a moment of silence for the Jean family. Considering the timeline, Mark II should soon be successfully developed. Once Tony battles Ironmonger and publicly acknowledges his identity as Iron Man, combined with the unveiling of the Clean Energy Project, Stark Industries stock prices are bound to soar once more. Little Mischief invests the entirety of this sum in Stark Industries shares. Meanwhile, at the Fabola building in New York, has Jean gone mad? What on earth is he attempting to accomplish? The weary Fabola agents cast weary glances at their director. Truth be told, they felt utterly helpless, as no one could decipher Jin's sudden descent into madness. In recent days, the most formidable gang leader in New York, Jean, has been relentlessly attacking rival factions, resulting in numerous casualties. Although the deceased were merely low-tier thugs, the repercussions were undeniably adverse. Particularly for Fabola, Jean's actions were a blatant affront to their reputation. Can anyone elucidate what has transpired? The response from the Fabola chief was met with silence. The agents had been investigating for several days, even covertly reaching out to numerous informants, yet all to no avail. Faced with such a predicament, the Fabola chief had no choice but to make a phone call. Hello, we require your assistance with a situation. Upon receiving Fabola's plea for help, Nick Fury's brow furrowed slightly. He was aware of Jean merely a gang leader. Accustomed to tumultuous storms and even extraterrestrial encounters, Nick Fury found himself increasingly disillusioned with Fabola's ineptitude. Could they not resolve such trivial matters? It seems that, in critical moments, reliance must fall upon S-H-I-E-L-D. Lately, he has felt the weight of responsibility growing heavier. Those damned politicians in America would do better to allocate all funding to S-H-I-E-L-D. What purpose does Fabola serve if merely as a decorative facade? Clint, you are to visit Hell's Kitchen and investigate Jin's recent activities. Hell's Kitchen, once a notorious slum on Manhattan Island, was primarily inhabited by the working-class Irish immigrants. It was infamous for its squalid living conditions, severe racial conflicts, and high crime rates. Under the veil of swirling smoke from a cigar, Jean, the focus of both Fabola and S-H-I-E-L-D, wore a white suit that accentuated his impressive physique, appearing several times the weight of an ordinary man. He gripped a black cane tightly, rhythmically striking the ground with a dissonant clatter. The gangsters stood silently before him, their demeanor subdued. At that moment, Jean Bing seethed with frustration, but more profoundly, he was engulfed by despair and helplessness. It was unclear when his legacy for his son had inexplicably diminished. A staggering $300 million had vanished from his accounts. Essentially the entirety of his hard-earned wealth accumulated over the years. Just like that, it was gone, without a trace or warning. He had inquired at the bank, only to be met with the response, "Sir, our records indicate that these transactions were executed by you personally." Personally, indeed. How absurd. He was not foolish. Who would willingly part with $300 million without cause? Who? Tell me, who would do such a thing? Target I. He called out, "Have you uncovered anything from the hackers you contacted?" Target I, a mercenary and a prominent member of Jean Bing's crew, replied, "It may require some time. The perpetrator appears to be a seasoned criminal, leaving no traces behind." Upon hearing this, Jean Bing's expression turned grave as he extinguished the cigar in his hand. A seasoned criminal, indeed. With so many adversaries over the years, who could it possibly be? Chapter 13. The Cradle of Rebirth, New York. Late at night. Ghoulie reclined on the sofa, cradling his official girlfriend in his arms, while the television before them displayed the explosive chaos at Stark Tower. The sudden addition of the term official arose from an unforeseen incident. 2 weeks prior, Zhao Hailuan had stealthily arrived at a barbecue restaurant after work, intending to surprise her boyfriend with a birthday celebration. Unbeknownst to her, she caught Gu Li in a flirtatious exchange with Sky, transforming her surprise into a shocking revelation. That night, Gu Li endured a barrage of reprimands, after which Ms. Zhao firmly asserted her claim over him. Meanwhile, the explosion on the screen was orchestrated by Iron Man and the Ironmonger. It was anticipated that Tony would publicly acknowledge his identity as Iron Man at the upcoming post-battle press conference, heralding the commencement of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. In a previous life, Gu Li might have invited a couple of friends to witness the spectacle with admiration. The romance of mechanized heroes certainly appealed to him. However, now that he had traversed into this narrative, particularly after the visit from the Ancient One, his thoughts were consumed by a singular desire: to survive until he could boldly declare, "Ha ha ha, I do not consume beef." Having languished as a sloth in his past existence, the newfound abilities he possessed rendered any further self-imposed constraints unnecessary. Yet, prudence dictated that he should still exercise caution, for he resided in the tumultuous land of America. Were it not for the system stipulation that he could only learn from characters within the Marvel storyline, he would not have to endure his current predicament. He recalled the character Fan Xiaopeng from Daming Lake, who also made an appearance in Iron Man. He would have to inquire with Soundwave about that. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Gu Li's mind. With Ironmonger recently deceased, it could present an opportunity to investigate this old fellow's assets, as he was one of the shareholders of Stark Industries. Surely, he must have accumulated considerable wealth. After lulling Zhao Hailuan to sleep, Gu Li, accompanied by his small companion, descended into the basement. The villa awarded by the system boasted a basement of approximately 200 square meters, where the mechanical dog and its numerous minions frolicked. Little companion, conduct some research and acquire Ironmonger's assets. This time, let us open a virtual account, Gu Li instructed. Ironmonger was undoubtedly wealthier than Kingpin. However, such a substantial sum being transferred would likely attract scrutiny. The previous transaction involving Kingpin had been conducted under the family trust of Gu Li's foster parents. It remained a mystery where the couple had disappeared to. They had been missing for nearly a decade. Now, Gu Li could finally purchase the adjacent building and bring Sky over, especially since Zhao Hailuan had already forgiven him. His actions could hardly be deemed unscrupulous, to articulate it with high emotional intelligence. For the fate of humanity, for half of the universe's beings, I, the unparalleled General Gu Li, am willing to brave mountains of blades and seas of fire. In simpler terms, he might confess, I am merely tempted by her allure. Most importantly, Sky had just turned 18. If all went according to plan, he would soon possess a primary method of group offense, whether through the serum or Spider-Man's superhuman strength, both solely enhancing the physical form. As for the cards of destiny, they tend to be rather extravagant. Sky's future superpower, Shockwave, can be likened, in layman's terms, to Whitebeard's tremor fruit. Through the vibration and distortion of objects, she can achieve the effects of destruction or manipulation. However, her abilities do not stem from the X gene, indicating that she is not a mutant. Rather, she is half-inhuman. In simpler terms, mutants and the Eternals were created by the Celestials based on ancient humanity, while the Inhumans were birthed by the Kree. I almost forgot that there exists a celestial infant within the Earth. Gu Li chuckled bitterly. Viewed in this light, the Family Planning Office Director's plan to obliterate half of the universe's life might have some correlation with the celestial infant residing within the Earth. The Marvel Universe is not solely plagued by America's tribulations. The very Earth beneath our feet is equally fraught with peril. The Chitauri seek to invade Earth. Dormammu desires to conquer it, and the Devourer longs to consume it. A fleeting image of the purple-robed woman who transformed that night flashed across Gu Li's mind, and he suddenly thought of another woman. Circe, an Eternal who has lived on Earth for 7,000 years. She should currently be working at the London Museum. Gu Li lit a cigarette, contemplating whether he should make a trip to London to purchase a property. Subsequently, he could become acquainted with that ageless woman and see if she might impart her wisdom upon him for a few days. After all, Circe's former lover is none other than Ikaris, the most formidable member of the Earth's eternal team. This fellow, aside from lacking the ability to gain strength from sunlight, possesses an array of superpowers that closely resemble those of Superman. Soaring through the cosmos, emitting laser beams from his eyes. He is, in essence, a replica of Superman. As for who is stronger, that is a matter of perspective. Master, the funds have been secured. Impressive. Ghoulie affectionately petted the head of the little chaotic creature, finding the tactile experience satisfactory. However, he soon discerned a troubling issue. The little one's physique appeared somewhat fragile. This was not the case solely for the chaotic creature. Both Drift and Soundwave exhibited similar vulnerabilities. After all, in the realm of the Transformers films, even firearms at such technological levels could shatter their mechanical forms. What then of the current Marvel universe? This realization was one of the reasons Ghoulie remained steadfast in his cautious approach. He believed that Drift and Soundwave would struggle against Tony Stark's Mark armor. It is worth noting that the Mark armor withstood a tank shell in Afghanistan without significant consequence. Aside from being shot down, the physical resilience of Drift and Soundwave evidently falls short of that standard, not to mention the frail little creature, which could be cleaved in two by a chainsaw. What should be done? Ghoulie fell into deep contemplation. Drift, the Transformers, Soundwave hovering over Earth, and the mechanical canine of the cassette army constitute his few subordinates. Should he perhaps assign them to auxiliary roles? Specifically, to gather intelligence, generate income, and serve as transportation tools would not be an unfeasible notion. Ghoulie murmured softly, if only their bodies could be transformed into vibranium. The strength of vibranium would be sufficient to render them competent warriors, rather than mere support. Suddenly, Ghoulie's eyes sparkled with excitement as he retrieved the vibranium shield and the enormous regeneration cradle from the system space. To his astonishment, was the regeneration cradle truly this large? Since acquiring this peculiar item, he had never witnessed its true form until now, and the sight left him momentarily bewildered. This rather unusual regeneration cradle occupied almost half of the basement space. Ghoulie even had the strange sensation that the interior of the cradle could comfortably accommodate 2 drift units. Could it be, dear brother Tongzi, that the regeneration cradle was indeed intended for Transformers? Upon seeing the system's urgent flash of green light, Ghoulie's face broke into a radiant smile. Little misunderstanding. Let me first give this vibranium shield a try for you. Chapter 14. Journey to London following the operational guidelines of the Rebirth Cradle. Ghoulie meticulously placed the vibranium shield and the small mischief in their designated positions. The moment the power was activated, the dazzling lights of New York City were abruptly extinguished, plunging it into darkness, though this obscurity lasted no more than 2.5 minutes. Perhaps it was due to the diminutive size of mischief and the relatively modest dimensions of the vibranium shield. Curiously, the entire city of New York experienced a blackout, yet the basement of Ghoulie's quaint villa remained brilliantly illuminated. The Rebirth Cradle, radiating a brilliant blue glow, slowly opened, and the mechanically gleaming mischief joyfully leapt out. In that moment, it felt invincible, affirming that following its master was the wisest choice it had ever made. Observing the spirited demeanor of mischief, the mechanical dog and bird nuzzled Ghoulie's arm. Looking at his affectionate companions, Ghoulie sighed, I know, but we must wait a while. As for vibranium, I have none left. It seemed imperative to make a trip to Wakanda, he pondered. Purchasing it was out of the question. At 10,000 per gram, it was far beyond his modest means. Moreover, those funds were earmarked for future enhancements of his abilities and could not be squandered on vibranium. Thus, the only option left was to venture to Wakanda for a zero-cost acquisition. In cinematic lore, vibranium originated from a meteorite that fell to Earth a millennium ago, landing in 2 primary locations, Antarctica and the ancestral home of the Black Panther, Wakanda. Perhaps a journey to Antarctica with his canine companion would suffice. If vibranium could be found there, a trip to Wakanda would be unnecessary. Ghoulie absent-mindedly patted the dog's head, contemplating that a zero-cost trip to Wakanda might attract unwanted attention, given that the technology in that realm was the most advanced on Earth, likely leading to an unavoidable confrontation. Therefore, Antarctica it would be. As for metals more formidable than vibranium, there was the URU metal from Asgard, and the purple potato spirits blade was also quite impressive. Ghoulie exhaled a heavy sigh, reflecting on his own inadequacies. He was still too weak, unable to even leave Earth, let alone explore the cosmos. After storing the rebirth cradle in his system space, Ghoulie picked up the mobile phone transformed from Mischief and booked a flight ticket to London. What if he succeeded? After all, that could mean encountering Ikari's girlfriend, a formidable member of the Eternals. According to the system's tendencies, the rewards, be they items or superpowers, would likely pertain to those he was meant to teach. With sufficient attempts, perhaps fortune would smile upon him, granting him various superpowers of the Eternals. Upon returning to his room, Ghoulie cradled Zhao Hailuan and drifted into slumber. Though possessing a 50-50 serum, a sleepless night had little physical impact on him. However, it weighed heavily on his psyche, leaving him feeling inexplicably unwell. The next morning, after bidding farewell to Zhao Hailuan, Ghoulie hailed a taxi to New York Airport. This spontaneous journey was a dream unfulfilled in his past life. If viewed from this perspective, his journey through time appears rather fortunate. At the very least, he possesses a car and a house. Upon this realization, Ghoulie could not help but laugh aloud. The trip to London was a spontaneous decision, as he had not previously harbored any plans for such a journey. At the Stark press conference, Tony had just declared, "I am Iron Man," when, with a buzz, all the journalists present, save for the blonde bombshell who had shared a night with Tony, rose to their feet. The incessant clicking of cameras filled the air, and microphones seemed eager to invade the man's space. Tony intended to elaborate further, but was abruptly interrupted by Jarvis's voice. "Sir, Mr. Gu has just boarded his flight to London." Motivated by the mechanical canine, Tony had recently devoted all his energy to the development of the Mark armor. He instructed Jarvis to keep a close watch on Ghoulie's movements, confident in his ability to prove that the Mark armor surpassed the mechanical dog in prowess. The previous night's clash with Stan had showcased the Mark armor to the public, culminating in the current press conference. Tony turned away from the event, driven by a desire to discover what the enigmatic man was up to in London. Truthfully, he himself was uncertain about the motivation behind his actions. Perhaps it was a mutual recognition between two geniuses? He had always believed that the mechanical dog was a creation of Ghoulie, aware of his journey to London. Natasha, too, had only come to realize this later, having gleaned information indirectly from Sky and May. After months of working as a dishwasher, Natasha was on the brink of emotional collapse. On one hand, she was overwhelmed with her busy job. On the other, she found herself mired in self-doubt. The root of her turmoil lay in her futile attempts to draw closer to her target. Ghoulie Natasha considered herself reasonably attractive, yet despite her overt hints, he remained utterly indifferent. She even entertained the thought that Ghoulie might not be fond of women, only to swiftly dismiss it. Recently, she had witnessed him being caught in the act by his girlfriend while he was flirting. But why was that? Natasha was puzzled. After all, she was the Black Widow. Why did he express no interest in her whatsoever? Seizing the opportunity while out shopping, Natasha prepared to report Ghoulie's journey to London. Fury was taken aback by the news. Since the undercover operation commenced, Natasha had not proactively reported in quite some time. The target had left New York? To London, what could he possibly be doing there? The reasons remained unknown. Fury, I think this time, I may have failed the mission, Natasha admitted, her confidence waning. In her career as a spy, she had never experienced such uncertainty. Very well, I understand, Nick Fury replied before slowly rising from his seat. He needed to prepare early to cultivate an air of mystery for his impending meeting with Iron Man. Meanwhile, in the Sanctum Sanctorum of New York, the Ancient One opened her eyes as the green glow of the time stone gradually faded from her chest. She had recently attempted several times to, yet, she remained unable to discern the future of Ghoulie, a predicament that had never before transpired in her extensive existence. This little one, shrouded in uncertainty about the future, could you be the variable? Through the mundane connections of the New York Sanctum, Ancient One also delved into Ghoulie's life. Steady, this little one had always been composed since the onset of schooling, with grades consistently average and a disinclination for the limelight. In every regard, he appeared to be an ordinary individual. Had it not been for that fateful night when she encountered the mechanical dog, Ancient One would have never taken notice of Ghoulie. Since that incident, she had remained in New York Sanctum, observing, until recently when she finally uncovered the truth. the dark magic utilized by that little one in a brief span derived from the ominous essence of Dormammu. However, this was precisely the aspect that perplexed Ancient One. The last time she beheld Ghoulie, he bore no trace of magical aura whatsoever. Under her very gaze, Ghoulie had forged a pact with Dormammu, unbeknownst to her, and the magic he wielded was of a nature she had never before encountered. Perhaps a visit to the London Sanctum would offer further clarity. Chapter 15. Reshaping Molecules. London, a city adorned with numerous epithets, is most famously known as the Fog City. This designation arises from two primary factors. Firstly, its geographical location. London lies in the southeastern part of England, nestled within a basin along the banks of the Thames River. During the autumn and winter months, the air circulation within this basin is insufficient, leading to the formation of dense fog. Secondly, since the early 20th century, the majority of households in London have relied on coal as their primary fuel source, resulting in substantial smoke emissions. This smoke, when combined with London's climatic conditions, gives rise to the infamous London fog. Upon departing from the airport, Ghoulie initially intended to visit a nearby brokerage to begin his search for a residence. After all, he had recently experienced a stroke of fortune through Iron Tyrant. However, the pervasive fog in the air caused him to hesitate. The constraints of the system dictated that in order to earn greater rewards, he must seek guidance from more narrative characters. Most of these characters from the Marvel Universe reside in America, with the exception of his target for this trip, the Eternal Cersei. To understand the origins of the Eternals on Earth, one must journey back to 5000 BCE, when the celestial judge Erishem selected 10 superpowered Eternals and dispatched them to Earth to fend off the deviants. For millennia, the Eternals have safeguarded humanity against the incursions of the deviants. Following the annihilation of the last group of deviants in 1521, a schism arose among the Eternals regarding the continuation of their protection of humanity. Ultimately, the 10-member team decided to part ways and await the summons of the celestial judge. 5 centuries ago, after parting ways with her former lover Ikaris, Cersei resided in London with one of the team members, the Water Sprite. The deviants, much like the Eternals, are intelligent beings created by the Celestials. Initially, the Celestials introduced the deviants to Earth to nurture the celestial offspring within its core, as the growth of these Celestials required vast amounts of energy from intelligent life forms. At that time, humanity had not yet ascended to the pinnacle of the food chain. To ensure the proliferation of humanity, the first batch of deviants assumed the role of guardians, tasked with eliminating predators that fed on humans. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred, and the deviants, originally intended to protect humanity, transformed into new predators that preyed upon them. This forms the backdrop of the conflict between the Eternals and deviants within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. The narrative concerning the 10-member team of Eternals unfolds after the conclusion of the climactic battle in Avengers Endgame. Yet, in a mere 2.5-hour film, it felt as though little was conveyed, an abysmal failure of storytelling. Returning to London, Ghoulie approached the museum with a sense of serendipity. As for the myriad culinary delights lining the streets, he decided to forgo them. After all, there is a saying that the top 10 restaurants in London are all French. His intended target, Cersei, possesses the extraordinary ability to reshape the molecular structure of objects. To put it simply, her power resembles the mythical ability to turn stone into gold, akin to that of the Reality Stone. In the film, Cersei transforms a speeding truck into a flurry of rose petals. One word, beauty, a breathtaking superpower. Regrettably, to acquire this extraordinary ability, he must beseech Cersei for guidance, perhaps on one or several occasions, to have any chance of obtaining her prowess. Although Ghoulie possesses a visage akin to that of the esteemed readers, he is still referred to as the most handsome man in New York. Yet, he harbors a sliver of self-doubt, given that she is a woman who has lived for over 7,000 years. Who can say what peculiar taste she may have cultivated over such an extensive timeline? At the entrance of the museum, Ghoulie clenched his fists and took a deep breath. A woman 3,000 times more beautiful than the celestial beings. Come on, old Goo. The Natural History Museum of London officially opened its doors in 1881, housing an impressive collection of 75 million specimens of flora, fauna, and fossils, making it the largest natural history museum in Europe. Ghoulie wandered through the museum like an ordinary visitor for half the day, until he suddenly remembered upon seeing a man on the phone that he seemed to have been mistaken. Circe did not work at the museum. The man in question was Dane Whitman, an employee of the museum, who was currently pursuing Circe. A rival, indeed. How brazen of him to take advantage of her husband's absence to encroach upon another's territory. From the snippets of conversation that Ghoulie overheard, it appeared that Dane had not yet succeeded in his endeavors. Perhaps the long-lived Circe was presently in a state of emotional seclusion? Fortunately, Ghoulie had eavesdropped on the location where the two had arranged to meet that evening. He quietly positioned himself behind Dane, feigning interest in the exhibits before him. Why not stage a cliché chance encounter, a heroic rescue of the damsel in distress? Since the visit from the Ancient One, Ghoulie had remained in a state of heightened tension and anxiety for an extended period. He yearned to gain more power to confront the inevitable threats that lay ahead. With his current abilities, evading the impending conflict in New York would undoubtedly be feasible. However, he could not continue to hide, especially since he was bound to a system. Over the years, he had brought considerable disgrace upon the predecessors of traversers. Consider how those predecessors began their journeys as invincible beings, effortlessly completing tasks and acquiring powers like the Phoenix Force and Kryptonian strength. Even those predecessors steadily ascended to the pinnacle of strength from a young age. And what of him? Merely absorbing cultural knowledge. Who was the fool that devised such a nonsensical system? In previous years, he had been oblivious, wholly focused on excelling in school. It wasn't until his freshman year that he realized the knowledge he had actively sought was futile. Rewards could only be obtained through the guidance of others. Moreover, there were specific constraints. The mentor must be a narrative character. Narrative characters, neither plentiful nor scarce, were inaccessible to an ordinary person like himself. He had only encountered Sharon Carter by mere fortune. Without a decade of folly, he could never have conceived such a ludicrous system. Hello, do you need me to introduce myself? Ghoulie, regaining his composure, nodded toward the mustached Dane. The exhibit before you hails from. An entire afternoon was spent with Dane leading the keenly interested Ghoulie through the museum, explaining each artifact in meticulous detail. Dane felt as though his throat might catch fire. Yet he could hardly resist, for Ghoulie's passion for natural history, a student from New York University, was infectious. He diligently elucidated the provenance of every exhibit until twilight descended. Thank you, Dane. Now I can finally return to writing my thesis. Shall we grab a bite to eat? Ghoulie suggested, his earnest gaze prompting a slight pang of guilt in Dane. Apologies, Goo. I happen to have prior engagements this evening. Would tomorrow suffice? I shall introduce you to the culinary delights of London. Had it not been for his long-standing appointment with Circe, Dane would have certainly accepted Ghoulie's invitation without hesitation. Merely because Ghoulie was exceptionally handsome, and they shared a mutual fascination for natural history. Sounds great, they exchanged contact information, parting with a sense of camaraderie. As Dane drove away, a subtle smile graced Ghoulie's lips. Brother, I shall follow your lead. Once, or perhaps 5 times. Chapter 16. Oi. Hey. Goo, over here. Following the direction of the voice, Ghoulie glanced across the restaurant and spotted the bespectacled Dane enthusiastically waving at him. He hurriedly approached, feigning a slight bewilderment. Dane, what a coincidence. In truth, he was uncertain whether he had been observed while lingering near the restaurant moments before. Regardless, as long as he maintained his composure, any awkwardness would fall upon others. Delighted by the serendipitous encounter, Dane introduced Ghoulie with exuberance. Goo, this is Circe, my friend. Circe, this is Goo, who just arrived from New York. While Dane was warm and inviting, his hospitality unexpectedly sparked a fleeting sense of guilt within Ghoulie. Yet, this feeling dissipated almost immediately, overwhelmed by his fervent desire for self-improvement. Hello, Ghoulie greeted in Chinese. Hello, Circe replied, equally in Chinese. Dane felt an uncanny bond between himself and Ghoulie, as they had just met in the afternoon and were now reunited once more in the evening. Let's sit together, Goo. Perhaps due to Ghoulie's abrupt inclusion, Circe seemed a tad uneasy, quietly listening as Dane and Ghoulie delved into discussions about ancient architecture. Although she had first-hand experience with these constructions, from the exalted perspective of the Eternals, the current scenario held a unique amusement. The Stonehenge hints at the celestial alignment of 9 stars at that time, doesn't it? Gu, I never imagined you shared this belief. Gu certainly did. As the Marvel Cinematic Universe posits that approximately 5,000 years ago, celestial bodies converged, connecting the 9 realms on the world tree, prompting humanity to erect Stonehenge according to this astronomical phenomenon. After a moment of reflection, Dane lamented, "My previous paper touched upon aspects of Norse mythology, but my advisor deemed it mere fabrication. Perhaps your advisor has a stronger faith in science," Gu mused. In his view, the Norse gods within the Marvel universe were, at best, merely powerful extraterrestrial beings. Calculating the timeline, it seemed that a certain Brazilian beauty, the formidable Thor, would soon make her entrance. Time was of the essence. The dinner concluded in a delightful atmosphere, and the trio strolled along the streets of London. However, a short distance away, several shadowy figures suddenly emerged, surrounding them. Upon spotting Gu, an Italian mobster, clad in sunglasses, stammered at the trio. Hand over your valuables, IQ cards. Tell me the passwords." Upon hearing this, Gu felt a pang of regret. The mobsters he had carelessly encountered before the restaurant appeared to possess rather peculiar thought processes. Noticing the situation, Dane swiftly shielded Cersei behind him. The gentle Cersei glanced around, confirming the absence of bystanders, and was poised to take action. Just then, a cheeky voice echoed from above. "Hey there, dear Gu. It seems you're in a bit of trouble." A few individuals looked up, their gaze drawn to the descending figure clad in the Mark III armor, Tony Stark. The mobsters were momentarily bewildered. Their boss had never mentioned such an encounter. Having already accepted payment, they pondered how to proceed. To meet their violent employer's expectations, they had recently scoured the internet for videos of robberies in the East. Yet, with Iron Man's sudden arrival, their plans for the heist seemed futile. Gu was equally perplexed, genuinely unaware of why Tony had appeared on the streets of London. At this moment Tony should have been home, confronting the long-awaited boiled egg. Upon seeing the armored suit, Gu inwardly cursed. This was a disaster. Originally, he had hired several mobsters to stage a robbery, intending for Gu to heroically step in to rescue a damsel in distress. While a trite scenario, it was at least expected to yield some effect. The primary motivation, however, stemmed from his psychological aversion to seeking help through books. Memories of Sharon Carter's resolute departure haunted him, leaving an ache in his heart. His current relationship with Zhao Hailuan was built on his audacity, bolstered by a serum that enhanced his physique, while his bond with Mei was founded on years of acquaintance. Reflecting on this, he lamented the waste of his reader's visage. What did it matter to be the most handsome in New York if he resorted to such cliché approaches? Moreover, he had been impulsively spurred on by Master Gu, eager to rush forward with his book in hand. After acquiring his powers, he could contemplate matters of the heart. Or perhaps he was simply averse to emotional entanglements, yearning solely for superhuman abilities. The mobsters arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. As they left, the small-time leader raised an eyebrow at Gu, as if to say, "Although we did not succeed, the money is non-refundable." Gu, feeling a wave of emotion, placed a hand on his forehead, reflecting on their sense of professional integrity despite the earlier thrashing he had administered. He should have gone easier on them. Dane, sporting a similar mustache to Tony S., grasped his hand with heartfelt gratitude. "Mr. Stark, thank you so much. Just moments ago." He had nearly embarrassed himself in front of the person he admired and his new friend. Thus, his appreciation for Tony was genuine. Tony shrugged, casting an innocent glance at Gu. "Your friend?" Gu nodded. "Yes, my friend. What brings you here?" Their exchange flowed effortlessly, akin to long-time acquaintances. Tony patted Dane's shoulder, discreetly glancing at the dark-haired lady beside him, a flicker of understanding illuminating his eyes. No wonder he had come to London. It was for a lady. Cersei did not precisely align with Tony's aesthetic preferences. He favored blonde, long-legged beauties. Contemplating Guli's current girlfriend, Zhao Hailuan, Tony believed he had uncovered the truth. Was it a shared heritage that drew him? I just happen to own a manor in London. Shall we grab a drink?" Tony intended to play the role of a facilitator. Gu nodded, feeling rather melancholic and desiring a drink, as he believed that this time, Cersei's superpowers were unlikely to manifest. Dane also concurred. On one hand, he had recently made a new friend in Gu Li, with whom he shared common interests. On the other hand, the influence of Stark Industries was substantial, and befriending Tony could benefit his family's business. Only Cersei glanced at her watch, expressing concern. "My sister is home alone, and I feel uneasy." "No worries, I shall fetch her," Tony replied, demonstrating rare seriousness, determined to assist. Thus, the four of them arrived at Tony's estate in London. The water sprite, referred to by Cersei as her sister, was also a member of the Eternal Clan's 10-person team. For various reasons, she had retained the appearance of a child for millennia. Lacking companions, she quickly bonded with Tony. "Gu, you are the most handsome person I have seen in years," the water sprite remarked, gazing at Gu Li. "Little girl, what do you know? Beauty without substance is futile," Tony retorted playfully. Dane, sporting a small mustache, wholeheartedly agreed. He had only just noticed that the two women, one tall and one small, often cast their glances towards Gu Li. Dane considered himself reasonably attractive, yet he felt overshadowed in comparison. Gu Li's facial features were distinct, akin to the masterpiece of a sculptor, with every line perfectly formed. His eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, captivating those around him. With a tall and well-proportioned physique, he exuded an irresistible charm. In response to the compliments from the group, Gu Li smiled modestly. "In my hometown, there are still 1.3 billion others as handsome as I." Chapter 17. The True Superpower in the Deep of Night at Stark Manor in London. Gu Li sat quietly in the courtyard, observing the inebriated antics of Tony and the water spirit. Their drunken demeanor and nonsensical utterances were truly grotesque, nearly unbearable to witness. In truth, he had long abandoned any hope of learning to read under Cersei's tutelage. He had come merely to indulge in a drink, yet unexpectedly, he found himself successful in an inexplicable manner. A few hours prior, Dane had abruptly received a phone call and departed, seemingly to address a family matter, leaving Tony, the water spirit, Gu Li, and Cersei to drink together in the courtyard. Perhaps it was due to the effects of the counterfeit liquor that Gu Li wandered unwittingly into the wrong room. Under Cersei's wary and perplexed gaze, he retrieved a comprehensive explanation of ancient Egyptian script from his pocket. After an extensive exposition, Cersei, in a state of dazed comprehension, began to elucidate the intricacies of ancient Egyptian writing. Having lived for over 7,000 years, she possessed considerable familiarity with ancient scripts of Earth. After several hours of study, the system notification chimed in. "Under the guidance of the character Cersei, your cultural level has progressed. Reward: molecular restructuring ability." Molecular restructuring. By rearranging and recombining molecules, one can transform matter into any other substance. Goodness gracious, this is the epitome of superpower. Reflecting on his past life, he recalled the superhumans of the Marvel Cinematic Universe who opted for close combat. Such a pedestrian choice. How absurd. A ranged mage attempting to assume the guise of a berserker. Does one presume that everyone is Gandalf? Regarding the restructuring of molecular structures, Gu Li felt he could indulge in this for a lifetime, perhaps even to the point of artistry. Seizing the moment while no one was paying attention, he hastily retreated to the restroom to experiment with his newly acquired superpower. Initially believing that his plan to play the hero had been thwarted by that crafty Tony, he had resigned himself to despair. Little did he realize, he had underestimated the allure of being the most handsome in New York. Truly, his striking visage was akin to that of the reader's ideal. What could a 7,000-year-old Eternal possibly do against such charm? Observing as the tap water in his palm gradually transformed into a block of gold, Gu Li felt an overwhelming thrill, immensely exhilarating. Indeed, the ability to turn water into gold. Henceforth, financial worries would be a thing of the past. How utterly magnificent! The various items in the restroom soon suffered the consequences. Toothpaste morphed into a rose, the mirror transformed into a watercolor painting, and the toilet became a ceramic statue of Tony. After a full hour and a half of play, Gu Li's eyes sparkled with delight. Was this not astonishing? He wholeheartedly acknowledged that molecular restructuring was undoubtedly the coolest superpower ever conceived, without exception. How had he not recognized the utility of Cersei's superpower earlier? Had he known it was this remarkable, he would have dashed over without hesitation. The most crucial aspect was that this ability appeared to have no cooldown and seemingly consumed no energy, akin to a conceptual rule. The sole drawback, if one could call it that, was the necessity of physical contact with the object. Were it possible to restructure the internal molecular structure without direct contact, it would be nothing short of perfection. Suddenly, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Ghouli's eyes. Indeed, there was something. The chaotic magic and the reality gem were two entities that could alter circumstances without any physical contact. It was time to take action. Regaining his composure, Ghoulie hastily sat beside the inebriated water spirit and pulled out a book titled A Comprehensive Explanation of Ancient Babylonian Script. "Sister, could you assist me in deciphering these?" Ghoulie said with palpable excitement. That night held the potential for a cultural level of 2. And sure enough, not long after, the system notification chimed once more. Under the guidance of the water spirit, a character within the narrative, your cultural level 1. Acquired superpower, invisibility. Invisibility was one of the superpowers possessed by the water spirit from the Eternal Clan's 10-member team. Her other ability was the creation of illusions. Ghoulie realized that this confounded system was capable of fragmenting powers to the smallest degree. Even Spider-Man's abilities had been divided into several components. Having been with May for almost a year, Ghoulie had yet to gather all of Spider-Man's powers. This bore a striking resemblance to a certain penguin from a previous life. To be precise, it was marginally superior to the unscrupulous penguin. After all, the system merely fragmented powers without creating any superpower shards. However, the ability of invisibility was not as useful as he had imagined. In a world devoid of superpowered individuals, it might be highly effective, perhaps for peeking at someone bathing. Yet, in a universe teeming with superhumans like Marvel, invisibility seemed rather out of place. Meanwhile, in London, the Ancient One wore an expression of exasperation. She could never have anticipated that Ghoulie's visit to London was merely for the purpose of finding a girlfriend. Were the youth of today really so frivolous? Frustrated, the Ancient One conjured a teleportation circle, thinking to herself that this boy was utterly unambitious. There was no need for her to continue monitoring him. However, as she stepped into the teleportation circle, she remained utterly perplexed. How had Dormammu's taste in candidates suddenly deteriorated? In this day and age, could it be that the dark dimension was also experiencing a downturn? Similarly baffled was Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., situated far away in New York. The air of mystery he had meticulously crafted hours in advance had turned out to be entirely futile. He had not even awaited Iron Man's arrival. After the press conference concluded, Tony, that rascal, had followed Ghoulie and departed New York without a second thought. Unbeknownst to Fury, he sat alone in Tony's seaside villa all night, waiting in vain for Tony. Had that scoundrel Stark gone off to chase women? This corresponds to the post-credit scene of Iron Man 1, where Tony returns home to find the waiting egg. The egg indeed had some words for Tony, who was indeed with a woman. However, the woman was far too young and not his type, resembling a child of around 10 years old. A water spirit from the Eternal Clan, eternally youthful, who yearned for love, particularly harboring inexplicable feelings for Ikaris. She lived with Cersei, holding on to a hope that she might catch a glimpse of Ikaris at any moment. Little did she know that Ikaris had been gone for a full 500 years, leaving no trace behind. The reason for Tony and I to sit in the courtyard, indulging in drink, was a wager regarding the extent of Ghoulie's study endurance. In the end, both of us emerged as losers. The water sprite believed that a typical person could study for a maximum of 2.5 hours. Although Ghoulie possessed an extraordinary beauty, the most exquisite man she had ever encountered in her lengthy existence, her prediction proved erroneous. As for Tony, based on his investigations into Ghoulie, it was evident that this fellow frequently skipped classes and harbored little affection for studying. Hence, he too faced defeat. Initially, Tony had advised the young water sprite against drinking, citing her age as a reason to abstain. However, upon hearing the words young girl and age, the water sprite seemed to undergo a transformation, insisting on a drinking contest with Tony. Thus, they found themselves in their current state, having spent the entire night drinking. The two of them, now nursing hangovers, leaned against each other in the courtyard. Little girl, wait. I shall craft you a small mark armor. Tony chuckled foolishly, intoxicated. He had risked everything to assist Ghoulie, even going so far as to let Jarvis mislead the mustachioed Dane. That iron lump, useless as it is, was shattered effortlessly by Gilgamesh with a single blow. Tony forcefully slammed his glass down on the table, letting out a belch. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Mark III can withstand a tank shell without a scratch. How could it be so easily destroyed? Is that Gilgamesh some sort of mighty brute? Chapter 18. The Antarctic resonance Circe departed from Tony's estate, accompanied by the water sprite, as if the previous night had merely been a release of her pent-up emotions, restrained for 5 centuries. Meanwhile, the water sprite exchanged playful glances with Ghoulie, even trading contact information. Handsome, we shall visit you in New York, she chirped. Ghoulie gestured an okay sign, watching the pair depart. Goo, you are worse than I am, Tony remarked, groggily patting Ghoulie's shoulder, candidly critiquing him. Now, tell me, what brings you to London? Tony's unexpected arrival in London certainly hinted at some ulterior motive. He couldn't recall any such narrative unfolding after the press conference concluded. Hey, Goo, do you have a mechanical dog that goes bayou bayou bayou? Tony inquired. Are you spying on me?
Guam li raturta.
Tony quickly waved his hands. No, no, no. You've forgotten. The dog is one I brought back from Afghanistan to New York. Reflecting on his earlier confusion, Ghoulie nodded in understanding. No wonder he had found it odd that the dog had journeyed from Afghanistan to New York, arriving almost simultaneously with Tony, who had traveled via private jet. Tony, that creature is, to be precise, an extraterrestrial being, not a product of earthly technology. Tony widened his eyes in astonishment. Aliens? He exclaimed, glancing at Ghoulie with a puzzled expression. Yes, aliens. Hear us the plan. Take me to the outskirts first, and then we shall venture to Antarctica. Very well, Tony Stark replied, grasping Ghoulie's hand as they soared into the sky, gliding through the atmosphere. Feeling the rush of wind beside him, Ghoulie hesitated momentarily before inquiring, what if you need to use the restroom after wearing your armor all night? Tony responded, well, that joke isn't particularly amusing. The sensation of flying through the air was indeed exhilarating. Every human harbors dreams of soaring through the skies. Unfortunately, among the myriad superpowers Ghoulie had acquired, none bestowed upon him the ability to fly freely. In the cinematic universe, the female superheroes capable of independent flight without external assistance include the Supreme Sorceress, Ancient One, Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, Scarlet Witch, Wanda, Goddess of Death, Hela, Phoenix, Jean Grey, and Darkhold Witch, Agatha Harkness. First to be eliminated was Phoenix, as Ghoulie's world lacked mutants. Next was Ancient One, who did not meet his aesthetic preferences, much like Agatha Harkness and others of her ilk. Currently, Carol was not on Earth, and Hela was imprisoned deep within Asgard. The only candidate left to grant him the ability to fly was Wanda, who presently resided at the Hydra base in Eastern Europe. With a thud, the Mark suit landed, and Tony, perplexed, glanced at the enigmatic man beside him. What are we doing here? Ghoulie looked up at the sky and jested. I'm here to introduce you to some aliens. A sound wave, lingering in the depths of outer space, heeded Ghoulie's command and, like a shooting star, plunged into the atmosphere. Due to the friction, a long fiery tail ignited around it. As Tony raised his gaze in the direction indicated by Ghoulie, he beheld a fiery streak descending from the heavens, aimed directly at the two of them. In an instant, the sudden falling object was detected by MI-13, an organization akin to SHIELD, in the Eagle Nation, dedicated to safeguarding against bizarre incidents involving mysterious extraterrestrial and superhuman threats. Its principal members include Blade and Captain Britain, among others. With a resounding thud, the sonic wave struck the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. According to the law of no harm with smoke, both Tony and Ghoulie emerged unscathed. As the sound wave had landed not far from them, the towering figure, standing at 6-7 meters, with a black and white chassis and crimson eyes, knelt respectfully on one leg and declared, Master Soundwave reporting. The sight before Tony ignited an intense fervor within his eyes. For a genius scientist like him, Nothing could be more exhilarating than the unknown entity that lay before him. With a series of mechanical sounds, the creature transformed into a Cybertronian stealth aircraft resembling the F-117 Nighthawk. Tony could not help but exclaim, "Wong Defa, this defies the laws of physics." Such absurdity consumed his thoughts. The astonishing spectacle that unfolded in merely 2 minutes left Tony in a state of exhilaration that took time to subside. He had believed that, with the Mark armor he and Ethan had crafted, he had reached the pinnacle of the world. Yet now, he realized there existed myriad wonders beyond his comprehension, such as this colossal being that had just morphed into a warplane. Ghoulie boarded the aircraft and turned to the bewildered Tony, asking, "Oi, bro, are you flying over or coming up?" As for the possibility of being detected by the Eagle Nation, Ghoulie had complete faith that Tony Stark would render any such concerns moot. The moment the Cybertronian stealth aircraft powered up, it vanished from MI-13's radar, just as Ghoulie had anticipated. MI-13 only detected Iron Man Tony Stark and a gigantic armored figure. During their journey to Antarctica, Tony refrained from incessantly questioning, instead exploring the aircraft with childlike wonder, as if he had stumbled upon a rare toy. "My dear Goo, is this what you refer to as an extraterrestrial? By the way, how do they achieve that transformation?" Ghoulie shrugged helplessly, responding, "I'm not sure. What are we going to do in Antarctica?" He pulled out his phone and gently tapped it, transforming it into a small, chaotic object. Tony's envious gaze conveyed his admiration. "That's so cool. I want one too." He approached and scanned the metal with the scanner on his Mark armor, perplexed as he remarked, "Vibranium? I recall similar alloys from my father's records, though the vibranium available in the market is quite scarce. In the future, a portion of the Stark Tower will be composed of vibranium, yet only someone of Tony's caliber, a true billionaire, could afford it at the staggering price of $10,000 per gram." Ghoulie nodded in agreement, stating that they would seek this metal in Antarctica. "Is it exceptionally hard?" "Indeed, it is remarkably so. One could assert that it ranks among the hardest materials on Earth. However, the vibranium found in Antarctica differs somewhat from that of Wakanda. The specifics of this distinction elude Ghoulie's memory. During their flight, Ghoulie suddenly realized that his mode of transportation needed an upgrade. At the very least, acquiring a magical tome to learn the art of teleportation would be preferable, as it would be swifter than their current method of air travel. Although the Quinjet is incredibly fast, it pales in comparison to the convenience of a teleportation portal. As the lengthy journey progressed, the two engaged in casual conversation about various topics. Finally, after traversing multiple seas, the Quinjet descended upon the icy expanse of Antarctica. With a resounding metallic roar, it transformed back into its combat form. "Quinjet, scan for nearby metal," Ghoulie commanded. The appearances of Antarctic vibranium in films are scant. He vaguely recalled its connection to adamantium, the metal that resides within Wolverine's very bones. After several hours of searching, the duo, accompanied by their mechanical companion, finally located their objective. "Goo," he called out, "it's right below us." Chapter 19, Anti-Metal Antarctica. Tony Stark glanced at the somewhat agitated Ghoulie and remarked, "Hey Goo, you seem a bit anxious." He could not fathom why the discovery of vibranium would elicit such fervor. At that moment, Ghoulie's expression appeared almost frenzied. The reminder from his companion caused Ghoulie to reflect deeply while standing on the glacier. Following Dr. Strange's recent visit, his mindset had undergone a subtle transformation. What exactly was he anxious about? Odin and Dr. Strange were still alive, and the imminent arrival of the Dark Elves was not a concern. He had ample time to prepare. Indeed, why was he in such a hurry? After a silent laugh, Ghoulie turned to Tony and expressed his gratitude. "Thanks. The target lies beneath the ice. I will proceed with the cutting." Tony stepped forward, preparing to activate his Mark suit. Ghoulie quickly interjected, "Allow me, I must experiment with my newfound abilities." He motioned for the others to step back, then half-squatted and placed his hands flat against the Antarctic ice. Under Tony's watchful gaze, the solid ice instantaneously transformed into swirling white petals. "Wow!" Ghoulie exclaimed, only to find himself plummeting through an ice hole. A thunderous sound echoed from below. As he descended, Ghoulie realized that he needed to utilize his powers more frequently. Otherwise, such missteps in battle could prove fatal. As the Mark suit gently descended, A voice inquired, "Goo, was that magic?" Before him, Ghoulie remained an enigma, continually reshaping Tony's understanding. Moments ago, the unyielding ice had morphed into delicate white petals, a scene that defied logic. I suppose it could be termed magic. I will explain later. For now, let us examine the vibranium. Nodding in agreement, Tony donned his Mark suit and casually picked up a piece of vibranium ore. Suddenly, a shocking transformation occurred. At the instant Tony made contact with the vibranium, his Mark suit began to dissolve as if it were melting ice. Ghoulie quickly grasped Tony's arm, instantly transforming one of the suit's mechanical limbs into fluttering snowflakes. Tony, shaken, gazed at the now lost arm of his suit. "Goo, can this mineral really melt metal? It's utterly devastating for me." The recent turn of events reminded Ghoulie of the differences between Antarctic vibranium and Wakandan vibranium. The Antarctic variant, known as antimetal, differed from its Wakandan counterpart in that it did not absorb vibrational waves. Instead, it emitted a vibrational field that weakened the atomic and molecular bonds of surrounding metals, causing nearby solid metals to liquefy. A small piece of Antarctic vibranium could transform any metal into a liquid state or something akin to it. Due to this property, Antarctic vibranium was often utilized as a catalyst. The true Edmond alloy seemed to be a fusion of steel, Antarctic vibranium, Wakandan vibranium, and other metals in precise proportions. "Tony, please stand back. This device is exceedingly unstable. If we are not careful, we might inadvertently melt the arc reactor nestled in Tony's chest." Ghoulie shuddered at the thought of a Marvel Cinematic Universe devoid of Tony. Before them, the undulating veins of or were scattered with variously shaped minerals, seemingly enveloped by a peculiar force field that barred the presence of other metals. Gazing at the substantial mineral deposits, Ghoulie pondered the proper utilization of Antarctic vibranium. Currently, he lacked the formula for true adamantium and was not an expert in the relevant fields. This posed a considerable challenge. Fortunately, the sound waves had not descended. Otherwise, his limited subordinates would likely have been incinerated. It is worth noting that the entirety of Transformers, apart from the Allspark, is composed of metal. Antarctic vibranium acts as a nemesis to all metals, forbidding any solid metallic existence in its vicinity, a veritable tyrant of the metal realm. Yet, when employed as a catalyst, it can amalgamate with other metals to forge the indomitable adamantium. Contemplating the formidable Wolverine, a surge of fervor ignited within Ghoulie. If he could transform the bodies of his numerous Transformers' subordinates into adamantium, it would undoubtedly result in an extraordinary force. Regrettably, he did not possess the formula for adamantium. Given the properties of this substance to dissolve metals, Goo, do you have any means to extract it? The two fell into deep contemplation. The nature of this material already dictated that metallic drill bits would be ineffective. In fact, any mining machinery that approached would likely be rendered inoperative. "Tony, how about we first transport the scattered ore back with us? Once you've conducted your research, we can return to attempt extraction." Upon hearing Ghoulie's suggestion, Tony posed another question that lingered in his mind. How do we transport it back? They had arrived aboard a fighter jet, entirely unprepared with any storage or collection tools. "You need not worry about that. Go wait for me above." Ghoulie tossed the Mark armor upward with ease. After all, he was a man with extraordinary advantages. With the existence of a system space, collecting some scattered or posed little challenge. After gathering all the vibranium or near the veins, Ghoulie crouched on the ice, extending his hands to gently touch the resilient ice layer. Like magic, a series of spiraling steps materialized at his touch. Observing the ethereal sight before him, Ghoulie sighed, wishing he could fly. The acquisition of flight capabilities was indeed urgent. The two had arrived in haste and departed just as quickly. After recovering the ice cave, they boarded the aircraft heading towards America. New York S.H.I.L.D. headquarters. After hanging up the phone, Nick Fury stared blankly at the information displayed on the screen, which featured Tony Stark in his Mark armor, alongside a colossal figure standing silently beside him. A large suit of armor? This was considerably larger than Ironmonger. It is no wonder he is a Stark. The intelligence from the 13th Bureau has further solidified Nick Fury's resolve to recruit Tony Stark into S.H.I.E.L.D. On one hand, S.H. is in dire need of a substantial benefactor. Who could be more fitting than Stark, the quintessential billionaire bachelor? With a financial patronage of his caliber, Fury, the director of SHIELD, would be empowered to undertake more meaningful endeavors. On the other hand, both Nick Fury and the politicians and military officials behind him have recognized the immense potential of the iron armor. This formidable weapon possesses the capability to alter the global landscape. Such a powerful tool must be wielded by America. Otherwise, they would prefer to see it destroyed. Additionally, SHIELD happens to hold the legacy left to Tony by Howard Stark, which is of significant importance to Tony Stark himself, perhaps even enough to draw him back. The moment Nick Fury laid eyes on the imposing figure beside Tony, he had already forgiven him. Although he had waited all night, the anticipation proved worthwhile, especially considering the prospect of securing a benefactor of Tony's stature. Perhaps a nocturnal visit would be in order? Chapter 20. The Unreasonable Inventor, Manhattan, New York. Tony stood before the villa, momentarily stunned as he watched the vehicle depart. Just moments ago, the aircraft that had returned them had inexplicably transformed into a Mercedes-Benz SLS AMG before his very eyes. Could it be that I need to reconsider my research direction? Never mind, I shall call Ethan first and deliberate further upon our meeting. The departing Ghoulie could hardly fathom that his inadvertent actions had sparked a shift in Tony's research aspirations. At this moment, he was eager to return home, having greatly missed Ms. Zhao after a few days apart. Returning to the perspective of Tony in his seaside villa. Hey, Ethan, you would never believe what I just saw. A mechanical canine. No, not merely a dog, but a colossal machine of life. All right, I will await your arrival at home. After shedding his marked suit, Tony stretched languidly, making his way to the liquor cabinet, pouring himself a drink while reflecting on his recent discoveries. Transformers. From the extraterrestrial planet of Cybertron, as Ghoulie had informed him. Also, the Antarctic vibranium, a substance that must be regulated, lest the next Mark V suit be constructed from it. What truly piqued his envy were the various bizarre superpowers possessed by Ghoulie, the ability to alter the form of matter, and the peculiar manner in which Ghoulie summoned vibranium or with a mere flick of his hand, causing a plethora of ores to materialize inexplicably. It defied the laws of physics. Could it be that this fellow is akin to a deity? At that moment, a voice echoed in the darkened living room. A deity? Stark, this world is not as you perceive it. I am Iron Man. Do you believe yourself to be the only superhero in existence? Mr. Stark, there are many like you, though you remain unaware. Who are you? Tony was certainly aware that he was not the sole superhero, for the companion by his side these past days was indeed one. After scanning the room, he noticed a shadowy figure standing nearby, only then realizing he had neglected to turn on the lights. Upon illuminating the room, he beheld a formidable one-eyed man standing in his living room. What an audacious individual, to flaunt himself in another's abode. Nick Fury, director of SHIELD. I see. Minutes later, much like in the original narrative, Nick Fury awkwardly departed after being rebuffed by Tony. After careful consideration, he dialed a familiar number once again. Natasha, your vacation is over. I require your assistance. No, this time it's not about washing dishes. That Eastern fellow, Goo, is proving to be more troublesome than Fury had anticipated. With Natasha's allure, it is astonishing that her undercover mission has failed. The most pressing matter now is to extend an invitation to Stark to join the Avengers. Nick Fury inhaled deeply, resolving, Natasha, I am counting on you. Meanwhile, Ghoulie retrieved nanotechnology from scratch from the system space. Once Ms. Zhao had fallen into a deep slumber, he hastily made his way to the basement. Due to the recent system notification sound, and guided by the character Zhao Hailuan, your cultural level has attained a unique reward. The exceptional scientist, Grey Wolf. I am utterly perplexed. Ghoulie remained silent for an extended period, unable to comprehend why the wretched system always interrupted him at the most engrossing moments, and this time, the reward was the conceptually profound Grey Wolf. Grey Wolf embodies the archetype of an inventor who deems what is reasonable to be reasonable, entirely contravening Newtonian principles and the laws of physics. Upon arriving at the basement, Gu Li was met with Grey Wolf's lamentations. "I mean, boss, our place is rather cramped, isn't it?" It was no wonder Grey Wolf expressed discontent. After all, it previously resided in Wolf Castle, a magnificent fortress on the verdant plains, vastly superior to Gu Li's modest villa. Nearby, the mechanical dog and the little disarray, along with the mechanical bird, nodded in agreement with Grey Wolf's remarks. Even the drifting noises of the underground garage responded with a series of beeping sounds. Gu Li felt slightly offended. "Let us purchase a larger residence. It's merely a matter of acquiring a grander villa." He instructed the little disarray to seek out any available larger properties. Once the arrangements for the house purchase were made, Gu Li produced a piece of vibranium or, "Mr. Grey Wolf, could you assist in examining this antimetal? I wish to forge an alloy based on it." He had left several pieces of vibranium ore with Tony Stark, yet many more remained in his system space. "Boss, such a rudimentary laboratory. Allow me to take a look, though I cannot guarantee success," Grey Wolf said as it produced a pair of sunglasses from seemingly nowhere and began fiddling with the vibranium ore. As the mechanical pets attempted to approach, Gu Li quickly intervened. "Hey, you lot, keep your distance, you might get melted." These little creatures were merely idle. Once they relocated to a larger house, he would assign them some tasks, one to sweep the floors, another to stand guard, and perhaps one more to handle cooking. Accessing the system interface, Gu Li noted, "Name, Gu Li, race, human, age, 21, powers, 50/50 serum, spider sense, super strength, fate cards, molecular reshaping, invisibility, items, little cricket handgun, regeneration cradle, blue giant star destruction cannon, affiliations, drift, sonic wave, tape legion, Grey Wolf, contract subject, Dormammu." After laboring through several chapters, he had only acquired 2 superpowers? Gu Li sighed heavily. The path of the strong was indeed fraught with challenges. The following morning, upon arriving at the barbecue shop, Gu Li learned from Mei Jie that the dishwasher, Xiao Na, had resigned. However, he paid little heed to this news, recognizing that Black Widow's romantic entanglements were far more chaotic than his own. Thus, he chose to disregard Natasha's advances. More importantly, he believed that little of value could be gleaned from her. Her sudden departure likely stemmed from her inability to uncover any useful information. Perhaps SHIELD had resumed its busy operations? "Boss, did you bring us any gifts from London?" In the haste of his trip to London and back, he had indeed forgotten about buying any gifts. However, Gu Li calmly reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 cigarettes. Amidst 2 gasps of surprise, they transformed into 2 vibrant bouquets of roses. "For you, beautiful ladies," he said, handing them to Mei Hanxiao. Sky, in a fit of excitement, tightly embraced Gu Li's arm, exclaiming, "Boss, brother, teach me, teach me." Clearly, both of them believed it to be magic. Nevertheless, Gu Li thought it unnecessary to explain. Let it remain a mystery. "Sky, I've purchased a house with plenty of empty rooms. Why don't you move in? It's quite unsafe for you to stay alone in a hotel." Upon hearing this, Sky's eyes flickered as she replied, "But I can't afford the rent. You can handle the housekeeping." "Thanks, Muen," Gu Li said, quickly pushing Sky away as she leaned in for a kiss. "Hey, what are you doing? Mei Jie is right here." Although they were both aware of each other's presence, acknowledging it openly felt inappropriate. As night fell, Gu Li took Sky to their new home. The newly acquired residence, located on Manhattan Island, was approximately a kilometer from Tony Stark's seaside villa. The 3-story main building, complete with a basement, spanned an impressive 4,000 square feet, ample space for a few Transformers to frolic. The basement had been transformed by Grey Wolf into his exclusive laboratory. Grey Wolf, celebrated as the greatest inventor in cinematic history, was also the champion of the physics and chemistry competition at Green Pastures, earning him the esteemed title of the best science student, Grey Wolf. In his previous life, Gu Li had often remarked that if he could visit Green Pastures, he would ensure Grey Wolf had a taste of lamb. Yet last night, when Gu Li arrived with a whole roasted lamb, that fellow surprisingly burst into tears, firmly refusing the lamb, stating, "I don't eat lamb. I eat beef." Chapter 21. The New York Sanctuary, February 14, 2010. Both the Spring Festival and Valentine's Day. Upon returning from Antarctica, Guli found himself ensnared in a life that oscillated between pain and joy. Zhao Hailuan and her equally East Asian counterpart, Little Sky, shared a harmonious rapport, yet they directed their assaults squarely at Guli. Before he could savor the pleasures of companionship, he was besieged by their relentless advances. On this Valentine's Day, Guli was finally prepared to embark on his ambitious quest for superpowers. However, an unexpected visitor disrupted his meticulously laid plans. In Manhattan, New York, the arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest had saved his life, yet it also plunged him into a new torment. Prolonged use of the arc reactor had led to palladium poisoning, alleviated only by chlorophyll juice. After days of fruitless searching for a remedy, Tony, on Ethan's suggestion, pressed the doorbell of Gu Li's residence. After all, Gu Li's new abode was not far from his seaside villa. Upon learning of Tony's plight, Gu Li solemnly stated, "Tony, I can direct you to a place that may remedy your palladium poisoning, but you must promise me not to disclose that it was I who informed you." Tony pondered quietly for half a minute. "All right, I promise. 177A Brick Street, Manhattan. Go there and tell the gatekeeper you wish to support Kamartaj. As for how much, that depends on your mood." Gu Li, relishing the excitement, revealed the address of the New York Sanctuary to his brother Tony. "What is this place? Are you certain it can cure my palladium poisoning?" Tony had tried countless remedies in vain. "Absolutely, go on, Tony. There you shall find everything you desire. Welcome to the City of Dreams, Kamartaj." The rationale behind Gu Li's persuasion was twofold. On one hand, he sought to inconvenience the illustrious Ancient One, preventing her from making unwarranted visits. On the other, he was confident that the inhabitants of Kamartaj possessed the means to cure palladium poisoning. Who knows, perhaps Tony might even ascend to become the Sorcerer Supreme. Having reaped substantial rewards from his Antarctic expedition, Gu Li was now poised to contemplate his next move. Should he visit the Hydra base to seek Wanda, or should he first accompany Sky to learn hacking techniques? This posed a dilemma. It was essential to note that Hydra was currently at its zenith, teeming with fervent followers, politicians, and wielding control over the S.H.I.E.L.D. division. Its leader, Alexander Pierce, was not only a minister of the World Security Council but also a close ally of Nick Fury and the overseer of the Winter Soldier. A hasty venture could indeed entail considerable risk. Adhering to the principle of seizing opportunities at hand, Gu Li resolved to first learn hacking techniques from Sky. Once he acquired the ability of the shockwave, perhaps he would possess a greater advantage when he later approached Hydra's Eastern European base. The anticipation was palpable. The reward offered by Wanda was chaos magic, or perhaps the very essence of chaos itself. Should fortune favor him, he might encounter the latter. "Well then," he chuckled, "I do not consume beef. However, it is likely that the power at play is chaotic magic. After all, among the three great powers of Marvel, fairy power, chaos power, and phoenix power, only the phoenix power has made its appearance in the films, specifically the fragments of the phoenix power residing within Jean Grey. The complete version of these three powers remains a mystery, perhaps lost in the depths of oblivion. It is rumored that this power can cure palladium poisoning, prompting Tony Stark, without hesitation, to bid farewell to Gu Li and drive towards Bleecker Street. In New York, at 177A Bleecker Street, stands one of the three sacred temples of Kamartaj within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the New York Temple. This location is also where the Ancient One frequently appears, aside from Kamartaj, perhaps due to her fondness for observing the circumstances of the next Supreme Sorcerer. On this particular day, basking in the sun at Kamartaj, the Ancient One suddenly received a message from Master Daniel Drum, the guardian of the New York Temple. The chairman of Stark Industries, the world-renowned billionaire Tony Stark, wishes to support Kamartaj. Upon hearing this news, the Ancient One felt an internal conflict. Indeed, Kamartaj was in need of financial assistance. The costs for artifacts and the sustenance of apprentices require substantial funds. Were it anyone else offering support, she might have readily agreed, but Tony Stark was a different matter. As the protector of the Time Stone, The Ancient One had glimpsed numerous futures and was acutely aware that Tony Stark is a pivotal figure at a certain absolute moment in this universe. Although she had considered retirement, she was reluctant to become too entangled. What troubled her even more was how Tony Stark had come to know about Camartage and the location of the New York Temple. It should not be possible. With a sigh, the Ancient One conjured a portal. Meanwhile, within the New York Temple, Tony sat heavily upon a sofa, burdened by thoughts. The old gatekeeper mentioned by Gu Li, Daniel Drum, informed him that the person in charge was temporarily unavailable. Am I perhaps grasping at straws? Tony contemplated. Moments later, a bald woman clad in a yellow robe descended the wooden staircase. A subtle smile graced her face, and her eyes sparkled with wisdom. In an instant, Tony felt an unwavering conviction that Gu Li had not deceived him. She surely embodied the image of a remarkable sage, perhaps even an esteemed healer. Mr. Stark, thank you for considering a donation. I have a small request, she began. Tony nodded in response, urging her to continue. Could you enlighten me as to how you became aware of Camartage and the location of this place? Tony paused momentarily, captivated by the brilliance emanating from her wise gaze. May I choose not to disclose that? As the woman continued to gaze intently, Tony felt the urge to resist further. I promised someone I would not reveal their identity. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted, growing tense. Master Daniel Drum stood alone nearby, smoking a cigarette. Tony found himself in turmoil, caught between the promise he made and the peril of his life. Approximately 2 minutes passed before Master Gu Yi seemed to arrive at a significant decision. Mr. Stark, you have my word regarding the donation I promised you. She pondered for a moment, yet was obstructed by a veil of fog, although she already had a conjectural target in mind. Nevertheless, she wished to ascertain for herself whether it was indeed that little rascal. I'm sorry, but I must decline. At this moment, Tony appeared as though encircled by a radiant halo of divine light. He remained steadfast to his promise to Gu Li. Upon hearing this, Gu Li was taken aback, though it was not entirely unexpected. Perhaps, Mr. Stark, would this suffice? I shall utter a name, and if it is incorrect, you may simply shake your head. Tony looked at the woman with an East Asian visage in bewilderment. Is this truly how it works? He mused, finding the individuals from Gu's side rather amusing. After contemplating for half a minute, Tony nodded and replied, Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. At the very least, he had not disclosed Gu's identity outright. Is it Gu Li? Observing Stark frozen in place with a look of astonishment on his face, Master Gu Yi let out a heavy sigh. This troublesome young man must be dealt with. Chapter 22. Shockwave. On the evening of Valentine's Day, Gu Li found himself reluctantly accompanying Grey Wolf. This was solely due to the blossoming friendship between Zhao Hailuan and Shockwave Girl, who had clearly become inseparable over the past few months. As night fell, before Gu Li could even begin his study plan, Zhao Hailuan kicked him out of the room. Boss, don't be disheartened. My lady can be like that sometimes. Take it lightly. Scolding is a form of affection. Grey Wolf reassured him while donning sunglasses and holding a cigar, commanding his mechanical pet army. Feeling ashamed in the presence of Grey Wolf, who had impressively garnered a perfect score from over 20,000 people, Gu Li lowered his head. Compared to him, Grey Wolf was undeniably a paragon of virtue. Reviews had described him as the most patient father, the most loyal husband, the greatest inventor, and the most respected Wolf King. The moment Grey Wolf declared his love for the frying pan, all other confessions paled in comparison. With a heavy sigh, Gu Li lamented, It's all that fool Tongzi's fault. In his previous life, he read countless novels but never encountered such a peculiar system. To grow stronger, one must learn cultural knowledge from different women. I wonder which imbecile came up with this. Is this not a quintessential scumbag simulator? After all, with my looks, I will inevitably attract attention during the learning process. Anyway, little Sky, no little Daisy is already within my grasp. There is no rush to devour her just yet. After months of living under the same roof, Sky revealed her true name to Gu Li, Daisy Johnson. By the way, boss, I synthesized new metals from those or pieces last time. Please take a look and see if they meet the requirements. Upon hearing this, Gu Li hurried towards the experimental table. After a moment of examination, he gave Grey Wolf a thumbs up. Truly, he was deserving of the title of the greatest inventor in cinematic history. Within just 2.5 months, Grey Wolf successfully fused Antarctic vibranium into adamantium. This was accomplished while simultaneously constructing the laboratory and conducting experiments. In truth, Grey Wolf was reverse engineering the material used by Little Muddle's body, specifically the vibranium shield of Captain 50/50. As for the Wakandan alloy required for the experiment, Ghoulie had procured a small piece from Tony. Now everything was in place, save for the Wakandan alloy. Once he acquired the shockwave superpower from Little Daisy, Ghoulie would possess the means to mine Antarctic vibranium. At that time, he could make a trip to Wakanda for a zero-cost acquisition. As Ghoulie felt a renewed sense of purpose in life, he and Grey Wolf clinked glasses. Unbeknownst to him, the Supreme Sorcerer had taken notice of him once again. Life has a peculiar way of unfolding. The more one tries to evade something, the more it seems to pursue them. Surprises and shocks are unpredictable, never revealing which will arrive first. Just then, Ghoulie was summoned upstairs, his gaze stunned as he beheld Daisy's partially ajar door. After Zhao Hailuan pinched him a few times, she retreated to her room and closed the door. "I truly am a scumbag," he self-deprecatingly muttered before diving into Daisy's room, retrieving from zero to advanced hacker to commence his studies in hacking techniques. Warning: minors, please leave voluntarily. Beneath the luminous moonlight, Ghoulie sat beside Daisy, engrossed in a book while observing her practice how to breach the SHIELD security system. The arduous study of the night only deepened the budding intimacy between them. Gazing at the heap of books scattered across the bed, Daisy sighed in exasperation. "Brother, are you certain you're a college student? I've never seen anyone as clueless as you." Ghoulie awkwardly scratched his head. In truth, he had deliberately skipped classes. It was akin to a student who could only score 0. Even a single point would be considered progress, whereas a student scoring 100 could hardly aim for 101. Meanwhile, within the Sanctum Sanctorum in New York, it was unclear what conversation had transpired between Master Yoda and Tony Stark, yet Tony departed with a broad smile adorning his face. After bidding farewell to Tony Stark, Master Yoda too wore a joyful expression. After a series of negotiations, she had successfully secured an annual sponsorship of $50 million for Kamar-Taj. With financial worries alleviated, Master Yoda indulged in an extravagant shopping spree for an abundance of living essentials, intending to enhance the quality of life at Kamar-Taj. Once she had settled everything, she conjured a light portal, but upon witnessing the scene within, her expression shifted dramatically as she exclaimed, "What on earth? Is this boy some sort of stallion? How many has he had? Which villa, which one in Queens, which one in London? And now he has found yet another. Hiss, this reckless boy certainly lacks ambition. It seems Dormammu's investment this time is destined for failure." Given Ghoulie's attitude, he hardly has the time to ponder dark magic, let alone allow darkness to envelop the world. Master Yoda even began to reconsider whether her recent decision was prudent. In her agreement with Stark, besides assisting him with his palladium poisoning, she had stipulated one condition: to have Ghoulie come to learn magic. In her view, those chosen by Dormammu likely possessed unique qualities. Although she had not perceived any magical aptitude in Ghoulie during her last encounter, his uniqueness lay in the fact that even the Time Stone could not reveal his future. His destiny remained shrouded in mystery, gradually beginning to influence the trajectory of this universe. During her last visit to Ghoulie, his influence was still quite negligible. But now, Ghoulie's impact on the universe had become formidable, prompting Master Yoda to entertain such thoughts under the principle of recognizing imminent threats. Yet, she now found herself feeling a twinge of regret. Perhaps it would be wise to wait a little longer? Let Stephen Strange handle the troubles, she mused. With clarity in her thoughts, Master Yoda smiled gently, casting her gaze towards the faint light of dawn in the east, and with a flick of her hand, she created a light circle and returned to Kamar-Taj. As the sun rose, heralding a new day, the bustling activities of the sanctum resumed. However, Daisy had yet to rise. Frustrated, she tugged at her hair, as if she had an endless stream of complaints. "Brother, you are truly hopeless. My teaching has left me drained of energy for work. It's all right, I'll take care of you. Please, brother, I really should go to work." "All right then." At long last, after an indeterminate passage of time, the eavesdropping Ms. Zhao Hailuan could no longer contain herself. Dinner is ready. Swiftly donning her attire, Daisy finally regained her former disposition. Meanwhile, Gu Li took a moment to activate the system notification. Through the tutelage of the character Daisy Johnson, your cultural proficiency has reached level 1, bestowing upon you the extraordinary ability, Shockwave. Shockwave. The capacity to generate formidable vibrations that cause targets to tremble, additionally granting immunity to any damage inflicted by vibrations and mental assaults. Truly, it is a power capable of shattering the earth, even rendering one impervious to both vibrations and psychological attacks. It is, without doubt, the nemesis of mind mages. What saddened Gu Li was that such a formidable ability appeared not to be fully realized by Daisy in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Perhaps it was a necessity of the narrative. If Daisy were to wreak havoc unopposed, the director might find it impossible to continue filming. After all, this is an ability akin to that of the Whitebeard's Tremor fruit. In a buoyant mood, Gu Li resolved to grant himself a holiday, to indulge in a few days of idleness, before embarking on the extraction of vibranium in Antarctica. However, he was taken aback when Tony once again rang the doorbell. Chapter 23, Journey to the New York Sanctum. What? The Ancient One summoned me? At the entrance of the villa, Gu Li stared at Tony with a mix of sorrow and indignation. Brother, you promised me. What about your principles? Regret washed over him. He truly must have been bored to think of provoking the Ancient One. As it turned out, whether the Ancient One was truly irritated remained uncertain, but Gu Li's own mood was decidedly stifled. This experience made him acutely aware of his inherent disadvantage when facing the formidable Ancient One. After all, she possessed the power to overturn tables, while he did not. She was a celestial being, and Gu Li could only be considered a somewhat capable superhuman. Observing Tony wallowing in guilt, Gu Li resignedly said, "Let's go. I'll accompany you." Curiosity piqued within him. If that individual wished to deal with him, there seemed little need for a messenger. After all, she was the supreme sorceress, undefeated on Earth. Thus, Gu Li was determined to visit the New York Sanctum to discern her true intentions. On their way to the Sanctum, Tony suddenly remarked, "By the way, Gu, Ethan has been eager to thank you in person. Are you free this evening? He would like to treat you to dinner." He finally recalled Ethan's persistent inquiries about this matter. Hearing this, Gu Li smiled and inquired, "Sure, how is he doing now?" Ethan was the scientist Gu Li had saved during his first attempt to alter the timeline of this world. He's working at Stark Industries, mostly collaborating with me on the Mark armors. Oh, and I've recently hired a new secretary who, in your words, is quite impressive. As they spoke of women, a shared topic emerged once more. Really? Aren't you worried about your former secretary feeling jealous? At this time, Tony and Pepper Potts shared more of an ambiguous relationship, yet their romantic connection had not yet been established. As for Pepper, I plan to appoint her as the chairwoman and CEO of Stark Industries. She will undoubtedly excel in that role, allowing me to devote more time to researching the Mark armors and vibranium. Speaking of vibranium, Gu Li interjected, "By the way, I've acquired the alloy proportions for the Antarctic vibranium. We can commence secret mining operations. Have you discovered a method for large-scale extraction?" Tony had previously considered using hydraulic mining machines for air transport but deemed the plan too conspicuous and prone to attention. "Well, I hadn't thought of it before, but it recently occurred to me that I might give it a try." The plan was to secure Antarctic vibranium, then proceed with a zero-cost acquisition from Wakanda, followed by utilizing the regeneration cradle to alter the metal composition of his transformers. As for the feasibility of completely replacing the transformers' bodies with adamantium, the answers lay within the scientifically sound regeneration cradle produced by the system. After all, if a system capable of connecting narrative characters could exist, could there be anything more implausible? Gu, is that Ancient One truly formidable? Tony hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Gu Li sighed and said, "It's not a matter of whether she is formidable. You see, she occupies the pinnacle of humanity, and I say without hesitation that she is perhaps the most powerful being among us on Earth." To Tony, Gu Li was an enigmatic man, and now, another mysterious woman had entered the scene. Particularly in recent times, the people and events he encountered had gradually instilled a sense of composure within him. How powerful is she? Is she stronger than you? Me? Gu Li pointed to himself and then smiled wryly. When she's in a good mood, she could easily defeat 100 of me. In a bad mood, perhaps even 1,000. In a mirrored space, I wouldn't even stand a chance of escape, let alone a fight. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the Ancient One had never truly unleashed her full power, and her demise was shrouded in mystery. Who could believe that a celestial-level master could be stabbed by a dagger? Even if she were truly pierced, possessing the Time Stone would allow her to recover in an instant. Consider the scene in Avengers: Infinity War, where the newly empowered Doctor Strange demonstrated remarkable manipulation of time. The Ancient One was, after all, seeking her own demise. Among the celestial-level beings introduced in the earlier and mid-stages of the cinematic universe, one was lazier than the next. The Ancient One sought death, while Odin remained in a prolonged slumber. Did they truly believe they were harmless? Odin had once been beaten into submission by the celestial group, losing his fighting spirit. Had only a single celestial been present back then, Odin might have triumphed. Regrettably, standing at the apex of the singular universe, the celestial group not only possessed unparalleled individual strength but also operated without honor. They appeared in numbers, overwhelming any solitary opponent. This, too, was why Gu Li aspired to bolster the strength of his Transformers' underlings. In this chaotic world, one must possess power and influence. While individual prowess is undeniably crucial, the capability of one's subordinates holds equal significance. The Transformers produced by the system are wholly loyal to him, with the exception of the replaced Quintessa, who is nothing short of a deranged and obsessive individual. Finally, the Audi R8 once again came to a halt at the entrance of the New York sanctum. Tony, wearing sunglasses, and Gu Li, dressed casually, hurried inside. After greeting the gatekeeper, the sorcerer Daniel, the two found themselves momentarily stunned. The Ancient One has returned to Kamartaj. She asked me to inform you both that everything is fine. Is that all? They helplessly departed once more. Gu Li felt an unease he couldn't quite place. Was she playing with me? I endure. But what choice do I have? I cannot win. It is utterly impossible. Gu, where are you headed? I can take you there. Tony offered. Gu Li pondered for a moment. He had no other plans for the day. Daisy was recovering at home from her injuries, and with a few new employees hired at the shop, his presence was unnecessary. How about visiting your company? I'd like to see Ms. Zhao at work. The stock market whiz, Ms. Zhao Hailuan, had become quite affluent after investing all her assets into Stark Industries stock. Yet, as a scientist aside from Gu Li, she cherished her research in life sciences and nanotechnology. This also explains her decision to join Stark Industries, where she leads an independent research laboratory. Meanwhile, in the distant land of Brazil, factory worker Bruce Banner arrived at work as usual. An accidental leak of gamma rays had caused the scientist Bruce Banner, altered by radiation, to seek refuge here. For whenever Bruce succumbs to anger, the beast within him is unleashed, and an uncontrollable propensity for violence swiftly consumes his body, transforming him into a colossal green giant of immense strength. Yet, Bruce does not wish to become such a monster. Despite the extraordinary powers it may bestow upon him, he would prefer to return to a life of normalcy and simplicity. He fears the potential harm he may inflict upon those around him, terrified of losing his sanity and humanity. Having escaped to Brazil, he has learned the art of meditation and deep breathing, temporarily suppressing his inner turmoil. While working, he tirelessly seeks a remedy for his tainted cells. Suddenly, he accidentally cuts his finger, and the irradiated blood drips into the soda below. Chapter 24. The Evolution Card of Superpowers at Stark Industries. Gu Li stood quietly outside the research room, admiring the sight of Zhao Hailuan engrossed in her work through the glass. It is often said that a man looks most handsome when he is diligently working. However, the same can be said for women. At this moment, Zhao Hailuan, with her focused demeanor, exuded a unique beauty in Gu Li's eyes. He had once heard a phrase, "Every individual is unique, and no one is a mere appendage to another." Zhao Hailuan is not, Mei is not, Daisy is not, and Cersei is not. Thankfully, they respect each other's choices and do not interfere with one another's preferences. When Zhao Hailuan noticed Gu Li standing outside the glass partition, she smiled radiantly and blew him a gentle kiss. It was only then that Gu Li suddenly remembered that he had yet to graduate. Should he perhaps return to school for a visit? Surely he had not been expelled yet. However, this thought lingered for merely 2 seconds. After all, he was now in the Marvel Universe. Why should he concern himself with such matters? He had no aspirations to become a man like Dr. Banner, who holds 6 doctoral degrees. His desires were simple: to survive, take a few wives, have several children, and continue the lineage of the Gu family in this alternate world. As for working after graduation, he wished those thoughts to fade away. After years of relentless competition in his previous life, the prospect of employment was utterly unappealing. It seemed impossible in this lifetime. He had no aptitude for business and could only rely on the whims of his small fortune to sustain his existence. Gu Li felt no turmoil regarding this situation. Wasn't living off a partner rather delightful, even if that partner happened to be a robot? Darling, what brings you here? Zhao Hailuan joyfully embraced Gu Li's arm. Gu Li playfully pinched his girlfriend's chubby cheeks and said, "Come on, let's skip work and go for a stroll." At that moment, Gu Li suddenly yearned to seek out Ancient One to learn some magic. Perhaps he could master the art of teleportation. This way, he could whisk his girlfriend away to explore the wonders of the world in an instant. Promised to be an exhilarating experience. Just then, Tony entered, flanked by 2 secretaries, striding confidently toward Gu Li. "Pepper, this is Gu, who saved Ethan and me in Afghanistan." Although Tony was clad in the first generation of the Mark suit at that time, he knew that while he might have managed to escape, Ethan would likely have remained behind. Thus, he felt compelled to introduce Gu Li as their savior. "Hello, Gu. Thank you for rescuing Tony and the others. I am truly grateful," Pepper expressed sincerely. Upon noticing Gu Li and Zhao Hailuan holding hands, she added, "You two really look perfect together." "Thank you," Gu Li replied. After a round of compliments, Natasha, standing behind Tony, endeavored to remain inconspicuous. She had never anticipated encountering her previous undercover target at Stark Industries. How awkward. Fortunately, after Gu Li and Tony arranged a dinner meeting, he and Zhao Hailuan left Stark Industries together. "Tony, Gu is really quite handsome. You should have introduced us sooner," Pepper remarked. For some reason, upon hearing Pepper's words, Tony felt as though something peculiar had sprouted atop his head. However, after an unintentional glance exchanged between Tony and Pepper, Tony's worries dissipated. He could discern that the love in Pepper's eyes remained unwavering. Meanwhile, when Gu Li and his companion arrived at the underground parking lot, a magnificent bouquet of delicate roses materialized in his hands, eliciting a shriek from Mrs. Zhao. It was unclear whether she was startled or overly excited. "My dear, how did you manage to do that? It's truly impressive," Mrs. Zhao inquired, her cheeks flushed. "Your man has always been quite remarkable. Haven't you experienced that firsthand?" Gu Li replied with a playful smirk, prompting Mrs. Zhao to embrace him and shower him with affectionate kisses. After a brief interlude of tender moments, Gu Li finally suggested, "Let us go have dinner first, and then we can shop together and catch a movie." "Sounds perfect," she agreed. Indeed, a beloved needs to be cherished and pampered. Now Mrs. Zhao's eyes brimmed with affection for Gu Li, a stark contrast to the earlier morning's sourness. The pair enjoyed their time together like newly enamored lovers, dining, shopping, and watching a film. The afternoon, neither too long nor too short, swiftly slipped away. Upon returning to their new home, the two embraced passionately from the moment they exited the parking garage, akin to 2 seals playfully vying for grapes, kissing incessantly. Once they reached the room, they held each other tightly. At that moment, hearing the commotion, Daisy opened the door, and upon witnessing the scene before her, gasped, "I'm sorry, I must have come at an inopportune time." This scenario sparked a recollection in Gu Li of a legendary swordsman from his past life, renowned for his exceptional skills. Regrettably, he could not articulate the phrase he wished to express, having faced repeated scrutiny from the authorial powers. After a prolonged silence, Gu Li gently waved his hand, and 2 splendid bouquets of roses appeared, presented to his beloved girlfriend. Daisy's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Brother, is this some sort of magic trick?" Gu Li shrugged and candidly revealed his secret of possessing superpowers. Daisy, in her exhilaration, became almost frantic. That evening, Gu Li, engrossed in hacking from scratch, continuously conjured roses, lilies, and morning glories until Daisy, feeling fatigued, stretched and retreated to her cozy bed. Ghoulie then glanced toward the screen, sighing at the unfortunate soul still confined in the small dark room. I understand your plight. Take care in the future. He thought that if he ever had the chance to visit DC, he would certainly seek to converse with Superman's cousin. Alternatively, finding a woman transcending the divine could also be a possibility. Upon opening the system, a melodious notification chimed once more. Through the guidance of the character Daisy Johnson, your cultural level has reached 1, granting you an intermediate superpower evolution card, allowing the evolution of any one superpower. Ghoulie stared in a daze at the purple superpower evolution card within the system space. Surprisingly, this reward was not another superpower. However, if he were to choose to evolve one of his current superpowers, it was undoubtedly clear that he would opt for molecular reconstruction. No matter how the blood serum evolves, can it truly transform into a steel physique? The spider sense and superhuman strength are sufficient for him to navigate the early to mid stages of the cinematic universe. As for the fate cards and invisibility, it matters little if they do not evolve. Rather, the molecular reconstruction obtained from the Eternal Circe evokes memories of the molecular man, a nemesis of the Beyonder, an entity of cosmic omnipotence, albeit with a degree of instability. In the comics, to prevent the Beyonder from annihilating Earth and the multiverse, the molecular man engages in a fierce battle with him, ultimately succeeding in vanquishing the Beyonder. Subsequently, the molecular man also triumphed over the Dark Avengers and the Sentinel, yet after his initial defeat of the Sentinel, he fell victim to the resurrected dark persona of the Sentinel, known as Nihilus. However, none of these figures have yet graced the cinematic universe. Of course, it is conceivable that upon his arrival here, these characters may emerge in future films. That said, Ghoulie remains skeptical that the superpower evolution card could elevate the molecular reconstruction to the level of the molecular man's strength. After all, this device is merely of intermediate caliber. System Evolve the Molecular Reconstruction. Chapter 25. The resolution to abstain from alcohol. As Ghoulie silently recited, the violet evolution card slowly dissipated, and the system's notification chimed once more. Evolution successful, molecular reconstruction achieved. By rearranging and recombining molecular structures, substances can now transform into one another without any restrictions on contact. Indeed, the limitation of contact has been lifted, yet evolution has not yet reached the subatomic level. Molecules, atoms and subatomic particles represent different structural tiers of matter. Molecules are formed by 2 or more atoms bonded together through covalent bonds. Atoms, the fundamental units of matter, consist of a nucleus surrounded by electrons, with the nucleus containing protons and neutrons. Subatomic particles are even smaller than atoms, encompassing protons, neutrons, and electrons. Meanwhile, the capabilities of molecular beings have already approached the subatomic tier. Once he regained his composure, a faint smile graced Ghoulie's lips. The direction was correct. He merely pondered when he would acquire the next superpower evolution card. Indeed, human desires can never be satiated. Having just obtained the superpower evolution card, he was already daydreaming about the arrival of the next one. Exhausted in both body and spirit, Ghoulie gradually succumbed to slumber. For several consecutive days, Ghoulie immersed himself in the tome hacking from scratch. Thoughts of wealth had completely evaporated from his mind, as he became enraptured in the pursuit of knowledge. Tony attempted to arrange a few gatherings, but all invitations were met with his polite refusals. Whether or not he participated in the Antarctic vibranium venture mattered little. The grind of life continued unabated until the moment Master Gu called, compelling an interruption. Gu Xiaozi, come to the New York sanctum. I have something to discuss with you. Beep, beep, beep. Ghoulie gazed quizzically at his phone. Could this woman truly be so juvenile? After having tricked him once, she would attempt to do so again? Yet, despite a multitude of reservations, Ghoulie obediently drove to the New York sanctum. There was no other option. Resistance was futile. Upon encountering Master Gu, the elderly figure inexplicably scrutinized him with a peculiar gaze. Have you been on a diet recently? You appear to have lost quite a bit of weight. Ghoulie stood in bewilderment for a moment until he caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror of the New York sanctum. The reflection still bore a handsome visage, yet it seemed as though he had been hollowed out. In a daze, Ghoulie murmured, I have been harmed by indulgence in wine and vice, leaving me in such a wretched state. From this day forth, I shall abstain from alcohol. Regrettably lacking a wine glass, Gu Li would have dramatically shattered it to signify his resolve. Observing this, Master Gu Yi sighed, one hand pressed to his forehead. You young rascal, yet you do not mention your indulgences. Gu Xiaozi, he continued, I summoned you here because I require your assistance with a task. In this moment of newfound determination to abstain from alcohol, Gu Li brimmed with ambition. Master, should you assign me a task, I shall not shirk my duty. However, could you teach me a spell? Just one will suffice. Surprised by Gu Li's compliance, Master Gu Yi inquired, a spell, perhaps a portal? Yes, precisely. That is what I wish to learn. Ancient One nodded slightly, gently tracing her fingers, and an antiquated tome materialized in her grasp, which she then handed to Gu Li. You see, there is a witch in Europe with whom I share some connections. She has committed numerous misdeeds of late, and I need you to pay her a visit and teach her a lesson. Gu Li looked at Ancient One with curiosity. A witch? Connections? Is it Agatha? This time, it was Ancient One's turn to be intrigued as she fixed her gaze on Gu Li. You know Agatha? Her mother was an acquaintance of mine from many years ago. I shall trouble you with this task. As soon as she finished speaking, before Gu Li could voice another question, Ancient One vanished through a golden portal, leaving behind the New York sanctum. Master, at the very least, you could inform me of her precise location? Gu Li pondered. Europe is not exactly small. However, with so many diminutive countries, navigating the borders can be quite a hassle. She mused to herself that once she became formidable, she would simply delegate all tasks to her subordinates. Gu Li understood Ancient One's seemingly unreliable behavior. After all, masters often had their peculiarities. Agatha, whose full name is Agatha Harkness, made her entrance in the Marvel miniseries WandaVision. In the comics, she serves as the Scarlet Witch's mentor and has even acted as a caretaker for the Fantastic Four. Within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, she is portrayed as a formidable antagonist, having slain her mother, Ivanora, and her coven simply for their intent to execute Agatha for practicing dark magic. The narrative did not precede itself. Rather, these characters had always existed within this realm. Much like Hydra's long-standing presence within S.H.I.E.L.D., the time for revealing their identities had simply not yet arrived. What perplexed Gu Li was why Ancient One was so certain she could discipline this dark witch. Surely, she was not being monitored by her master. That seemed unlikely. Although she had recently acquired numerous superpowers, she had not taken any overt actions. Unable to fathom the situation, Gu Li decided to cease her musings and booked a flight to London for the day after tomorrow. As for today and tomorrow, she resolved to indulge herself. Meanwhile, in New York at A.I.M. Corporation, founder Aldrich Killian stared grimly at the information on the screen. So, a woman has obtained our experimental footage, and you all failed to notice? He recalled the truth behind the human bomb incident in New York on March 9th, which stemmed from A.I.M.'s clandestine experimentation with the extremist virus. The unfortunate incident occurred due to the virus's incomplete development. Boss, since this has not yet been publicized, Killian approached the speaker and delivered a resounding slap across the face. Not publicized? Do you intend to wait for someone else to expose it before taking action? I would be better off raising a dog than supporting you lot. Now find that woman. Immediately. Yes, boss, the subordinate replied, covering half of his face, hesitating for a moment before suddenly asking, what shall we do once we find her? Killian bellowed in response. Kill her. He felt utterly exhausted. The A.I.M. company has nurtured a host of inept individuals, and its current stature is entirely reliant on the existence of a desperate virus. Should that video be leaked, the repercussions for the company would be catastrophic. He cannot permit such an eventuality. Thus, the woman must be silenced. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he suddenly finds himself envious of Tony Stark, his former idol, the man who once made him stand on a rooftop in the freezing wind, waiting in vain on New Year's Eve. The man his beloved woman has always admired, Tony Stark. The memories of working alongside Pepper represent the most beautiful moments of his life. His years of perseverance, toil, and struggle are merely to convey to Tony Stark, I am not inferior to you. You simply had a more fortunate start in life. Chapter 26. The Ambush Boss. Have you been drawing circles all morning as part of some ritual? Grey Wolf inquired, perplexed by the peculiar behavior of his leader, which had taken a rather odd turn. It resembled a shamanistic dance on the verdant meadows. Upon hearing Grey Wolf's question, Ghoulie glared in frustration at the Camartage Portal Advancement Compendium in his hand. The magical tome bestowed upon him by the Ancient One should not have posed a problem. However, the issue lay in his inability to master the portal. He could not fathom why the most fundamental spell of Camartage, the portal, was proving to be so extraordinarily challenging. No wonder the Ancient One had declared him devoid of magical aptitude. This should not be the case. How could someone chosen by the system be utterly inept? By all reason, the hosts selected by the system were regarded as the chosen ones, imbued with commendable talents. Yet he remained skeptical. Extending one hand while the other mechanically traced circles in front of him, he continued this repetitive task. Circle after circle, he persevered throughout the afternoon. Grey Wolf, a cigar dangling from his mouth, lounged on the sofa with his legs crossed, accompanied by a mechanical dog and a mechanical bird. The three of them watched their leader intently for the entire day. The mechanical bird pondered, "Is the master engaging in physical training?" The mechanical dog speculated, "I believe the master is practicing a form of martial arts." Grey Wolf suggested, "Could it be that the boss is summoning something?" A reasonable hypothesis indeed. After all, they themselves had been summoned abruptly, unable to resist such an involuntary call. Truly, the greatness of their master was evident. Perhaps he had not summoned anything new recently and felt the need to practice diligently. As night fell, Ghoulie lay despondently on the sofa, having devoted an entire day to drawing circles, yet failing to conjure even a spark. It was exasperatingly difficult. Suddenly, a mechanical chime rang out, prompting Ghoulie to hastily grab his phone, where he heard the frantic cries of little Peter. "Uncle Goo, Aunt May and Sister Sky are hurt. Please hurry." The basement trembled violently for a moment, and Ghoulie's aura surged as if a volcano were on the verge of eruption. Soundwave, ascend swiftly. With a rush, he drifted out of the underground garage, shattering the garage door as he sped away. Once inside the vehicle, his speed soared to its utmost limit, and Soundwave shot towards the outer reaches of space. From the moment he received the news, Ghoulie's body shook uncontrollably with fear of losing May and Daisy. His rationality began to dissipate, and he loathed himself for his inability to master the portal spell, for carelessly leaving Soundwave behind in the garage. "I need to go faster. I should have let Soundwave take me there." In his chaotic thoughts, Ghoulie began to reproach himself. If Soundwave were still hovering above the earth, monitoring the situation, even if he had instructed Little Chaos to keep watch near the barbecue shop, at least some vigilance could have been maintained. The journey that originally required 30 minutes was reduced to a mere 7 minutes by the drift. Yet, for Ghoulie, those 7 minutes felt like an eternity. Upon seeing the throng of people gathered outside the barbecue shop, a chill ran through him, leaving him numb. The uncontrolled shockwave had even cracked the pavement of the street. Fear and regret swirled within him, and he hardly remembered how he had rushed into the establishment. It was only upon seeing May and Daisy alive that he regained some semblance of composure. Daisy, with tears streaming down her face, dashed into his embrace. Feeling the warmth of her presence, Ghoulie finally emerged from his daze. "Rest assured, sir, the two ladies have only sustained minor injuries." Following the voice, Ghoulie had never found a police uniform as endearing as he did at that moment. "I am Police Chief George Stacy of the New York City Police Department. I need your cooperation to document a few details." Moments later, having learned the circumstances, Ghoulie was still trembling with anxiety. Not long ago, several shadowy figures had entered the shop, coincidentally encountering Police Chief George, who was dining with colleagues. Consequently, the ensuing gunfire in the establishment resulted in the death of one patron and injuries to several others. May and Daisy were merely cut by shattered glass. Fortunately, the presence of the officers had mitigated further tragedy. Grasping George's hand gratefully, Ghoulie expressed, Thank you. It is my duty, sir." "Have you recently had any disputes with anyone?" The questioning lasted about half an hour. The delayed ambulance transported the injured patrons to the hospital for treatment. Ghoulie generously waived all medical expenses and compensation for the guests, in addition to providing his staff with 6 months of paid leave. He decided not to reopen the barbecue shop, at least until this crisis was resolved. Seeing May, whose arm was bandaged, Ghoulie firmly brought her and little Peter to his new home. "Sister May, there are plenty of rooms in the house. You and Peter can stay here for now. I cannot bear the thought of losing you." After hearing such candid words, May cast a wistful glance, relieved that Peter was presently wandering about in the living room. Once he had calmed the two women, Ghoulie directly contacted the sound wave that lingered above the earth. "Sound wave, have you investigated the origins of those individuals?" "Master, the 4 assailants are from the security department of A.I.M. Corporation." Upon learning the truth, Ghoulie issued a few instructions to the drifting and mechanical pets at home. After ensuring their vigilance, he hurriedly set off into the night toward A.I.M. His mind was singularly focused on one thought: to annihilate them. Meanwhile, at the New York Police Department, Chief George Stacy was meticulously scrutinizing the surveillance footage of suspicious individuals. The assailants involved in the barbecue shop shootout did not appear to be typical gangsters. Ultimately, through cross-referencing the surveillance images with the internal police database, George discovered that the gunmen were retired soldiers. It seemed this matter was far more complex than anticipated. The assailant's target was evidently not the owner of the barbecue shop. But what could a young girl have done to provoke such a group? As George was lost in contemplation, a sudden exclamation of astonishment broke the silence. "Director, that benefactor today was exceedingly generous, having just donated $10 million to our bureau. Is the barbecue restaurant truly that profitable? It makes me ponder a change in my career." Upon hearing this, George could not help but chuckle and retort, "That individual drives a car worth several million. The barbecue restaurant is likely merely a passion project." He surmised that the substantial donation was largely due to the significance that young lady held for Ghoulie, perhaps even profoundly so. As a father himself, George found himself inexplicably drawn to Ghoulie, who was not only handsome but also possessed admirable character. In a society like America, where financial gain reigns supreme, Ghoulie's actions at the barbecue restaurant starkly contrasted with the typical traits of capitalists. The unpaid leave for employees, the provision of comprehensive medical care and mental support for all patrons, and the $10 million donation to the police department, all these actions seemed to defy the norms of an American. Furthermore, the sudden appearance of cracks in the street was quite unusual, resembling the aftermath of an earthquake. Curiously, no seismic activity had been reported in New York recently. Chapter 27. Uncontaminated in the heart of New York, Director Nick Fury presided over a pivotal meeting, engaging a cadre of agents in discussions regarding task allocations. Among them, the Black Widow arrived, her undercover identity within Stark Industries remaining undisclosed. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense, with Fury's serious demeanor scrutinizing each agent present. Ross had detected the whereabouts of the group and inquired who would venture to Brazil. Bruce Banner was also among those Fury had long sought to recruit, while Ross stood as a potential rival, primarily due to his control over the super soldier program. Suddenly, a trusted agent burst into the meeting room, his expression grave as he reported, "Director, a severe firefight has erupted near the A.I.M. building." With a raised hand, Nick Fury ceased the meeting, instructing, "Switch the feed." Meanwhile, chaos unfolded at the A.I.M. building where Ghoulie was unleashing havoc. Those acquainted with the lethal game knew all too well the addictive nature of such violence. A relentless tide of virus-infused warriors surged forth, accompanied by the thunderous roar of armed helicopters, akin to colossal iron beasts circling the skies, their engines reverberating with a deafening intensity as if to tear the very fabric of the world apart. The merciless gunfire sliced through the night, illuminating the battlefield like bolts of lightning. At the epicenter of this turmoil, Ghoulie merely flicked his fingers, and in an instant, all commotion ceased, the battlefield falling into an eerie silence. Within S.H.I.E.L.D. Hawkeye and his companions stared at the surveillance footage in astonishment. Throughout his career as an agent, Hawkeye had never witnessed such an elegant yet eco-friendly display of violence. Ghoulie's movements were devoid of ostentation. He simply gestured with a delicate flick of his fingers. The helicopters hovering above and the barrage of gunfire suddenly transformed into a flurry of snowflakes, epitomizing a purity unmarred by pollution. Yet, when it came to taking lives, his expression remained unwavering, a true embodiment of brutality. The battalion of special forces, their bodies resembling molten lava, had not even approached when they too inexplicably morphed into swirling snowflakes. This spectacle shattered the very notions Gu Li had cultivated since childhood. The arbitrary transformation of matter, how was such a feat achievable? Even Superman might struggle to replicate it. Indeed, within the Marvel universe, the existence of Superman comics added another layer of complexity. The stunned agents in the conference room remained silent for an extended period, until Nick Fury gravely declared, "He'll elevate his threat level to 10, switching perspectives back to the I.M. building after dispatching the lesser minions of Killian. Gu Li clenched his fist towards the edifice, waves of seismic energy radiating throughout the structure. With a resounding crash, the glass faade shattered, and the building began to tremble precariously. At that moment, a desperate voice emanated from the Mark suit soaring in from the distance. "Gu, stand down. Outside is filled with Fabola. Leave the rest to me." After a prolonged few seconds, Tony exhaled a sigh of relief upon witnessing Gu Li relent. The sheer terror struck me. This fellow, when driven to madness, becomes a formidable force. In merely 10 minutes, he breached the stronghold of I.M. Had it not been for Mark's swift armor, I had no doubt that this edifice would have succumbed to Gu Li's wrath. Although the reasons behind this chaos remain shrouded in mystery, I instinctively believed that someone must have provoked Gu Li. After all, he embodies the elegance, restraint, and politeness characteristic of many Easterners. Under typical circumstances, he would never instigate trouble. "Thank you. I'll take another life before I depart." Gu Li never forgot the principle of rooting out the problem entirely. The incident involving Daisy traces back to the founder of I.M. Killian. Yet, whether it was his command or not has become inconsequential. Although tonight's actions deviate from his usual self-preserving philosophy, the likes of Killian are hardly worthy of his restraint. Did he think he was the Ancient One or some sort of mystical creature? Ascending to the top floor via the elevator, Gu Li finally encountered Killian. The antagonist from Iron Man 3 appeared remarkably composed, even smiling as he addressed him. "Honorable Mr. Gu, shall we strike a deal? How much would it cost to purchase my life?" Living in America, sentiments such as hatred hold little significance. In this corrupt society, money reigns supreme. Killian harbored a firm belief that someone as formidable as Gu Li, raised amidst the harsh realities of New York, would inevitably succumb to the societal mold. He was utterly convinced that he could buy his life with riches. Little did he know, even if Gu Li were to take his life, the money would still belong to Gu Li. After all, he had the most sophisticated thief, the elusive Xiamiliuan, at his disposal, whose prowess had a validity that ceased with the emergence of Ultron. Gu Li's response was succinct, accompanied only by the excruciating pain of his own heart tearing apart. "In your next life, try to be more observant." A sound reminiscent of a heart bursting echoed as Killian's lifeless body gradually dissipated, vanishing completely. Taking a deep breath, Gu Li reflected on the fact that this was his first act of killing across 2 lifetimes, stirring a modicum of turmoil within him. Fortunately, his methods were not overtly gory. Those he eliminated were rendered to mere ashes, granting him an illusion as though he dwelled within a game. As for the potential troubles that may arise thereafter, Gu Li waved his hand, and Xiamiliuan, transformed into a phone, proactively sent the video of the Abyss virus explosion to Tony. Upon viewing the footage, Tony brimmed with newfound confidence. "I'll escort you out of here. Later, I'll arrange for Stark Industries to hold a press conference." Suddenly, the Mark armor propelled Gu Li through the thick floor, sending a cascade of concrete and dust into the air. Gu Li helplessly activated his abilities to disperse the debris from his face. Indeed, Tony still recalled the incident when Gu Li had flung him out of the ice pit. This only solidified his resolve. He must master the art of teleportation. A true powerhouse would never rely solely on their legs to make an entrance. Can one still be deemed a master if their entrance lacks the requisite flair? Although he possessed the ability to dash and glide short distances through the power of shockwaves, the prospect of flying in the immediate future seemed bleak. Thus, the portal emerged as the most viable option. An hour later, Stark Industries convened a press conference. Iron Man, Tony Stark, vehemently condemned the inhumane human experiments conducted by A.I.M. and acknowledged that he had personally addressed the threat posed by the extremist virus. Furthermore, Iron Man pledged that Stark Industries would steadfastly adhere to the principles of sustainable development, contributing to the construction of a better America. The video footage unveiled during the press conference effectively put an end to the human bomb incident in New York. The skirmish at the A.I.M. building seemingly concluded, leaving no trace of the conflict aside from shattered glass, as if the altercation had never transpired. Meanwhile, within the confines of S.H.I.E.L.D., the atmosphere was heavy with tension. Nick Fury believed that Gu Li's destructive capacity could rival that of the Hulk, albeit with the distinction that one wielded physical devastation while the other employed magical assaults. Natasha, you shall continue your work at Stark Industries. Coulson, you are tasked with a trip to Brazil. Clint, you will make contact with Gu Li. After delineating the assignments, Nick Fury let out a deep sigh. These three individuals were each a source of considerable trouble. Chapter 28. Undercover. Recently, a series of peculiar occurrences has unfolded in New York City, marked by the sudden disappearance of a multitude of citizens, prompting a collective mobilization of law enforcement officers, including the likes of Hawkeye and agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. However, despite their relentless search over several days, no trace or clue has emerged. It is as though these individuals have inexplicably evaporated from existence. What adds a layer of enigma to the situation is the fact that all the missing persons were affiliated with A.I.M. The orchestrator of this sinister plot is Gu Li, who has spent a month meticulously eradicating the remnants of the Killian faction within A.I.M., ensuring a thorough and complete extermination. Gu Li is acutely aware that S.H.I.E.L.D. will inevitably uncover the truth behind the disappearances, and that Hydra, lurking within S.H.I.E.L.D., will also discover the reality. His intention is to allow them to find out, to make them understand the consequences of crossing him. I am a madman, you may proceed as you wish. In a perilous world, mere survival is insufficient. One must occasionally reveal their fangs. The events surrounding A.I.M. serve as Gu Li's display of ferocity to S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra, and the unseen forces that manipulate them. Do not provoke me. At this juncture, S.H.I.E.L.D. finds itself in a predicament with Hawkeye, Clint Barton, conveying their concerns to director Nick Fury. Fury, that individual is utterly deranged. He can certainly locate the personnel roster of A.I.M. and trace it back to my home. Please assign this task to someone else. Nick Fury, with a resigned nod, responded, take a break, Barton. Rest for a few days. Over the past month, S.H.I.E.L.D. has made significant progress in its operations. Tony Stark has been invited to serve as a consultant for S.H.I.E.L.D., but he has stipulated two preconditions. First, S.H.I.E.L.D. must assist in concealing the truth regarding the events surrounding A.I.M.'s headquarters and must not use this information against Gu Li. Second, S.H.I.E.L.D. is to return all possessions left by Howard Stark. Without much contemplation, Fury acquiesced to Tony's conditions. Although Gu Li may be somewhat unhinged, there remains an opportunity to reason with him. This alone is an improvement over the Hulk. Furthermore, the items rightfully belong to the Stark family, so returning them poses no loss to either him or S.H.I.E.L.D. However, he was somewhat taken aback by the apparent camaraderie between Stark and Gu Li. When did these two become acquainted? Thus, Hawkeye's mission to engage with Gu Li has been deemed a failure, and his attempt to find Agent Coulson in Brazil yielded no sight of Bruce Banner. Upon learning of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s movements, Ross preemptively launched an assault on the soda factory, resulting in Bruce transforming into the Hulk and making his escape. Fortuitously for Fury, Bruce Banner stealthily returned to Culver University, thus providing him with an opportunity for contact. Meanwhile, at Stark Tower, Gu Li, having been invited to dine with Tony and Ethan, is preparing for his journey to Europe. A month prior, he had pledged to the Ancient One to seek out Agatha, and as time drags on, it is becoming increasingly untenable to postpone. His primary concern, however, remains the prospect of the Ancient One's ire. Although he has gleaned from films that the Ancient One typically refrains from intervening unless the Earth faces dimensional incursions, he remains wary. However, that was merely the Ancient One from the film, while Gu Li encounters the living, breathing Ancient One. In the past movie, Ethan perished, yet now, after being saved by Gu Li, he thrives. Thus, certain matters cannot be measured by common logic. Gu, are you prepared? Tony inquired, referring to the endeavor of mining vibranium in Antarctica. Tony, my friend, I shall first venture to Europe to find someone, and then we shall proceed with the mining. Tony's interest was piqued as he fixed his gaze upon Gu Li, asking, a woman? To be precise, it is a woman. Agatha, a woman who has lived for nearly 4 centuries, her practice of dark sorcery rendering her somewhat eccentric. I will accompany you. After all, Mark V can now transform into a suitcase akin to a mechanical dog. This was inspired by their experience outside the cave in Afghanistan, witnessing the mechanical dog morph into a suitcase. Tony and Ethan instinctively developed Mark V to resemble a suitcase. Come, let us raise a toast to our grand endeavor. Tony Stark's inclusion in S.H.I.E.L.D. was a collective decision made by the trio. The catastrophic virus explosion, coupled with the enigmatic Gu Li and the equally mysterious Ancient One, led Tony to realize that this world may differ significantly from his previous perceptions. Hence, he conferred with Ethan to establish an organization to counteract supernatural threats. The first individual they invited was none other than Gu Li. However, due to their organization's limited personnel, certain mysterious incidents might not be detected promptly. This prompted Tony to become an undercover agent within S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, Ethan, being a lifelong bachelor with no family and lacking any superpowers, would surely not be recruited by S.H.I.E.L.D. As for Gu Li, his propensity for violence rendered him unsuitable for undercover work. Should he lose control, it could lead to catastrophic consequences for S.H.I.E.L.D. The trio, still uncertain of a name for their organization, temporarily established their base at Tony's seaside villa. Gu Li's agreement to join was influenced by the recent attack on the barbecue restaurant. Had it not been for Director George's fortuitous presence at the establishment, he could scarcely fathom the outcome. Despite the multitude of villains in this world, those who seek to dominate it, those who wish to consume the earth, and those intent on annihilating half of existence, ordinary individuals like George abound. Since Gu Li has arrived in this world, he does not mind engaging in actions he can easily undertake. Gu, once again, thank you for saving both me and Tony. Truth be told, that was one of the most remarkable inventions I have ever witnessed. Gu Li understood that Ethan was referring to the mechanical dog. He raised his glass towards the two. While being a superhero may be exhausting, individuals like them, who act freely yet adhere to their principles, perhaps do not find it so burdensome. With sound waves monitored by extraterrestrial surveillance and the presence of the artificial intelligence J.A.R.V.I.S., they could effortlessly pinpoint most anti-human activities. Furthermore, there are still channels of information within S.H.I.E.L.D. Although the current S.H.I.E.L.D. has become riddled with Hydra infiltration, it resembles more of a Hydra outpost. However, one must acknowledge that their foundation is significantly stronger, and their channels of information far exceed those of the trio. Moreover, Tony is operating undercover to gather intel. Thus, his personal safety should not pose a significant concern, unless Hydra were to act irrationally. Speaking of Hydra, Gu Li suddenly recalled their leader, the Inhuman known as Hive. Considering the timeline, that individual is soon expected to return to Earth. Meanwhile, Bruce Banner has returned to America, endeavoring to locate the original research materials to address the blood mutation caused by gamma radiation. Due to Gu Li's interference, The Ancient One has temporarily alleviated Tony's palladium poisoning, allowing him to reclaim the documents left by Howard from S.H.I.E.L.D. Without the threat of palladium poisoning, Tony should no longer indulge in reckless behavior. Of course, it is also possible that the self-correcting nature of the timeline may shift the battle originally set in Morocco to London. Chapter 29. A return to London. When it comes to the timeline, it is intrinsically linked to the Time Stone and the Temporal Anomaly Management Agency. And, of course, there is the narrative deity Loki, the reason behind the green hue of the Time Stone. At this moment, the Time Stone remains in the possession of the Ancient One, while the fate of that narrative god is uncertain. My current abilities do not allow me to glimpse the future self. Perhaps my future self is gazing back at me now. Time is an abstract concept, a manifestation of material motion, a continuity of change, and an expression of sequence. Perhaps at this very instant, the narrative deity stands at the end of the river of time, contemplating the present multiverse. I understand that I must ascend to that divine height. For you, for all of us, Ghoulie is convinced that he too can reach such a divine stature, especially as he is an extraordinary contender. With the presence of the scoundrel simulator, he truly believes no one can impede his progress. If pressed too hard, he might resort to the most desperate measures, suicide. When his soul is drawn to the underworld, he would cling to death's embrace, leveraging his reputation as the most handsome in New York to ensure that the purple sweet potato spirit is left wearing the proverbial horns. It is essential to remember that this is death, a concept that stands alongside eternity, infinity, and annihilation, the four great abstractions of existence. As for the planet devourer, apologies, but he is merely a unit of measurement. Goo, your smile is somewhat unsettling, someone remarked. Ha ha ha. Ghoulie laughed awkwardly. I just remembered something amusing. I'm heading home now. Please ensure the private jet is ready for tomorrow. Not a problem, I've made arrangements with the water sprite. This time I'll bring her a set of armor. In the original timeline, Tony had only gifted the Mark armor to Rhodey and Pepper. Though Rhodey had taken the War Machine armor himself, he would not have dared to do so without Tony's consent. For some inexplicable reason, Tony had developed an affinity for the Eternal Girl, the water sprite. Perhaps he was simply a soft-hearted father figure at heart. Thinking of Cersei, who lived with the water sprite, Ghoulie felt a deep sense of nostalgia. Of course, before heading to Europe, he needed to first appease the three ladies at home. The following afternoon, Tony encountered a visibly drained Ghoulie aboard his private jet. Goo, why do you look so haggard? Did you not rest well last night? Ghoulie had appeared well when they parted the previous evening, and now, just a day and night later, he resembled a weary addict, with heavy dark circles under his eyes and a profound fatigue etched in his expression. Strangely, Tony found this sensation oddly familiar. I'll be fine after a nap. Just wake me when we arrive in London. The exhaustion was genuine, yet the fruits of his labor had been plentiful. After a year and a half of effort, Ghoulie had finally acquired all of Spider-Man's superpowers. Now, he possessed a blend of the Spider-S essence and the serum, yet he still felt somewhat inadequate in the presence of his three girlfriends. It appears that donning the Iron Man suit is imperative. However, being in the Marvel Universe, he has no means to seek out Wonder Woman in DC. After a flurry of daydreaming, Ghoulie's thoughts galloped like a wild stallion across an endless prairie, eventually returning, exhausted, to the stable. Youth is indeed a blessing. Observing Ghoulie fall into a deep slumber without a second thought, Tony felt a pang of envy. Born on May 29, 1970, Tony was now 40 years old. However, he did not perceive himself as old. After all, a man at 40 is like a blossom in full bloom. He simply felt that he was no longer youthful. For hours later, at London Airport, upon seeing his welcoming party, the water sprite and Cersei, Ghoulie rushed forward, arms outstretched for a grand embrace. Brother-in-law, how long do you plan to stay this time? The water sprite asked, her eyes glinting with mischief. In her mind, the more stable and solid Ghoulie and Cersei's relationship became, the greater her chances with Ikaris would be. Ghoulie affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair. I'm here to take care of some matters. I might be here for quite a while. Well, doesn't Uncle Tony have a place in your heart? The water sprite playfully punched Tony's chest, producing a delightful clinking sound. For 7 millennia, the water sprite had felt a profound sense of inferiority due to her inability to grow physically, with no friends aside from her eternal family. Yet, despite their brief acquaintance, she harbored an inexplicable fondness for this quirky uncle, relishing their time together. Cersei maintained her usual calm demeanor, as though nothing could stir the depths of her heart. However, her gaze flickered, avoiding direct eye contact with Ghoulie. During this visit to London, Tony and Cersei chose not to stay at Stark Manor but instead at the Water Sprite's residence. Each had their own reasons for this decision. Ghoulie believed that leaving Tony here would be relatively safer while he sought out Agatha, considering the presence of two Eternals. Tony, on the other hand, was prepared to play the role of an assist once more. Cersei and the Water Sprite prepared a lavish welcome feast, with the dining table adorned with delicacies from around the world. These culinary masterpieces were not only visually stunning but also tantalizing to the palate, akin to exquisite works of art that one hesitated to disrupt. The advantages of a long life finally revealed themselves at this moment. Both of them were exceptional cooks, effortlessly mastering both Chinese and Western cuisines. Tony sincerely gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You and Cersei are remarkable chefs. Your cooking surpasses that of Ghoulie's barbecue joint." Upon hearing Tony's praise, the Water Sprite sighed, a tinge of regret clouding her expression. "Unfortunately, we have no time to savor it. How about this? Once school is out, I'll arrange a private jet to bring you over," Tony suggested. The Water Sprite's eyes dimmed instantly, losing their earlier sparkle. She felt a sense of helplessness, uncertain whether to confess to Tony that she would never grow up and had never attended school. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, Ghoulie spoke up, "Sister, some things, when viewed from a different perspective, may not be as unfavorable as they seem." Before their astonished eyes, the chopsticks held by Ghoulie gradually dissipated into flowing particles that danced around his fingertips. In the midst of Cersei's and the Water Spirit's astonishment, the particles at Ghoulie's fingertips reassembled into a lily and a rose. After placing these blossoms into their hands, Ghoulie continued, "When you confront your abilities and shortcomings, you will realize that you are akin to a diamond, shimmering under the sunlight, while your flaws serve as your whetstone, rendering you more resilient and radiant." The scene unfolding before them was familiar to Cersei and the Water Spirit, for it was precisely the extraordinary power possessed by Cersei. Upon witnessing this, the Water Spirit rose and exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, are you also one of the Eternal clan?" Chapter 30. The 10-man squad. "Jeff, are you also an Eternal?" the Water Sprite inquired, then quickly shook her head. She was aware that the only Eternals who arrived on Earth 7,000 years ago were Ajax and his 10-member team, which included Ajax, Cersei, Ikaris, Thena, Gilgamesh, Kingo, Phastos, Druig, Makari, and herself. I am merely human, a pure-blooded human." Cersei, standing nearby, noticeably grew more vigilant, her gaze fixed on Ghoulie as she voiced her inner turmoil. "Why have you deliberately approached us? What do you truly desire?" Her eyes brimmed with suspicion and anticipation, resembling a wounded creature, yearning for the truth that diverged from her assumptions. Her emotions swirled like a tempestuous sea, turbulent and unyielding, leaving her in a state of unrest. "The day I encountered you was the most beautiful accident of my life. From the very first glance, I knew I had fallen for you, whether it be love at first sight or mere infatuation. I simply fell for you." In that moment, Ghoulie became the most romantic figure in New York, secretly applauding himself for his audacity. Was it unexpected? Such occurrences are often deemed reasonable. Upon hearing Ghoulie's confession, Cersei's complexion flushed ever so slightly, prompting her to resolve to momentarily disregard this man. Observing this, Tony and the Water Sprite exchanged discreet thumbs up beneath the dining table. Tony was already aware that Ghoulie resided with three stunning beauties: 18-year-old Daisy, 24-year-old Zhao Helen, and 31-year-old May. With the addition of Cersei, that made four. Furthermore, Tony knew the reason for Ghoulie's journey to Europe: to seek another woman. Yet, if Ghoulie were to catch wind of Tony's current thoughts, he would undoubtedly insist, I have not, do not speak nonsense." Agatha, that mad witch, did not align with his aesthetic preferences. Noticing the Cold War between sister and brother-in-law, the Water Sprite cleverly diverted the conversation. "Brother-in-law, how did you come to know we are Eternals?" "Yes. Ghoulie, what do you mean by that? What exactly are Eternals? A branch of humanity?" Faced with their inquiries, Ghoulie helplessly raised his hands, replying, "You mentioned it, dear sister. I had no knowledge of your status as Eternals." The water sprite's lips twitched slightly as she reflected on her earlier words. "Then why did you comfort me as if you were aware of the superpowers that Sister Cersei and I possess?" "Ah well, I possess an innate ability to sense the energy fluctuations in others." Ghoulie felt a surge of pride within, wondering if this excuse was impeccable. If someone else in this world had said the same, they might have been met with skepticism. However, for a traveler like him, he possessed a modicum of understanding about many of the superhumans within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Indeed, upon hearing Ghoulie's statement, a flicker of realization passed through Cersei and the water sprite's eyes. Meanwhile, Tony, who was entirely oblivious to the conversation, urgently inquired, "What exactly are the Eternals? Does the young girl and Cersei possess superpowers as well? Surely you jest." Observing the silence among the three, Tony felt an unexpected pallor cast upon his life. Why, during this period, had he only encountered beings of extraordinary abilities, while he, Tony Stark, so exceptional, remained merely an ordinary man? Why is that? Ghoulie held Cersei's hand, gazing deeply into her eyes. "May I speak, Cersei?" Ghoulie resolved to pursue his intentions relentlessly. The massacre before the A.I.M. headquarters had awakened his true nature. For an ordinary person, the bewildering array of superpowers was utterly intoxicating. When one is relegated to the status of an ordinary individual, it is best to embrace that reality. Yet, when the opportunity to ascend to divinity presents itself, who would decline such a fate? With a resigned acceptance, Cersei relinquished her struggle, allowing Ghoulie to entwine their fingers. The Eternals descended upon Earth 7,000 years ago, safeguarding the continuity and safety of human civilization throughout the ages. After some time, upon learning of the relationship between the 10-member Eternal Squad and the annals of human history, Tony found his understanding profoundly reshaped. In a state of bewilderment, he murmured, "So, little girl, you have lived for over 7,000 years?" "Indeed, Uncle Tony," she replied, "and I have always appeared this way, forever unchanged." The water sprite once again succumbed to melancholy. The inability to mature meant she would eternally miss out on the sweetness of love. It is true that most Eternals are rather love-struck. Tony wrapped his arm around the water sprite's shoulder, uncertain of how to console this child of over 7 millennia. After all, he, Tony, was merely a 40-year-old child at heart. The scene before Ghoulie prompted him to hesitate, ultimately deciding against revealing his thoughts. In truth, the water sprite was not destined to remain forever youthful. Should she relinquish her powers, the chance to grow into adulthood would be within her grasp. As night deepened, the group engaged in light-hearted conversation for a while longer before retreating to their respective quarters. However, a shadowy figure stealthily approached Cersei's door, deftly unlocking it and slipping inside. Soon after, this figure skillfully retrieved a tome titled A Detailed Explanation of Ancient Egyptian Texts and began to study. "Why was there a familiar energy fluctuation emanating from you just now?" Ghoulie gently pinched Cersei's cheek, feigning innocence. "Perhaps it is merely that we have grown accustomed to each other's energy signatures." As for why Cersei suddenly felt an inexplicable connection to Ghoulie, he found himself at a loss. He could hardly confess, "I just acquired the superpower of your ex-boyfriend." Regrettably, this time it was not the ability to fly. Instead, it resembled the heat vision of Cyclops from the X-Men, a golden beam of cosmic energy emanating from his eyes, akin to the powers of Ikaris. Through his interactions with Cersei, Ghoulie began to entertain the illusion that given a year, he might well acquire all the superpowers held by the 10-member Eternal Squad. Among the 10 members of the Eternals, Cersei possesses the extraordinary ability to reshape molecular structures, though she has yet to reach the subatomic proficiency exhibited by molecular beings. The young water sprite wields the power of illusion and invisibility. Ikaris is reminiscent of Superman from the DC Universe. Devoid of a cape, he can soar at the speed of light and unleash cosmic energy beams from his eyes. Thena, known as the Master of Weapons, can manipulate cosmic energy to conjure various energy weapons, including swords, spears, and shields, all while displaying remarkable martial prowess. Gilgamesh, akin to a one-punch superhero, utilizes cosmic energy to manifest formidable gauntlets, delivering tremendous blows. Kingo, who claims to be the uncle of Thor, has the ability to fire cosmic energy projectiles and beams from his fingertips. Phastos, the brilliant inventor, harnesses cosmic energy to create an array of weapons and technologies. Druig possesses the power to manipulate the thoughts of others. Macquarie, the female Flash, although unable to traverse time and space like Barry Allen, exhibits remarkable speed. Ajak, the leader of the team, possesses self-healing abilities and can heal others using cosmic energy. If the abilities of all 10 Eternals could be united within a single being, it is likely that they could deliver several resounding blows to Thanos. The path of learning remains a profound and arduous journey. Chapter 31. Dynamic light waves for 3 consecutive days. Ghoulie immersed himself in the tome-detailed explanation of ancient Egyptian scripts, utterly captivated and unable to extricate himself. It was only at the urging of his elder brother Tony that he roused from his scholarly reverie, recalling his task of locating Agatha. However, he found himself too preoccupied in his pursuit of flight capabilities, scarcely having a moment to sip tea, let alone traverse Europe in search of that madwoman. Thus, he resolutely made the most prudent choice. "Hey, Master Ghoulie, it's me, Xiao Gu. Could you please assist me in locating Agatha?" He recalled that Kamartaj possessed a wondrous artifact ideally suited for such endeavors. On Miami Beach, clad in sunglasses and casual attire, Ghoulie frowned upon receiving the call. Indeed, she had commissioned Ghoulie to teach Agatha a lesson, but that had been a month and a half prior. This young man had evidently not taken it to heart. Although reluctant to engage with Ghoulie nonetheless waved her hand, instantly isolating her soul from the world through a mirrored space. With her hands forming seals once more, a luminous screen materialized, revealing the eccentric Agatha in a fit of madness. With a snap of her fingers, Ghoulie returned her soul to her body. Sokovia. After concluding the call, Ghoulie promptly purchased a ticket to Sokovia. Through recent guidance from Cersei, his cultural literacy had significantly improved, yet he still lacked the ability to fly and had not mastered the teleportation portals. He found himself compelled to opt for this most rudimentary mode of travel. During the flight, Ghoulie reclined in his seat, scrutinizing the system panel. Name: Ghoulie. Race: human. Age: 21. Superpowers: 55 blood serum, spider totem, fate cards, molecular restructuring, invisibility, dynamic light waves. Items: little cricket handgun, regeneration cradle, blue giant star destroyer cannon. Affiliations: drift, sound waves, tape legion, gray wolf, contracted entity. Dormammu. Upon acquiring all the powers of Spider-Man, the corresponding section on the system panel transformed to reflect the spider totem. This totem serves as the source of strength for all Spider-Men across the multiverse. Further elaboration shall follow. Ghoulie's newly acquired superpower, dynamic light waves, emanates from Icarus's radiant thermal vision, capable of emitting golden cosmic energy beams from his eyes. It must be acknowledged that the golden effects of dynamic light waves truly elevate his desired prestige. Just imagine, while his enemies are indulging in hot pot and singing, he could launch a surprise attack. Bayu Bayu Bayu. Notably, this ability proves highly versatile, effective in both close and mid-range combat, and it possesses no cooldown. As long as his eyes remain dry, he can unleash a continuous barrage of Bayu. Should any foolhardy individual dare to say, "You dare to gaze again," Ghoulie would undoubtedly respond with eagerness. Within the realms of Marvel and DC, the luminescent-eyed superpowered beings include the well-known Superman, the Destroyer, Icarus, Cyclops, and the mute version of Deadpool. Certainly, there exists Darkseid's Omega beams, yet these are rather enigmatic. Unlike the aforementioned entities, they possess the ability to curve. Additionally, the ever-popular Azrael, hailing from our homeland, also has luminous eyes. However, if one were to engage in a comparison of thermal vision among these beings, Icarus's thermal beams would undoubtedly pale in comparison to Darkseid's Omega beams, yet they surpass the laser eyes of Cyclops, the silent Deadpool, and Azrael. As for a comparison with Superman or Doomsday, such a determination proves challenging. Should an opportunity arise to traverse the DC universe, a comparative analysis could be conducted then. It's worth noting that Marvel and DC occasionally engage in character crossovers within certain multiverses. After acquiring the ability of photonic energy manipulation, Ghoulie began to sense that even if he never engaged in romantic exchanges with Supergirl, he could still potentially evolve into a superior version of Superman solely through system rewards. One must wonder what that madwoman is pursuing in Sokovia. Upon locating Agatha, he resolved to test the might of his newfound powers. The thought of unleashing his abilities certainly promised to be exhilarating. Sokovia, an ostensibly inconspicuous Eastern European nation, plays a crucial role within the Marvel Universe. In 1999, civil unrest erupted in Sokovia. A bomb struck the Maximoff household, resulting in the tragic demise of Wanda and Quicksilver's parents. Shortly thereafter, a second missile landed before the siblings. Fortunately, this projectile did not detonate. Terrified of triggering the bomb, the siblings remained motionless for 2 days, fixated on the Stark Industries logo emblazoned upon it. From that moment, the seeds of hatred were quietly sown. Another significant event was the climactic battle between the Avengers and Ultron. The Battle of Sokovia, which served as the catalyst for the Sokovia Accords, ultimately leading to the fractious civil war among the Avengers. Gooley speculated that Agatha's objective may very well be the Hydra base hidden within Sokovia. The most infamous aspect of Hydra is perhaps its motto: cut off one head, and 2 more shall take its place. Throughout Hydra's storied history, notable figures include Hive, Red Skull, Dr. Zola, the Winter Soldier, and Baron. Among this list, it is Dr. Zola, the diminutive genius devoid of any superpowers, who left a particularly profound impression on Gooley. Zola, the intellectual powerhouse of Hydra, invented the technology for consciousness uploading and orchestrated the brainwashing of the Winter Soldier for decades. He developed weapons capable of storing the Tesseract's energy. And even in the Marvel series What If, Zola triumphed in a struggle for a corporeal form against Ultron. Following the conclusion of World War II, Hydra's principal bases were dismantled, and Zola was subsequently recruited into SHIELD, where he re-established Hydra, infiltrating the organization. This explains why, from the end of World War II until the signing of the Sokovia Accords, despite Hydra's apparent obliteration, its influence lingered. The current iteration of Hydra has transformed SHIELD into a sieve. One must admit, for Nick Fury to have emerged from the ranks of Hydra and ascended to the position of director of SHIELD demonstrates a certain level of prowess. Despite the repeated failures of Hydra's plans to dominate Earth within the cinematic universe, there exist instances of their success across various alternate realities, notably exemplified by the infamous Hydra leader, dubbed Little Mouth, who managed to ensnare Captain America. We shall delve into that matter later. After departing from the Sokovia airport, Gooley tirelessly pursued the clues provided by the Ancient One in search of Agatha. Meanwhile, in Culver University, Virginia, Bruce Banner, having escaped from Brazil, returned to his long-lost institution. Memories surged forth like a torrential flood, overwhelming him with fragments of the past, the visage and laughter of his beloved Betty, the minutiae of his work, the initiation of the military's super-soldier program. The unintended leak of gamma radiation transformed him into a verdant monstrosity. These recollections flashed through his mind like a series of vivid tableaus. Bruce's return to the university was imbued with great hope. He sought to uncover previous research materials to address the affliction of his bodily mutation. His aspirations were modest. He merely yearned to reclaim his status as an ordinary man. Chapter 32. Hydra Base, Sokovia. Just as no one would consume the fruit of the flame fruit, Gooley suddenly mused that even the power of invisibility would soon be rendered obsolete. Why this sudden thought? It was simply because, while infiltrating the Hydra base in search of the witch's whereabouts, he had been detected by thermal sensors before he could locate her. This invisibility was certainly not genuine stealth. His current emotional state was one of profound exasperation. After all, invisibility was one of the superpowers bestowed upon the Eternal's water sprite. Yet he never anticipated it would be compromised by thermal detection. Now, he found himself at gunpoint, surrounded by a cadre of Hydra soldiers, forced to relinquish his invisibility. The absurdity of the situation was overwhelming. "Is it you?" inquired the masked leader among the Hydra soldiers. His recognition of Gu Li was unmistakable. Now, it was Gu Li's turn to feel intrigued. Am I truly so renowned? However, mere seconds later, he realized that Hydra must have acquired intelligence regarding his capabilities from SHIELD. Since you recognize me, this should be straightforward. I am here to locate someone. The small leader remained silent for approximately half a minute, prompting Gu to prepare for any potential confrontation. Suddenly, he heard a simple "all right."
Wat I-o.
Gu stared in disbelief, convinced he had misheard. The small leader had indeed said "all right." This only deepened his bewilderment. "Come on, you are Hydra, the organization universally acknowledged as evil, the one that seeks to dominate the earth. The one notorious for its bloodshed. How can you be so accommodating?" Had he not been utterly certain he was in the Hydra base, he might have questioned if he had entered the wrong place. Perplexed, Gu scratched his head. Given this unexpected civility, he felt it inappropriate to resort to violence. Respect is a mutual exchange. If Hydra was extending an olive branch, he would not behave in a manner unbecoming of someone attuned to social niceties. "Mr. Gu, whom do you seek? I can have someone bring them to you," the small leader offered. Given this overture, Gu decided against being overly finicky. "Agatha." Upon hearing the name, the masked leader fell silent. Yet, Gu sensed a moment of hesitation before the small leader swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed a number, seemingly reporting the situation. A short while later, he saluted the phone with the formal Nazi salute typical of Hydra, saying, "Yes, leader. Mr. Gu, please hold on. Wait. Take me with you. I'm quite curious about what this madwoman is up to." Gu had never imagined that Agatha could have such a connection with Hydra. Was it a partnership? The Dark Witch and Hydra? Who would have thought they were so well suited? Indeed, there were advantages to revealing one's fangs as he had done previously. In situations like this where dialogue could resolve matters, it was best to avoid conflict. Even if he were to engage the Hydra soldiers before him, it would be a trivial endeavor for him. Under the guidance of the small leader, a group of individuals advanced along the corridor of the base for approximately 5 minutes, until Gu finally beheld the frenzied witch. At that moment, Agatha resembled a possessed shaman, arms outstretched and chanting incantations. "Ayahe, yahe, yahe," seemingly engaged in some arcane ritual with the sacrificial offerings being. A group of children. A flash of fierce determination flickered in Guli's eyes as he scanned the surroundings. Not far from the children, several larger iron cages were visible. Within those cages were humanoid beings, their bodies cloaked in gray fur, with one particularly massive creature lying with its back to the onlookers, rendering its species indiscernible. Observing this, Gu raised an eyebrow, his gaze shimmering with a hint of golden light. Under different circumstances, Agatha would have met her demise, and the members of Hydra would not escape unscathed either. However, with the presence of the children, he hesitated, uncertain if forcibly interrupting the ritual would endanger them. "Have her pause. I have inquiries for her," he commanded. The small leader nodded. Had it been anyone else speaking so brazenly, they would have already sealed their fate. Yet, this Mr. Gu was different. After all, he was the one the leader had chosen to recruit, and he may very well become a superior in the future. Perhaps it was wise to grant a measure of deference to a potential future leader? After a moment of self-encouragement, the small leader halted Agatha's spellcasting. Furious, the mad witch approached, exclaiming, "I did not come here for idle chatter. Why have you interrupted the werewolf transformation ritual? Do not forget, there are no suitable sacrifices nearby." Upon hearing this, Gu mused internally. So it is a werewolf. In the Marvel universe, werewolves and vampires do exist, though they typically inhabit Europe, much like the legends of werewolves and vampires from his past life. One such figure, the Blade, is a vampire hunter affiliated with MI13 in London. Given the circumstances, Gu speculated that the Dark Witch Agatha had been invited by Hydra to conduct a werewolf transformation ritual akin to human experimentation. With that in mind, he resolved that they should all perish. While Agatha and the small leader engaged in verbal sparring, Gu discreetly moved his fingers. In an instant, the Hydra soldiers within the base disintegrated as if Thanos had snapped his fingers. Their bodies gradually transformed into vibrant red petals, drenched in a sanguine hue. As a gentle breeze swept through, the drifting crimson petals emanated an eerie beauty, much like Guli's current method of execution. There were no cries of anguish, no splattering of blood, nor did the slain feel even a modicum of pain before succumbing to lifelessness. Although this marked his second act of killing, Gu felt no discomfort. Rather, he believed his technique could still be refined. 2.5 seconds later, within the Hydra base in Sokovia, only a group of unconscious children and the defiant Agatha remained. Guli's eyes narrowed, and a brilliant golden light erupted upon Agatha, sending her hurtling backward into unconsciousness. As for the reason behind not eliminating the Mad Witch, it is simply due to the formidable presence of the esteemed Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, who stands behind her. It is essential to recognize that the Sorcerer Supreme does not merely govern Camartage, but also oversees the three great sanctums located in Hong Kong, London, and New York. The entire realm of sorcery and wizardry on Earth falls under the dominion of the Sorcerer Supreme. Indeed, having powerful backing makes a significant difference. Presently, my temper is quite volatile. However, do not misconstrue this. Gu Li's anger is not a mere venting of frustration, but rather a righteous indignation towards Agatha and Hydra for treating innocent children as sacrificial offerings. At that moment, an aura that ignited a longing within him suddenly emanated from Agatha. Gu Li hastily approached and discovered a tattered book from the witch's bosom. Could it be that particular tome? Chapter 33. The dark grimoire clutching the tome steeped in ominous energy. Gu Li remained in a state of disbelief for several minutes. It was hard to fathom that this seemingly unremarkable, tattered book was indeed one of the replicas of the dark grimoire from Wanda's quest for her family. The dark grimoire, originating from the Lord of the Underworld, Zysorn, is the very source of all dark magic, standing in stark contrast to the Book of Vishanti from Camartage, representing the duality of light and darkness. This tome is immensely powerful and malevolent, documenting the malevolent spells of ancient deities on Earth, as well as numerous formidable dark sorceries. It guarantees that anyone, regardless of their spoken language, can fully comprehend the mysteries contained within its pages. It is worth noting that the Wanda who delved into the dark grimoire was a vastly different entity from her former self. Prior to her mastery of the grimoire, Wanda possessed the strength to rend Thanos asunder, yet she was plagued by instability, lacking the necessary fortitude at critical moments. In stark contrast, the Wanda who embraced the dark grimoire single-handedly annihilated Camartage and sent Doctor Strange fleeing in terror. What should have been Doctor Strange 2 was transformed into Wanda's journey for family. Furthermore, she successfully wielded dreamwalking magic to control Wanda from Universe 838, obliterating the entire Illuminati. It is essential to recognize that the Wanda of Universe 838 was merely an ordinary human devoid of any superpowers. That battle elevated Captain Carter to new heights, while Black Bolt fell silent before he could utter a word. In that same confrontation, the once great Mr. Fantastic was reduced to a mere noodle. Of course, there were also the unfortunate members of the Illuminati who were not a band of weaklings. They had successfully vanquished Thanos of Universe 838. Yet even that formidable group stood no chance against the Wanda who had mastered the dark grimoire. Thus, it became evident that this book was indeed well suited for Gu Li to enhance his own powers. However, with the dark grimoire now in his possession, he found himself beset by indecision. Could this all be a test set forth by the Ancient One? It was no wonder Gu Li pondered this, as he recalled the sequence of events. The replica of the dark grimoire had been discovered on Agatha, whom the Ancient One had instructed him to find. Reflecting further, he remembered that while toying with the fate cards, the Ancient One had mentioned a presence lurking in the New York sanctum. Indeed, this was a trial aimed directly at him. Gu Li, determined, he resolved to hand the dark grimoire over to the Ancient One. Such a perilous artifact was better suited for the dilemmas of Camartage. Yet, scarcely 2.5 seconds later, he began to waver once again. Would he truly relinquish the dark grimoire to the Ancient One? The thought was deeply unsettling. It felt akin to having a sumptuous feast placed before him, only to be too timid to partake. To abstain was one thing, but to return the feast was simply unfathomable. Though the dark grimoire served as a conduit for Zysorn's return to Earth, and the user's soul was likely to be tainted by Zysorn's corruption, the formidable dark magic inscribed within the tome was undeniably alluring, leaving Gu Li thoroughly captivated. Moreover, he had already forged a pact with Dormammu, and an inevitable confrontation loomed on the horizon, for he had no intention of returning the borrowed dark magic. Viewed in this light, the presence of an additional adversary, like Zysorn, seemed inconsequential. Gazing intently at the unconscious Agatha for a prolonged moment, Gu Li was suddenly struck by a nefarious thought. Why not eliminate the mad woman, thereby leaving no witnesses? Just then, an unsettling sensation coursed through him as his spider sense activated, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. A crackling golden flame gradually coalesced into a circle, prompting Ghoulie to swiftly stow the dark tome into the confines of his system space. Once acquired, relinquishing such an object was out of the question. Dormammu was formidable and so was Agamotto. After a brief pause, no one emerged from the portal. Instead, a voice echoed from the other side. Ancient One commanded, "Throw her over here." Without hesitation, Ghoulie delivered a swift kick to Agatha, sending her hurtling toward the portal, which then erupted with a surge of potent magical energy. This was a grave miscalculation. As Ghoulie contemplated whether to surrender the dark tome, Ancient One's voice resounded once more. "There are 2 little ones on your side. Do not harm them. Master, you must be mistaken. I, Gu, am a benevolent soul, a paragon of virtue." After a moment of exasperation, the golden portal abruptly vanished. Ghoulie quickly wiped the sweat from his brow, pondering the Ancient One's formidable power and the identities of those 2 little ones. Suddenly, a wave of excitement washed over him. Could it be the twins? Oh, what a delightful surprise. Chaos magic. Here I come. However, upon seeing the unconscious child on the ground, Ghoulie sighed and dialed Tony Stark's number. A cacophony of sounds greeted him on the other end. "Hey, Goo, I'm a bit busy right now." Ghoulie, puzzled, inquired, "Aren't you worried that Pepper might find out?" Beep, beep, beep. "Is there a problem?" The sound waves shifted the image through the screen. Through the video feed, Ghoulie beheld Tony, clad in Mark V, engaged in a battle with a familiar figure, while the water sprite anxiously dialed a phone nearby. "Electro Ivan, he really tracked me down to London." Before arriving in London, he had anticipated such a possibility, and now it had come to fruition. At this moment, Ghoulie realized that his small Karami's flapping wings had inadvertently thrown everything into disarray. For instance, the confrontation that was supposed to occur at the Moroccan racetrack had morphed into an attack on Tony during his leisurely outing in London with the water sprite. Furthermore, the gunfight that had erupted in the barbecue restaurant was also a consequence of his actions, leading to a series of unforeseen alterations. His once godlike perspective as a traveler had diminished, even surpassing his comprehension. Of course, with the presence of the scoundrel simulator, the necessity of such a divine perspective became irrelevant. Yet rather than complicating matters further, he resolved to refrain from interference. Each to their own. In essence, whether he was involved or not, the world would persist. Even the Chitauri would be vanquished, Hydra would be eradicated, and Thanos would ultimately be defeated. His aspiration is to grow stronger by forging connections with more female characters. In summary, Ghoulie ultimately resolves, when it comes to pursuing women, he will intervene as little as possible, and for matters unrelated to his pursuit, he will let things unfold as they may. Much like Agatha, Ghoulie believes that if he truly wished to eliminate her, it would be as effortless as squashing a bug. He could dispose of her at any moment. However, it seems more prudent to spare her life, allowing her to continue playing her role. For Ghoulie is aware of Agatha's future actions. She might become a neighbor to Wanda, nearly falling victim to a counterattack, or even deliver a tome of dark sorcery. Should Ghoulie choose to eliminate Agatha now, the peculiarities of this world suggest that the role she was meant to embody might instead be assumed by a complete stranger unfamiliar to Ghoulie. The timeline has a way of self-correcting. Never mind, first he must rescue the children and then seek out Aome. Chapter 34. The hammer deep within the Hydra base in Sokovia, Little Chaos diligently worked to decipher the base's defense system, while Ghoulie engaged in a remote conversation with Mr. Grey Wolf through another mobile device. "Boss, remember to bring this back, and that one too. And the one at the back." He had initially intended to obliterate the Hydra base entirely, yet Little Chaos informed him that some equipment within the base was quite remarkable and might be of use to Mr. Grey Wolf. Among Ghoulie's numerous subordinates, Grey Wolf firmly held the position of the leader. After all, who could resist a scientist proficient in all domains? Particularly for the mechanical beings Little Chaos, Dog, and the mechanical bird, who had all been extensively enhanced by Grey Wolf. The cannons flanking Dog's hind legs had been upgraded to laser cannons, and a language system had even been added. Previously, only the mechanical bird could speak, but now Dog and the others were capable of conversation as well. Grey Wolf's ingenuity was indeed extraordinary. Any invention he deemed reasonable, regardless of its feasibility, would inevitably be rendered plausible. The manner in which Ghoulie acquired Grey Wolf was entirely serendipitous. It just so happened that on that day, Ms. Zhao had styled her hair in an elegant updo. I'll clear out the base. When we return home, you can select what you wish. The sheer volume of items within the Hydra base was overwhelming, and exploring each one individually would take an eternity. Thus, Ghoulie opted for the most straightforward approach, leaving no stone unturned. Master, there is a room where 2 individuals are confined. Following the route provided by Little Chaos, Ghoulie ventured deep into the base and discovered the Maximoff siblings, Pietro and Wanda, imprisoned in a specially designed cell. At first glance, Ghoulie was struck by Wanda's youthful beauty. The now 21-year-old was truly radiant. That single glance ignited within him the resolve to take action. The chaos magic was undeniably formidable, and Wanda possessed great allure. Such a harmonious combination was rare indeed. After all, the other powerful women present made him hesitate to proceed. Perhaps, if he were not cornered, he would defer his decision until a more opportune moment arose. Upon their unexpected encounter, the siblings regarded Ghoulie with utmost caution. Even as the cell door swung open, their wariness remained palpable. "Who are you?" Pietro asked, instinctively shielding his sister behind him. Wanda, peering from behind Pietro, cast a disdainful glance at Ghoulie and remarked, "I can sense your ill intentions toward me." This scene left Ghoulie utterly flummoxed, prompting him to question whether his earlier gaze had been too fervent. Their awkward initial meeting had left a poor impression on the siblings. "Come and lend a hand. There are a few children outside who need care." Ghoulie promptly turned to leave, chastising himself for such a blunder. Let it be, he thought, I should focus on nurturing my relationship with Cersei for now, and consider other matters once I acquire the ability to fly. Among the 4 children he rescued, 3 remained unconscious, while the one who had awakened clung to Ghoulie's clothing, unwilling to let go. After locating a vehicle within the base, Ghoulie transported the children to a nearby police station, with the Maximoff siblings innocently following along. "Thank you for rescuing us. As for the people in the base, they have perished." At that moment, Ghoulie's phone suddenly rang with a familiar tune. "You are the one, the one, the one." "Hey Goo, I was a bit busy earlier. Are we heading out now?" Tony's somewhat disheartened voice came through the line. "Have you resolved things on your end?" "Yes, encountered a madman. He was extradited to America by the Department of Defense." Indeed, although the beginning had changed, the subsequent events unfolded as predetermined. "That's good. I still have some matters to attend to, but I should be able to return by tomorrow." "All right. I heard from Fury that a hammer fell in New Mexico. Once I finish up with the vibranium, I think I'll go take a look." After hanging up, Ghoulie took out 2 cigarettes and glanced at Pietro, saying, "Care for one?" Pietro hesitated for a moment but ultimately reached out to accept it. However, neither of them lit the cigarette, for Ghoulie suddenly remembered that there were children in the car. "The hammer, the girl from Brazil has arrived. I suppose the story god isn't far behind." Ghoulie's interest in Loki stemmed not only from the intricacies of the timeline but also from the concept of absolute temporal points. In his previous life, when he witnessed Tony snap his fingers, a twinge of regret stirred within him. The Iron Man, a mere mortal standing shoulder to shoulder with deities, ought to have met a different fate. He yearned to see if he could alter that outcome. Yet, the memories of Doctor Strange's actions leading to the universe's destruction remained vivid. Loki would eventually become the god of stories and time, but those events lay in the future. Ghoulie wished to discern through the present Loki whether the future Loki already existed at the edge of time. After all, the time stone had always been green from the past to the present. This implies that the entirety of the multiverse's past, present, and future might be influenced by that particular story god. It was all rather chaotic, akin to those films released in different timelines yet unfolding almost simultaneously in narrative. After delivering the 4 children to the police station, Ghoulie intended to set off, for the vibranium from Antarctica, which he had long coveted, was finally within reach. Once the Antarctic vibranium was secured, the next step would be a zero-cost acquisition in Wakanda, followed by upgrading the materials for drift and sound waves. The thought of a genuine Edmund alloy transforming into Transformers stirred a thrill within him. However, upon noticing the siblings who had been trailing him, Ghoulie inquired, "What is it that you 2 have been following me for? Could you lend us some money?" The scene shifted back in time. America, New Mexico, Old Bridge Town. In the dead of night, moonlight cast a faint glow upon the streets, outlining the contours of the small town. Outside the town lay enveloped in a serene darkness. The quiet night breeze carried a coolness, gently swaying the leaves as if whispering silent tales. Above all this, a colossal magic circle suddenly appeared, its runes radiating fantastical colors. The awe-inspiring anomaly captured the attention of Jane Foster and her two companions within the vehicle, prompting them to speculate about the nature of this extraordinary phenomenon and the potential ramifications it might entail. The trio hastily steered their RV towards the epicenter of the anomaly. Suddenly, a robust figure plummeted from the sky, hurtling directly towards the RV. With a resounding thud, moments later, a burly Nordic man, swaying as if recovering from a drunken stupor, bellowed, "Where's my hammer? Where's my hammer?" Chapter 35. The sudden appearance of system tasks in the Antarctic ice cave. Ghoulie and his companion returned to the Antarctic vibranium vein, employing their seismic abilities to extract the precious metal. Suddenly, Tony Stark posed an unexpected question. "Goo, you seem quite interested in money, don't you?" Ghoulie halted his actions, staring in astonishment at Tony within the Mark armor. "Stark, are you speaking in a language that makes sense? Who doesn't like money?" However, he sensed that there was more to this inquiry and promptly asked, "Why do you ask all of a sudden?" Tony had no apparent reason for his query. Could something unknown to him have transpired? After a moment of silence, Tony finally spoke. "Previously, Stan's wealth mysteriously vanished. Jarvis has been investigating for half a year and discovered a connection to you." The awkwardness was palpable, not just for Ghoulie but also for the little chaos in his pocket. The promises made with such fervor now felt like a slap in the face. How many were aware of this? Tony shook his head. "I haven't spoken to anyone else about this matter." Ghoulie's expression shifted, and a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Perhaps it would be best to silence him. Sensing the subtle change in the atmosphere, Tony swiftly activated the Mark armor and distanced himself, quickly adding, "We are friends, aren't we? Rest assured, I will not disclose this." For reasons unknown, a thought emerged in Tony's mind. It was imperative to confront Ghoulie about his armor. "Goo, it would be wise to refrain from such actions in the future, should any traces be discovered by others." Ghoulie nodded, "Thank you. It seems necessary to consider alternative ways to acquire wealth." In truth, he was puzzled by his fixation on money, as his previous plans for romance and real estate had not progressed. After a full day of utilizing his seismic powers to extract vibranium, the two remained uncertain about the quantity they had amassed. Regardless, the consensus was that more was always better. Tony envisioned replacing all his Mark armors with adamantium materials, even aspiring to forge an army of steel. Meanwhile, Ghoulie's task was simpler, merely needing to upgrade the materials of his sound wave abilities and his companions. As they engaged in casual conversation, Tony remarked a few days ago that enormous green creature appeared at Culver University and was repelled by the military. Additionally, there's the hammer incident in New Mexico. I believe we need to recruit some assistance. Ghoulie nodded in agreement, recognizing their shortage of personnel. The scale of SHIELD was such that they struggled to manage 3 simultaneous events. Black Widow was infiltrating Stark Industries. Coulson led a team of agents to address the hammer situation in New Mexico, and Nick Fury was personally overseeing Bruce Banner. Yet, Ghoulie had resolved to avoid dismantling their operations. How could he explain this to Tony? While Tony harbored the resolve and responsibility of a superhero, Ghoulie's aspirations were far simpler. He merely sought to become stronger and attract romantic interests. Their acquaintance had originated from Ghoulie's initial contemplation. Would altering Ethan's death result in irreversible consequences? Subsequently, Tony uncovered traces of the mechanical dog that once saved him and Ethan, thus drawing his attention to Ghoulie. Following this, their journey to London provided Ghoulie with an unexpected advantage, diverting the attention of the diminutive Dane. For Tony, Ghoulie unveiled a gateway to a previously unimagined reality, revealing a world where superhumans exist. Transformers, Camartage, the New York Sanctum, the Eternals, the Deviants. He even harbored a suspicion that Ghoulie was aware of the origins of that hammer in New Mexico. However, this fellow seemed preoccupied with women and wealth. Tony sighed inwardly, recognizing his own youthful self reflected in Ghoulie. As for Ghoulie, he pondered what further measures he could take to enhance his strength. Aside from reinforcing his subordinates, the cultivation of the Darkhold had proven somewhat challenging during the lifetime of Ancient One. A single misstep could lead to confinement. Even if the Ancient One were reluctant to imprison him, the three-dimensional deity behind Kamartaj, the Vishanti, would likely not allow such a scenario to unfold. After much contemplation, he concluded that the swiftest route to augmenting his power lay in deepening his relationship with Circe. After all, she represented his most substantial reservoir of experience, embodying the abilities of the entire Eternals team of 10. Lighting a cigarette, Ghoulie leisurely savored his brief mining endeavor, with a promising path ahead. At that moment, however, an urgent mechanical voice abruptly echoed in his mind. Detection indicates that Old Goo's Turkish restaurant is under imminent threat of destruction. Please proceed to halt it immediately. Task time, 30 minutes. Failure to complete the task will result in a reduction of 10 centimeters. Ghoulie was momentarily stunned, pondering, brother, you're a womanizer simulator, not a task simulator. The sudden self-awareness of the system caused his head to thrum, his thoughts becoming muddled, particularly due to the glaring penalty for task failure. If he were in New York at that moment, he could simply drive over and resolve the threat within 30 minutes, which would pose no significant challenge for him. But alas, he was currently in Antarctica. The prospect of a 10 centimeters reduction was manageable if it pertained to height. After all, dropping from 187 centimeters to 177 centimeters could still be tolerable. However, if it referred to something else, his prospects would be utterly diminished. Damn it. The countdown displayed in his mind was painfully glaring. 29 minutes 26 seconds. 29 minutes 25 seconds. Ghoulie hastily ceased his mining activities, extending one hand to hover in midair while the other traced circles before him, incessantly muttering, I beg you, I beg you. His peculiar actions swiftly captured Tony's attention. Ghou, what are you doing? Please let me focus for 30 minutes. If he failed to draw the portal within that time, his future would be bleak. The womanizer simulator had yet to fulfill its purpose, and he felt as though he might perish midway. Time slipped away relentlessly, 20 minutes 22 seconds. And still, he had not succeeded in drawing the portal. Tony retreated to stand before Ghoulie, secretly recording a video that would inflict considerable harm upon his future self. If time could be reversed, he would undoubtedly refrain from capturing this moment. The countdown continued. 13 minutes 14 seconds, 13 minutes 13 seconds, 13 minutes 12 seconds. At this moment, Ghoulie held only two thoughts in his mind. One, to fervently wish for the appearance of the portal, and two, to pray that the abomination would refrain from demolishing his barbecue restaurant. There are many streets in New York, dear brother. Please target another location first. If necessary, I shall cover the compensation. The timer dwindled to 8 minutes 28 seconds. Then, Tony's subsequent words caused Ghoulie's expression to shift dramatically. Ghou, 2 green behemoths have appeared near your barbecue restaurant. Ghoulie's hands trembled uncontrollably. His face drained of color, devoid of any semblance of vitality, and his eyes lost their luster. He could only mumble, Have they already arrived nearby? My precious 10 centimeters. Chapter 36. The Hulk's loathing. With only 6 minutes and 16 seconds remaining, Ghoulie's current state was perilously close to madness. A fleetingly insane thought crossed his mind. If time ran out, he might as well shatter the earth. Yet, it was merely a passing notion. For even if the earth were to crumble, the barbecue restaurant would be lost along with his cherished 10 centimeters. Fortunately, his family's barbecue establishment had yet to open, and nearby shops had been struck by the vehicles hurled by the 2 green behemoths. Taking a deep breath, Ghoulie retrieved the ancient tome of dark knowledge from the depths of his system's space. He could no longer afford to hesitate. Rapidly, he flipped through the pages of the archaic book, as if the wisdom contained within were the key to his salvation. The characters danced like lively musical notes in his mind, imprinting each word profoundly within his consciousness, akin to a masterful reproduction. With 5 minutes and 20 seconds left, he closed his eyes, calming his spirit as his hands fell naturally to his sides. He regulated his breath, focusing his thoughts into a singular point, seemingly entering a mysterious and profound state. In that moment, He felt as though he had merged with the entire world. He could hear the rhythmic beating of his own heart, a resolute and powerful cadence of life. Nearby, the heartbeat of Tony within his armored suit echoed in his ears. On the icy surface, the penguin's heartbeats resembled tiny notes, fluttering lightly. Deep within the earth, the slow, profound heartbeat belonged to the deity Tiamat. In this extraordinary state, Ghoulie sensed the heartbeat of every living creature on Earth, each pulse shimmering with its own unique brilliance, including that of the Hulk and Abomination. Suddenly, crackling flames erupted as a golden portal appeared, and Ghoulie swiftly dove into it, vanishing from sight, leaving Tony in a state of bewilderment, dumbfounded and stuttering as he pointed at the spot where Ghoulie had just been. Meanwhile, on the streets of New York, the Hulk had transformed into an agent of destruction. The two formidable figures inexplicably morphed into long-range attackers, launching a barrage of cars that soared like cannonballs, crashing into buildings and unsuspecting pedestrians. The wreckage and smoke filled the air, creating an apocalyptic carnival. The chaotic streets echoed with roars, lamentations, screams, and cries, painting a vivid picture of the turmoil Ghoulie witnessed as he approached the barbecue restaurant. Helicopters hovered above, the flickering flames of explosions swayed nearby, and a group of reporters relentlessly flashed their cameras, illuminating the monstrous figures and accentuating their terrifying visages. With a mere gesture, Ghoulie transformed the cars hurtling towards the restaurant into a cascade of falling petals, fluttering like dancing butterflies or dandelions drifting in the breeze, resembling a vibrant shower of blossoms. His aura was as deep as an abyss, as vast as the ocean, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. These two wretched beings had nearly caused him to lose his precious 10 centimeters. For heaven's sake. At the moment his fingers glided gently, the vehicles on the street seemed to be enchanted, vanishing instantly and converging into a magnificent torrent of particles. This torrent resembled a colossal silver dragon, clawing and lunging toward the two monstrous beings. Amidst the swirling particles, iron chains manifested like agile serpents, swiftly encircling the bodies of the creatures, rendering them immobile. His eyes sparkled with a dazzling golden light, akin to two radiant suns, emanating beams of celestial energy. These waves of energy cascaded forth like a mighty flood, carrying with them an aura of unparalleled authority, targeting the loathsome entity that had just hurled cars toward the barbecue shop. A wail echoed once more, but this time it was the lament of the Abomination, as it struggled in agony, attempting to tear apart the chains binding it. Gradually, two hollow cavities appeared on its chest, and darkness engulfed its vision, leading to unconsciousness. Ghoulie turned, casting a charming smile at the bewildered green giant, as golden waves of kinetic energy surged forth once more. The journalists, witnessing the spectacle, hastened to capture the moment with their flashing cameras. Goodness, Superman has arrived. Another superhero? He looks so young and handsome. One exclaimed. By the way, why has he been shooting beams from his eyes for several minutes? The two monsters, towering and muscular, resembled moving mountains. Yet, before the striking young man, they exhibited no resistance whatsoever. Finally, the infuriated Hulk broke free from his bonds and bellowed at Ghoulie, repeatedly pounding his massive fists against his chest in a display of defiance. Ghoulie had previously attempted to molecularize the Abomination and the Hulk, but it had failed. Their physical strength far exceeded the limits of his molecular manipulation. Meanwhile, Ghoulie's new home seemed shrouded in a veil of despair. Zhao Hailuan, Daisy, and Mei sat anxiously on the sofa, their eyes fixed on the news on television, as if they could penetrate the screen to catch a glimpse of the person they were so worried about. Sister Mei, when Ghoulie returns, he must be taught a lesson. He does not regard his safety seriously enough, Zhao Hailuan remarked, her voice tinged with concern and reproach. Such terrifying monsters, with fists like iron hammers, could easily crush Ghoulie to pieces with a single blow. On the screen, the green giant roared and leapt into the air, his massive fist descending toward Ghoulie. The three women outside the screen instinctively closed their eyes, their faces pale as paper, trembling in fear. Aunt May, Uncle Ghoulie is so handsome, exclaimed little Peter, squeezed between the three on the other side of the sofa, his excitement palpable. The scene shifted back to the barbecue shop's entrance, where Ghoulie was enveloped in a faint, white circular shield. With the power of shockwaves, He successfully deflected the incoming fist, and the golden light in his eyes surged forth once again. Between the middle and index fingers of his left hand, a golden energy card slowly materialized. It was his first attempt, hoping to induce dizziness. The radiant golden card struck the enraged Hulk, causing his eyes to roll back and his body to sway unsteadily. Is one not enough? Then allow me to grant you several. The golden-hued cards began to rain down upon Hulk's massive form like snowflakes. Ultimately, unable to endure any longer, Hulk let out a thunderous roar. After casting a glance at his girlfriend Betty, he turned on his heel and fled. However, his escape resembled that of a drunken reveler, swaying unsteadily. Once the threat dissipated, a group of reporters stood in bewilderment, utterly stunned by the extraordinary events that had transpired. Two colossal, rampaging beasts had wreaked havoc on the streets, only to be followed by a dashing young man who appeared to possess superhuman abilities. Suddenly, a tall blonde woman brandished a microphone and sprinted towards Gu Li like a bolt of lightning. Since the last press conference, where Tony Stark had publicly acknowledged his identity as Iron Man, she had come perilously close to losing her job. Now, a singular thought consumed her. She must secure an exclusive interview with this superhero at all costs, even if it meant making certain sacrifices. As Gu Li's handsome visage flashed before her, the reporter quickened her pace, while the other reporters, regaining their composure, surged forward in pursuit. Observing the unfolding scene, Gu Li swiftly conjured a teleportation portal behind him with his mind. If there was ever a time to flee, it was now. He had no desire to become a superhero. As he mysteriously vanished, the reporters grew even more frenzied, determined to work overtime to finish their articles. Upon returning to the Antarctic ice cave, Gu Li was taken aback by the sight before him. There stood Tony Stark, our Iron Man, hovering in midair with one hand, while the other continuously drew circles in front of him. Good sir, what on earth are you doing? Chapter 37. The Alliance. Oh my! A new superhero has emerged. The Golden Superman valiantly battles the Green Monster. Astonishing. The most dashing superhero of all time turns out to be a student at New York University. The sheer madness. The moments I shared with the Golden Superman are among the most cherished memories of my life. The New York media went into a frenzy, with the front page headlines the next day dominated by news of the battle between Gu Li, the Abomination, and the Hulk. However, every publication featured images of Gu Li, who has been bestowed with the title of Golden Superman. It is also possible that images of the Abomination and the Hulk were included, as their appearances do not conform to the conventional human aesthetic. A powerful and handsome superhero attracts a broader audience. Yet, Gu Li felt the title of Golden Superman was somewhat excessive. He believed he lacked at least 4 key abilities that define a true Superman: flight, an indestructible body, superintelligence, and the power to absorb sunlight for strength. Apart from flight, the other abilities are ones he could not hope to acquire in the near future. His physical strength, while comparable to that of Captain Marvel, is hardly sufficient. However, he may not encounter Captain Marvel anytime soon unless he visits Nick Fury to borrow the communicator. As for superintelligence, that is a flaw in the system. The fundamental ability of gaining strength from sunlight is a cornerstone of Superman's powers, and it seems there is no equivalent in the Marvel Universe. Curiously, Gu Li wondered what brand of razor Superman uses. It is known that bullets cannot pierce Superman's cornea, yet a razor can effortlessly shave his beard. The quality must be exceptional. Regarding Superman's weaknesses, one is kryptonite, and the other is his personality, which embodies all that is noble in humanity. Fortunately, neither of these weaknesses applies to me. Gu Li rubbed his buzzing head. After arriving home last night, he had endured a barrage of PUA tactics. Now, with the sun high in the sky, he still felt somewhat dazed. Yet the experience was pleasurable, and the outcome was delightful. From Daisy, he received a new reward: 10 Terrigen crystals and a corresponding activation device. Terrigen crystals are peculiar, naturally occurring minerals formed beneath the city of Adelan, capable of granting various superpowers to Inhumans or humans with inhuman genes. The Quake is soon to return. He had intended to indulge in a tender moment with Daisy in his arms, but suddenly, he received a call from the water sprite. Brother-in-law, my sister and I plan to visit New York. Remember to pick us up. Gu Li's expression changed dramatically, realizing the predicament. It was imperative to prevent Cersei from encountering the three women at home. Otherwise, given her temperament, she would undoubtedly cast him aside without a second thought. Fortunately, the villa awarded by the system still stood. He planned to arrange for Cersei to stay there. The burdens of happiness. International Security Council, Minister's Office. Alexander Pierce sat in his office chair, his expression grim, his fingers incessantly tapping on the desk. The rapid tapping mirrored his chaotic thoughts. Perhaps we should reconsider this decision, Pierce murmured. The destruction of the Hydra base in Sokovia compelled Pierce to reevaluate the feasibility of recruiting Gu Li. This incident also illuminated to Pierce that Gu Li was a capricious individual, driven solely by personal whims. Such a person is often difficult to control. Pierce's actions were rather peculiar. He was alone in his office, devoid of any other presence, and he did not engage in any phone calls, as if he were conversing with himself. After a while, the screen before him flickered with static, and countless streams of green data coalesced into a visage. His actions were entirely appropriate. A year prior, he had pilfered $300 million from Jean and $1,200 million from Obadiah Stane. This year, he had rendered Killian's $800 million fortune invisible. He was a man devoid of moral standards. Had he been present in previous endeavors, success might have been ours. The Insight program required the assistance of such a man. At worst, they could offer him a bit more money. Upon hearing Dr. Zola's words, a glimmer sparked in Pierce's eyes. The Insight program was a monumental initiative he had been orchestrating with Zola for years, a crucial step towards Hydra's dominion over the world. In light of their grand aspirations, the destruction of the Hydra base seemed less significant. Pierce resolved to inquire of Zola. Who should approach him, the Winter Soldier? That individual possessed formidable strength, and there was, at that moment, no suitable candidate within the organization. As he recalled the Winter Soldier, who had proven to be his most effective asset over the years, Pierce suddenly felt a twinge of concern. What if that man were to kill him? The Winter Soldier was their ace. I will go. He should have no means to contend with me in the short term. Dr. Zola had been monitoring Gu Li since last year, and in just a year and a half that individual had grown increasingly powerful. Fortunately, through extensive data analysis, he deduced that Gu Li was avaricious and lascivious, lacking any noble moral compass, a natural-born Hydra warrior. Regardless of Gu Li's strength, he would likely find himself at a loss against Zola's extensively backed artificial intelligence. This was precisely why Zola volunteered to personally recruit Gu Li. Simultaneously, another individual determined to personally approach Gu Li was Nick Fury. He had watched the street battle footage countless times overnight. In his mind, Gu Li was now second only to Carol in terms of superhuman prowess. After all, Carol could fly, while the intelligence gathered by SHIELD suggested that Gu Li did not possess the ability to soar. Yet, Gu Li wielded another superpower that captivated Nick Fury immensely: teleportation. This was nothing short of a superlative weapon. Even though he was uncertain whether teleportation had distance or time limitations, the potential for large-scale teleportation was staggering. Imagine stealing from someone's home before they even arrived there. At this juncture, Kamartaj had yet to gain widespread recognition, leading Nick Fury to instinctively regard teleportation as a form of superpower. Certainly, if he were aware that teleportation is merely a form of sorcery, most individuals could master it. I suspect he would become even more unhinged. Coulson, arrange for an evening meeting. I wish to confer with this golden Superman. Beside him, a loyal agent, bearing the weight of two prominent dark circles under his eyes, hastily interjected, Director, Agent Coulson and Agent Barton have been dispatched to New Mexico as per your orders. Moreover, the security at Mr. Gu's residence is rather unconventional. We cannot infiltrate his home in the same manner as we did Stark's villa. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury furrowed his brow. If that were the case, then the enigmatic manner of his appearance would be rendered impossible. Very well, I understand, he replied, letting out a heavy sigh. It felt somewhat disconcerting to be without Coulson and the others by his side. What if we ask Stark to make an introduction? Chapter 38. Working two jobs, Fury. What a rare guest, Tony quipped, his spirits buoyed. The Antarctic vibranium delivered by Gu Li had enabled him to upgrade his Mark suit progressively. Were it not for the insufficient Wakandan vibranium required to synthesize true adamantium, He would be tempted to forge an army of Iron Men by now. Dark, shouldn't you address me as director? The two had become familiar acquaintances. Since last year, Fury had repeatedly sought to recruit Tony, only ceasing when Tony eventually consented to join SHIELD as a consultant. After settling into his seat, Nick Fury spoke earnestly. Stark, I need your assistance with something. As Tony poured a drink, he casually inquired, Go on. Thank you, Fury replied, accepting the glass Tony offered. Stark, we are in need of high-caliber talent at SHIELD, and I would like you to help arrange a meeting with Ghoulie. Upon hearing this, Tony instinctively covered his mouth, nearly spitting whiskey all over Fury. Once he had dried his hands, he regarded Fury with a knowing look. Are you serious? Bringing Ghoulie into SHIELD? That's a joke, right? Yes, a slacker who doesn't even bother to attend school. Unless there are plenty of beauties at SHIELD. I can't fathom any reason that would persuade him to join. Alright, I'll make a call, but I can't guarantee Goo will come. That's fine. Meanwhile, Ghoulie, after hanging up the phone, smiled as he gazed at his computer screen. Dr. Zola, you have seen SHIELD's earnestness. You are putting me in quite a predicament. Arnim Zola, the cerebral mastermind of Hydra, an artificial intelligence, was currently residing in Ghoulie's home, or rather manifesting within Ghoulie's computer. It's merely $10 million a year. Hydra can offer you $10 million a month. What do you say? Ghoulie pondered inwardly. Just how much wealth does Hydra possess? The downfall of Hydra was already predestined in the cinematic universe. Rather than let others benefit, why not secure it for himself? Dr. Zola, your offer is indeed generous, but the distinction between joining Hydra and SHIELD is significant for me. If I join SHIELD, I become a revered superhero, adored by countless fans. However, should I align with Hydra, I would inevitably be branded a villain, making it challenging to even find a wife in the future. Rest assured, the organization can provide you with a different woman each day, none inferior to the ones around you. Suddenly, Ghoulie felt a flicker of temptation. Moreover, allow me to address you as Goo. You need not choose between the two. Just agree to SHIELD, and you will know what comes next. Ghoulie stood in stunned silence. Good heavens, what a clever fellow. No wonder he is Hydra's mastermind. He has pinpointed the crux of the matter. Yet he understood that he must not reveal his awareness of Hydra's infiltration of SHIELD. Doctor,
What do you propose?
first, agree to join Nick Fury at SHIELD, and then you will understand. Ghoulie stroked his chin, murmuring to himself, 2 jobs, you say? How delightful. Very well, Doctor. I await with great anticipation. The two engaged in further discussions regarding benefits and other pertinent matters, ultimately reaching the following agreement. Ghoulie's annual salary would be a staggering $120 million. His family would enjoy the same privileges as SHIELD employees, with even greater priority. Within Hydra, Ghoulie would hold the rank of deputy leader, second only to Pierce, Zola, and a select few others. Dr. Zola departed, thoroughly satisfied. He refrained from divulging further information about Hydra to Ghoulie. Although Ghoulie had consented to join, the organization required additional time for evaluation. Meanwhile, Nick Fury, back at SHIELD, received a call from Ghoulie at 3:30 in the morning. Mr. Fury, this is an exceedingly difficult decision for me. As you know my deep-seated enmity towards evil. I hope you will be understanding. No worries, Goo. We welcome you aboard. Fury's heart raced with excitement, leaving his thoughts in disarray. He recognized that it was crucial to reassure Ghoulie at such a moment, yet his elation rendered him momentarily speechless. Although he had encountered individuals stronger than Ghoulie, none had joined SHIELD. Now, As his dreams materialized, he felt a tumult of emotions. After hanging up, he slapped himself in disbelief. The pain in his left cheek and the slight numbness in his left hand served to confirm the reality of the situation. Ghoulie had agreed H-I-E-L-D had gained a formidable ally, a veritable weapon of mass destruction. Natasha's long-desired vacation seemed within reach. Meanwhile, Ghoulie fell into profound contemplation, having once again heard the system's notification after the call. Congratulations, you have triggered a special mission. Annihilate S-H-I-E-L-D once. Adding to this was the task triggered earlier that day when Zola visited. Congratulations, you have triggered a special mission. Annihilate Hydra once. He was juggling 2 jobs while simultaneously planning to dismantle the company. What was once a mere scoundrel simulator had grotesquely evolved into a mission simulator. How absurd. However, considering the annual remuneration of $130 million, he decided to indulge in a little idleness at S-H-I-E-L-D. Once he regained his composure, Ghoulie hurried to the basement. Wolf Uncle, there's an artificial intelligence that has breached my computer. When you have a moment, please upgrade the home defense system. Grey Wolf rubbed his eyes and replied, Boss, have you checked the time? It's 3:30 in the morning. No capitalist is as greedy as you. Ghoulie awkwardly scratched his head. I was quite busy during the day and forgot to mention it. Grey Wolf rolled his eyes. Busy with what? Right. You're just busy with that Jill. Just a moment, let me smoke a cigar slowly. In the stillness of the night, Grey Wolf often reminisced about his wife and children back at Wolf Fortress. Well, I've signed a 3-year contract with 1.5 years remaining. He donned a jacket, lit a cigar, and sat before the server, beginning his task. After a couple of minutes, he announced, All done, boss. I have traced the whereabouts of that little squirt. Should we eliminate him? Ghoulie raised her head and pondered for a moment, deciding to postpone the matter for now. She would work for 2 years, and once she received her salary, they could discuss it further. Seeing that Grey Wolf had also lost his drowsiness, Ghoulie went to the kitchen and sliced 2 pounds of cooked beef and grabbed 2 bottles of beer. Wolf Uncle, how did you get here? She wanted to test whether she could uncover a method to traverse the universe with Grey Wolf. Her yearning for progress was overwhelming. The powers of Supergirl and Wonder Woman tantalized her immensely. Grey Wolf cast a sidelong glance at the eager Ghoulie and exhaled a puff of smoke. Boss, the contract states that I cannot disclose that information. However, if you desire a transdimensional device, I can craft one for you later. Upon hearing the term transdimensional device, Ghoulie's hands rubbed together in excitement. Can it truly traverse the universe? Can I return? If I can indeed go back, would that not mean I could take off from the very spot? What was she thinking? With walls in place, returning was undoubtedly impossible. Chapter 39, Joining S-H-I-A-L-D. Nick Fury radiated warmth as he introduced Ghoulie to the various departments and their functions within S-H-I-A-L-D. Coulson and Barton were dispatched to New Mexico on a mission concerning the hammer mentioned in the news, and as for Natasha, the source of Fury's enthusiasm lay in the fact that S-H-I-E-L-D currently consisted of only a handful of agents. At this moment, the formidable Avengers, Thor and the Hulk, had yet to join. The newly recruited Ghoulie was now the face of S-H-I-E-L-D. After a moment's hesitation, Fury decided to be candid about something that might otherwise lead to greater misunderstandings. Goo, the dishwashing girl from your former barbecue restaurant Little Na, is actually A-S-H-I-E-L-D agent. Ghoulie feigned surprise for a few seconds before giving a thumbs up. She was quite dedicated. The staff at the restaurant praised her for her impeccable dishwashing skills. Following this brief interlude, Fury led Ghoulie to the office that had been designated for him within S-H-I-E-L-D. This will be your office from now on. Mine is across the hall, but generally no one comes over. Ghoulie nodded, well aware that no one would be frequenting the office, as they were either undercover or en route to becoming so. Taking in the spacious office of approximately 20 square meters, Ghoulie noted that it was well equipped with all the necessary amenities, and everything appeared rather expensive. The agency is quite affluent. Fury remarked. All of this was provided by Stark. I heard about your joining, and he will be stopping by later. Sure enough, within moments, Ghoulie spotted a flashy Audi R8 through the window of his office. By the way, Minister Pierce from the International Security Council wishes to meet you shortly. Fury was also curious about why Pierce wanted to see Ghoulie. However, trusting his old friend, he dismissed any further speculation, assuming it was merely Pierce's intrigue regarding this golden superhero. It was well known that the public, particularly students at New York University, held an almost fanatical admiration for Ghoulie. The sight of a beloved comic character stepping into reality was enough to drive anyone to irrationality. Although Ghoulie differed slightly from Superman, he served as a sufficient source of inspiration. After Nick Fury departed, Tony curiously nudged Ghoulie's arm. What made you change your mind? Aren't you supposed to be at home with your sister? He had previously suggested that they both join SHIELD to gather intelligence, but Ghoulie had firmly declined at the time, arguing that he would rather spend his time exercising at home. In Tony's eyes, Ghoulie was simply a lecherous fiend. Ghoulie shrugged and replied wistfully, doing the same old thing. Becomes rather tedious. I just felt like changing my lifestyle. He certainly could not disclose that he had joined to dismantle SHIELD and the Hydra lurking behind it. Ghoulie was acutely aware that uttering such intentions would inevitably attract the attention of certain eavesdroppers. After all, both SHIELD and Hydra were not to be trifled with. If it weren't for the system suddenly malfunctioning and triggering a special mission, he wouldn't have bothered to come to work at all. International Security Council. According to the code provided by Zola, Ghoulie successfully met with the Hydra leader, Pierce. After engaging in mutual boasting in front of a multitude of news media, they proceeded to the minister's office. Welcome to the team, Pierce greeted. Ghoulie nodded and, after surveying the surroundings, spoke earnestly. Mr. Pierce, Dr. Zola, there is a matter I need to discuss with you. Please confirm that this location is absolutely secure. Pierce's eyelids twitched suddenly, and he began to suspect that Ghoulie might unexpectedly turn violent. How careless of him. If this individual truly intended to strike, he would undoubtedly meet his end here today. Noticing Pierce's unusual demeanor, Ghoulie offered a wry smile. If I truly wished to take action, it wouldn't matter how many people were present. Upon hearing this explanation, Pierce quickly laughed it off. I trust you. He pressed a button on the desk and continued. Now, our conversation will not be overheard by anyone. Ghoulie lit a cigarette to calm his inner turmoil. The words he was about to utter had only recently come to his mind after meeting Fury that morning. There exists an extraterrestrial race residing in our homeland, and their numbers have been steadily increasing over the years. He continued, this alien race possesses the ability to assume the appearance of any human on Earth, perhaps even you, Mr. Pierce, or myself, or even the President of America, though, of course, excluding Dr. Zola. The artificial intelligence, Zola interjected, I find that offensive. Initially, curiosity flickered in Pierce's eyes upon hearing Ghoulie's words. He was aware of the Skrulls, having encountered them before through Fury. However, confusion soon followed. How could Ghoulie possibly know of the Skrulls' existence? Ghoulie then turned to the face displayed on the screen. Dr. Zola should be aware of their existence. Could you predict their population in 10 years? Before Pierce could respond, Zola commenced a complex data stream calculation. After approximately 2 minutes, the expressionless face on the screen spoke. There will be approximately 120,000. Pierce's expression shifted drastically. Disbelief etched on his features. So many? This is beyond my expectations. Over 100,000 aliens capable of altering their appearance, form, and even gender. Would they remain compliant guests on Earth? Pierce believed that, had he been in their position, he would certainly not be content merely to be a guest. After all, was this not how America itself was born? In recent years, the influx of Skrulls from beyond had noticeably increased. Pierce fell into deep contemplation. Originally, he had considered the Skrulls as potential allies in his plans. However, it now appeared that the Skrulls had already harbored ulterior motives. Noticing the change in Pierce's demeanor, Ghoulie interjected with fervor, for Hydra, I will not allow any other intelligent lifeforms to seize a foothold on Earth. We must either exterminate them or expel them from our planet. I do not wish for a day to come when a Skrull, transformed into Mr. Pierce, stabs me in the back. The question lingered. Why did Ghoulie harbor such a profound animosity towards the Skrulls? His primary concern stemmed from an innate fear. He dreaded the day when the women he connected with might transform into Skrulls. Merely contemplating such a prospect filled him with revulsion. Pierce nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in Ghoulie's words. Such an occurrence was indeed plausible. Perhaps it had already transpired. Ghou, this matter requires further discussion between the doctor and myself, and you are welcome to join Hydra. The meeting concluded with both parties feeling quite satisfied. Ghoulie perceived that he had assembled a cadre of unpaid laborers to serve as enforcers against the Skrulls. Conversely, Pierce shared a similar sentiment, sensing that he had secured a formidable ally. After all, Ghoulie's prowess was evident to all. Otherwise, Fury would not have personally sought him out. Recalling the phone call from Fury that morning, a slight smile crept across Pierce's lips. He was not affiliated with SHIELD, but with Hydra. Hammer Industries. Justin Hammer bellowed, "This is not what I demanded. I require wearable iron armor, do you comprehend?" After Ivan was extradited to America, Justin Hammer leveraged military connections to bring Ivan to Hammer Industries, recognizing his scientific prowess. In recent years, Hammer Industries had been overshadowed by Stark Industries. His numerous encounters with Tony Stark had rendered him a figure of ridicule, akin to a jester in the eyes of the world. Justin Hammer refused to accept this indignity. He aimed to triumph in the very realm where Tony Stark excelled, proclaiming to all, "I, Justin Hammer, am the greatest." Chapter 40. The wealthy heir Peter in the living room of Ghoulie's residence in Manhattan. 9-year-old Peter reclined on the sofa, engrossed in a video game while munching on snacks, several bottles of sugary soda scattered across the coffee table before him. Embodying a carefree spirit and a love for freedom, he sprang up from the couch the moment his peripheral vision caught sight of Aunt May. However, young Peter was unfazed, for his beloved Uncle Ghou was close by. Indeed, Ghoulie swiftly intervened, coaxing and guiding May from the living room to the kitchen. Children's passion for gaming can greatly aid in cognitive development, May remarked, rolling her eyes. You and your nonsensical justifications. Peter's current state is entirely your responsibility. Ghoulie, mindful of the lesson that engaging in reasoned discourse with women is futile, silently ridiculed her. At merely 31 years of age, was it not a tad early for the onset of a midlife crisis? After venting her frustrations, May suddenly posed a question. What if we let Peter endure a bit more hardship? It might benefit his future growth. Ghoulie regarded the complaining May Parker with exasperation. Young Peter had already faced more than enough tribulation. If the original narrative were to unfold as intended, Peter Parker would have experienced the loss of his parents in childhood, subsequently lost his guardian, and even faced abandonment by his girlfriend. That was quite enough hardship indeed. May, you're beginning to resemble a heartless stepmother, Ghoulie retorted, while reaching out to touch May's abdomen. Is there something to announce? May, in response, dismissively swatted away Ghoulie's hand. Enough of that. I feel that since moving in, Peter has become increasingly indulgent, and that's not a good trend. Our past life was far less extravagant. Recently, the allowance Ghoulie provided to Peter was sufficient to purchase several luxury vehicles. In other words, Peter was increasingly embodying the characteristics of a wealthy heir. Sighing, Ghoulie attempted to reason with her. May, do you know what is truly detestable in this world? It is the notion that one must endure hardship. Suffering is just that. It does not lead to success and is not something we should aspire to. Furthermore, we must not derive inspiration from the misfortunes of others. They endure hardship simply because they cannot escape it. Thus, there is absolutely no reason for young Peter to endure unnecessary suffering. Though Ghoulie neither attended school nor held a job, he was not lacking in resources. If given a choice, who would willingly embrace poverty? May seemed unconvinced, merely glancing at Ghoulie before unexpectedly inquiring, Ghou, do you wish to have a child? At her words, Ghoulie promptly lifted May into his arms and began to stride toward the bedroom. Thinking is insufficient. Action is required. Wait, it's still daytime. Oh, after a lengthy VIP chapter, Ghoulie rose to change his attire, as the Water Spirit and Cersei were arriving in the afternoon, and he needed to pick them up from the airport. He was uncertain as to the reason for their sudden visit to New York. Meanwhile, Ms. Zhao Hailuan continued to lead her team in the research of life sciences and nanotechnology, while Daisy was apprenticing with Grey Wolf to master hacking skills. The barbecue restaurant, having undergone renovations, would require additional time before reopening. Overall, Gu Li was quite content with his current state of affairs. Yet he was acutely aware that this tranquility was merely the calm before the storm. Circe's temperament was far removed from that of the three women at home. Ms. Zhao held her position as the principal wife with unwavering determination, while Mei treated Gu Li with the affectionate indulgence of a neighboring elder sister towards her younger brother. Daisy, on the other hand, harbored a hint of admiration for Gu Li, coupled with a carefree disposition. This was precisely why Tony envied him. He cohabited with three women yet maintained an atmosphere of harmonious coexistence. Circe, however, was a different breed altogether. She possessed a profound empathy for humanity, yet was fragile and sensitive when it came to her own emotions. An eternal woman. Casting a glance at the drifting cars in the underground garage, Gu Li suddenly recalled that the two-seater drift car could not accommodate three individuals. He casually drew a portal and, upon arriving in Tony's underground garage, dialed his number. "Tony, old buddy, may I borrow a vehicle? Feel free to take any. The garage code is 89757. By the way, are you coming to the Stark Industries Expo tonight?" "The audience, Mrs. Superman," Tony replied. Gu Li pondered momentarily. "Let us see how the time unfolds. Circe and the Water Sprite have an afternoon flight. Be sure to extend my regards to them. Things are a bit hectic here, so I'll hang up now." With a sigh, Gu Li rested his forehead in his hand. He was uncertain whether his interference would complicate matters further. After all, in the original timeline, Rhodey had already become War Machine by this point. However, due to Tony's recent preoccupation with upgrading the Mark armor, Rhodey had yet to acquire it. If memory served him correctly, that evening's Stark Industries Expo would likely see the arrival of Big Ivan, who would stir up trouble. The true Edmund Alloy Mark armor should pose no issues, he mused. In Tony's underground garage, Gu Li nonchalantly selected an SUV and drove towards the airport. Originally, he had intended to make a trip to New Mexico. Just yesterday, while listening to Coulson report on the Hammer, he had overheard Nick Fury mention a certain Nordic, long-haired behemoth, no doubt the one who had come with a Brazilian companion. His desire to visit stemmed from two motives. Firstly, to see if he could lift the Hammer, as it seemed all the predecessors who traversed the Marvel Universe had attempted it. The Hammer, once fallen to the ground, had become a sacred site for Marvel enthusiasts. However, Gu Li believed he would most likely be unable to lift it. To put it plainly, he lacked both the self-sacrificial resolve and belief necessary to save the world, as well as the formidable power that Odin had imbued within the Hammer. Secondly, he wished to meet the venerable Stan Lee, who had famously driven a truck to deliver the Hammer. It was said that the old man was the embodiment of the one above all, and he hoped to glean some insights. Moreover, he was curious to see if Jane Foster's best friend, Max, was as grand and fair as the legends suggested. He couldn't help but wonder if successfully connecting with Max would grant him the powers of the Thunder God. As Gu Li exited the vehicle, he was suddenly startled by his own thoughts. The four women currently in his life were already enough to give him a headache. Adding another would surely drive him to madness. Upon careful reflection, it seems plausible to maintain a relationship with Max that involves physical intimacy without delving into the complexities of everyday life. He has come to a profound realization. During his previous entanglements with three former girlfriends, he made a fundamental error by offering each of them a promise of a home. This was hardly the behavior of a cad. No, such actions might be described as philanthropic, but they certainly do not warrant the label of a scoundrel. It is essential to understand that a rogue is one who initiates relationships only to abandon them, forsaking family and responsibilities, whereas he has never entertained such notions. After all, his aspiration is to bless each woman with a child. Before alighting from the vehicle, Gu Li donned a low-brimmed hat and sunglasses for a modicum of disguise. He now bears the illustrious title of Golden Superman, which bestows upon him a semblance of celebrity status. Discretion is paramount. His primary concern remains the potential recognition by Ms. Zhao and her companions, as this would undoubtedly lead to an inevitable session of trio PUA tactics. When Will the system reward me with a pair of perpetual vitality kidneys? Chapter 41. Flight, Part 1, Brother-in-law. Why are you wearing a hat? The water sprite, seated in the back, playfully tugged at the hat of Guli, who was driving. Had it not been for Cersei's recognition of the familiar aura surrounding Guli, the two might have completely overlooked him, concealed as he was among the crowd. Guli, navigating the car with a sense of resignation, retorted, "I've been harassed by those paparazzi. They practically monitor me around the clock. If I were to be inadvertently photographed just now, who knows how relentlessly they would pursue both of you next." Stealing a glance at their knowing expressions, Guli mentally commended himself. "I'm looking out for you. Isn't that touching?" "Guli, you also possess thermal vision," Cersei remarked in Chinese. The reason for their visit to New York was to confront Guli directly about the uncanny similarity of his thermal vision to that of Icarus. The powers he exhibited, akin to the Eternal S molecular reconstruction and thermal vision, were utterly absurd. It felt as though the abilities of the 10-member Eternal team were converging within him. After pondering Cersei's inquiry, Guli replied, "Well, it's rather perplexing. Every so often, I inexplicably manifest a new superpower, and as for why that is, I truly cannot fathom." "Perfect. After all, we have plenty of time together in the future. Perhaps then we shall unravel the mystery." Cersei nodded, accepting Guli's explanation. "By the way, sister, how long are you planning to stay?" Guli subtly inquired about Cersei's intentions. "Brother-in-law, we are planning to move here." The water sprite's reply was entirely unexpected, plunging Guli into a tempest of thoughts. After several moments of contemplation, he was almost certain that the water sprite's words could not be genuine. Cersei was quite fond of her job. "That's splendid. If you choose to stay, at least I will have company. Who knows, next year, sister, you might just become an aunt. Who doesn't tell a little white lie now and then?" "Really? Brother-in-law, are you two planning to have children?" the water sprite exclaimed with sudden excitement. After over 7,000 years, she, the youngest of the Eternals, could soon see her status elevated, which was understandably thrilling. "Brother-in-law, you must put in the effort. I can't do it alone. Cersei needs to cooperate." Before he could finish, his mouth was promptly covered, and the car was filled with an atmosphere of joy. As they sped along, the trio finally arrived at the small villa previously awarded by the system. Guli had cleverly taken leave under the pretense of attending the Stark Industries Expo. As night fell, he casually found an excuse to slip into Cersei's room, only to be met with an unexpected response. "Not today. I'm feeling a bit unwell." Upon hearing this, Guli nodded in understanding. "In that case, I'll read for a while. You can offer me some guidance." "All right. I've never seen anyone so enamored with ancient Egyptian culture," Cersei remarked, perplexed. Guli responded with an explanation. "In truth, I harbor a curiosity for many cultures." "Does he love learning?" "Not at all. What he truly adores are supernatural abilities." Time passed, and eventually Cersei drifted into a deep slumber. Guli gently caressed her cheek, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. The power he yearned for had seamlessly integrated into his being with the system's prompt, causing every cell in his body to exult in jubilation. Through the guidance of the character Cersei, he achieved a cultural level of 1, earning a special reward, the Contentment card. Contentment card. This card automatically transforms based on the host's current psychological state into an Icarus-style flight ability. Was it a loss? Certainly not, as flight was one of the superpowers he had longed for. Yet, if one were to argue that it was not a loss, it could be said that had the Contentment card converted into an iron body, it too could enable flight, even indirectly fulfilling his dream of perpetual motion. Another matter weighing on Guli's mind was the relationship between Cersei and the Eternals. Cersei took immense pride in their 7,000-year guardianship of humanity, her love for humankind evident. However, the truth often proves to be the most brutal. The Eternals on Earth believed that their millennia of efforts had successfully safeguarded the continuation of human society. Indeed, their contributions are undeniable. But what if the Eternals were to discover the grim reality that all their endeavors merely served to bring forth the celestial group's seed gods? The day the celestial deity Tiamat manifested within the earth would herald its destruction. Would Cersei be able to accept this truth? Moreover, a more harrowing revelation awaited. Among the 10 members of the Eternal Squad, Aside from their leader Ajak, the remaining 9 had undergone brainwashing. Their so-called homeland was merely a world furnace. Furthermore, the Eternals were nothing more than robots mass-produced by the Celestial Group. The first batch of these altered beings was dispatched to Earth to act as guardians of humanity, but their rebellion against the Celestial Group's commands birthed the Eternals. Having learned from this, the Celestial Group routinely brainwashed the Eternals back to their factory settings after each successful divine manifestation mission. Could Cersei accept this? Undoubtedly, she could not. Observing the slumbering Cersei, Gu Li ultimately found himself unable to voice his thoughts. It is no wonder people often say that lies do not wound, but the truth is a sharp blade. Behind all this lies the manipulation of the Celestial Group, whose terror is palpable, especially for Gu Li, for the robots they produce are, at the very least, stronger than he is at present. Yet, he thought, let things unfold as they may. What matters now is to experience the sensation of flight. In an instant, as his mind glided, a crackling portal materialized at the head of the bed. Gu Li hardly noticed that he was clad merely in his pajamas as he boldly stepped through. He then soared around the earth with wild abandon. After much plodding and diligent effort, he had finally attained the power of flight. Who among humanity does not wish to soar through the skies and ascend into the clouds? Now, Gu Li's emotions mirrored those of Tony as he piloted the Mark II above the skies of New York. His smile radiated like brilliant fireworks against the night sky, illuminating boundless joy and exhilaration. Oh, how delightful it is! Who does not revel in the boundless embrace of the free, unrestrained wind? Gu Li savored the wind's caress. In this moment, every cell in his body and the mundane spirit within him felt liberated, unshackled from constraints. At last he could soar. Suspended in the heights, Gu Li inhaled deeply, the unique perspective amplifying the exhilaration within him. Perhaps the sole distinction from Tony was that he was orbiting the Earth. Yet, he dared not fly too swiftly. Icarus's maximum flight speed could reach the speed of light, owing to his formidable physique. Source: in the film Eternals, Icarus traverses from Earth to the Sun within mere minutes, essentially equivalent to light speed. As for him, with merely a 50-50 infusion of serum and the spider totem's endowment, his body could hardly withstand the pressure of lightspeed flight. Among Marvel's heroines, whose corporeal form could endure such velocity? Captain Marvel? Indeed, she could, Hela likely could as well. However, neither of them aligns with Gu Li's aesthetic. As for Scarlet Witch, while her chaotic magic is undeniably potent, she is a fragile sorceress, her physique lacking in strength. No, wait. I possess the shockwave. Chapter 42. Flight, Part 2. Shockwaves can manifest in myriad forms, from subtle vibrations within an object that lead to its disintegration, to cataclysmic tremors capable of obliterating entire planets. Additionally, shockwaves possess another remarkable ability. They can serve as protective shields. In the series Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., the character Daisy Johnson utilized shockwaves to envelop her body, forming a spherical barrier. Previously, Gu Li had employed a similar technique to withstand a punch from the Hulk. However, Gu Li soon realized that such a spherical shield significantly impeded his flight velocity. Thus, he aimed to manipulate the shockwaves to hover just above his skin, creating a protective membrane. Due to his lack of biological positioning, he resorted to this method to counteract the friction of the air against his body during flight. After all, his current physical strength lagged behind the magnitude of his superpowers. Like molecular reshaping, shockwave manipulation was one of Gu Li's most esteemed abilities, albeit his control over it had yet to reach the level necessary to annihilate a planet. He had only received a superpower evolution card on one occasion. The array of superpowers he had obtained required enhancement solely through this card, and he had yet to discover alternative methods for evolution. His system lacked a marketplace and lottery features. Previously, it only offered simple connection rewards. Recently, however, it had become erratic, triggering tasks under specific circumstances. For instance, while mining in Antarctica, a task to defend his barbecue shop was activated when it was threatened by debris. Regrettably, the reward for completing this task was exceedingly disappointing, far inferior even to the diminutive cricket pistol. He distinctly recalled the notification. Congratulations on completing the task of guarding the barbecue shop. Reward: Blue Fire Gatling. Despite each bullet from the cricket pistol possessing the explosive power of a grenade, What on earth was this blue fire Gatling meant to be? Was the system suggesting he fire at Thanos? At this moment, Ghoulie appeared as though clad in a silvery, form-fitting protective suit, with shockwaves enveloping his skin. Upon addressing the potential peril of exceeding his body's capacity while flying at high speeds, he unleashed his full power, soaring around the Earth at exhilarating speed. After 2.5 hours of this exhilarating escapade, Ghoulie, regaining his composure, sat atop his roof, smoking a cigarette. Ultimately, his physical strength was insufficient. His maximum flight velocity fell short of even 1% of the speed of light. Should he recklessly accelerate, his body might combust from the strain. Among all the speedsters in the Marvel and DC universes, well-known figures include Superman, Flash, Reverse Flash, Quicksilver, and Mac-Carry. Quicksilver and Mac-Carry are roughly on par, yet significantly slower than the others. In most instances, Quicksilver does not outpace Flash, although there have been exceptional circumstances. In the crossover comic Justice League vs. Avengers, Quicksilver was depicted as surpassing Flash's speed in the Savage Land. As for Superman, he is the quintessential jack of all trades, possessing a vast array of abilities. Theoretically, Superman possesses the capability to surpass the speed of light. In the Silver Age, he even traveled back in time by doing so. The Flash, however, is even more extraordinary, as his speed force is akin to a glitch with no upper limits and, under extreme circumstances, potentially reaching speeds 10 times that of light. After all, DC's reboot is not without reason. Just as these thoughts flitted through his mind, Ghoulie found himself chuckling aloud at his own greed. How insatiable he was, considering it had only been a few chapters, with vast potential for growth still ahead. Sleep beckoned. Yet, just as he lay down, his phone rang insistently. "Is this Ghoulie?" The moment he answered, a cacophony of shouts mixed with Tony's serious voice reached him. "Goo, there are too many people at the venue. We might need you to come over and help with the evacuation." Tony immediately thought of the portal. Selecting a formal suit from the system's space, Ghoulie was about to activate the portal when Cersei, awakened by the ringing, lazily nestled into his embrace. "So late, are you going out?"
Ghoulie ganti brushit her nose.
"Your superhero is about to make an appearance." At that moment at the Stark Industries Expo, Tony hung up the phone, his expression grave as he stared at the dozens of armored machines from Hammer Industries before him. The crowd's cheers did little to alleviate his somber mood. He had to admit that the Electric Whip Prince was indeed talented, having crafted such a multitude of remote-controlled toys in a short span. Although these contraptions did not align with Tony's aesthetic or philosophy, given time and a different setting, he could easily dismantle them. However, the presence of so many ordinary people at the expo was a pressing concern. A glance across the densely packed audience revealed countless support signs, some for Iron Man, others for the Golden Superman. Wait, what was that Captain America sign doing here? Tony paused, clearly taken aback that even that old soldier had fans present. If he were to engage in a firefight with these remote-controlled toys in such a setting, the consequences were unfathomable and utterly undesirable. From the moment he donned the Mark armor, he had embraced his responsibility to protect the Earth and humanity. Thus, after surveying the situation, he promptly contacted Ghoulie, knowing he would devise a way to minimize the damage. Just as this thought crossed Tony's mind, a golden halo slowly emerged on stage. Instantly, the audience erupted in cheers at the sight of the emblem. Ajo! Superman! 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 Emerging from the portal was Ghoulie, clad in a light golden leisure suit, a selection of impeccable taste from Ms. Zhao Hailuan, perfectly suited to his demeanor and reputation. To the audience, Ghoulie, illuminated by the stage lights, appeared as a radiant deity. The screams crescendoed, each wave louder than the last. Ghoulie extended his hand in greeting to the fervent fans below. He had expected a confrontation to have already begun, but little did he know, it was merely the beginning. Yet he is not Azu, lacking any desire or awareness to become a major star. Upon catching sight of Rod seated in the audience, Ghoulie inexplicably felt a pang of regret. With his presence, Rod had not yet transformed into the war machine, and now the moment with his ex-wife had slipped away. It was utterly unforgivable. He resolved to encourage Rod later. The atmosphere was vibrant both on and off the stage, as the meeting between fans and their idol exuded warmth, save for Justin Hammer, who stood awkwardly at the host's podium. He could hardly fathom that Tony Stark had actually invited Superman to grace the occasion, considering Superman was the most celebrated superhero at present. Damn it, Stark, you sly fox, abandoning the code of honor. Wasn't it supposed to be a contest of iron armors? Instead, Stark had leapt onto an entirely different track, engaging in a contest of connections. Though Hammer himself was a fan of Superman, this was one of the few, and perhaps the only opportunities in his life to triumph over Stark. Hammer was determined not to relent. Chapter 43. You continue to speak upon witnessing Gu Li's appearance at the exposition. Ivan, who was remotely controlling the steel robots, raised an eyebrow. An unexpected turn of events had occurred, yet it posed no significant concern. He had prepared a grand surprise for Tony Stark. Just then, the once lively atmosphere of the exposition transformed abruptly. Dozens of steel robots, under Ivan's remote command, ascended into the air, their arms raised, transitioning from guardians to executioners, launching an attack towards the crowd below. In an instant, the audience was rendered speechless, unable to react or even gasp in shock. With a mere flick of his finger, Gu Li conjured a magnificent spectacle before the eyes of thousands. The steel robots hovering above, along with their barrage of bullets and cannon fire, were instantaneously transformed into a flurry of golden petals dancing in the air. A rain of gold descended upon the venue. The audience, initially dazed by the sudden turmoil, became fervent once more, enchanted by the golden shower. Superman. Tony felt an inexplicable twinge of regret. Gu Li had stolen the limelight, showcasing an uncanny ability to captivate the audience's desires. Nevertheless, Tony found solace in the fact that the crisis had been averted before it truly began, for there was still the electric whip prince awaiting his attention. Gu, I leave the scene to you. As the Mark suit soared into the sky, Gu Li approached the dazed Hammer and patted him on the shoulder. I have a task for you, evacuate the crowd. Before Hammer could respond, Gu Li ascended into the air, vanishing from sight in an instant. Ah, I can't handle it. It's too cool. Superman. 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 Hammer looked up, met by the fervent gazes of the audience. Their flushed faces, excited cheers, and trembling bodies. At the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury, remotely guiding Natasha, stood up as well upon witnessing the scene. He can fly? Could he truly be a Kryptonian? With heat vision, flight, matter manipulation, and teleportation, Fury could think of no other possibilities than those of a comic book Kryptonian. Moreover, these were merely the abilities Gu Li had displayed. What other powers might remain undisclosed? Could he, like Carol, possess even more? Fury muttered gravely to himself, I hope he sincerely wishes to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Recently, Fury had delved deeply into the files concerning Gu Li within S.H.I.E.L.D. Unlike Tony Stark's sense of responsibility, Fury believed that Gu Li was driven by a capricious sense of justice. On the positive side, as long as Gu Li stood for justice, no one could impede him. Yet on the negative side, should he ever change, no one could stop him either. Before the Avengers could be fully assembled, Nick Fury was faced with a dilemma. Should superheroes be constrained? It was akin to choosing between saving your mother or your girlfriend when both fall into the water. From the perspective of an ordinary person, was it right or wrong for superheroes to inadvertently harm civilians in their quest to save the world? Who shall restrain the superheroes? The politicians, perhaps? Are they to become mere pawns for those in power? The freedom of the strong is defined by the boundaries of the weak. Can these superheroes truly embody that principle? Nick Fury was lost in contemplation, oblivious even to the ringing phone beside him. Meanwhile, Iron Man, clad in his Mark armor, encountered Ivan, who was similarly adorned in his steel suit, at a scenic location. Ivan, fueled by a thirst for vengeance, appeared to be in high spirits. Tony Stark, your nightmare has arrived. I expected you to create an army of iron, yet all I see are mere remote-controlled toys. Unfazed by Tony's taunts, Ivan retorted, humans are prone to error, believe me, remote control is far superior. This was precisely why, despite his capability to construct suits akin to Tony's, he had only crafted a wearable suit while the remainder were mere unwearable robotic creations. He did not subscribe to Tony's ideology. Stark, you merely benefited from a fortunate birth and a circle of formidable friends. Ivan's words faltered as he succumbed to frustration. Why was he born a mule while Stark was born a Roman? Go on, continue, he urged, the bitterness rising within him. The two armored figures clashed, powered by the same reactor, yet Ivan soon realized that his attacks, his electric whip, were ineffective against Stark's armored defenses. What metal is this? He inquired. If my memory serves me correctly, it is true adamantium, Tony answered, adding with a smirk, a gift from my more formidable friend. Ivan felt utterly defeated. Only you have friends. Huh? Ivan have scarcely any. Justin Hammer, that foolish arms dealer, was merely a tool for his ambitions. In that moment, Ivan recognized the importance of forging more friendships. The outcome of their battle was unmistakable. The Mark armor, crafted entirely from true adamantium, triumphed over the electric whip-wielding prince, Ivan. Without the presence of war machine Rhodes, Ivan was spared from a fatal demise. You lost, Stark, Ivan muttered perplexedly. Suddenly, the already damaged armor on Ivan's body began to flash red urgently. Pepper, Tony murmured as realization dawned upon him, and the Mark armor surged into the air, reaching its maximum velocity. Boom! The explosion resonated, a blinding light and deafening noise illuminating the entire area. Ultimately, Ivan met his end in the blast. The rapidly ascending Mark armor, in its final moments, took off with a stunned Pepper in its embrace. This time, the anticipated explosion did not occur. Tony, belatedly aware, realized that the remaining suits had already been transformed into golden petals by Ghoulie at the venue. On the rooftop where they rested, Tony gazed tenderly at the emotionally stirred Pepper. In that instant, he comprehended that the most significant person in his life had long been by his side. The two individuals shared a passionate kiss, lingering in the moment before reluctantly parting. Their gazes met, filled with profound emotion, as they prepared to embrace once more. At that very instant, two figures appeared on the rooftop, accompanied by a teasing remark, none other than Ghoulie, cloaked in invisibility alongside Rhodes. Goo, don't they resemble two seals vying for grapes? Exclaimed Pepper, her voice breaking the atmosphere, while Tony cast a forlorn glance at the unexpectedly materialized duo. You two can take your leave. Even though Rhodes was unable to become War Machine for certain reasons at that moment, the Marvel King of Banter remained undeterred. This scene, which Ghoulie had never witnessed before, resonated deeply within him, striking a perfect chord. With a mere thought, a crackling golden portal materialized behind Ghoulie. I shan't disturb you any further, Rhodes. Shall I escort you back? Upon hearing this, Rhodes was evidently intrigued. He was genuinely eager to experience the sensation of Superman's portal. However, recalling the matter Ghoulie had suggested to him not long ago, he quickly shook his head. Perhaps another time, Goo. I have a few matters to discuss with Tony. Chapter 44. The hammer is gone. In the early morning, Ghoulie and Cece, having risen early for their morning exercises, were suddenly interrupted by the shrill ring of a phone. Annoyed, Ghoulie waved his hand dismissively, using his wave manipulation ability to disconnect the call, intent on resuming their workout. However, the insistent ringtone persisted, ringing once more. Answer it. Perhaps there's something important, Cece suggested, slightly breathless from exertion. Ghoulie nodded, and the phone, transformed from his small confusion, graciously connected the call. Hey Superman, you should check on that hammer, came a familiar voice from the other end. Ghoulie retorted with irritation, Tony, you absolute nuisance. Just let me finish my run. He found Tony's suggestion absurd. What was the point of looking at a hammer? It was neither shiny nor soft. How could it compare to the significance of an early morning workout? As the ancients wisely stated, the early bird catches the worm. After instructing his small confusion to turn off the phone, the room once again filled with the sounds of breathless exercise. 2.5 hours later, Ghoulie materialized in Tony's residence through the buzzing portal. Upon entering, he immediately spotted the silhouettes of two Mark armors, within which Rod's excited face, adorned with a gleaming smile, was strikingly bright. Clearly, Rod and Tony had struck some undisclosed agreement the previous night. War Machine was ready for action. Do you still need to run? Tony looked quizzically at Ghoulie, unable to fathom why a superhero would need to engage in such mundane activity. I do 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and then run 10 kilometers every day. Do you think that's why I'm so strong?
Guam li raplia nonchalantly.
Though upon reflection, he realized his daily regimen was likely far more extensive. Tony and Rod, upon hearing his words, were intrigued. If such a workout could grant them strength akin to Guli's, perhaps it was worth considering. Shall we go then? Are you planning to fly? Or will you join me? Guli inquired. However, Tony evidently had other intentions. How about we race to see who can fly faster? Tony, confident in his advanced Mark 7 armor compared to Rod's Mark 6, was determined not to finish last, and perhaps even had a chance to outpace Guli for once. Rod nodded in agreement, still energized from their night flight. Are you sure you want to compete with me? Seeing the eager expressions on their faces, Guli sighed in resignation. All right, let's go. No sooner had he spoken than War Machine powered up, forcefully breaking through Tony's iron gate. Rod, you old codger, he called out as the Mark 7 pursued Rod. Waving his hand to utilize his molecular reconstruction ability, Guli repaired the iron gate and soared into the sky, catching up to the two in less than a second. The monitoring division of the American military found themselves utterly flabbergasted. One Iron Man had already been enough of a headache for them, as he blatantly disregarded air defense protocols. Now, with the arrival of a superhero and their own Colonel Rod, they were at their wits' end. I want one too, exclaimed the soldier in charge of monitoring, as frustration welled up in his eyes. Among the three silhouettes soaring in the sky, Tony laughed heartily. At least this time you haven't surpassed me. Heaven knows the multitude of blows to his ego since meeting Guli. Aside from wealth, he fell short in every aspect. He was neither as youthful nor possessed the extraordinary abilities that Guli had. In fact, he lacked any superpower at all. Tony Stark had once been the epitome of excellence, hadn't he? Is that so? Guli retorted with a mischievous grin, enveloping himself in a shockwave before instantaneously accelerating. The resounding crack of air exploding followed suit. Tony and Rhodey were startled, and when they looked up, Guli had vanished from sight. Jarvis, what was Guli's speed just now? Sir, I'm not entirely certain, but it was approximately 1/120th of the speed of light, around 2,500 kilometers per second. Or perhaps even faster. X2, I shall never compete with this freak again, was the unspoken sentiment shared by the two men. Meanwhile, in New Mexico outside Old Bridge Town, Senior S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Coulson was handling the aftermath. Beneath his feet lay the charred remnants of the Rainbow Bridge's magical array, while several accompanying S.H.I.E.L.D. linguists were diligently interpreting the records. He glanced up casually, perplexed by the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar figure. Super Man, Coulson murmured, wondering when this individual had arrived. He hadn't noticed the golden circle, the hallmark of a superhero. He promptly approached, extending a hand in introduction. Hello, I'm Coulson. This marked their first formal encounter. Upon learning of Superman's inclusion in S.H.I.E.L.D., he had nearly leaped for joy. Aside from Captain America, Superman was his second favorite superhero. Alas, one had passed on, and the other existed solely in comic books. I am Guli. Has Thor departed? Coulson nodded in response. He left about an hour ago. Their conversation drew the attention of nearby S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, who now harbored a singular desire to capture a photograph with the superhero. Several female agents even flushed with excitement. Guli cast a casual glance and was struck by the extraordinary presence of Max. He is truly grand, truly radiant. One would struggle to contain such magnificence. Jane Foster, who shared a romantic connection with the God of Thunder, gazed dreamily at the remnants of the Rainbow Bridge, fully aware that this parting might stretch into eternity before they could meet again. Her friend, Daisy Louise, whom Guli regarded as Max, stood nearby, offering comfort. Daisy glanced up and met Guli's gaze. Oh, Jane, look, it's Superman. Guli nodded amicably. While Max's imposing stature aligned perfectly with his aesthetic preferences, he was no mere stallion driven by lust. Instead of indulging in such distractions, he would rather engage in physical activities with Cersei. The abilities of the Eternal Squad were equally impressive, albeit somewhat underwhelming in the film, which favored close combat over their plethora of ranged attack options. Most likely, this was a consequence of exorbitant special effects costs. However, within the Marvel Universe, the burden of exorbitant special effects does not weigh heavily. Instead, he is concerned that the manifestations of superpowers may lack sufficient flair. The mirror dimension of the Ancient One, Daisy's shockwaves at home, the reconstructive molecules on Cersei, the ancient spells inscribed in the Darkhold, and even the blue giant star destroyer within the system space. All these elements promise to deliver spectacular visual effects. It will take some time before the Ancient One allies with Eternity, and the dark magic recorded in the Darkhold cannot yet be employed openly. Approximately 2.5 hours later, Tony and Rhodey arrived fashionably late. New York is 357. 8 nautical miles, or 218 kilometers, from New Mexico. 1 nautical mile equals 852 kilometers. In Iron Man 2, Tony Stark's flight speed exceeds the maximum velocity of an F-22 fighter jet, which is 410 kilometers per hour, with specific figures cited as surpassing 414 kilometers. Considering the factors of direct flight and the location of Old Bridgetown, this roughly equates to a journey of about 2.5 hours. Has the hammer vanished? Upon receiving the news from Coulson, Tony looked up to see Ghoulie surrounded by 2 lovely women. The trio engaged in lively conversation. This lad has returned. Does he not fear a conflagration at home? Chapter 45. The Zero-Cost Acquisition of Wakanda, Part 1. In the quaint town of Old Bridge, New Mexico, at the local inn, Ghoulie was engrossed in his study of astrophysics. The echoes of Max's exuberant exclamations from the previous night reverberated in his ears. Superman is my apprentice. The only twinge of regret he felt was that the reward was not a superpower related to Thor. However, this was rather understandable. Max's admiration for Thor was purely aesthetic, particularly since Thor was the boyfriend of her close friend, Jane, and nothing had transpired between them. But when it came to Ghoulie, Max harbored no such reservations. Through the guidance of the character Daisy Louise, his cultural proficiency had increased, granting him the ability to acquire the Transformer. Cable, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex and leader of the Dinobots, boasted a formidable combat form towering at 25.6 meters, undoubtedly a pinnacle of power among Transformers. Like Ms. Zhao Hailuan, Daisy Louise was also a researcher, which likely explained Ghoulie's repeated acquisitions of Transformers. A journey to Wakanda was now imperative. Ghoulie and Tony had already gathered all the necessary materials to synthesize true adamantium, save for the elusive vibranium from Wakanda. The delay in their expedition to Wakanda stemmed from several factors. Recently, the narratives of The Incredible Hulk, Iron Man 2, and Thor had unfolded, accompanied by unexpected tasks from the erratic system. Additionally, there was a divergence in their approach to acquiring vibranium. Tony wished to purchase it, while Ghoulie sought a zero-cost acquisition. These various reasons had led to their inaction. Consequently, among the Transformers he had acquired, only the small Bumblebee had replaced its body with a new one made from vibranium, while Drift, Soundwave, and the mechanical dog and bird from the tape crew, along with the newly obtained Cable, all required material upgrades, with Drift standing at 4.6 meters tall, Soundwave at 6.7 meters, and Cable at 25.6 meters. Ghoulie estimated that, including the Iron Legion Tony intended to construct, they would need hundreds of tons of vibranium. At a staggering price of 10,000 per gram, acquiring 100 tons of vibranium would amount to a staggering 100 billion. This price conveniently matched the net worth of Iron Man, as publicly disclosed by Marvel. Perhaps selling Tony would be a solution? With a mere thought, a crackling portal materialized before him. This time, Ghoulie approached with the intent of merely entering the body without intruding upon the life, embodying the spirit of mutual consent inherent in adulthood. Such actions could hardly be deemed unscrupulous. Upon arriving at Tony's residence once more, he informed him of the funds required to procure vibranium. Upon hearing the staggering figure, Tony was genuinely taken aback. What? 100 billion? Goo, are you joking? Even selling me wouldn't suffice. In truth, selling him would provide just enough. Maintaining a calm and rational demeanor, Tony looked at Ghoulie with confusion. You are referring to the price of 100 tons of vibranium, but we won't need that much. Although he planned to forge an Iron Legion, he was not reckless enough to envision an army of tens of thousands of iron soldiers. Initially, the funds at his disposal were insufficient, and at that moment the politicians of America would surely go insane. Why? Are you, Stark, contemplating rebellion? Ghoulie sighed helplessly and continued to elucidate. A drift of 6 meters, a sound wave of 7 meters, a steel cable towering at 6 meters. Mechanical canines, mechanical avians, do the calculations on the quantity of vibranium I require. Furthermore, we ought to retain some reserves, shouldn't we? Upon hearing Ghoulie's analysis, Tony experienced an unprecedented emotion. The billionaire Tony Stark, lacking in financial resources one day? Unbelievable. Even more astonishing was the fact that Ghoulie, dubbed the Golden Superman and Light of Humanity by the media, was preoccupied with thoughts of zero-cost acquisitions. Ghou, how much do you have at your disposal? Tony inquired, displaying a hint of concession. Most of my capital is invested in your company's stocks. I have approximately $1.2 billion left to use. Perhaps we should sell some of the stocks? Tony shook his head vehemently, as if he were a bobblehead doll. Absolutely not. Doing so would spell the end for Stark Industries. As the majority shareholder cashing out, it would be a blatant signal to the world that I'm done, and they can take over. If that happens, a significant drop in stock prices would merely be the least of our troubles. As the atmosphere reached a pivotal point, Ghoulie continued to incite, then let us proceed with my plan. A zero-cost acquisition in Wakanda. Tony rolled his eyes, his face betraying greater resistance, and replied in exasperation. Ghou, we are superheroes. Ghoulie suddenly shouted, in that case, let us deliberate thoroughly. Loudly tell me, Tony, what do we need Wakandan vibranium for? Despite his confusion, Tony responded to synthesize true adamantium. He was perplexed by the term true adamantium. Was there a false version? Ghoulie once more inquired loudly, Tony, what do we need true adamantium for? To forge an army of iron, yes, and those transformers of yours, Tony replied. Ghoulie rejoiced at this revelation. Then tell me, why are we creating an iron army? Ghou, what is wrong with you? Tony clearly did not grasp the underlying implication of Ghoulie's words. He merely thought Ghoulie was asking rhetorical questions. Ghoulie formally pressed, tell me why? To protect the Earth. Tony said, his voice lacking energy. He secretly resolved to have Pepper inform Helen Zhao that her boyfriend was unhinged. Then, Mr. Tony Stark, please enlighten me on the ultimate purpose of acquiring Wakandan vibranium. Initially, Tony's face reflected helplessness and confusion, but gradually it transformed into gravity, culminating in shock as he wide-eyed murmured, we acquire Wakandan vibranium. To protect the Earth? Could this interpretation be plausible? Ghoulie emphatically clapped Tony on the shoulder. Visibly pleased, congratulations, you have answered correctly. At this juncture, the illustrious and virtuous Iron Man, Tony Stark, has been successfully brainwashed by the outside world, referred to as the beacon of humanity, Ghoulie. The two have officially embarked on a scheming endeavor, the Wakandan Zero-Cost Purchase Initiative. As far as I am aware, Wakanda lies in the eastern region of Africa, merely an underdeveloped agrarian nation. Ghoulie scoffed, underdeveloped? My dear brother, have you forgotten the value of vibranium? $10,000 per gram. After being influenced by Ghoulie, Tony now feels somewhat lacking in intellect, succumbing to a profound silence. Ghoulie sighed and added the information he possessed. On the surface, Wakanda appears to be a poor, backward agricultural nation. However, in reality, it stands as the most technologically advanced country on Earth. Our objective, the vibranium of Wakanda, lies within a certain area of their territory. Upon hearing this, Tony slightly furrowed his brow, inquiring, are you truly certain that they are the most technologically advanced nation on Earth? Chapter 46. Wakanda's Zero-Cost Acquisition, Part 2. Are you genuinely convinced that they are the most technologically advanced nation on Earth? The illustrious Tony Stark expressed his disbelief, even conceding to Ghoulie's assertion that the electric whip-wielding Prince Ivan possessed superior technology. However, to claim that Wakanda is the pinnacle of advancement, he found it utterly implausible. In response to Tony's inquiry, Ghoulie pondered briefly, remarking that in comparison, both sides possess their unique strengths. While Wakanda's technology is indeed formidable, it barely holds its ground against the Mark armor and arc reactor. Their nation is concealed within a protective shield, and I shall stealthily infiltrate, while you, my dear Tony, create a diversion outside to draw their attention." Tony nodded, a hint of concern gracing his features. "If their technology is truly as advanced as you suggest, they must possess an array of high-tech weaponry." Guli, feeling disinclined to voice his skepticism, merely shook his head. "Not at all. They revere primitive combat methods. Our great Wakanda employs the finest materials to craft the most rudimentary weapons, waging the most elemental of wars. Although Wakandan spears can emit lasers, they choose not to, favoring an audacious approach. Tony, your mark armor is conspicuously recognizable, and your fame precedes you. If we wish to execute this zero-cost acquisition unnoticed, it appears somewhat challenging. Your identity as Iron Man would be immediately discernible. You are now more renowned than I, with fans in Europe even establishing a church in your honor." Upon hearing this, Guli stood and proclaimed, "Men perish for wealth and birds for sustenance. Since we have resolved to proceed with this acquisition, let us not hesitate any longer. Let us go forth at once." Tony quickly grasped Guli's shoulder, advising, "First, we should devise a plan before taking action. Perhaps you could bring your canine companion to assist me from outside." He held fond memories of the dog that once saved him and Ethan. "A dog, you say?" Guli mused, suddenly inspired by a superior alternative, a wolf. "Tony, I shall first transport you, and then return home to fetch 2 accomplices before joining you." 2 crackling golden portals materialized, one leading to the East African savannah and the other to the Grey Wolf's laboratory. In an instant, Guli arrived at the lab, where Grey Wolf was lounging on the sofa, engrossed in a film. "Uncle Wolf, I need a favor. I am retrieving something from a location heavily guarded." Grey Wolf, cigar in mouth, rose and grabbed a toolkit. "Let us make haste, boss, we'll be quick. This film, The Werewolf vs. 300 Vampires, is quite captivating." With a buzz, the portal opened and then closed. Ever since mastering the teleportation spell, Guli's travel method had upgraded significantly. However, it was not until much later that he recalled that when Ancient One gifted him the Kamartaj teleportation portal compendium, it did not come with the necessary levitation ring. The levitation ring is essential for every novice magician, aiding in the concentration of intent during magical practice. Had it not been for the stimulus of a 10-centimeter reduction, he might not have mastered the teleportation spell through the methods inscribed in the Dark Grimoire. The ancient Dengu clearly harbored ill intentions. Guli thought fiercely, "Humph! Once you depart, I shall torment your disciples." Far away in Kamartaj, basking in the sun, the Ancient One inexplicably sneezed several times in succession. Sensing that something was amiss, she quickly rose and calculated with her fingers. Moments later, she muttered in puzzlement, "Strange. There seems to be nothing on the horizon. The next occurrence is still 2 years away." The Ancient One glanced at her spirited disciples and sighed, reflecting, "Indeed, I have grown old." At that moment, in Eastern Africa, Wakanda lay nestled in the East African savannah. If one were to reference its position on the earth of a previous life, Wakanda would be situated near the boundary of Lake Turkana, bordered by South Sudan, Uganda, Kenya, and Ethiopia, an area also known as the Elalimi Triangle. Grey Wolf, donning sunglasses and with a cigar clenched in his mouth, coolly gestured towards a certain direction. "Boss, the area ahead. The energy fluctuations are quite intense. The Wakanda you mentioned should be right there." Behind Grey Wolf stood Guli's Zero Purchase Gang, comprising Iron Man Tony, the shape-shifting Bumblebee, mechanical dogs, mechanical birds, and others. Tony gazed incredulously at the talking wolf, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. While he could still wrap his mind around the existence of the Eternals and Kamartaj, this cool wolf struck him as absurd and deranged. This world had become utterly insane, even wolves could speak. What further astounded Tony was that the wolf, named Grey Wolf, effortlessly assembled a detector using only the simplest of toolkits. Remarkably, it proved quite effective. In less than 2 minutes, he had also crafted several jammers to ensure they would not be detected by various surveillance methods. Such a formidable wolf, a true genius. A fervent light sparkled in Tony's eyes, akin to encountering a kindred spirit. At that moment, he yearned to engage in a profound discussion with this distinguished wolf, forsaking the vibranium for now. Guli, equally illuminated with excitement, said, "Tony, Bumblebee, and the dogs you will provide support outside. I shall escort Uncle Wolf inside. Be mindful that the jammers are only meant to disrupt surveillance equipment, so do not attract attention. Rest assured, while I and the dogs create some commotion outside to divert their notice. Ghoulie, having learned from the previous incident of being detected by thermal sensors, donned the jammers and waved his hand, activating his invisibility powers to cloak both himself and Grey Wolf. With Uncle Wolf perched on his shoulder, he soared forward. Upon arriving at the area indicated by Grey Wolf, he indeed discovered an imperceptible energy shield obstructing his path. A violent breach would certainly raise alarms within. Generally speaking, the energy shield comprised both an electromagnetic and a plasma barrier. The electromagnetic shield is responsible for repelling a myriad of high-energy particle weapon attacks, as high-energy particles are predominantly charged entities. Any charged particle will be influenced by the electromagnetic field, resulting in a deflection. In other words, the presence of an electromagnetic shield renders high-energy particle weapons incapable of striking their intended targets. On the other hand, the plasma shield is tasked with defending against neutral particles and kinetic weaponry. This plasma shield constrains superheated plasma through magnetic forces into a dense area, thereby creating a thermal barrier. Consequently, when kinetic weapons and solid projectiles make contact with the surface of the shield, they are incinerated by the extreme temperatures or detonated prematurely. This elucidates why the artillery of Thanos' warship detonates above the Wakandan protective barrier. As for the specifics of its operation, Ghoulie admits his ignorance. He is merely a student at New York University, not a genius like Dr. Banner or Tony Stark. However, this does not hinder him from successfully traversing the energy barrier through his molecular reshaping abilities, as he glides slowly towards the magnificent statue of the Black Panther. Chapter 47. Wakanda's Zero-Cost Acquisition, Part 2. Nestled within the underground canyons of Wakanda lies the precious vibranium, extracted through mechanized methods and transported by subterranean railcars. The total storage capacity is approximately 10,000 tons. This marked Ghoulie's first venture into the inner sanctum of Wakanda, and as he gazed upon the landscape, he was immediately struck by two contrasting styles. The city within the basin was adorned with futuristic skyscrapers, seamlessly intertwined with streets that exuded the charm of primitive tribal culture, creating a unique and alternative beauty. Ghoulie was astonished to behold rooftops crafted purely from vibranium, exclaiming inwardly about the immense wealth on display. It was no wonder that this city, built upon vibranium, could evoke tears from billionaires like Tony Stark. The city, though relatively small, far surpassed America in terms of sophistication. Following the cavern beneath the Black Panther statue, Ghoulie, accompanied by Grey Wolf, soared downward. After flying through the depths of the cave for a while, they emerged into a vast underground canyon. The canyon sparkled with brilliant blue veins of vibranium, and a majestic rail track spanned across the gorge, seemingly stretching into infinity. This must be the rail system for transporting vibranium. The quantity required by him and Tony was considerable, and realizing that the vein beneath him was merely a tributary, he chose to pursue it further. At last, he arrived at the cavern at the end of the tributary, where he discovered his objective. The Wakandan vibranium mine, its blue glow illuminating the entire chamber. Ghoulie rubbed his hands together in excitement, ready to activate his seismic powers and embrace his role as an exuberant miner. Although he could induce an earthquake to swiftly shatter the vibranium deposits, he deemed it unnecessary. As a competent zero-cost acquisition participant, his mission was solely to amass wealth without causing harm. 1 ton, 2 tons, 3 tons. As he immersed himself in the joy of his endeavor, time seemed to slip away unnoticed. What felt like mere minutes had in fact elapsed considerably longer. Eventually, Ghoulie sheepishly realized that his enthusiasm had led him to excavate far too much. The vibranium ore in his system storage had piled up into a mountain. Upon glancing at the system's display, his lips twitched in astonishment. A staggering 1,000 tons of Wakandan vibranium ore. Had he really extracted a mere tenth? Did this mean he had now become the richest person on Earth? Ghoulie murmured softly to himself. At the market price of $10,000 per gram of vibranium, he had unearthed an incredible $1 trillion. This sum equated to the wealth of 10 Tony Starks. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. In the future, when Ms. Zhao desires to invest in stocks, she need only do so, for he would have the means. In high spirits, Ghoulie cast a reluctant glance at the shimmering vibranium veins, his inner demon urging him to consider a more audacious approach. Perhaps he should extract it all? Grey Wolf, perched on Ghoulie's shoulder, sighed and advised, "Boss, moderation is key. It's just a pile of rocks. Once I decipher its molecular structure, you can use your abilities to transform it." Ghoulie nodded in understanding. The sole flaw in the ability to reshape molecules lies in its incapacity to create something from nothing. However, it possesses the remarkable capability to transform any other material at will. Until now, this method had not been employed for converting vibranium from Wakanda, primarily due to the user's ignorance of its molecular formula. This explains why, during combat, he consistently transforms objects into petals or snowflakes, as he only comprehends the molecular structures of those forms. Just then, an unexpected mutation occurred. Who is speaking? A girl with messy braids and dark skin cautiously scanned her surroundings. Upon witnessing the scene within the cave, she hastily pressed a button on the device affixed to her arm. Suddenly, the piercing sound of an alarm reverberated throughout the skies of Wakanda, prompting the girl with braids to swiftly contact her brother. Observing the commotion, Ghoulie reluctantly soared towards the protective shield, realizing his oversight. Sound could not be concealed, and speaking was ill-advised. Moments prior, on a mountain outside Wakanda's protective dome, Tony, responsible for external support, turned to the mechanical dog and inquired, "Dog, the time is ripe. Shall you ascend, or shall I?" Ghoulie's team comprised the top-tier scientist Grey Wolf, ranked first, followed by the Sakura Samurai, ranked second, and the Soundwave, floating in the outer reaches of space, ranked third with the dog holding fourth place. As for the newly joined Cable, the Dinosaur King dismissed any association with them, preferring to stand apart. Upon hearing the dialogue, Tony shrugged in resignation. Dog's analysis was quite reasonable. The traces left by the weapons deployed from the Mark suit were indeed too conspicuous. Should we incorporate some Hammer Industries weaponry in the future? A sudden thought crossed Tony's mind. It didn't seem implausible. This way, during future acquisitions, Hammer could bear the blame. Tony was momentarily taken aback by his own reasoning. What has come over me? Why do I speak of again? I must keep my distance from Ghoulie. He is leading me astray. After the projectiles launched by Drift and Dog detonated above the protective shield, they drew the attention of Wakanda. Under the command of Captain Okoye, the Royal Guard assembled, awaiting the king's orders. Upon learning of the situation, Chaka, the then king of Wakanda, let out a weary sigh. Ever since his brother had clandestinely trafficked vibranium, this foolish act had not only betrayed Wakanda's principles, but also ushered countless troubles into this once peaceful realm. Over the years, the ambitions and greed of the outside world had spread like wildfire, increasing the forces coveting vibranium. Consequently, the weight upon King Chakara's heart grew heavier, for he understood that the existence of vibranium was a double-edged sword, capable of ushering prosperity and wealth to Wakanda, yet also igniting endless strife and conflict. Eliminate these invaders, he commanded decisively. With the king's orders given, the Royal Guard, armed with advanced weaponry, gallantly charged into battle. Meanwhile, Princess Shuri, having heard of the invasion, hurried to the underground canyon, sensing that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. It was an instinctive belief that the external assault might serve to conceal something more significant. When she arrived at the cave accompanied by her guards, she was confronted with the scene that had transpired earlier. Before her, the vibranium mother lode was diminished by nearly 1/10, marking the greatest loss Wakanda had ever suffered. Brother, a thief infiltrated the mother lode, absconding with a considerable amount of vibranium. He possesses the ability to render himself invisible, and likely to obscure surveillance as well. Within mere seconds, Princess Shuri deduced the thief's capabilities from the recent events, her mind racing through the roster of superpowered individuals on Earth. This revelation plunged all of Wakanda into a state of complete alert. Squads of royal guards surged towards the protective barrier like a tempest, driven by a singular thought: the intruder must not escape, especially one who had stolen vibranium. Meanwhile, on the mountains outside Wakanda, 2 crackling portals slowly dissipated, allowing the Zero Yuan purchase team to vanish without a trace. After a thorough search, the guards were left astounded to find that aside from the remnants of explosive shell fragments, There were no clues to be found, as if the incident had never occurred. Observing this, Captain Okoye commanded sharply, "Retrieve the fragments for analysis. The rest of you follow me to search the nearby mountains." She was determined not to be thwarted in uncovering any useful leads. In the distant city of New York, Tony emerged from the portal, his eyes alight with excitement as he turned to Guli. "How much did we acquire? And is it sufficient for our needs?" Chapter 48. The True Vibranium Alloy Goo. "How much did you acquire? Is it sufficient for our needs?" Observing that Guli remained silent, Tony assumed that Guli was disheartened due to not meeting their anticipated target, and thus he hastily patted his shoulder in consolation. "It's no matter if we took a little less. I can always scale down the Iron Legion project." Regaining his composure, Guli shook his head and extended a finger towards Tony, realizing that he had momentarily lost focus because he forgot to collect some heart-shaped herb. After all, from the movies, the herb's healing properties were astonishingly potent. Black Panther had his shoulder wound fully healed after consuming it. Moreover, that herb would eventually be incinerated by Killmonger, so it was better for him to take some now. Although he wasn't obliged to consume the heart-shaped herb himself, it could certainly benefit those around him. Both Ms. Zhao and Mei were ordinary individuals, and Tony was too. Allowing them to take the herb would at least bolster their health. 10 tons? That should suffice, and if necessary, I can procure more later. Tony rambled on. 10 tons is barely enough. Guli chuckled as he patted the mark suit. How could I possibly limit myself to just 10 tons? Think bigger. Upon hearing this, Tony's face lit up with joy, and he gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You actually secured 100 tons? Impressive." Gone was any regret he had felt prior to their undertaking. Instead, he found the thrill of a zero-cost acquisition somewhat addictive, and Guli remained as reliable as ever. Success was guaranteed whenever he took action. 100 tons? Who are we joking? We have a full 1,000 tons. More than enough for a lifetime. Tony's eyes widened in disbelief as he blurted, "Wong Defa? Did you empty their entire stock?" He felt a twinge of regret. Claiming 100 tons was one thing, but acquiring 1,000 felt excessive, even inciting a sudden pang of guilt within him. Yet strangely, he felt a surge of excitement at the thought of 1,000 tons. It's merely a coincidence. Their total vibranium reserve is around 10,000 tons, so taking 1,001 significantly impact them. Besides, we're not selling it. It's solely for the purpose of constructing the Iron Legion to protect Earth. A slight smile curled at the corners of Guli's mouth at the thought of delivering a small shock to Thanos. However, noticing Tony's lingering guilt, he quickly attempted to reassure him. "Consider it a debt between us. Rather than letting it sit idle in the cave, we might as well put it to good use." Ever since Tony became a superhero, he had excelled in every aspect, except for his overly stringent moral standards. With a deep sigh, Tony conceded, "It seems we have no choice but to proceed this way." He even contemplated that, at worst, he could earn $1 trillion in the future to send back to Wakanda. "The vibrations emitted are rather potent. I'll hold back a few tons for you, and let me know when you've used them up." "All right, I must get to work now." Approximately half an hour later, Guli made a return to the underground canyon in Wakanda. Unlike his previous visit, the number of guards in the canyon had evidently increased, with a member of the Wakandan Guard present at intervals throughout the area. After wandering through the canyon for several laps, Guli finally discovered a nursery cultivating heart-shaped grass. In a modest plot of about 6 or 7 square meters, dozens of purple heart-shaped grasses stood quietly. He recalled that consuming heart-shaped grass would transport an individual into the realm of the mind, and it was rumored that non-royal members were prohibited from partaking, which seemed somewhat sinister. After collecting 4 sprigs of heart-shaped grass, Guli swiftly departed. Such an inexplicable entity would be best entrusted to the cunning gray wolf. The illogical heart-shaped grass, when confronted with the equally irrational king gray wolf, might just find its rationale. Now that he had obtained the final material required for synthesizing true adamantium alloy, Wakandan vibranium, it was time to upgrade the Transformers materials. After all, the Transformers frames were rather fragile. Even ordinary firearms on Earth could inflict damage upon them, let alone the plethora of superpowered beings inhabiting the Marvel Universe, who could dismantle them in a heartbeat. Adamantium alloy was undoubtedly a splendid choice for replacing their body material. He vividly recalled the shield of Captain America, which could withstand lasers, artillery, and even the might of Thor's hammer. Of course, there were superior alternatives, such as URU metal and the material used to forge Thanos' formidable sword. However, those were not readily obtainable in the short term, so he could wait until later to make the switch. After all, the regenerative cradle produced by the system, like Grey Wolf himself, was a bug-level existence. Do not question its logic. Merely accept it as a thought. Upon returning home, Ghoulie couldn't help but smile wryly at the sight of Peter engrossed in a video game in the living room. Would the little spider end up becoming Spider-Ham under his care? Well, as long as Peter was happy. For several consecutive days. Aside from a brief outing to escort Cersei and the Water Sprite back to London, Ghoulie had been occupied. Under Grey Wolf's command, he and Daisy collaborated on the fusion of true adamantium alloy. The newly acquired steel cable was so massive that it barely fit into the regenerative cradle, leading to a skyrocketing demand for adamantium alloy. Initially, he thought his home was sufficiently spacious, but in the presence of steel cable, it seemed rather inadequate. To accommodate the towering structure of over 20 meters, Ghoulie purchased a farm in the outskirts for renovation. The Dinobot steel cable had only two forms, both combat-oriented, mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex and a robotic ape form. Finally, on the 15th day following the zero-cost acquisition, the bodies of the three Transformers Drift, Soundwave, and Steel Cable, along with those of the mechanical dog and bird, were all upgraded to true adamantium alloy. Gazing at his assembled subordinates, their frames gleaming with a cold luster, Ghoulie smiled contentedly. This hardness was beyond the reach of Wolverine. At this moment, aside from their core energy source, their entire bodies had been upgraded to true adamantium alloy, rendering them impervious to conventional artillery. There were only a few superpowered beings on Earth capable of inflicting damage upon them. Daisy, who had toiled alongside him for half a month, bore no trace of fatigue on her face. She nestled against Ghoulie's shoulder and playfully exclaimed, "This is too cool. Brother, can you give me one?" She spoke in Chinese, and her tone sent a shiver down Ghoulie's spine. "What is mine is yours. If you fancy it, feel free to take it." Daisy immediately pouted, "I believe your nonsense. That woman of yours is hardly a lady. In the past, when I was young and naive, I merely boarded your ship of thieves." Ghoulie scratched his head, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Who could have anticipated that he would be photographed by paparazzi at the airport? It was precisely due to Cersei's presence that his three girlfriends at home were exposed to the truth. "Daisy, I need to discuss something with you." Ghoulie retrieved the Terrigen crystal and the activator from the system space, explaining under Daisy's puzzled gaze, "You possess half of the inhuman bloodline, and this object can awaken your superpowers." "Really? I can be a superhero too?" At that moment, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly grasped Ghoulie's arm, blissfully unaware of the implications of her inhuman heritage. "Close enough. Hurry. Tell me how to use it." Observing Daisy's impatience, Ghoulie leaned closer and whispered a few words into her ear. Upon hearing his words, her face slightly flushed, and then she glared at Ghoulie, fuming, "Fine. It's just wearing stockings. No need to look at me like that." Ghoulie found this utterly perplexing. "Ms. Zhao is much better, like a treasure that can never be fully unearthed. All right, just stand inside. A cloud of smoke will appear shortly. If you feel uncomfortable, make sure to come out quickly." Following the instructions for the activator, Ghoulie placed the Terrigen crystal into the device and pressed the start button. Instantly, a cloud of smoke enveloped Daisy. Chapter 49. The Terrigen crystal. It must be said that the technological advancements of the Inhumans are rather skewed. Indeed, the entire Marvel universe exhibits a peculiar disarray in its technological evolution. Take Wakanda, for instance. Despite possessing remarkably advanced technology capable of constructing spacecraft, they remain reluctant to modernize their agricultural practices. Then there is Asgard, where interstellar battleships have been created, yet their weaponry still consists of ordinary spears. Why not employ more sophisticated armaments such as pulse or laser weapons? Had their weaponry been more advanced, they might not have been so easily invaded by the Dark Elves. It is quite baffling. In a rural farm, Ghoulie lit a cigarette and quietly awaited the effects of the Terrigen crystal. Once Daisy becomes Quake, and if Grey Wolf can successfully decipher the properties of the heart-shaped herb, then at the very least, a few of his girlfriends would possess some semblance of superpowers. Although Ghoulie had never intended for them to partake in battles, This is a perilous Marvel universe, and possessing even a modicum of superpower is preferable to being entirely powerless. After instructing the sonic wave to return to outer space for surveillance, Ghoulie began to contemplate the events that lay ahead. The current date is June 11, 2010, and the most imminent significant event is the Chitauri invasion of New York, which will occur 2 years hence. By that time, Tony's true Adamantium Legion will likely be complete. Will the Chitauri be able to withstand it? Almost forgot about Captain Marvel, who will be unearthed next year. This implies that there will not be any major occurrences within the next 2 years. However, one cannot overlook the insidious Skrulls. He must certainly enlist Grey Wolf's assistance to devise a device for identifying Skrulls. He recalls that it was the ingenious Doctor who invented such a device in the comics, effectively resolving the Skrull threat. The Skrull's shape-shifting abilities pose a significant risk to human society. Foremost among these dangers is a crisis of trust. Soon, everyone will be suspected of being a Skrull. Despite the fact that the Skrulls have never wronged Ghoulie, he finds their very existence disconcerting. Perhaps I harbor a form of racial prejudice? It is unfathomable how Captain Marvel once consented to allow that group of green-skinned creatures to remain on Earth. Those not of our kind are bound to have differing intentions, especially when considering a sentient race endowed with the capability of transformation. Their abilities dictate their fate, either to become the singularity of existence or face annihilation. As the smoke from the Terrigen crystal within the activator gradually dissipated, Daisy opened her eyes and emerged. "Do you feel any different? Is there any discomfort?" Ghoulie inquired hastily. Daisy stood in silence for a moment, as if frozen in place, resembling a statue, seemingly invoking something. After a brief pause, she dejectedly asked, "Ghoulie, why are my powers ineffective against you?" Previously, she had endured Ghoulie's sonic waves multiple times, which were truly indescribable. "Damn it," Ghoulie responded, momentarily at a loss for words, as he playfully swatted her backside. "Are you planning to murder your husband? Is this how superpowers are wielded? Do you think your boyfriend is an omnipotent deity? I was wrong. In the fleeting moment prior, she was filled with courage. Now, she appeared utterly timid. Fueled by a surge of frustration, Ghoulie seized the pleading Daisy and hoisted her over his shoulder, conjuring a portal with a mere thought to return to their chamber. A rhythmic sound resonated from the bed as a lengthy VIP chapter unfolded. Meanwhile, across the vast expanse of the East African savanna, the Wakandan Guard had spent 2 weeks digging deep into the earth, yet they unearthed no valuable clues. The only remnants they discovered were fragments of artillery shells, inconspicuous and commonplace, making it nearly impossible to trace their origin. Crestfallen, the members of the Guard returned to Wakanda. In stark contrast, the expressions of the royal family were laden with despair, for precious heart-shaped herbs had vanished. These herbs held immense significance for the royal lineage, steeped in mystery since ancient times. Their loss mirrored that of the vibranium, with no traces left behind in either case. This thief seemed to mock Wakanda silently, demonstrating the ability to steal vibranium as easily as the heart-shaped herbs. The proud protective shield of Wakanda appeared utterly ineffective in the face of such audacity. Who could it be? Such an individual could not be an unknown entity. Prince T'Challa bore a weary countenance. As the next heir, he was tasked with investigating the disappearance of the vibranium, and after 2 weeks of relentless inquiry, aided by his sister Shuri, he had found nothing. "Shuri, have you identified any suspicious individuals?" T'Challa inquired, to which Shuri shook her head. "Brother, I have yet to discover any motive-driven, stealthy superhuman." She added casually, "That thief might even have the ability to fly. If that individual could not fly, how could they have escaped the underground canyon?" This thought sparked a realization in her mind, illuminating a potential direction for their investigation. Shuri swiftly flipped through the list on her tablet, scrutinizing each entry. A flying superhuman, Hulk. Surely he cannot fly. Though she verbally dismissed the notion, she nonetheless jotted down Hulk's name. Iron Man, Mr. Stark. A likely candidate with both the ability to fly and a motive. She hastily noted Tony Stark's name, for who in the present day was unaware of Iron Man's fame? As a fellow researcher, Shuri harbored aspirations of collaborating with Stark. Thor, the Norse god of thunder. He fit the profile perfectly, capable of flight, elusive as a shadow. Thor's name was also recorded. This information had recently been relayed by a Wakandan spy. Superman. Capable of flight and teleportation, he fundamentally met the criteria of the thief. However, possessing the ability to alter material structures, he had no need for such stealth. This consideration illuminated a blind spot for Shuri. If that superhuman chose to transmute the vibranium, Wakanda's vibranium would no longer hold its rarity, potentially becoming as ubiquitous as common stones. Worriedly, she glanced at her brother, whose expression reflected a bitter smile as he shook his head in resignation. The concerns of my sister are entirely reasonable. However, they find themselves at a loss, particularly in light of the intelligence relayed by the spies dispatched from Wakanda. That man. He possesses an unparalleled strength. To this day, no one has witnessed the extent of his capabilities, and it is doubtful anyone would wish to. Yet, Chala is perplexed by one thing. Why would such a formidable being choose to join S.H.I.E.L.D.? Is it truly for the sake of maintaining peace? This quandary also weighs heavily on Ghoulie himself. Following his transformation into a formidable ally, he finally carved out some time to delve into the two remaining unfinished system tasks: the annihilation of Hydra once, and the obliteration of S.H.I.E.L.D. once. Being acutely aware of the narrative's trajectory, he understands that even if he were to remain passive and patiently await a few years, Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. would inevitably meet their demise. However, Ghoulie harbors no desire to linger. He is fervently yearning for the rewards. With the right maneuvers, he could even incite a conflict between them and the Skrulls. At that moment, an unexpected call arrived from his beloved university advisor, Dr. Eric Selvig. Gu, remember to return to campus tomorrow. You have graduated. Chapter 50. Graduation. Have I graduated? Ghoulie murmured in a daze after hanging up the phone. Initially, he had thought that he would be expelled from school, considering he hadn't attended since the second year. The reason he chose to attend university in the first place was due to the whimsical system he was bound to, which required him to connect with narrative characters to receive associated rewards. Although the system imposed no restrictions on the gender of his romantic interests, Ghoulie confidently asserted his sexual orientation. He was solely attracted to beautiful women. However, the alluring older women in society were generally disinterested in a freshly graduated high school boy, prompting him to seek his fortune at school. At that time, he had just turned 18, still bearing the innocence of youth, devoid of any system rewards, merely an utterly ordinary individual. Moreover, in the land of freedom, where gunfights erupted daily, the external world posed considerable danger for someone as unremarkable as he was. Thus, it was with tears that the ordinary Ghoulie stepped into New York University. It was there that he encountered his first love and later girlfriend, Sharon Carter, from whom he acquired the serum, vibranium shield, and captain's diary, among other assets. From that moment onward, he gained the means to truly liberate himself. Had 4 years truly elapsed? Time, indeed, is a relentless blade that hastens one's aging. In the blink of an eye, those 4 fleeting years had passed, leaving behind in their wake the most handsome man in New York, the golden beacon of humanity, boundless wealth, and an irresistible charm. It can be said with utmost certainty that Ghoulie's current prowess is a product of his own relentless efforts, without taking any shortcuts. I am truly inspirational. Ghoulie admired himself in the mirror, thinking perhaps only you, seated before the screen, could rival my allure. It was time to bid farewell to his former self, and this farewell would manifest in his graduation ceremony. From this point forward, he vowed to uphold the core principles of a hero, striving earnestly towards becoming a universe-level, multiverse-level, and ultimately an omnipotent being until he reached the pinnacle of the cosmos. The road ahead is long and arduous. I shall seek knowledge both above and below. Ghoulie's fervent emotions naturally influenced the woman beside him. Daisy, who had practiced for 2.5 days as the Shockwave Girl, had unknowingly caused considerable destruction since acquiring her superpowers. At times, she would shatter the bed beneath her, or the moment she sat on the sofa, it would collapse. When asked to wash the dishes, not a single pot or pan in the kitchen escaped unscathed. After much contemplation, Daisy took the initiative, declaring, "Ghoulie, I want to be a superhero like you. I wish to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Since their acquaintance at the age of 17, Daisy's life of wandering had reached a conclusion, and she had certainly avoided the fate of being imprisoned for theft. In the original timeline, she was recruited into S.H.I.E.L.D. Now, with her newfound shockwave abilities, and particularly influenced by her boyfriend Gu Li's superhero identity, the desire to join S.H.I.E.L.D. blossomed within her. Gazing at the enchanting figure in his arms, Gu Li leaned back against the sofa, helplessly staring at the ceiling. His decision to join S.H.I.L.D. was undoubtedly driven by the imperative to fulfill his mission, to dismantle S.H.I.E.L.D. and the insidious organization known as Hydra lurking in the shadows. As for Daisy, her past was quite agreeable. Rather than dismantling her own home, it seemed more fitting to target S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. Well, as long as she finds joy in it. Very well. I shall place a call to Egg. Gu Li promptly dialed the number, aware that postponing certain matters might convey a lack of regard for her. Hi Gu, fortuitously. There's a task that requires your execution, came Nick Fury's enthusiastic voice from the other end. Upon hearing the mention of a task, Gu Li could not help but scoff. The disparity between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra was starkly apparent. He had practically joined both organizations simultaneously, yet Hydra had never once requested him to undertake any task, even having deposited his salary for the entire upcoming year in advance. In contrast, S.H.I.E.L.D. was already summoning him for duties after just a few days, with his remuneration for the current month still pending until the following month. It was no wonder Hydra thrived, while such a commendable organization faced decline. Every member of Hydra bore an inescapable obligation. Fury, the task will have to wait. I must attend a graduation ceremony tomorrow. Graduation ceremony? What graduation ceremony? The voice on the line held a note of confusion. The graduation ceremony at New York University. I graduate tomorrow. By the way, my girlfriend wishes to join S.H.I.E.L.D. She is not an ordinary person but possesses superhuman abilities. Very well. Once you are finished with your commitments, bring her to the office. After hanging up, Daisy excitedly embraced Gu Li and nibbled at him. Hey, there are children present. 9-year-old Peter Parker was diligently attempting to assert his presence. Emulating his uncle's behaviors, young Peter had been summoned home by the school on several occasions, not for trivial matters but due to his simultaneous courtship of 6 young ladies at the tender age of 9. Peter, your uncle has bought you new study materials, which are now in your room. If you do not complete them by the end of the month, your allowance will be forfeited. The little rascal, undeterred, could not be easily intimidated. Upon hearing this, young Peter visibly trembled, casting a forlorn glance at Gu Li before he cautiously retreated to his room. Peter was unyielding, unless his allowance was plentiful. Following this brief interlude, the 3 women began to murmur amongst themselves, discussing how they would adorn themselves for Gu Li's graduation ceremony. After all, this was a once-in-a-lifetime occasion for their man-brother, equally significant as the sacred journey of marriage. In the afternoon, the school thoughtfully delivered the academic regalia. New York University is renowned for its lack of a conventional entrance, as it is devoid of a clearly defined building serving as a gate. Its campus sprawls across Manhattan, seamlessly integrating with the cityscape. This was a primary reason Gu Li had chosen it. Proximity to home, the luxury of sleeping in, and the absence of barriers making it convenient to skip classes. Under the urging of Ms. Zhao, Gu Li donned the cap and gown, prompting her to exclaim in delight, "Darling, you look truly splendid." This was precisely why, upon their initial meeting, Gu Li and she had been instantly smitten, their connection blossoming over time into a profound affection. Certainly, perhaps the primary reason lies in their shared ebony hair, dark eyes, and golden skin. As the atmosphere grew increasingly ambiguous, May swiftly interjected, stating, "I must assist Peter with his homework," thus managing to evade the grasp of a certain individual. "In celebration of tomorrow's graduation, might I have the pleasure of dining with the 2 lovely ladies? Sharing a meal is undoubtedly a means to deepen our connections." Not far away at the seaside villa, Tony Stark and Dr. Ethan were completely entranced by the Edelman alloy. Tony, the Edelman alloy is truly the most exquisite thing I have ever encountered. Its beauty is unparalleled. The silvery metal resembles a divine work of art, and it is remarkably resilient. Despite our extensive efforts, we have yet to discover anything capable of damaging the Edelman alloy. Ethan, do you think the Gundam-style armor holds any promise? Chapter 51. The concept of the Iron Legion high-tech mechas, indeed a splendid notion. What prompted this sudden inspiration? Ethan pondered for a moment before inquiring. It was likely that he had drawn insights from the Transformers in Gu Li's possession, though Ethan refrained from voicing this thought, aware that Tony was a stubborn individual, tough on the outside yet soft-hearted within. He might not readily admit to such influences, particularly given Tony's deep-seated desire to surpass Gu Li and his aversion to defeat. This insatiable thirst for victory. As anticipated, Tony hesitated before responding, well, there are a few concepts from the little project over there that might just hold water. Ethan chuckled inexplicably, recalling a suggestion he had heard not long ago. What about the nano battle armor that Gu Li proposed? Haven't we been exploring that direction? However, the current state of nanotechnology remained underdeveloped, and Dr. Zhao's research had stagnated. The rapid advancement of nanotechnology had only been made possible after Wakanda shared certain scientific innovations with the world. Given the current technological landscape on Earth, nanotechnology indeed seemed somewhat ahead of its time. The mecha-style armor was merely a fragment of Ethan's vision for the Iron Legion. The concept of modular armors, each possessing specialized functions, was the direction of their research. Specialized functions? Ethan queried, bewildered. Yes, specialized functions: firefighting, disaster relief, transportation, medical assistance. Tony enumerated an array of ideas in one breath. Ethan's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, Tony, are you preparing to wage a war? His reaction was understandable, as the types of armors Tony described seemed tailored for the purpose of initiating conflict. Did Tony perceive the current geopolitical landscape as a constraint on the advancement of human society? Ethan felt a sudden stirring within. His homeland had long been beset by turmoil. Although many terrorists had been eliminated through the efforts of himself and Tony, the environment in the Middle East dictated that such threats, like weeds, could never be entirely eradicated. With a sigh, Tony clarified, it is not about waging war, but rather about preparing for potential conflicts or invasions. Upon hearing the word invasion, a smirk crept across Ethan's face. The notion of America being invaded was laughable. The fact that it did not invade others was already a significant blessing for the world. Looking back 2 decades, nearly all wars that occurred globally were instigated or covertly supported by America. Were it not for his profound friendship with Tony and his curiosity about the mechanical dog that had saved their lives, Ethan would have never settled in America, a nation he viewed as inherently flawed and aggressive. Noticing the smirk on his friend's face, Tony shrugged helplessly. In certain matters, he was indeed a beneficiary and felt powerless to change them. Shutting down Stark Industries' weapons development division and donning the Iron Man mantle to combat evil was his earnest effort. Ethan, the wars we face are not solely of earthly origin. Gu Li once mentioned that certain extraterrestrial civilizations take great pleasure in invading less advanced societies like ours. Upon hearing these words, Ethan nodded. If there were indeed extraterrestrial forces at play, it was essential to take precautions. After all, the conflicts among humanity are merely internal affairs. Should the entirety of Earth fall under alien dominion, the fate of humankind would become precarious. We might either be reduced to commodities or enslaved, reminiscent of the sordid events that once transpired on American soil. Ethan had no inclination towards cotton picking. Following their conversation, the two resumed their arduous tasks throughout the night. As dawn broke, the weary duo was suddenly greeted by Jarvis's voice. Sir, Dr. Ethan, today marks Mr. Gu's graduation ceremony. New York University had commenced extensive promotion of this event a fortnight prior, and the leaders of the admissions and publicity departments were quite pleased, for no university could boast a more illustrious student than a superhero. He was, after all, the man heralded as the light of humanity. Is Gu Charlie graduating today? I assumed he was about my age, Tony quipped, humorously bestowing the name of Gu Charlie upon Gu Li. The reasoning behind this appellation stemmed partly from his personal preferences and partly from his belief that Gu Li was even more inept than some Charlie he had in mind. Tony had a penchant for assigning nicknames to the superheroes and villains throughout the Marvel Universe. Notable examples included Captain Popsicle, Bambi, the protagonist from Explosive Point, and Dr. Octopus. Among them, Thor bore the brunt of ridicule with two monikers: the protagonist from Explosive Point and Lebowski. Unbeknownst to Goo Lee, he too fell victim to the moniker of Goo Charlie. "Ethan, shall we go take a look? Perhaps we'll catch a glimpse of Goo's former girlfriends," proposed Tony, and the two old men shared a knowing smile, their expressions radiant as if they had already envisioned Goo Lee's embarrassment. At that moment, within the hallowed halls of New York University, applause resonated thunderously. The ceremony commenced with graduation photos being taken from 8 in the morning until 11, when the official proceedings began. For 3 full hours, Goo Lee found himself surrounded by countless alumni and journalists, the incessant flashes of cameras rendering him almost numb. Had he anticipated such a spectacle, he would have undoubtedly refrained from attending. Ironically, it was this very crowd that kept his ex-girlfriends at bay. Whether that was fortunate or unfortunate remained to be seen. He thought of that fellow Azu, and how he had adapted to the life of a superstar, navigating the blinding lights with effortless grace and an ever-bright smile. At this moment, the principal standing on the stage bore a smile that could rival Azu's. The ceremony proceeded with a duration of approximately 2.5 hours. When it was nearly time for him to take the stage, an individual would guide him forward, allowing him to ascend only upon hearing his name. If he were to receive a bachelor's degree, he would nod in gratitude to the dean. However, for a master's degree, he would be required to perform the cap salute. After greeting those around him, Goo Lee quietly seated himself in the audience, while Ms. Zhao, Daisy, May, and young Peter were situated in the family section at the back. Not long ago, he had been informed by his advisor that he would be the last to take the stage, meaning he still had to wait an additional 2.5 hours. The individual responsible for organizing the ceremony was undoubtedly a bit of a rascal. Dressed in their academic regalia, the students ascended the stage one after another, while a multitude of news reporters dutifully clicked their flashbulbs, clearly awaiting the entrance of the final man. Most of the students cast furtive glances in a particular direction, displaying a range of emotions: envy, fervor, and wonder, but notably devoid of jealousy. When one is merely a shade stronger than others, they may regard you as merely fortunate. Thus, envy may fester, accompanied by resentment and even slander. However, when you stand as a paragon of strength, surpassing others by a considerable margin, they lack even the audacity to feel envy. What remains is a profound admiration and deep reverence, a blend of love, fear, and respect directed towards you. Beneath your feet lies a multitude of followers and devotees, their admiration and trepidation flowing like an unceasing river. It is evident that Goo Lee, known as the Golden Superman, embodies that rare breed of formidable individuals. Goo Lee. Chapter 52. Graduation ceremony. As the name Goo Lee resonated through the hall, a thunderous applause erupted, echoing like an unending river, reminiscent of a stampede across the vast grasslands. Clad in his academic regalia, Goo Lee gracefully made his way to the stage. To the fervent fans, his steps appeared ethereal, and his gaze sparkled like the stars. Especially his warm and confident smile, which enveloped the audience in a radiant glow, leaving them basking in a comforting warmth. The sound of flashing cameras reverberated chaotically. Having merely received his bachelor's degree, Goo Lee nodded in gratitude to the principal upon receiving his certificate, wishing he could simply draw a circle and slip away. Yet, he understood that such an escape was unattainable. Indeed, the beaming principal invited Goo Lee to the microphone, gesturing for him to share a few words. From the moment Goo Lee ascended the stage, the collective gaze of the audience fixated upon him, and the principal was acutely aware of what everyone yearned to witness. "Hello everyone," he began, and the atmosphere in the auditorium ignited like a powder keg, erupting into a fervent blaze. The excitement of students and journalists surged, led by the impassioned fans, erupting in a volcanic chorus of "Suboman, Suboman, Suboman." Goo Lee waved in response to the electrified crowd, suddenly realizing that his path as a superhero had veered off course, leading him toward an unexpected legacy. After a brief moment, he raised his hand, and the hall fell into a hushed silence. "For me, this has been a place of learning and growth. Indeed, had it not been for this institution," he would not have met his former girlfriend, Sharon Carter, nor would he have acquired numerous superpowers or forged many friendships that laid the groundwork for his future. Moreover, its proximity to home allowed for the occasional truancy, a delightful temptation. Many have labeled me a superhero. But you and all of you, my friends, are the true heroes. The charm of Azu proved undeniable. Guli's words ignited a fervor in the audience, their cheers crashing like turbulent waves, shattering the confines of the auditorium.
Suboman, Suboman, Suboman.
With a gentle, warm smile, Guli waved to the crowd before returning to his seat. The joy radiating from Azu was beyond imagination. Recently arrived, Tony and Ethan had anticipated witnessing Guli's awkwardness, surrounded by a throng of former girlfriends. Instead, they were met with a sea of starry-eyed admirers, fervently shouting their devotion. Even the blonde, long-legged reporter, known for her critiques of Tony, exclaimed, "Suboman, I want to bear your child." Clearly, they had underestimated Guli's influence. He now boasted a fanbase rivaling that of Captain America. It is essential to recognize that Captain America has endured numerous battles during World War II, alongside decades of propaganda and guidance from the American government. After all, who does not cherish a vanished spiritual leader, especially in America? Remarkably, Guli, by merely subduing Hulk and Abomination on the streets of New York, has already amassed such formidable influence, something neither he nor many others anticipated. In truth, it is the existence of Superman comics that has afforded Guli, with his heat vision and ability to fly, an extraordinary advantage. After all, Superman possesses similar superpowers, leading people to subconsciously assume that Guli embodies all the positive traits of humanity. Tony Stark's lips twitched. While others may not know what Guli is truly like, Tony, has shared the experience of zero-cost shopping in Wakanda with him. As this thought crossed his mind, Tony let out a heavy sigh. It would be best not to dwell on this matter. Even the illustrious Iron Man has seemingly fallen from grace, undoubtedly influenced by Gu Charlie. Finally, after the old principal droned on for another half-hour, Guli's graduation ceremony concluded splendidly. Next came the banquet outside, where the old principal waved his hand, inviting a host of reporters to join the festivities, though his benevolent smile clearly conveyed, "Write well and promote diligently." The reporters nodded in understanding, and the atmosphere of the banquet soon blossomed with joy. As the primary lady, Mrs. Zhao naturally held Guli's hand, declaring her sovereignty over the alluring women nearby. In her view, she could tolerate the first and second, but absolutely would not permit the existence of a third, particularly that woman from London whom she refuses to acknowledge. When she and Guli posed for a photograph together, it ignited a frenzy among the reporters, ensuring that tomorrow's headlines would read, "Superman's girlfriend." With a sigh, Tony lost interest, simply because the reporters and fans surrounding him paled in comparison to those flocking to Guli. Nearby, Ethan shook his head in resignation, lamenting the male ego's insatiable desire for superiority. Tony Stark, typically a calm and rational individual, akin to a well-oiled machine, navigates any situation effortlessly. Yet, whenever he encounters Guli, he transforms, resembling a young beast vying for parental affection, desperately trying to squeeze in beside his brothers, fearing neglect. Ethan speculated that perhaps this was Tony's way of acknowledging Guli, reminiscent of how that guy occasionally teases him. The day passed in a whirlwind of photographs and frenzied interviews, and after bidding farewell to the crowd, Guli conjured a magnificent teleportation portal, returning to the villa with his entire family. Naturally, this was followed by a flurry of captured moments. The outside world was utterly fascinated by this mysterious golden teleportation portal. It defied logic yet somehow seemed justifiable in the presence of Superman. Had it not been for Guli's overwhelming combat prowess, which left American politicians feeling uneasy, they might have already sought to exploit it. Guli sprawled on the sofa, utterly spent, as if he had been drained of all energy. Seated beside him, young Peter's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Uncle, could you possibly provide me with a few signed photographs?" This left Guli quite perplexed. After all, Peter ought to be financially secure lately. With a sheepish grin, Peter scratched his head and confessed, "Well, my girlfriends just called, asking for them. They saw us together on television, and haha, I used to tell them that Superman is my uncle, but they didn't believe me." Guli felt a slight headache coming on. Had his friendly neighbor, Spider-Man, led him astray? Which girlfriends was he referring to, Mary Jane, Gwen, or perhaps some other young lady? Choose a few, and I shall sign them, he offered. Just as Ghoulie anticipated, Peter selected the photograph where he stood alone with his superhero uncle. Clever little chap. After fulfilling Peter's request, Ghoulie turned his attention to Mrs. Zhao and May, who were busily engaged in the kitchen. One could only wonder if Wolverine had successfully developed the heart-shaped herbal potion. Chapter 53. The current state of Grey Wolf. As for the reason behind his unwavering obsession with the heart-shaped herbal potion, Ghoulie aimed to arm Ms. Zhao and May to the teeth. The heart-shaped potion was merely the initial step in his elaborate plan. The subsequent phase involved nano-battle armor, although the technology was still somewhat in its infancy. In truth, his optimal choice would be the vibranium suit from Wakanda, as it could conveniently be concealed within a necklace. However, Ghoulie was uncertain whether Su-Rue had achieved success in its development during this time frame. Perhaps a return to Wakanda was in order? He felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought. After all, this would mark his second instance of pilfering. Having previously absconded with 1,000 tons of vibranium and now contemplating the theft of 4 heart-shaped herbs. To consider stealing 2 vibranium suits seemed a bit excessive, akin to a farmer repeatedly shearing a single sheep for its wool. Indeed, it felt somewhat over the top. Nevertheless, Ghoulie resolved to carve out some time for a visit. He did not wish to harbor regrets in the future. The recent attack at the barbecue restaurant still haunted him. The agonizing 7 minutes of that experience were something he never wished to endure again. As for Daisy, who had stealthily nestled into his embrace while Peter was away, she too was factored into his plans. With the ability to generate shockwaves, Daisy could fend for herself. Yet who would ever turn down the opportunity to grow stronger? Time for dinner, May called out, bearing a platter of food towards the two who were cozily intertwined on the sofa. Ghoulie relished the current state of his life, as it provided him with a sense of belonging in this unfamiliar world. Regarding his mysteriously vanished adoptive parents, they had treated him well, yet it was peculiar that despite Wave's collection of numerous surveillance feeds and data, their whereabouts remained elusive. It was as if they had never existed at all. Darling, could you pour me a glass of water? Ghoulie nodded, regaining his composure, but upon handing it to Zhao Hailuan, she shook her head. Cannot drink it cold. Just give it to me. The little foodie Daisy accepted the glass, gulping down a couple of swigs. Meanwhile, Zhao Hailuan smiled at Ghoulie, prompting him to affectionately tousle her hair before pouring her a glass of warm water. Ms. Zhao was undeniably understanding, akin to a hidden gem. Aside from her unfortunate losses in stock trading, she possessed no flaws. Previously, she had gambled her entire fortune on Stark Industries stocks, which skyrocketed before she sold out completely, only to then invest all in Hammer Industries. The outcome was painfully evident. Following the Stark Industries Expo, Justin Hammer was sentenced to 8 years due to his alleged involvement in a terrorist attack, causing Hammer Industries stock price to plummet. Thus, the stock trading virtuoso, Ms. Zhao, found her assets once again ensnared in the market. Young Peter devoured a few bites of his meal before scampering back to his bedroom, undoubtedly to call his girlfriends. Observing this all, May Parker wore a hint of concern on her face. Perhaps Peter and I should move back, she suggested. She worried that the impressionable young Peter, who idolized Ghoulie, might grow to emulate his philandering ways, potentially causing heartbreak for countless young women. Although she had chosen Ghoulie as her partner, she did not wish to witness her nephew become like him. It was a contradiction, indeed. How had she not resisted boarding that proverbial ship of thieves in the first place? Upon hearing that May and Peter were about to depart, Ghoulie had yet to voice any words of persuasion when Daisy interjected. May, please don't go. I beg you, I can't bear to eat takeout anymore. May tenderly grasped Daisy's hand, offering comfort. Why not come over and share a meal? It's quite convenient with the existence of a portal. Distance is hardly a concern. It feels as though we haven't truly parted at all. Sensing May's resolve, Ghoulie felt a twinge of helplessness. Indeed, Peter had been somewhat misguided under his care, and he hoped that during this separation, May's loving guidance would steer him back on the right path. He decided to procure a few suitable feather dusters. Very well, but let us avoid Queens. Its demographic complexity and instability are too daunting. Let us move to the house Helen and I used to inhabit. The quaint villa awarded by the system had been unoccupied for some time, making it an ideal new residence for May and Peter. Thank you, May smiled, holding Gu Li's hand, profoundly appreciative of his understanding and support regarding her choices. This was precisely why she cherished their time together. They shared a life intertwined yet maintained their individual spaces. But mere gratitude will not suffice. A lengthy VIP chapter soon loomed ahead. 2.5 hours later, Gu Li, with a cigarette perched between his lips, arrived at Grey Wolf's laboratory. Wolf Uncle, how is the research on the heart-shaped grass progressing? However, upon seeing Grey Wolf's haggard visage, he was taken aback. Wolf Uncle, what has happened to you? Grey Wolf appeared utterly drained, his eyes tightly shut, dark circles prominently etched beneath them, mumbling, "Little leopard, do you yield? Do you yield?" "What little leopard?" Gu Li queried, scanning the surroundings for any sign of one. The laboratory was solely occupied by a bewildered mechanical dog and mechanical bird, standing sentinel beside Grey Wolf. "Dog, what's the matter with your master?" The mechanical dog respectfully replied, "Master, Grey Wolf consumed a heart-shaped grass and has become like this." Grey Wolf ate the heart-shaped grass and then called out for a little leopard? Gu Li's brows furrowed slightly in concern. "How long has it been? Why didn't you inform me?" "About an hour ago, but Grey Wolf instructed us not to tell you," the dog timidly responded. Gu Li felt a surge of frustration. If it weren't for the knowledge that the system would never betray him, he might have given the dog a piece of his mind. It hadn't been long, and already the dog prioritized its master over its owner. Approximately half an hour later, Grey Wolf finally opened his eyes, yet Gu Li found it peculiar. Despite Grey Wolf's evident frailty, a fleeting glimmer of satisfaction had crossed his gaze. "How strange. Boss, I have fulfilled my duty and successfully handled the heart-shaped grass." Grey Wolf instinctively picked up a cigar, exhaling clouds of smoke. This gesture struck Gu Li as oddly familiar, reminiscent of his own post-coital indulgence. Waving for the mechanical dog and bird to vacate the vicinity, Gu Li leaned in with a mischievous grin and softly inquired, "Wolf Uncle, have you encountered the Black Panther goddess?" The Grey Wolf's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly popping from their sockets. "Boss, how do you know this? Did you see it?" Truly, he thought, the boss possesses remarkable abilities. The Grey Wolf felt nothing but admiration. Observing the Grey Wolf's reaction, Gu Li inwardly confirmed his suspicions, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he patted the Grey Wolf's shoulder. In ancient times, there was Ning Kaichen, who happily united with Nye Shaoqian. Now, there is the Grey Wolf, boldly confronting the Panther goddess. Truly impressive. After rolling his eyes, the Grey Wolf leisurely exhaled a smoke ring and said, "Boss, you should quickly consume a heart-shaped herb and meet that woman. I've informed her that you will be her boss from now on. The Panther goddess, Batet, right? Yes. Seems her name is indeed Batet." Chapter 54. The Black Panther goddess. In Gu Li's original plan, 4 heart-shaped herbs were to be distributed. 1 for Zhao Hailuan, 1 for Mei Jie, 1 for Daisy, and 1 reserved for Tony. The reason for not allocating 1 to young Peter was that Peter Parker's destiny as Spider-Man was preordained, chosen by the Spider Totem. It was evident that the Spider Totem's powers were somewhat at odds with those of the Black Panther goddess. Now, it seemed necessary for him to consume a heart-shaped herb to greet the Black Panther goddess first, after which he could procure another for Peter. As for the conflicts between powers with the presence of Grey Wolf and the Black Panther goddess, such matters seemed trivial. After extracting a heart-shaped herb from the system space and consuming it, Gu Li gently closed his eyes. His consciousness appeared to drift into a hazy fairyland, enveloped in a mist that danced like gossamer around him. After a brief moment, a graceful black leopard materialized, casting an awkward glance at Gu Li without uttering a word. "Greetings, esteemed Black Panther goddess. I am Gu Li. Shortly, I will have 3 women, a nephew, and a friend visiting. I hope you will not trouble them." The Black Panther goddess Bast rolled her eyes, seemingly exasperated, yet nodded in acknowledgement. Fortunately, it appeared that this fellow did not have many family members. Including that troublesome acquaintance, it amounted to merely 5 or 7. Were the guards of Wakanda truly so inept that 7 heart-shaped herbs could be pilfered? "My goddess, is there anything I need to do here?" Gu Li, in truth, did not fully comprehend the source of the heart-shaped herb's power. He had merely come to establish a presence. You may leave. No sooner had the words departed her lips than Gu Li's consciousness returned to his body. He clenched his fist, feeling the enhanced strength coursing within him. Though modest, it was better than nothing. With a mere thought, a crackling golden portal materialized, and Gu Li found himself back in Wakanda. Had it not been for Grey Wolf's unforeseen involvement with the Black Panther goddess, he would not have rushed back so hastily. He had intended to allow Wakanda some time to grieve. However, securing the heart-shaped herb compelled him to return to the underground canyons of Wakanda once more. Within the heavily guarded canyons, the members of the guard team, the Black Sisters, stared intently at their surroundings, as if they could perceive invisible entities. Gu Li waved a hand in greeting and made his way to the nursery where the heart-shaped herbs were cultivated. Since Cersei, being an eternal, did not require the heart-shaped herbs to augment her strength, and there were still 2 remaining, perhaps he could take 5 more? The 2 heart-shaped herbs could serve as seeds for future cultivation. This way, he would not need to consistently exploit Wakanda's resources. Moreover, even if he did not take them, the heart-shaped herbs were destined to be consumed by the flames of the money leopard. Indeed, I remain a benevolent soul. In a flash, Gu Li approached the vigilant members of the guard, swiftly incapacitating them with lightning speed. After retrieving 5 heart-shaped herbs, he departed with grace, completing the entire operation in less than 2 minutes. The alarm bells of Wakanda echoed once again. Upon returning home, Gu Li, amidst the exclamations of Zhao Hailuan and Daisy, carried them both into Mei Jie's room. "My dear, I cannot today. I feel somewhat unwell." Gu Li promptly spoke up, conveying a few essential precautions to the 2 women and Sister Mei before, amidst their puzzled gazes, administering the heart-shaped grass to them. Their transition from unconsciousness to awareness lasted a mere 2 minutes, likely indicating the impatience of the Black Panther goddess. After Ms. Zhao smashed through the bedboards of Sister Mei's room with a single punch, she clung to Gu Li with the exuberance of a young bear, showering him with kisses. "I love you, darling. All right. Take a couple of days to acclimate to your strength. Refrain from heading to the lab just yet." He treated his family without distinction, and upon reaching little Peter's room, he exchanged a few brief words, encouraging the young lad to consume the heart-shaped grass on his own. This time, Peter's journey from unconsciousness to awareness lasted merely 1 minute, confirming the goddess's impatience. "Peter, you are still young. You must not recklessly wield your power. If you ever find yourself in a situation with classmates, remember to hold back." The little one, filled with excitement, hugged Gu Li tightly, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, uncle. Now, it's time for bed. In a couple of days, I'll take you out for some fun." Finally, only one remained. After glancing at his watch, Gu Li stepped through the portal to Tony's home, where he was met with a sarcastic remark. "Gugu, you're my dear brother. Could you perhaps give me a heads up next time?" Gu Li sighed, disappointment etched on his face as he replied, "I initially intended to bring you a delightful gift, but alas, my heart was set on the moonlight, yet the moonlight merely illuminated the gutter." Sveiz, what does that last part in Chinese mean? After a brief pause of about 10 seconds, Tony burst into hearty laughter, saying, "If you're coming, just come. There's no need for gifts, that feels rather distant." Following this, he quickly added, "My Chinese isn't too shabby, right? In that case, should I not bring anything?" No, what you've come to deliver must be something worthwhile." Retrieving the purple heart-shaped grass from the system space, Gu Li turned to the eager Tony. "Open your mouth. Consume this, and you will enter a misty realm." Half a minute later, Tony stared incredulously at his own fist, feeling as if he could fell a bull with his newfound power. "What on earth did you give me, Gu? And what of that talking leopard? It's simply marvelous." Through Jarvis's body assessment, it was revealed that his current physical prowess surpassed even that of the recorded Captain America. Heart-shaped grass, procured from Wakanda. You mustn't spill the beans. Its effects are slightly superior to the super serum. For now, acclimate to your enhanced strength at home. Okay. As Iron Man ingested the heart-shaped grass, he pondered whether he would be able to contend with Winter Soldier and Captain America in the future. However, Gu Li suspected that Tony would likely choose to hold back. After all, this was a man who stood shoulder to shoulder with deities despite his mortal form. Yet, such greatness could prove detrimental, leaving Pepper and Morgan as orphans. "I must be off. Fury has assigned me a task. As the crackling portal vanished, Tony took several deep breaths to calm the exhilaration within him. After a few attempts, he could no longer contain his laughter, erupting in joyous mirth. Ha ha ha. This is the happiest he has been since the flight of Mark II. Who would have thought that he, Tony Stark, could possess a physique that rivals that of Captain America? No, according to Gu Li, it should be even more formidable than that of the Captain. Reflecting upon the old Captain, a surge of competitive spirit once again welled up within him. However, if he heard correctly just now, both the heart-shaped herb and vibranium originated from Wakanda. Why did that old trickster Gu not invite me for the zero-cost acquisition? Chapter 55. The Winter Soldier in the Palace of Wakanda. The atmosphere was heavy with sorrow as the specter of a thief once again loomed large. In less than 2 months, this audacious scoundrel had made his presence felt thrice. The initial transgression involved the theft of a staggering 1,000 tons of vibranium, an event that left the old king baffled. One could only wonder how such an immense quantity could be spirited away. The second incident saw the pilfering of 4 heart-shaped herbs, which, while less significant than the vibranium, still raised eyebrows. To the old king's dismay, the thief returned yet again, this time making off with 5 more of the precious herbs, depleting the count from fewer than 20 to a mere 11. In light of these unsettling occurrences, King Chaka reluctantly resolved to divide the cultivation of the heart-shaped herbs into 3 separate nurseries, each heavily guarded. Strangely enough, it was this very loss that ensured the preservation of the heart-shaped herbs for future generations. The old king had pondered the possibility of an insider's involvement, yet after 2 months of investigation, no valuable leads had emerged. "Father, I wish to venture outside and seek clues," Prince Chala suddenly declared. Gazing into his son's resolute eyes, the old king sighed, "Exercise caution, and remember to take the equipment developed by your sister. Father, please take care of yourself. The foundation of Wakanda remains steadfast. Do not let these matters weigh heavily upon your heart." After parting from his father, Chala sought out his sister, Princess Shuri. "Brother, are you going to the outside world? May I accompany you? I wish to see Iron Man and Stark Industries," Shuri exclaimed eagerly. Typically, Chala exuded an air of nobility, akin to a dashing prince, yet in this moment, he looked affectionately at his sister. "Shuri, I must attend to important matters. Stay home and continue developing the anti-invisibility surveillance system, that Rogue may return." Upon hearing about the thief, Shuri's anger flared. "Very well, once I complete it, I shall ensure we capture him and deliver a fitting humiliation." That thief was indeed a bane to Wakanda. Their protective shields and surveillance devices proved utterly ineffective against him, allowing him to traverse the land with the ease of returning to his own backyard. Having made thorough preparations, Chala departed Wakanda accompanied by several members of his guard, their first destination being New York. Meanwhile, in Manhattan, Gu Li opened a portal, moving between 2 residences. Young Peter Parker expressed his discontent regarding the impending move, for he cherished his current abode. However, he could not withstand Aunt May's resolute insistence and the threat of her feather duster. The thought of being educated by Aunt May in the future, without anyone to rescue him, filled Peter with dread. The looming burden of unfinished homework and the inability to joyfully converse with his friends weighed heavily on him. The items to be relocated were minimal, merely the clothing and study materials of May and young Peter. "Uncle, please promise to visit me often," Peter pleaded as he clung to Gu Li's leg, watching as he and Daisy prepared to leave. Gu Li nodded in acknowledgement. Even for the sake of rewards, he would certainly come to assign more homework to Peter. The joys and sorrows of individuals do not resonate with one another. Unlike young Peter's dread of the future, Daisy was filled with an aspiration to become a superhero, especially at the thought of soon joining S.H.I.E.L.D. Her spirits lifted further. Clinging to Gu Li's arm, the two traversed through a golden portal to S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon spotting Gu Li, Brock Rumlow hurried over, greeting him with fervor. "Hey, Superman, I'm Brock Rumlow. May I take a picture with you?" Having learned from the leader a few days prior that this formidable man before him was also a leader within their organization, Rumlow felt a sense of assurance. The Hydra enterprise was more secure than ever. Gu Li nodded in reply. "Hello, Rumlow. I've heard of you. Rumlow, resembling an ardent fan, was the captain of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Rapid Response Special Forces and also a member of Hydra, known as Crossbones. The advantages of being part of two organizations were now evident. All agents within S.H.I.E.L.D. were both fans and colleagues of Gu Li. After sharing a knowing smile and capturing a photo together, Gu Li escorted Daisy to the S.H.I.E.L.D. testing facility. Nick Fury, who had been waiting, nodded at them. Gu, have Hill assist in testing Daisy's superpowers. There's a mission that requires your attention. Emerging from behind the egg-shaped figure was a strikingly beautiful young woman, Agent Hill. It was unfortunate that she would later fall victim to the Skrulls, which only strengthened Gu Li's resolve to eradicate them. After Hill and Daisy departed, Nick Fury's expression turned grave. Natasha has encountered some trouble during her mission. This is the last location she was seen, and Barton has already headed there. Gu Li merely glanced at the marked location on the map, and with a flicker, a crackling golden portal appeared, into which he stepped. Left alone, Nick Fury let out a heavy sigh. So incredibly powerful. Regardless of Gu Li's motives for joining S.H.I.E.L.D., my only strategy is to ensure he becomes a true member of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the leader of the Avengers. Meanwhile, what unfolded before Gu Li's eyes was an endless expanse of ruins in the chaotic Middle East, seemingly within the territory of the Ten Rings gang. He possessed no recollection of this segment of the narrative. Indeed, the films only captured a fragment of reality, as the tasks undertaken by each S.H.I.E.L.D. agent were not depicted on screen. Among the numerous superpowers Gu Li currently wielded, abilities such as shockwave, fate cards, molecular restructuring, and kinetic energy waves served as offensive measures, while his primary defenses relied on shockwave, the 50-50 serum, spider totem, and heart-shaped herb. Invisibility and flight were utilized for both offensive and defensive purposes. Although sound waves could monitor the globe, the situation in the Middle East proved challenging. With debris everywhere and no surveillance cameras in sight, the information obtainable from satellites in outer space was also limited. Moreover, he had yet to master any abilities for large-scale reconnaissance, so he could only proceed with a gradual search. The last communication from Black Widow to S.H.I.E.L.D. occurred the day before yesterday while Hawkeye arrived just yesterday. Strangely, there was an eerie silence in the vicinity. Suddenly, a faint gunshot echoed from a distance. The air crackled with tension as Gu Li rushed towards the source. There, he beheld a long-haired man clad in a mask, a prominent star emblazoned on his silver right arm. Not far from him lay Hawkeye and Black Widow, both sprawled on the ground, evidently suffering serious injuries. Is that Bucky? The long-haired, cold man hesitated for a brief second before noticing Gu Li's sudden appearance, unleashing a torrent of bullets in his direction. Yet, in an inexplicable turn of events, the bullets transformed into a flurry of petals, dancing through the air. A gentle breeze swept by, and a flicker of confusion crossed Bucky's icy visage. Gu Li propelled himself into the air, delivering a punch imbued with shockwaves that sent Bucky hurtling thousands of meters away, vanishing without a trace. He then conjured a portal, glancing at Hawkeye and Black Widow who had just managed to sit up from the ground. Can you still move? If you could lend me a hand, I would not object. Hawkeye Clint let out a wry smile. Having come to assist Natasha, he had somewhat underestimated the situation, falling prey to the Iron Arm's deception. Gu Li approached to help the duo rise, inquiring, who was that just now? Although he already knew the answer, playing the fool is sometimes an essential lesson for a superhero juggling dual responsibilities. I'm not quite sure either. Could Superman assist us back to S.H.I.E.L.D.? If we delay any further, the next time you see me might very well be at my funeral. Gu Li remained silent. Hawkeye, Clint, certainly possessed a touch of humor. Chapter 56. Ironclad Atom. In the emergency room of S.H.I.E.L.D., the medical team swiftly responded to the critical injuries sustained by Hawkeye and Black Widow upon their return. Outside the emergency room, Nick Fury, with a furrowed brow, anxiously puffed on his cigar, pondering what adversaries Clint and Natasha had encountered to suffer such grievous wounds. Adam? Gu Li, exhaling rings of smoke, replied nonchalantly. Who the hell is that? Nick Fury's signature look of astonishment returned. Is it a newly emerged superhuman or a terrorist? He bombarded with a barrage of questions. Gu Li shrugged. I'm not entirely sure. When I got there, it was all a blur like this. He gestured vaguely. You should wait until Clint and Natasha recover before you ask them for the details. Some things, if I say them, Egghead might not believe. It's better for Hawkeye and Black Widow to explain. However, I didn't expect them to be so thoroughly bested by the Winter Soldier. It seems rather implausible. Although it is said that a character who turns from dark to light becomes tenfold stronger, while one who redeems themselves becomes weaker by a third, in the Marvel Universe. If there were to be a ranking of those who have weakened due to redemption, the Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes, would undoubtedly be a leading contender for the champion's title. Consider the various impressive feats he accomplished post-redemption. During the battle in Wakanda against Thanos, he wielded a machine gun, fighting alongside Rocket Raccoon at a comparable level of strength. Later, he was even subdued by the Wakandan guards, who expertly disarmed him, rendering his vibranium arm useless. The once renowned male model of Hydra thus faded. Reflecting on Bucky before his redemption, he had fought valiantly against Captain America, who had been injected with the super soldier serum, and had held his own against Black Panther, who was enhanced by the heart-shaped herb. In this light, the defeat of Hawkeye and Black Widow does not seem unjust, especially considering the challenging terrain of the Middle East, which is not conducive to a long-range archer like Hawkeye. Regaining his composure, Gu Li turned to Egghead and inquired, "How's Daisy doing? Does she meet SHIELD's recruitment criteria?" Quite impressive cough, cough, cough. Let her train alongside Agent Hill for a while, Nick Fury stated, maintaining his composure. Initially, Nick Fury had assumed that Daisy Johnson was merely one of Gu Li's romantic interests. Her arrival at SHIELD, perhaps a fleeting whim. However, based on the results from Hill's assessment, Daisy demonstrated the ability to generate potent shockwaves akin to seismic tremors, even capable of triggering earthquakes through her energy manipulation. She is an extraordinary weapon, a super weapon. Such power surpasses that of any other agent in SHIELD. Apart from Gu Li, and it is a strength of an entirely different caliber. Suppressing his excitement, Fury instructed Hill to onboard Daisy, fearing that he might burst into laughter, as he could no longer contain the smile creeping at the corners of his mouth. "Gu, if you have more friends like Daisy, do remember to recommend them. We can negotiate on the benefits," he added. Gu Li nodded, thinking to himself, while your looks may not be appealing, your aspirations are quite grand. The reason he agreed to Daisy joining SHIELD was partly due to the havoc she was wreaking at home. Ms. Zhao and Mei had no effective means to manage her, leading the family to ultimately decide in a meeting that Daisy should be sent out to dismantle elsewhere. On the other hand, Daisy found herself languishing at home, particularly after her graduation from studying under the cunning Grey Wolf. She even began to monitor Gu Li's whereabouts in real time. Fortunately, the ever-reliable Shang Bo did not betray Gu Li and sent a message. "Master, the mistress wishes to keep an eye on you." Given these circumstances, Daisy was ultimately assigned to work at SHIELD. After unanimous agreement from the family, after discreetly messaging Pierce, Gu Li, feeling rather listless, complied with the request for a signature and photo. "Mr. Pierce, during a mission, I encountered a mysterious man with a mechanical arm. I'm unsure if he is affiliated with the organization, but I sent him flying several kilometers. The address is..." He began to feel like a mascot for SHIELD, as over 80 agents had sought his autograph while he waited outside the emergency room with Fury for half an hour. How could he possibly abstain from beef or become an ancestor figure in such circumstances? The purpose of his message to Pierce was clear. "You better hurry and send me the list of Hydra members. I didn't kill the man with the mechanical arm this time. Next time, who knows? If I accidentally take out a Hydra member, don't come looking for me." Strangely enough, the thrill of being a double agent, juggling 2 jobs, proved to be quite exhilarating for Ghoulie, adding a delightful spice to his life. Finally, 2 hours passed. 2 mummies were wheeled out from the emergency room. After gesturing for the others to step back, Fury inquired, "Clint, Natasha, may I ask you a couple of questions?" Natasha, her eyes the only visible part of her face, blinked wearily. "Go ahead." She felt as though her bones were about to crumble and longed for a quick rest, preferably a lengthy vacation. "Do you know anything about that mechanical arm fellow?" Natasha closed her eyes in exasperation. "Let it be. Damn Fury. Shouldn't you be asking if we need a break or something to eat?" Clint, unable to bear it any longer, weakly remarked, "Fury, neither Natasha nor I know much. That guy was likely vanquished by Superman with a single punch." Nick Fury fell silent for a few seconds, then said, "All right, make sure to rest." Without looking back, he departed, intending to investigate whether there were any other forces behind the man with the mechanical arm. Fury waved for the others to leave, asked a couple of questions, and turned to exit. This series of actions left only Ghoulie by the bedside of the 2 ailing agents. Seeing this, Clint had no choice but to plead again. "Mr. Superman, could you please summon a nurse?" "I'll take you there," Ghoulie responded. Through the creaking golden portal, Ghoulie guided the 2 into the agent's exclusive infirmary. The atmosphere grew tense once more, as Natasha felt awkward due to her previous undercover role near Ghoulie, while Clint, unfamiliar with the situation, was at a loss for words. "Take care of yourselves. I'll go fetch a nurse." After exiting the infirmary, Ghoulie sighed, sensing that S.H.I.E.L.D. was facing some serious issues. He even felt that, given the current circumstances, it might not be long before S.H.I.E.L.D. ceased to exist without him having to lift a finger. To the best of my recollection, the situation within S.H.I.E.L.D. was not as it appeared. In truth, it was his affiliation with Hydra that incited a sense of urgency in Pierce and Dr. Zola. Despite their lingering wariness towards Ghoulie, they clandestinely accelerated the execution of the Insight program. The unforeseen encounter between Natasha and Clint was orchestrated by Pierce, who aimed to reshape S.H.I.E.L.D. into a stronghold for Hydra. Those surrounding Nick Fury, Clint, Natasha, Coulson, Hill were precisely the targets of Pierce's machinations. Shortly after departing from S.H.I.E.L.D., Ghoulie received another call from Fury, informing him that someone wished to meet with him. Upon hanging up, Ghoulie murmured softly to himself, "I shouldn't have been discovered." Chapter 57. The conditions of Wakanda. The one seeking an audience with Ghoulie was none other than the future Black Panther, Prince T'Challa of Wakanda. After departing from Wakanda, T'Challa, accompanied by several members of his guard, hastened to New York, where he contacted S.H.I.E.L.D. through their embassy in the city, expressing a desire to meet with Superman. Initially, Nick Fury was reluctant to oblige. After all, Ghoulie had become a prominent figure within S.H.I.E.L.D., who deserved to be treated with utmost respect. Fury was certain that if every Superman enthusiast pursued such meetings, Ghoulie would soon be overwhelmed and might even depart from S.H.I.E.L.D. However, when the Wakandan ambassador pledged a sponsorship of $30 million, Fury hesitated for a brief moment before acquiescing. Yet, he stipulated a condition. The funds must not be processed through the official channels, but rather through an alternate account, and the meeting could not take place within S.H.I.E.L.D. premises. Eager for such straightforward agreement from Wakanda, they finalized various details and settled on the meeting location at the Wakandan embassy. At S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury cautiously ended the call, astonished by how smoothly events had unfolded. On one hand, Ghoulie had consented to meet with Wakanda. On the other, Fury had never anticipated that a fan would go to such lengths, offering $30 million merely for a chance to meet his idol. A spendthrift prince indeed. His family must be in disarray. The sudden chime of a text notification jolted Fury, refreshing his perspective. The $30 million had been transferred. Should he discuss with Ghoulie the feasibility of S.H.I.E.L.D. Organizing fan meet and greets? After all, the offer was exceedingly generous. A prince from an East African agricultural nation, so unreserved in his financial support, without hesitation. If this trend continued, he might not even need to embezzle funds for constructing new safe houses. Gazing at the incoming 30 million, Nick Fury murmured to himself, perhaps I should bet on the Celtics to win. Currently, the Lakers were trailing 2-3 in the finals. With a decisive wave of his hand, Nick Fury plunged the newly acquired 30 million into a gamble. This was his investment strategy. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the Wakandan embassy, Gu Li felt the warmth of the Wakandan people enveloping him. The eyes of several female guards sparkled with enthusiasm, as if they wished to melt him with their gaze. They guided Gu Li to a private room, where Chala had been waiting impatiently and rose to greet him. Hello, Mr. Superman. Hello, you may call me Gu Li. Feeling a twinge of guilt and unease before the distinguished prince, Gu Li was reminded of the disparity in their statuses. Initially, during their zero-sum encounter, such emotions had been absent. Yet now, confronted by the very individual affected by his actions, he felt a pang of remorse. Mr. Gu, I apologize for requiring you to make this trip alone. The reason for my invitation is to discuss a matter with you. Go ahead. Could it be that he sought assistance in apprehending a thief? If that were the case, it would indeed be intriguing, having Gu Li pursue his own self. The thought alone was exhilarating. It is as follows. I am aware of your extraordinary ability to alter the molecular structure of matter. Would you be so kind as to demonstrate this? Of course, I shall offer ample compensation. Upon finishing his statement, Chala retrieved a small piece of vibranium from his briefcase and placed it on the table before them. Gu Li held the small fragment of vibranium in his hands, pondering for a moment. Let me guess, this metal is your specialty, or rather, it is unique to Wakanda and in limited supply. Are you concerned that I might produce countless quantities of this material in the future? Chala awkwardly nodded. Mr. Gu, this is vibranium, and I trust you are familiar with it. In truth, Chalia's request stemmed from dual intentions. On one hand, he sought to verify whether Gu Li's powers could indeed facilitate the unlimited production of vibranium, while on the other, he aimed to subtly ascertain whether Gu Li could be the elusive thief. If Gu Li were capable of mass-producing vibranium, it would be improbable for him to be the thief, as there would be no need to steal 1,000 tons from Wakanda when he could simply create it in abundance. As for the possibility of exposing Wakanda to Superman and the world, Chala had grown indifferent. The thief's entry into Wakanda had been seamless. The potential exposure of Wakanda paled in comparison to the implications of Gu Li's abilities. After all, if Gu Li could indeed conjure vibranium, it would soon become a commonplace metal. Under the bewildered gazes of Chala and his sister, Gu Li grasped the utensils on the table, and the steel fork and knife slowly dissipated, only to re-emerge as a small piece of vibranium. Chala stood in astonishment for several minutes before gesturing for his sister to withdraw. Mr. Gu, though it may be somewhat presumptuous, I must request that you refrain from selling vibranium to external parties. You may propose other conditions, and Wakanda will strive to fulfill them. The unfolding events had begun to exceed Gu Li's expectations. He had not transformed the utensils into vibranium through molecular reconstruction. Instead, he had molecularly dissipated the utensils and swiftly retrieved a small piece of vibranium from his system space as a replacement. His ability to freely transform objects relied on his knowledge of their molecular formulas. In other words, to convert a steel coin into vibranium, he needed to know the molecular formula of vibranium while being oblivious to that of the steel coin. The steel coin had been forcibly reduced to a molecular state to form the molecular structure of vibranium. That said, Gu Li had not anticipated that Chala sought him out to discuss the matter of not selling vibranium externally. Your Highness, such an arrangement would impose considerable losses upon me. Gu Li's demeanor shifted instantly, as if he were genuinely negotiating conditions with Chala. It may be somewhat presumptuous, but Mr. Superman, I reiterate, Wakanda will do its utmost to accommodate you. Chala and his sister merely hoped that vibranium would not proliferate and circulate widely, as it constituted the very foundation of Wakanda. Then, Your Highness, what can Wakanda offer me? Firstly, I do not require money, and with my abilities, there is little that could pose a threat to me. Upon hearing Gu Li's somewhat ostentatious remarks, Chala nodded thoughtfully and replied, Mr. Gu, What is it that you require? The atmosphere became instantly charged with an awkward silence, as one party was at a loss for words while the other was uncertain about what to offer. Very well, Your Highness, Guli continued. I harbor an immature notion that I wonder if Wakanda might assist with. Please do share, Chala encouraged. Guli lit a cigarette and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke. As a superhero, combating evil is both my mission and my responsibility. However, the safety of my family remains precarious as a consequence. Therefore, I collaborated with Iron Man to design a suit of armor that could withstand most firearms, which can be concealed within a necklace or bracelet. Regrettably, due to the current inadequacies in nanotechnology on Earth, we are unable to produce it. If Wakanda could extend its assistance, I assure you, Your Highness, that any vibranium I manufacture would be solely for personal use and never sold externally. As Guli finished speaking, a sense of hopelessness enveloped him. It was precisely this demeanor that alleviated Chala's sudden surge of doubt. Mr. Gu, what you describe is indeed something we possess. Chapter 58. Concerning the red spider, Mr. Gu, regarding what you mentioned, we have. As Chala's words trailed off, Guli, filled with curiosity, inquired, Do you also share this notion? Perhaps we can discuss it together. Chala shook his head and continued, Mr. Gu, your concept has already been realized in Wakanda. If this is all you seek, then I can grant your request. Are you certain it has been accomplished? Indeed. Chala clapped his hands, and a nanoprotective suit gradually enveloped him, ultimately forming the striking Black Panther suit. Goodness! Isn't Wakanda primarily an agricultural nation? Do you possess anything else? Guli feigned astonishment and quickly pressed on with his questions. He was acutely aware of Wakanda's true nature, yet, to avoid revealing any insight to Chala, he felt he was owed an Oscar for his performance. Upon hearing this, Chala sighed in resignation, fully aware that it could not be so straightforward. Your Highness, I require 5 sets of that protective suit, and please also custom-make a black Superman suit for me. Observing Chala's pained expression, Guli solemnly assured him, I promise. Not a gram of vibranium shall slip from my hands. After a few moments of hesitation, Chala nodded. Guli, who had already benefited from Wakanda on 4 occasions, felt a twinge of embarrassment as he added, of course, if Wakanda ever needs assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. Both parties expressed considerable satisfaction with the discussions. Wakanda was relieved of its concerns regarding the rampant distribution of vibranium, while Guli successfully completed his plan to arm Ms. Zhao and Mei. Mr. Gu, do come visit Wakanda when you have the time, Chala remarked. Thank you, Your Highness. After Guli departed, Chala activated the holographic communication device to speak with his sister, who had been present throughout the discussions. Su Rue, what are your impressions? I don't believe Mr. Gu is the thief. From afar in Wakanda, Princess Su Rue conveyed through the holographic device. I doubt it is him. Yet something feels amiss, though I cannot pinpoint what is unusual. Analyzing Gu Li's voice, Su Rue could ascertain that the voice she had heard in the vibranium mine was not his, yet she could not recall the precise content of that statement. Furthermore, acquiring 5 suits, along with the custom Superman suit totaling 6 vibranium outfits in exchange for merely 2 promises. It was uncertain whether this was a loss or a gain. Brother, when will you return? Today, I shall retrieve the suits and deliver them to Mr. Gu. Guli returned home in high spirits, only to awkwardly discover that the house was empty. May and Peter had moved to another residence. Ms. Zhao was likely engrossed in her research on nanotechnology at the lab, and Daisy was studying with Hill at S.H.I.L.D. It felt as though he was the only one in the house, idly passing the time. When he arrived at the Grey Wolf's laboratory, Wolverine was busy tinkering with a new type of armor alongside his dog and a mechanical bird, utterly preoccupied and unable to acknowledge him. Perhaps I should seek out Max to fulfill a reward requirement? With that thought, Guli promptly vanished. The last time, he had only triggered a single reward, and Max had desperately pleaded for mercy beneath the covers. When Guli reappeared, he found Max languidly sprawled on the sofa. After an exhilarating chapter filled with passion, Max, panting, nestled against Guli and implored, Darling, could you assist me in finding a job? As for Jen and Eric, don't even mention them. Jen went off on a vacation without inviting me, and Eric has landed a new job, mumbling incoherently every day. Sometimes, the world is indeed quite small. Max's partner, Eric, happens to be Gu Li's advisor at New York University. At that moment, Eric had been invited by Nick Fury to join SHIELD, delving into the powers of the cosmic cube or the space stone. Clearly, the fact that the boiled egg had not disclosed this to Gu Li indicated that both SHIELD and Hydra were still in the phase of observation regarding him. I graduated only to find myself unemployed. I had planned to attend your graduation ceremony a couple of days ago, but the thought of being seen by your girlfriend dissuaded me. Besides, having an affair with Superman is far more thrilling. What kind of job do you desire? Gu Li cherished this fleeting romance, for Max was truly fair, ample, and soft. Oh, I have no particular demands for a job. It would suffice if I could just coast through it, ideally with good pay and plentiful benefits. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Li, caught in a moment of reflection, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. I might as well just transfer some money to you. Really? Dear Superman, are you certain you wish to support me? Support? It seemed like a possibility. After all, receiving rewards from Max was rather appealing. Following their intimate endeavors, the system's delightful notification chimed again. Daisy Louise's favorability towards you has significantly increased. You have obtained the Transformer, Black Arachnia. Black Arachnia, the fiercely loyal second-in-command of the Decepticons, was a notable rebel, transforming into an F-22 Raptor fighter jet, serving as an airstrike commander with the swiftest flight speed among her squadron. Daisy, perhaps you should consider going to work. Idleness can lead to deterioration. Just as Gu Li sought activities to engage in during his free time, he knew that without effort, he would miss out on the system's rewards. All right, darling, remember to help me find a decent job. I shall take a nap now. Watching Max close her eyes while absent-mindedly caressing her chest, Gu Li helplessly rose to cover her with a blanket, reminding himself of his vow to keep his distance. He barely managed to hold back. According to the original storyline, Max later became a Ph.D. in astrophysics and joined the Sky Sword Bureau, though the specific details were not elaborated. Therefore, he resolutely decided against supporting her. Such a talented individual should be encouraged to grow swiftly. Meanwhile, on the outskirts, Black Arachnia, placed on a rural farm by the system, disdainfully challenged Cable to a duel. I am the second-in-command of the Decepticons. Master hasn't even spoken, and you expect me to kneel and be your subordinate? Due to its immense stature, the mighty Steel Cable, a leader among the dinosaur titans, found it challenging to remain constantly by Gu Li's side. Its pride as the sovereign of the dinosaur clan rendered it intolerant of the notion of being reduced to a mere subordinate of a mechanical canine. Thus, it chose to forge its own path. Now, with the arrival of a formidable Decepticon, Steel Cable certainly would not let this opportunity slip by. However, it was unforeseen that the Red Spider displayed considerable bravery, daring to propose a contest of strength to determine the rightful leader. Even prior to the replacement of its true adamantium alloy, Steel Cable believed it could easily handle the likes of Red Spider with one hand, and now, having fully upgraded its materials, it was an effortless feat. With a single strike, Steel Cable shattered Red Spider into fragments. Sensing impending doom, quickly called out to Gu Li. Master, there was a mishap when Red Spider arrived. Chapter 59. Who is behind the F-22 in a farm factory on the outskirts of New York? Gu Li stared in disbelief at the fragmented upper body of the Red Spider. The entrance of the second-in-command was somewhat unexpected. He readily believed Steel Cable's words. After all, that hulking figure radiated sincerity, and honest individuals seldom resort to deceit. After retrieving the regeneration cradle, Gu Li instructed Steel Cable to place the dismembered Red Spider inside, alongside a considerable amount of genuine Edelman alloy to reconstruct its new form. Having pilfered 1,000 tons of vibranium from Wakanda, Gu Li and Tony divided it evenly, each taking 500 tons. Thanks to the diligent efforts of Grey Wolf and his subordinates over several days, approximately 250 tons of genuine Edelman alloy had already been integrated. Accompanied by a colossal surge of electrical consumption and the radiant brilliance emanating from the cradle, the newly reborn Red Spider emerged with an impressive demeanor. It knelt on one leg in utmost reverence and proclaimed, Master, the second in command of the Fury, the Red Spider, reports to you with heartfelt admiration for your greatness. Thank you for granting me a new life. Ghoulie nodded in satisfaction. F-22 Raptor. Shall we give it a try? One must admit, the Red Spider had a way with words. He promptly placed a call to Rhodey. Rhodey, it's me. I recently acquired a new toy, and I wish to test it out. Please provide me with cover when I take flight. Absolutely, Goo. We are good friends. You can count on me for this minor task. By the way, let us gather sometime soon for you to sign an autograph. My nephew is quite fond of you, Rhodey assured him from the other end of the line. Sure, bring Tony along. After ending the call, Ghoulie piloted the brand new F-22 into the sky. The sensation of flying was distinct, a marvelous experience akin to wielding a colossal toy. The F-22 Raptor, as the first operational fifth-generation fighter jet, combines stealth capabilities, agility, precision, and situational awareness, merging air-to-air and air-to-ground combat abilities, which renders it the most capable fighter jet in America. Its maximum flight speed reaches 2,410 km/h, equivalent to Ghoulie's instantaneous velocity. As the F-22 roared past the skies of New York, it immediately captured the attention of the American military, with Colonel Rhodey regrettably tasked with the pursuit. With an expression akin to a darkened liver, Rhodey, burdened with unspoken frustrations, could not have anticipated that the toy Ghoulie had mentioned was an unfamiliar, unregistered F-22 Raptor. Damn Goo. As a close friend of Ghoulie, the responsibility of managing the fallout fell upon him. Clad in the Mark VI armor, also known as War Machine, Rhodey grit his teeth and chased after Ghoulie's F-22. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not catch up. This is definitely not an F-22. As an Air Force colonel, Rhodey was thoroughly familiar with the F-22, but the aircraft Ghoulie piloted, from the satellite monitoring footage, appeared identical in form yet surpassed the F-22 in speed by a considerable margin. After half an hour of pursuit, he had seen nothing but empty air. As a multitude of commands poured in from the ground command center, Rod found himself compelled to dial Ghoulie's number. Goo, stop playing around and come up with a solution. The Department of Defense is nearly losing its mind. The unfamiliar F-22 roared through the skies of America, akin to a declaration of war in the eyes of the Department of Defense. Rod, who aspired to become the Secretary of Defense, could not afford to falter at this juncture. At last, after flying for a while longer, Rod spotted Ghoulie, who wore an expression of indifference. Rod was exasperated, yet unable to resort to violence. He had to devise a solution instead. Once they landed, Rod, wearing a dark scowl, inquired, Goo, what on earth is this? The F-22 doesn't operate this quickly. Ghoulie chuckled as he patted the Red Spider, and then a series of mechanical sounds erupted. Under Rod's incredulous gaze, the Red Spider transformed into a colossal mechanical behemoth. In that moment, the War Machine appeared as a mere toy before it. Wang Defa. Did Tony create this? Ghoulie was taken aback for a moment, then nodded vigorously. He had never claimed it was Tony, such was merely Rod's fabrication. At that moment, Rod resembled a child who had discovered a more captivating toy, cautiously reaching out to caress the Red Spider with affection. The Red Spider, meanwhile, cast a mournful glance, prompting Ghoulie to shrug in resignation. Just bear with it. It will soon pass. The entire episode lasted approximately 2.5 minutes before Rod was jolted back to reality by the shouts from the Department of Defense. Minister, this is a contraption created by Tony. It's not a significant issue. I'll negotiate with him. Rod reassured them once more. Ghoulie, suppressing a laugh, remarked, Rod, I think I'll take my leave now. Alarmed, Rod immediately responded, please, don't use that to return, Goo. I still have aspirations for promotion. In an instant, a crackling golden teleportation circle materialized, and Ghoulie waved his hand, taking the Red Spider back to the farm. Rod, seeing this, let out a resigned sigh and soared toward Tony's seaside villa. What did you say? The F-22, the Mark War armor, is something I created? Tony Stark bellowed at the jovial Rod, clearly sensing that Rod was concealing something that rendered him momentarily speechless. Did Goo Charlie inform you of this? Rod awkwardly scratched his head. His reluctance to divulge everything stemmed from a fear that Tony might misconstrue the situation. But he never anticipated that Tony would immediately think of Ghoulie. This only solidified Rod's inner conviction. The F-22 was indeed a creation of Tony's. Observing Rod's current demeanor, Tony shouted irritably, "Damn that goo Charlie, always shifting the blame onto me." Tony had previously witnessed the Transformers in action, yet the airborne form he had seen was not the F-22 Raptor, but rather an armed helicopter. Has Goo Charlie acquired another new Transformer? Rod, curious, inquired Tony, "What exactly is a Transformer? Is it something akin to the F-22 you created? It does seem fitting." Tony shouted once more, "Rod, I'll repeat it. I did not create it." At that moment, the newly awakened Pepper rubbed her eyes and gazed at the two individuals, each wearing a distinct expression. "Tony, what have you done this time?" As she looked towards the suddenly silent Tony and Rhodey, an ominous thought inexplicably struck Pepper. Could it be that Tony has once again succumbed to his old habits? As Tony's personal assistant for many years, Pepper had repeatedly found herself cleaning up his messes. And now, had he caused yet another incident? Upon this realization, her eyes welled with tears, and she felt on the verge of crying. Tony, with just a glance, understood that Pepper was jumping to conclusions. Hey, Pepper, don't misconstrue this. It's not what you think. Rhodey, you need to explain this to Pepper. Indeed, Pepper, this time Tony had merely created something, yet he adamantly refused to take responsibility, insisting it was Goo Lee's doing. Tony. Chapter 60. The unexpected fabrication after placing the red spider on the farm. As nightfall approached, Goo Lee concluded this delightful day and made his way home. However, upon his arrival, after embracing Zhao Hailuan, the previously cheerful Ms. Zhao suddenly fixed him with a disapproving glare. She even leaned closer, gently inhaling the scent on his chest. "Pray tell, Mr. Goo, what do you have to say about this cheap perfume on you?" Goo Lee stood frozen, a wave of guilt washing over him. Alas, he had been so careless. After spending the afternoon at Max and then cruising around in the F-22, he had completely forgotten to wash up. With May absent from the house, he lacked any external support. Daisy, on the other hand, wore an expression of detached amusement, smiling inexplicably at Goo Lee. At that moment, Zhao Hailuan appeared to have caught her boyfriend in an act of infidelity, glaring at him with barely concealed resentment. "Is it that Daisy and I cannot satisfy you? Is it that we do not meet your expectations? Or is it that I have not served you well enough?" Goo Lee, like a remorseful child, responded to each of Zhao's inquiries with a simple no. "Then tell me, Mr. Goo, why must you seek out other women? Why?" After dismissing Daisy, Goo Lee attempted to take Zhao Hailuan's hand in a conciliatory gesture, only to have it forcefully rebuffed. Once they were alone, he finally spoke, "Hailuan, I do not wish for this. It is just that I possess a superpower that I must engage in order to obtain it." Zhao Hailuan regarded him with bewilderment, her small hand brushing against his head. "Are you not speaking nonsense? Truly. You must believe me, Hailuan." After a couple of minutes, Zhao, with clenched teeth, remarked, "Your superpower is indeed quite peculiar. Perhaps the Creator had unwittingly bestowed upon him this oddity. What other explanation could there be?" Goo Lee could think of no other. Who would believe such a concept? Who would trust that a system superior to all existence could possibly exist? Calming her inner fury, Zhao inquired, "Then why did you seek me? I possess no superpower whatsoever." Seeing her anger dissipate somewhat, Goo Lee hastily embraced her, lifting her chin with profound affection. "Hailuan, you are different. My love for you is pure." In a moment of fervent intimacy, the two shared a kiss. After May and little Peter moved out, Goo Lee felt unburdened. Just as he was about to reconnect, an annoying doorbell interrupted the moment. Zhao Hailuan quickly pushed him away, catching her breath as she fastened the buttons of her blouse. "Go see who it is. Not many know our address." Goo Lee nodded, but upon opening the door, he was met with an unexpected trio. An irate Tony, a reluctant Rode, and a tearful Pepper. Goo Lee, what a strange trio. What on earth has transpired? As Pepper entered the living room, her sobs intensified, possibly triggered by the sight of Zhao Hailuan, who had immediately become the focus of her emotional outpouring. As Zhao embraced Pepper, she looked at Goo Lee in bewilderment. "What is going on?" Goo Lee shook his head rapidly. "I have no idea. Cannot be an emotional entanglement, can it?" The emotional entanglement among the three individuals seemed somewhat illogical. After a moment of contemplation, Goo Lee took the initiative to inquire, "Rod, What has transpired at this late hour? Rod smacked his lips, momentarily at a loss for words. It was only then that he began to believe that the F-22 was unlikely to have been concocted by Tony. Allow me to explain, Tony sighed before continuing. The issue arose from that transformer of yours. After some time, having heard the entire account, Ghoulie gazed incredulously at the trio. Is this it? This is what you are all upset about at such a late hour? Pepper interjected. That transformer was indeed my creation. Since Tony and you became involved, he has not pursued any other women, despite his notorious past. Please believe that he has turned over a new leaf. Rod and Pepper nodded in agreement with Ghoulie's remark about Tony's previous indiscretions. Only Tony, unable to conceal his indignation, pondered the experience of being labeled untrustworthy by Ghoulie. If looks could kill, Ghoulie would have met his demise several times over. Another figure, Mrs. Zhao, found herself inexplicably reigniting her previously forgiven grievances against Ghoulie. She resolved to exact a fitting punishment on him that very night. Tony and Pepper, now reconciled, sat closely together, while Ghoulie and Zhao Hailuan exchanged meaningful glances. Observing this scene, Rod sighed and stood to take his leave, remarking, "Time to head home to my wife. I have no appetite for this dog food." The trio departed as hastily as they had arrived. Before leaving, Tony turned back to Ghoulie and gestured menacingly, "Just you wait. This matter is far from over." Ghoulie shrugged. How absurd. Later that evening, after returning from dinner with Mei Jie, Zhao Hailuan donned alluring lingerie and teased Ghoulie relentlessly alongside Daisy. Just as Ghoulie prepared to indulge in a moment of passion, the two women playfully kicked him off the bed. "If you dare to run off tonight, don't bother returning to my bed," they chorused. Was this all a setup? Ghoulie mused, lighting a cigarette and reciting the calming mantra within his mind. The bodhisattva of compassion, while practicing deep prajna paramitha, perceives that all phenomena are empty, liberating all from suffering. Shariputra, form is not different from emptiness. Emptiness is not different from form. Form is precisely emptiness. Emptiness is precisely form. This helped him suppress the tumultuous emotions within. It appeared he needed to exercise greater caution in the future, ensuring he would not be discovered again. Ghoulie muttered softly to himself. As for refraining from venturing out, that was out of the question. His current abilities barely reached the celestial level, while formidable foes awaited him at the singular cosmic level, multiverse level, superuniversal level, and omnipotent universal level. Until he achieved true invincibility, how could he contemplate surrender? After all, the system was his greatest ally, and while he could continue to cultivate his skills with his current prowess, it would be foolish to ignore the existence of a shortcut. Even if his system had its flaws, it remained a game-changing advantage. Many sought such a system and had yet to attain one. Once more, Ghoulie gathered several bottles of beer and made his way to the Grey Wolf laboratory. Since Wolf Uncle, also known as Grey Wolf, became entangled with the Black Panther goddess, his physique has gradually become more emaciated. Upon seeing Ghoulie, Grey Wolf feebly remarked, "Boss, I have managed to derive the molecular formula for vibranium, and I have successfully cultivated heart-shaped grass. However, the nano-armor will require more time. So may I take a moment to rest?" Grey Wolf truly felt exhausted. Confronted by a boss reminiscent of a capitalist and a little leopard akin to a millennia-old resentful spirit, he found even the consumption of heart-shaped grass to be overwhelming for his body. A sudden wave of longing for his wife and little Grey washed over him. Hearing his words, Ghoulie awkwardly offered a brief consolation. "Wolf Uncle, please take care to rest." He then turned away, carrying his beer back to the living room. "Well, I suppose I'll drink alone." Chapter 61. Vibranium armor once again. Life returned to tranquility. Aside from the occasional missions from S.H.I.E.L.D., there was a call from Pierce, expressing gratitude for Ghoulie's leniency. The Winter Soldier, having been hurled several thousand meters, was salvaged by Hydra, and Ghoulie successfully acquired the list from Hydra. Pierce was genuinely fearful. Given the frequency with which S.H.I.E.L.D. assigned tasks to Ghoulie, he worried that before the Insight program even commenced, Hydra might be eradicated entirely. Thus, he devised a plan to liberate Ghoulie from S.H.I.E.L.D. D. Under the pretense of a mission sanctioned by the Security Council. Pierce had but one stipulation. As long as Ghoulie refrained from appearing before Nick Fury, he was free to act as he pleased. 7 days later, at the Wakandan Embassy in New York. Mr. Gu, here are the 6 sets of vibranium armor customized as per your request. Please take good care of them. Chala, once again in New York, appeared to be in splendid spirits, akin to a man besotted by love. Thank you, Prince. If Wakanda ever requires assistance, please do not hesitate to inform me. Ghoulie expressed sincerely, feeling a profound sense of guilt about the benevolence of Wakanda. He was determined to prevent the tragic demise of the old king at the hands of Baron Zemo. Yet as for the charming young nobleman before him, there was truly nothing he could do. The untimely passing of the actor who portrayed Black Panther in reality had resulted in the character's exit from the cinematic universe. An insurmountable circumstance for him. By the way, Mr. Gu, this is my sister, Shuri, the developer of the vibranium armor. I heard you have a good rapport with Iron Man. Could you possibly introduce her? Since earlier, Ghoulie had noticed the young woman with braided hair beside Chala assessing him intently. Regrettably, he harbored a mild bias against those of different races, finding no particular attraction to her. Greetings, Princess Shuri. I believe Tony would be thrilled to meet a brilliant scientist such as yourself. However, I must first consult him for his opinion. Very well, thank you. Tony still held a grudge against Ghoulie. After all, the last incident involving the F-22 nearly cost him Pepper, a misunderstanding fueled by Rhodey's overactive imagination. Nevertheless, Tony had not been particularly responsive to Ghoulie. Yet this time, he agreed remarkably swiftly to meet Shuri, prompted by the news that a genius scientist who developed nanotechnology wished to see him. A moment later, Ghoulie ended the call with a smile. Did not disappoint. Shall we depart now? Indeed. He had previously instructed Tony to tread carefully with his words. Guiding Chala and Shuri to Stark Industries, Ghoulie left behind a set of vibranium armor and took his leave. The seaside villa was off limits. The basement there was piled high with vibranium, posing a risk of exposure. Observing Ghoulie's swift departure, Chala and Shuri couldn't help but feel an affinity for him. The superhero had left a set of vibranium armor for Iron Man, which was quite generous. Noticing the unusual demeanor of the two before him, Tony glanced at the vibranium armor in confusion. Is this item of significant value? Mr. Stark, you may wish to try it on first. With the assistance of Su Rue, Tony managed to encapsulate the vibranium suit back into the necklace, and after gently patting the necklace around his neck, the black vibranium battle attire gradually enveloped him. Meanwhile, Ghoulie stealthily approached Zhao Hailuan's laboratory at Stark Industries. The sight of Ms. Zhao intently examining data was truly captivating. Unlike the last time when she remained unnoticed, Ghoulie was soon surrounded by a throng of researchers as he arrived outside the lab. Mr. Superman, may I take a photo with you? Ah, Superman, could I get your autograph? After several encounters, Ghoulie had become adept at handling the demands of his admirers, signing autographs and posing for photos amidst the flurry. Following a busy session, the crowd dispersed, and Ghoulie took Ms. Zhao's hand, slipping through the teleportation portal once more. Upon arriving home, Ms. Zhao complained, in broad daylight, "Are you really in such a rush?" Ghoulie playfully tapped her on the head. "Wait a moment, I have something special for you." Carrying 5 sets of vibranium suits, Ghoulie entered the laboratory of Uncle Wolf. "Wolf Uncle, could you assist me in checking these nano-battle suits for any issues?" Upon hearing about the nano-suits, Uncle Wolf instantly perked up. "Let me take a look." He retrieved a peculiar instrument from his toolkit and began tinkering with it. After approximately 2 minutes, he declared, "Boss, there's nothing wrong. There was a monitoring program linked to a display that I have already removed. With this, the nano-battle armor should be ready within 2 days." Ghoulie sincerely gave him a thumbs up. Uncle Wolf was undoubtedly the most extraordinary among his subordinates, at least rivaling Tony and Su Rue. "All right, I'll take one for now. You can keep the rest for your research." Ghoulie extracted 1 suit from the collection and encapsulated it within a bracelet before returning to the living room. "Ms. Zhao, extend your hand." Following his instructions, Zhao Hailuan gently touched the bracelet, and in an instant, the black vibranium suit completely enveloped her, accentuating her exquisite curves and causing Ghoulie to swallow hard. Indeed, Ms. Zhao was a treasure. In contrast to Gu Li's preoccupation with her curves, Zhao Hailuan had evidently grasped the crux of the matter. Darling, which company developed this nanotechnology? It is remarkably advanced, surpassing my research by at least 56 years. It's from Wakanda. I managed to procure 6 sets through your man. Uncle Wolf is currently studying them in his lab. Aside from the chatty young Peter, the others at home were aware of Uncle Wolf and the Transformers' existence. As for why young Peter was kept in the dark, it was simply that once he knew, it would be akin to the entire world knowing. Hearing this, Zhao Hailuan nestled into Gu Li's embrace and planted a couple of kisses. Darling, let's go take a look together. Alright, but first you must store the vibranium suit. It's making me a bit too excited. Phew, you flirt. After exiting Uncle Wolf's laboratory, Zhao Hailuan fell into a deep state of self-doubt, realizing that her years of research in nanotechnology since university paled in comparison to Uncle Wolf's mere 2 months of effort. Wolverine has indeed risen from nothing, gradually delving into research and innovation. With the newly acquired vibranium suit, a cutting-edge nanotechnology armor is soon to be unveiled. Ms. Zhao remained motionless, nestled in Gu Li's embrace, her hands tightly wrapped around his back. Darling, am I really that foolish? She inquired, gently patting her head. Gu Li swiftly reassured her, my dear wife, Wolverine is an extraordinary talent, a being beyond ordinary comprehension. Everything that seems unreasonable must become reasonable in his presence. Gu Li began recounting the numerous inventions of the Grey Wolf, from the weather cube to the handcrafted aircraft carrier, daring feats such as confronting the sun, and an array of manned spacecraft. Electromagnetic cannons and energy guns are mere trifles in comparison. Time seemed to slip away unnoticed, as Ms. Zhao, like a little lazy cat, curled up in Gu Li's arms, her lips curling into a serene smile as she drifted into a deep slumber. Alas, today he would continue to endure. God knows how he has survived these 7 days, each one spent under the relentless torment of Ms. Zhao and Daisy. Yet today, he found himself unable to escape once more. Chapter 62. Unclean on June 17, 2010, Daisy, having completed a week of training at S.H.I.E.L.D., invited her mentor Agent Hill, along with the recently discharged Natasha and Clint, and Agent Coulson, who had just returned from a vacation in New Mexico, to a dinner gathering. Naturally, the brooding director Nick Fury was also included in the invitation list. The group of 6 arrived at a mysterious restaurant. This place seems rather extravagant, remarked Coulson, whose girlfriend had always dreamed of dining here, only to discover that this restaurant operated on a membership basis. Not only were the prices exorbitant, but non-members were also turned away. Don't worry, Coulson. I have sufficient funds, Daisy replied, slightly embarrassed. She had not inquired thoroughly before coming. She had merely heard from Gu Li that the cuisine was decent. The elegant manager had been waiting at the entrance and, upon seeing Daisy, graciously led the group to the banquet hall on the top floor. Good evening. Shall we serve the meal now? Yes, Daisy responded, glancing at the servers standing like a cohort of royal attendants in the hall. A tinge of melancholy crossed her face as she waved them away, disliking the ostentatious service, which felt excessively decadent. The lavish banquet hall featured only a single, enormous dining table, accompanied by an entire orchestra poised to perform at any moment, reminiscent of the medieval royal courts of Europe. Once the servers vacated the space, the atmosphere among the S.H.I.E.L.D. members grew slightly more lively. Apologies, everyone. It's quite all right, Daisy. It's not often we indulge ourselves, Hill said, fondly regarding the young girl who aspired to be a superhero. Indeed, let us enjoy this moment thanks to you, Clint added, offering a comforting remark. The compensation at S.H.I.E.L.D. could be described as fair, yet it was hardly sufficient to support lavish living, especially for someone like him who had several children to care for. As they engaged in casual conversation, the dishes began to arrive, a total of 108 exquisite plates, each presentation resembling a work of art, appealing to the senses of sight, smell, and taste. In a rare moment of silence, Hill finally looked up and asked, Daisy, have you come into some money recently? I placed a few bets on a game with my brother, Daisy replied. Upon hearing about the bets, Nick Fury, who had been brooding, suddenly perked up. Daisy, do you enjoy gambling on sports? Daisy quickly shook her head, softly clarifying. My brother said it was a sure win, so I placed a few casual bets. Is it the decisive game today? Yes. Fury, perplexed, inquired, but the results for today's match aren't out yet. How can your brother be so confident? He did not need to ponder long to deduce the identity of Daisy's brother. It was no wonder Natasha's undercover mission had failed. A glance at Gu Li's companions revealed that both Zhao Hailuan and Daisy were on par with Natasha, perhaps even possessing the innate advantage of dark hair and eyes. My brother said if I lose, he will cover my losses. At this, Nick Fury's lips twitched slightly. Had it not been for his pride, he would have genuinely asked, does Gu Li need a brother? If possible, becoming Superman's brother would not be entirely unacceptable. It is said that the young man recently liquidated a substantial sum from Stark Industries, sufficient to construct dozens of safe houses. How much did you invest? 30 million on the Lakers' victory. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury felt uneasy. He had wagered his entire 30 million earned from Wakanda on the Celtics. No way. Could it be that Superman possesses the ability to foresee the future? So you liquidated stocks to purchase that dilapidated restaurant solely because Daisy invited colleagues for dinner today? Tony expressed his growing bewilderment towards Gu Li, remarking that while he might appear callous, he occasionally exhibits a surprising depth of feeling, spending lavishly without a moment's hesitation. Yet, to suggest he is not callous would be misleading. The women he dates could easily fill a basketball game, much like the ongoing finals displayed on the screen. Exhaling a cloud of smoke, Gu Li languidly remarked, the restaurant is located in a rather desirable building. We could eventually relocate Helen's laboratory there. Gu, this is somewhat excessive. Dr. Zhao was specifically recruited from Seoul. When Stark Industries initially sought Dr. Helen Zhao, considerable effort was expended, only for Gu Li to unexpectedly intercept the opportunity. Gu Li mockingly replied, is the nanotechnology from Wakanda insufficient for your needs? One wonders what madness has overtaken Su Rue and Chala, as they have forged a strategic alliance with Stark Industries, sharing scientific advancements. Tony sighed, attempting to persuade, but there is still life sciences. This field is quite limited, and it is challenging to find someone superior to Dr. Zhao in this regard. Helen merely felt that the laboratory was somewhat cramped. As her partner, I must naturally support her. Gu Li suddenly grinned mischievously at Tony. Wealthy magnate, if you genuinely believe in the future of life sciences, perhaps you could invest. One cannot ascertain if Ms. Zhao was provoked by Grey Wolf, but she insists on establishing her own path. Her confidence stems from Grey Wolf's agreement to become the chief scientist of the laboratory. Gu Li could hardly imagine what Marvel's Uncle Wolf would bring to Marvel's technological landscape. By the way, dear Tony, there is indeed another excellent candidate you might consider. Who? Tony's interest was piqued. Bruce Banner, you must be familiar with him. There are only a few who can be regarded as top-tier scientists. In the absence of Dr. Strange, Gu Li believed only Dr. Zola could rival these three. Bruce Banner, holder of 6 doctoral degrees, is an expert in gamma radiation. Tony Stark, the man with the Mind Stone concealed within his intellect. Princess Su Rue, the scientific pioneer of Wakanda and the developer of the vibranium armor. Yet, before Uncle Wolf, they all pale in comparison. My Uncle Wolf is the greatest across all realms. Regaining his composure, Gu Li quickly added, by the way, brother, I have a matter that requires your and Princess Su Rue's assistance. Do tell. On Earth, there exists a rather detestable race capable of transforming into the likeness of any human, even replicating superhuman abilities. Just moments ago, Tony, who had been languidly lounging on the couch, was startled into an upright position, exclaiming, Wong Defa, are you certain you are not speaking in jest? To be candid, Tony harbored doubts, yet upon witnessing Gu Li's grave expression, he hesitantly inquired, aliens? The Skrulls. After a prolonged silence, and having absorbed Gu Li's account, Tony wasted no time and seized Gu Li, intent on seeking out Princess Su Rue. Green-skinned, capable of assuming both male and female forms. Tony retched slightly, as his mind incessantly replayed memories of a previous one-night encounter, pondering the unsettling possibility that his partner might have been a green-skinned extraterrestrial. Gu, why do I feel so unclean? Chapter 63, Hail Hydra, New York, Wakanda Embassy. Upon hearing the intentions of Gu Li and his companion, Chala and Shuri fell into a prolonged silence. The sudden influx of information was somewhat difficult for them to accept. While Wakanda has long maintained a clandestine existence, they have never neglected to probe the outside world. Their network of spies dispatched to various nations, along with the Wakandan satellites orbiting the Earth, serve as testament to their vigilance. However, the news of the Skrulls was indeed a revelation to them. Skrulls. Shapeshifters. Without any limitations. Chala murmured, Mr. Gu, does this imply that S.H.I.L.D. is aware of the Skrulls' existence? They should be aware, Gu Li replied. The portion of Skrulls remaining on Earth was chosen by Captain Marvel and Nick Fury. Another faction accompanied Captain Marvel into the cosmos in search of a new homeland. In truth, the Skrulls currently residing on Earth were relatively docile and bore no animosity towards Gu Li. Yet, for reasons unknown, Gu Li was resolutely intent on expelling them or eliminating them entirely. Recently, apart from Max, he had refrained from seeking new connections to acquire superpowers, primarily due to concerns that during the connection process, a female might unexpectedly transform into a green-skinned Skrull. If it were a female Skrull, he could endure it with a mere moment of patience. But what if it were a male? Gu Li shuddered at the thought, wondering whether his younger brother would be frightened, even though the likelihood of such an occurrence was exceedingly low, nearly negligible. However, he could not place his hopes on the assumption that the Skrulls harbored no ill will towards him. What if they did? Princess Shuri, regaining her composure, turned to Tony Stark. Mr. Stark, if we are to develop a device to distinguish between humans and Skrulls, we first require a sample of a Skrull. To put it simply, we need one or several Skrull subjects for continuous testing and data analysis. I will find a way to procure this, she added, understanding that, even without Gu Li's insistence, the instinctive glances exchanged among their small group indicated that Gu Li, as their powerhouse, was indeed the most suitable choice for capturing the subjects. Shuri nodded and added, it would be best to go to Wakanda. Our facilities here are somewhat outdated. Tony interjected, slightly offended. I feel insulted. After formulating their action plan, Gu Li discreetly made his way to the Hydra base in New York. Leader, Hail Hydra! A fervent group of Hydra devotees saluted and shouted in unison. Hail Hydra! Gu Li echoed back. Though merely a simple slogan, its impact was undeniably potent. Gu Li had no doubt that even if he commanded these Hydra soldiers to march to their deaths, they would do so without hesitation. Take me to see Dr. Zola. Yes, leader. A moment later, a green visage appeared on the computer screen, devoid of any emotion. Gu, regarding the threat posed by the Skrulls, the organization has decided to address it after the implementation of the Insight program. For Hydra, the threat posed by the Skrulls is insignificant compared to the potential dangers that the remaining superheroes on Earth and those who might oppose Hydra could present. Doctor, to be candid, this is not the most opportune moment for the implementation of the Insight initiative. As Pierce transmitted the Hydra roster to Gu Li, he also unveiled the details of the Insight initiative, clearly indicating that Gu Li had successfully passed Hydra's evaluation period. What are your thoughts, Gu? The organization has been in hiding for so long that it cannot withstand failures or upheavals any longer. The execution of the Insight initiative must be swift and decisive, leaving no opportunity for S.H.I.E.L.D. to react. Doctor, we merely need to await an appropriate moment to let the organization's brilliance illuminate the entire world. The threat from the Skrulls will only grow with time. To put it bluntly, if they were ever to become like Mr. Pierce, what would you and I be able to do then? Oscar-winning actor Gu Li remarked. In an instant, Dr. Zola recalled the 3 aerospace carriers that S.H.I.E.L.D. was developing. Ascension target instantaneously. A plan slowly began to take shape. Gu, I shall consult with the leader once more. Do you have any other matters? Doctor, I require all information on the Skrulls. The artificial intelligence Zola, after a brief contemplation, promptly provided Gu Li with all internal data and specimens related to the Skrulls. From Gu Li's determination to eradicate the Skrulls, Zola concluded, Gu Li, a quintessential human, obsessive, violent, and deeply racist. He is indeed the perfect leader for Hydra. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall of S.H.I.A.L.D., Daisy exclaimed, You're incredible. winning 30 million in principal. This time, Daisy has made at least 10 million, prompting a sigh from the composed Hill. The joy of the wealthy is unfathomable. Yet, the sorrow and joy among individuals do not resonate with one another. Compared to the elation of Daisy and Hill, Nick Fury felt only annoyance at their commotion. The windfall earned from the extravagant Wakandan prince, a staggering 30 million, had vanished in an instant without even a ripple. His already dark demeanor appeared even gloomier. Before attending the gathering, Fury had looked burdened. On one hand, due to his gambling, on the other because SHIELD agents had recently been frequently attacked. Natasha, Clint, and Coulson had all been targeted by a mysterious force. Initially, he had planned for Ghoulie to investigate this matter personally. But to his surprise, the Security Council had assigned Ghoulie another task. Talented individuals are in short supply. Stark, that fellow, only funds and provides equipment, rarely participating in SHIELD's internal missions. Casting a glance at the cheerful Natasha, Nick Fury hesitated before finally speaking. Natasha, I need you to take some time to go to India. The Green Giant? Natasha instantly understood. The previously jovial atmosphere turned cold in an instant upon the mention of work. Fury, I senti that inappropriate for little Nat? Should other tasks be assigned? Clint harbors no concerns regarding Natasha's ability to manage them, for her extensive experience as an agent has rendered her quite adept. However, confronting that hulking figure poses a significant challenge. The disparity in strength is one factor, while the lack of intelligence in that brute makes it exceedingly perilous. Director, allow Ghoulie to depart. Daisy possesses a keen understanding of the capabilities of the agents within SHIELD. And if anyone is capable of effortlessly overcoming the Hulk, it is indeed Ghoulie. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury let out a heavy sigh. Goo has been assigned another task by the Security Council. At that moment, Ghoulie was engaged in conversation with a well-meaning man in India. Mr. Superman, are you here to apprehend me? No, Dr. Banner. I have come seeking your assistance. Chapter 64. Am I really this exceptional? Wakanda. Ghoulie and Tony exchanged a furtive glance, both astonished that they would have the opportunity to enter Wakanda so brazenly. Just recently, they had engaged in a rather peculiar zero-cost acquisition here. Behind them stood Bruce Banner, bewildered and scanning his surroundings, having been inexplicably invited to the enigmatic realm of Wakanda. He was now collaborating with Superman, Iron Man, and a young girl of African descent to develop a detector designed to distinguish between humans and Skrulls. Yet, he was perplexed. How could this agrarian nation, seemingly so primitive, possess such advanced technology? Furthermore, when had extraterrestrial beings ever existed on Earth? Within the futuristic laboratory, Bruce inhaled deeply several times. Stark, give me a moment. Just 10 minutes prior, he had been in India. Indeed, it was true. Now, 10 minutes later, he found himself in Wakanda. Certainly, that was correct. Before him stood Superman and Iron Man. Yes, that was accurate. On the table lay the corpse of a Skrull. Indeed, that was true as well. But why did it all feel so absurdly surreal? He had only been in hiding in India for less than a month. Had the world changed so rapidly? Tony and Su Rue scrutinized the Skrull's corpse on the experimental table for a considerable time. Goo, this has been here for quite some time, hasn't it? Yes, since '95. Ghoulie had never anticipated that a Skrull's body would be found within a Hydra base, likely a remnant from when Captain Marvel returned to Earth accompanied by Skrulls in '95. Where did you get this? Not only Tony was curious. Su Rue and a regaining composure Banner were equally intrigued, fixating their gaze on Ghoulie. Within 10 minutes, Ghoulie had not only brought Dr. Banner along but also acquired the Skrull's body. An astonishingly swift feat, you know. I have many fans. This was a gift from one of them. Ghoulie chuckled nervously. Matters of double agents were best left unspoken. You all carry on. I have some errands to run. Such cerebral tasks were clearly not suited for someone of his academic caliber. They would surely perplex the brightest minds in the world. Regardless of whether they ultimately succeeded in expelling the Skrulls or eradicating them entirely, at the very least, once the detector was successfully developed, he could pursue his romantic endeavors with peace of mind, strengthening his own capabilities, free from the fear of sudden surprises. Upon arriving at Grey Wolf's laboratory, Gu Li was greeted by the sight of Grey Wolf, exhaling a plume of post-experiment smoke. "Boss, I've completed the nano armor. Would you like to give it a try?" Gu Li nodded, accepting the jade-like necklace Grey Wolf offered and draping it around his neck before gently touching it. Instantly, a myriad of particles surged forth from the necklace, swiftly enveloping his body and forming a suit akin to that of a futuristic warrior in gleaming silver. The armor's artificial intelligence connected with Soundwave. "I'll find time to develop a few satellites. That should provide full coverage of the Earth." "Grey Wolf, I adore you," Gu Li exclaimed with genuine admiration, increasingly eager to see how Grey Wolf would innovate in the realm of technology. Grey Wolf smirked, "As long as you're happy." "Grey Wolf, shall we try it out together?" "All right, I could use a stroll myself." A large and a small figure, both clad in silvery futuristic warrior armor, soared into the sky, momentarily becoming silhouettes against the horizon. "Boss, remember to activate the cloaking feature." Grey Wolf communicated through the device. "Understood, activating cloaking now." The sensation of flying with the nanotechnology armor differed markedly from the experience of utilizing superpowers or piloting an F-22. Once airborne, no further effort was required. One could even close their eyes and drift into slumber at such heights. "Boss, this time the design is lightweight, so I haven't equipped any physical ammunition. The palms of the armor house electromagnetic cannons." After half an hour of experience, Gu Li felt quite satisfied. While it may not yet reach the level of the Mark 50 armor, it was impressive nonetheless, boasting speeds surpassing that of the Red Spider. "Wolf Uncle has something to discuss." After listening, Grey Wolf displayed rare interest, though he shook his head. "Boss, you seem to have forgotten. Someone in Wakanda has heard my voice." Gu Li stood in shock, recognizing the truth in this statement. He had indeed become overly relaxed recently, nearly exposing himself. "Then, let us return home for dinner." In the office of the Security Council Minister, Pierce, after hearing Dr. Zola's recommendation, inquired gravely, "What is your opinion on Gu's proposal?" Theoretically, Gu was correct. He was a competent Hydra soldier, and both his analysis of the situation and his suggestions aligned well with their current circumstances. Zola's intellect calculated an even more advantageous outcome for Hydra, ousting Pierce and appointing Gu Li as the true leader of Hydra. As a staunch racist, Zola firmly believed that Gu Li would elevate Hydra to its pinnacle, leading humanity to dominate the cosmos. This thought relentlessly assaulted Zola's consciousness, for as an emotionless artificial intelligence, he trusted solely in the calculations he produced. He yearned to confront Pierce, urging him to step aside. Yet rational thought restrained his impulses. The timing was not yet right. He needed to consult Gu Li before making any definitive decisions. After a prolonged silence, Pierce commanded, "Convey the order to suspend the Insight Initiative and await a more opportune moment." Once leaving Pierce's presence, Zola eagerly sought to access the screens at Gu Li's residence. However, to his surprise, a firewall obstructed his consciousness. Reluctantly, he resorted to a nearby public phone to contact Gu Li, which ultimately allowed him entry into Grey Wolf's laboratory. Without any preamble, Zola cut to the chase. "Gu, do you have any additional thoughts regarding Hydra?" Gazing at the large face on the screen, Gu Li queried, "Doctor, are you here to probe my intentions? Could it be that I've been exposed?" It seemed implausible. He had never mentioned the mission to annihilate Hydra, so how could Zola, that diminutive figure, be aware of it? Was it merely derived from behavioral data analysis? Quite impressive. Gu Li discreetly signaled to Grey Wolf, indicating to act according to his lead. If necessary, they would have to destroy the Hydra base housing Zola. "Gu, I have come to inquire whether you possess any superior suggestions for the future of Hydra." The indifferent visage continued, yet within Zola's emotionless tone, there lingered an inexplicable hint of excitement. "Sincere, Doctor? Sincere, my leader." Gu Li ignited a cigarette, pondering for a moment before gradually speaking. "Doctor, do tell me the reason you sought my presence." "Gu, your prowess is formidable, surpassing even that of the Steve Rogers of yore, yet this is not the primary motive for my visit. I have come to you because of your avarice and your lasciviousness." Gu Li hastily interjected, "There is no need to elaborate on that. It is common knowledge. I have observed your experiences over the years, and while you possess a modicum of conscience, it is scant. You exhibit tendencies befitting a despot." Moreover, your unwavering resolve to eradicate the Skrulls reveals that you possess all the qualities requisite for becoming the leader of Hydra. Ruthlessness, obsession, violence, racism, and strength. Ghoulie stood in disbelief. The cigarette in his grasp burned down to ash unnoticed. Am I truly so exceptional? Indeed, Gu. You were born to ascend as the leader of Hydra. In all my years, I have encountered no one more suited to this role than yourself. Chapter 65, Robot Zola at the Grey Wolf Laboratory. Ghoulie awkwardly discarded his cigarette, but I promise you, Doctor, anyone would feel a tad embarrassed by such extravagant praise. Moreover, there seems to be no inherent conflict between becoming the leader of Hydra and its eventual destruction. Who says that a leader cannot be the architect of their own downfall? Currently, only Zola acknowledges his position as leader. Among the remaining Hydra members, I believe Rumlow would also support him. The faith he has in Ghoulie is unmistakable. Ghoulie has no doubt that even if he instructed Rumlow to eliminate the President of America, Rumlow would do so without hesitation, likely asking, "How shall we proceed?" Then we shall confront Pierce directly. If he refuses, we will have no choice but to sever ties with him, Zola urged impatiently. Ghoulie pondered. Why do I suddenly feel a tinge of regret? This Zola is even more extreme than the second in command, the Red Spider. While the latter merely wishes to be the leader, Dr. Zola seems ready to eliminate Pierce at the slightest disagreement. Pierce is currently the leader of Hydra. Doctor, let me first create a body for you. Leader, I have numerous backups of my consciousness. A physical form isn't immediately necessary. The truth is, I have my standards for bodies, and the typical ones do not meet them. Are you certain? This body is crafted entirely from true adamantium, sturdier than Captain America's shield. After a while, once Zola's consciousness was downloaded into the alloy robot, he opened his eyes, curiously surveying his new form. Incredible. I am finally no longer a diminutive figure. Leader, is this Stark's technology? Zola recalled that only Stark and Wakanda could achieve such advancements in robotics. Your companion behind you, Wolverine, is my chief scientist. By the way, Doctor, how many people can you mobilize within Hydra? Ghoulie needed to assess whether eliminating Pierce would yield more advantages than disadvantages. Upon hearing this, Robot Zola awkwardly scratched his head. Leader, as you know, I typically handle intelligence gathering and research. Personnel mobilization is primarily managed by Pierce and a few others. So, we are essentially left as mere figureheads? Ghoulie sighed in resignation. For now, we cannot eliminate Pierce. Regarding the Hydra base that houses your consciousness, Doctor, do you think it prudent to relocate it here? After a moment's contemplation, Zola replied, when time permits, we should download those consciousness backups and retain one to act as a decoy. Pausing for a few seconds, Zola inquired again, Leader, concerning the Insight program. Doctor, while the program was primarily driven by you and Pierce, let me assure you it is destined to fail. Our task is to safeguard the powers we can control. I do not wish for dissenting voices to remain within Hydra when the time comes. Understood, Leader. Are we truly not going to eliminate Pierce? Ghoulie circled around Robot Zola, hesitatingly asking, Doctor, do you have a grudge against Pierce? No, I merely. You are indeed quite composed. Indeed, the act of eliminating Pierce at this juncture would yield little advantage for them, merely inciting internal strife within Hydra, while Zola and Ghoulie would gain nothing from the turmoil. Come, allow me to show you the base, Ghoulie said. Through the crackling golden portal, he led the Robot Zola to a rural farm on the outskirts. The land surrounding the farm had been almost entirely acquired by him, intended for the construction of a future stronghold, and the rudimentary framework had already begun to take shape. Master, the Red Spider sends her regards, spoke the Red Spider, who had been waiting there. Inside the vast factory, she bowed respectfully, embodying an air of politeness. Master, when shall we summon the bed of sin? Ghoulie, observing the eager Red Spider, glanced at the Robot Zola beside him, contemplating the rebellious nature of his companions. What, do you have a vendetta against Megatron? No, Master, Red Spider replied. I merely believe that the wicked soul of the bed deserves to be illuminated by your brilliance. Ghoulie, slightly embarrassed by Red Spider's Na'vi aspirations, surmised that the upgraded True Edmund alloy had imbued her with immense confidence, as she yearned to redeem herself against Megatron. She then proclaimed her life motto, I am destined to be the leader of the Decepticons. After all, Red Spider had never triumphed over Megatron, nor had she had the opportunity to wield that motto in mockery. Steel Cable, Red Spider, this is our new member, Dr. Zola. From now on, the three of you will oversee the farm base. The robot Zola remained silent, his expression betraying no emotion. He had long forgotten what shock felt like, though he presumed it resembled his current demeanor. Leader, is this also a robot? Ghoulie patted Zola on the shoulder. They are Cybertronians, Doctor. The universe is vast. We need not squander our efforts on this small planet. Set your sights higher. Our ambitions lie among the stars. Hail Hydra! Zola saluted Ghoulie eagerly, then implored, Leader, should we not eliminate Pierce first? Zola was impatient to ascend to the pinnacle of the stars and witness the grandeur of the cosmos. It is not yet the time to slay Pierce. Fear not. If necessary, I shall leave that task to you. Currently, we lack like-minded personnel and a base. Therefore, Dr. Zola, the responsibility of constructing the base falls to you. I have acquired the entire vicinity of the farm, and I hope you can transform it into our fortress. Doctor, this is the beginning of our conquest of the universe. What nonsense is Thanos? I, Ghoulie, aspire to unify the entire multiverse. Ghoulie's lofty aspirations emerged abruptly, only to dissipate just as swiftly. After delegating the task of base construction to Robot Zola, Ghoulie embraced his role of a carefree overseer, once again succumbing to a life of contentment. May was preoccupied with the reopening of her barbecue restaurant, while Daisy diligently drove to work each day, wholeheartedly striving to become a genuine superhero. Meanwhile, our beacon of humanity, Ghoulie, idly spent his days in the company of the treasure girl, Zhao Hailuan. Connecting the plot with the character Zhao Hailuan, who acquires an evolution card of intermediate superpowers. Has the system grown too lethargic to tally the occurrences? My dear, I must head to work now. Ms. Zhao weakly slumped in Ghoulie's embrace. Did she not resign? Why is she going back to work? With her body devoid of strength, Ms. Zhao rolled her eyes. We have been lying at home for 4 months. Ghoulie glanced at the phone on the bedside. October 27, 2010. The days of happiness seem to arrive so swiftly. One wonders if the Wakandan trio has successfully developed a device to distinguish between humans and Skrulls. Holding his beloved tightly, Ghoulie spoke with deep affection. I truly wish to remain in this moment forever. Exhausted, Ms. Zhao drifted into a deep slumber in her lover's arms, while Ghoulie began to contemplate which superpower evolution to pursue. Entering the system. Chapter 66. Cultivating the Dark Divine Manuscript. Name: Ghoulie. Race: human. Age: 22. Superpowers: 50-50 serum, spider totem, fate cards, shockwave, molecular restructuring, intermediate, invisibility, dynamic light wave, flight, heart-shaped grass, items: little cricket handgun, regeneration cradle, blue giant star annihilation cannon, dark divine manuscript copy. Affiliations: Drift, Soundwave, Tape Legion, Quintessa, Grey Wolf, Steel Cable, Red Spider. Contractual entity: Dormammu. Should Ghoulie acquire a high-level superpower evolution card this time, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity without a moment's hesitation, evolving his molecular restructuring to an advanced stage, thereby elevating his control from molecular to atomic structure. The potential of such power is beyond imagination, truly terrifying. It is essential to understand that molecular manipulation merely pertains to subatomic levels or even smaller scales. Regrettably, the reward this time remains an intermediate superpower evolution card, and both evolution cards were obtained from Ms. Zhao. Truly, she is a treasure trove. Among his myriad abilities, he can first dismiss the 50-50 serum, spider totem, fate cards, invisibility, and heart-shaped grass. Furthermore, Ghoulie's current flight speed, constrained by the strength of his physique, has yet to reach its zenith, thus allowing him to rule out flight as a viable option. After all, even if his flight ability could be enhanced to speeds exceeding light or even the speed of the gods, it would be futile if he were to perish before takeoff. What remains are the shockwave and dynamic light wave, specifically the heat vision. Functionally speaking, his heat vision is currently sufficient, whereas the shockwave offers both offensive and defensive capabilities, making the choice of evolution abundantly clear. Evolve the shockwave. Ding! Your superpower shockwave has evolved to the intermediate level, boasting greater strength and wider range. How frustratingly vague. Ghoulie felt the power coursing through him. In simpler terms, the difference between before and after the evolution is akin to the transformation of the tremor fruit from dormant to awakened strength. It is a monumental shift. Now he could effortlessly trigger an earthquake with a mere gesture. Yet, the greedy Ghoulie's elation was fleeting. He soon furrowed his brow. He now resembled a wooden barrel constructed from planks of varying heights, some significantly elevated, others quite low. In other words, the strength of his body struggles to keep pace with the enhancement of his abilities. The iron body and phoenix force Ghoulie's eyes sparkled with hope. Yet it is truly unfortunate that he will not encounter the genuine superwoman or the wielder of the phoenix force in the near future. Should he seek out Carol? Captain Marvel's prowess, notwithstanding the various factors of the sequel, is indeed formidable. It would not be an exaggeration to deem her a cornerstone of the Avengers' might. After all, this is the cinematic universe, devoid of the mutants and other old-timers whose presence could disrupt the balance of power. At this moment, the highest echelon of ancient beings Ghoulie can access is the Ancient One. Figures such as the Defeated One, the Life Court, the Transcendents, and the Eternal Ones, including their patriarchs, are unlikely to manifest in the cinematic universe anytime soon. Certainly, aside from the defeated Kong, this individual Ant-Man should pose no significant threat. Currently, the women on Earth who could greatly enhance his power are the Ancient One and Wanda. First, we must dismiss the Ancient One. Even if it meant starving Ghoulie, he could never bring himself to do so. As for Wanda, that girl harbors a deep sense of vigilance towards Ghoulie. During their initial encounter, her perceptive nature unveiled his hidden thoughts. Perhaps he should explore other multiverses. Ghoulie recalls Wolverine mentioning the existence of a teleportation device. If fortune smiles upon him and he reaches the X-Men universe, even if he cannot obtain the Phoenix Force, a touch of ice powers or the abilities of the Luck Goddess would suffice. Moreover, there is an abundance of Omega-level abilities in that realm. Should he even encounter a frenzied Wanda, experiencing the sensation of being a prime minister could prove quite delightful. Oddly enough, Ghoulie has always felt that Wanda in her Scarlet Witch state possesses a more compelling aura than her current self. However, upon reflection, in the face of molecular reconstruction, these extraordinary powers seem somewhat inadequate. No matter how potent the forces of ice and fire may be, I could effortlessly transform them into rose petals. What then could you do? Am I perhaps underestimating my own prowess? As this thought surged within him, Ghoulie could no longer resist the sudden impulse. After bestowing a gentle kiss upon the sleeping Ms. Zhao, he quietly rose from the bed, covering her with a blanket, and stepped through a portal to a secluded mountain forest. Finally, he could test the Darkhold. The Ancient One had better stay away. Should she dare approach, I shall ensure she comprehends why the flowers bloom so vividly. With newfound confidence in his abilities, Ghoulie seated himself atop the mountain, following the instructions within the Darkhold to slowly form hand seals. A contract request from Shumagorath materialized. Would he like to sign? Ghoulie paused, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Why does this ancient sorceress suddenly wish to forge a contract? Moreover, how did the system possess this capability? Why had he never discovered it before? And I emphasize, if signing a contract with Shumagorath would be detrimental to me, what would the consequences entail? Ghoulie attempted to inwardly inquire of the luminous screen in his mind. 1 second. 1 minute. 10 minutes later, the familiar notification chimed in his ear. Negative. Sign it, and should one perish, they ascend to the heavens. If not, they endure for an eternity. What is there to fear? The system has assured me there are no issues, so why worry? If you wish to contract with me one day, be it Dormammu or Shumagorath, I shall consume you whole. Shumagorath, the legendary deity of dark magic, was originally the source of Wanda's chaos magic. However, as Wanda grew stronger than Shumagorath, the narrative shifted to depict chaos magic as an innate force existing since the dawn of creation. Wanda is simply one born with chaos magic, activated by the Mind Stone. As Ghoulie crafted the seals with his hands, countless dark entities materialized from thin air, their cacophonous roars echoing through the mountains. The noise was unbearable. With a single grasp of his hand, Ghoulie reduced the howling creatures to mere ashes, casting a sidelong glance at the remaining entities, which promptly trembled and fell to their knees. The creatures summoned by him dwell within a dimension of darkness, where the principle of survival is the supremacy of the strong. Time passed, and a golden halo emerged atop the tranquil mountain. From within, the Ancient One stepped forth, sighing upon witnessing the monsters surrounding Ghoulie. Indeed, you have reached this juncture. Not long ago, she had sensed the fluctuations of dark magic in Camartage, and when she attempted to divine their origin, she found herself unable to discern anything. At that moment, the Ancient One realized that it must have been the commotion instigated by Ghoulie. As the presence of countless creatures from other dimensions manifested, she resolved to teach this young man a lesson. The thought of engaging with a supreme sorcerer filled Ghoulie with exhilaration, his face flushing and his body trembling slightly from overwhelming excitement. Master, it is you. Are they not magnificent? Chapter 67. The Book of Dark Magic. Dear Gu, you are a good child, and there is no need for you to stray down the wrong path. It is not too late to turn back now, Master Gu admonished, casting a disappointed gaze upon the young Ghoulie, who was beneath her. After a few months apart, the boy had indeed shown considerable growth in strength. Yet who was she? The supreme sorceress of Camartage and one of the Triune Sanctums, the leading figure in the realm of sorcery. In less than half a minute, Gu successfully subdued Ghoulie, who had been practicing dark magic. As he lay on the ground, Ghoulie's eyes were filled with confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What has happened? Once he regained his composure, he lowered his head in dismay. With so many superpowers at his disposal, why had he foolishly resorted to using the dark magic he had only just learned? Was the shockwave not appealing? Or was the molecular reconstruction not potent enough? How foolish! He had mocked those who chose to reveal their physical forms to save on special effects. Now he found himself in a situation worse than that. Master Gu, I acknowledge my mistake, he admitted. Captured now, he had little choice but to plead for mercy. Even if he were to unleash a sonic blast from the depths of outer space toward Gu, it would likely prove futile. Why do you harbor malice towards me? A sorceress? Gu inquired, having sensed the deep resentment and hostility within Ghoulie during their brief confrontation. How can you say that? Was it not you who first bore ill will towards me? Ghoulie retorted, raising his head and shouting back. I consider my intentions towards you to be rather benign. If I truly meant you harm, you would have been imprisoned in Camartage long ago, leaving you no time to dabble in dark magic, she replied. Please, your intentions are hardly benign. The spellbook you provided was for advancing the portal technique. But Master Gu, as a novice in teleportation, do I really need to advance? What I need is to learn how to master it, and you didn't even give me a suspended ring. Please tell me, Master Gu, is this not a manifestation of malice? Upon hearing Ghoulie's grievances, Gu sighed and rubbed her forehead, realizing why she had felt as though she had forgotten something. Well, Gu, setting that aside, it does not excuse your practice of dark magic. What? Are you saying Camartage does not teach it, and yet I am forbidden from self-study? Look at your pathetic spells. After months of training, I have yet to master a single one. Meanwhile, dark magic, I can learn several in mere moments. Ghoulie's relentless complaints were deafening, and a glimmer of light seemed to flicker in Guyi's eyes. She muttered to herself, you truly learned several? What purpose would there be in deceiving you? If you have the ability, release me and let us start anew. I shall make you understand why the flowers bloom red. After pondering for a moment, Gu seized the bound Ghoulie and declared, come with me back to Camartage. Upon hearing this, Ghoulie quickly pleaded, please, Master Gu, I am but a mundane person. Let us not tarnish the sanctity of Camartage. If I am imprisoned, who knows how long I shall be confined? How will I pursue romance or grow stronger? I do not wish to languish behind iron bars for the rest of my life. However, regardless of Ghoulie's struggles and pleas, Gu remained resolute as she stepped into the portal of light. Please, no. If there were someone present at this moment, they would surely be astonished to witness the mighty Superman being effortlessly held aloft by a bald man. Yet, the harsh reality remains. Those lacking strength possess no voice. Upon traversing the portal, Ghoulie was unceremoniously cast into a chamber, approximately 100 square meters in size, where numerous towering bookshelves stood densely arranged. Young man, this room is filled with tomes on dark magic. You expressed a desire to learn, did you not? You may leave once you have completed your studies, came the voice that echoed through the chamber. Ghoulie paused for a few seconds before responding. Very well. But could you first release me? The bindings are quite uncomfortable. Once you are freed, hehehe, came the reply. Ancient One waved her hand lightly, and the golden ropes binding Ghoulie vanished into thin air. With a sudden crackle, 2 golden portals appeared before and behind Ghoulie. Farewell. She bid him. However, upon stepping into one of the portals, Ghoulie was shocked to discover that he could not teleport. Turning around, he caught a glimpse of a faint smile on Ancient One's face and muttered, "Mirror space? Oh, you are aware of this? I am well informed. For instance, I presume even the supreme sorcerer dabbles in dark magic?" As soon as the words left his lips, Ancient One's expression returned to its usual calm, leaving Ghoulie uncertain of her current mood. After a long silence, she inquired, "The reason you are practicing dark magic? Is it due to the future you foresee? What other reason could there be?" Initially, Ghoulie had indeed been motivated by such a foresight. However, once he confirmed with the system that the contract with Zysorn would not bring him harm, he realized that his previous contract with Dormammu would similarly pose no threat to him, such as disfigurement or mental invasion. Were it not for this assurance, he would have already maximized the proficiency of that fateful card during his spare time. Now, knowing that even if he borrowed magical power without repayment, it would not adversely affect him, he wondered, why not learn? He could exploit Dormammu's power. Ghoulie, practicing dark magic has a profound impact on your psyche. If you persist, you risk becoming a complete devotee of darkness. Ancient One cautioned earnestly. Rest assured, someone of my disposition values life and would not recklessly gamble with it. Ghoulie replied. Ancient One regarded him for a moment before sighing. Very well, you may go. Should you encounter anything unusual, remember to halt. With that, she dispelled the mirror space. Seeing this, Ghoulie quickly interjected, Wait, Master Gu. I still wish to examine the collection of Camartage. Such an abundance of dark magic tomes is quite rare. Should I miss this opportunity today, I may never again have the chance to peruse them. Then by all means, take your time, but ensure you return everything to its rightful place. Ancient One responded, feeling somewhat aged. Had it been 10 years prior, she would have undoubtedly imprisoned him without a second thought, rather than being so lenient now. Oblivious to when Ancient One departed, Ghoulie immersed himself in the tomes before him. 1 book, 2 books, 3 books. He was like a famished scholar who had fallen into a sea of literature, forgetting time and all else, until the familiar ringtone of his mobile phone jolted him back to reality. Darling, it's time to return for dinner. Ghoulie cast a lingering glance at the bookshelf within the secret chamber. If it were possible, he truly wished to finish reading before departing. Leave a mark here. Come back when you have the time. The voice of Master Gu echoed softly from an unknown source. Ghoulie nodded, expressing his gratitude. With a mere thought, a crackling golden portal materialized instantaneously. Ghoulie stepped inside, and a confident voice resonated as the portal closed behind him. Once you are gone, I shall protect Camartage. Chapter 68. The Contest for Banner, November 27, 2010. A hidden chamber in Camartage. Ghoulie rubbed his tired eyes. After an arduous month, he had finally perused the tome of dark magic within the chamber. With utmost confidence, he could assert that he had mastered the knowledge of dark sorcery. It was indeed peculiar that while he had only managed to learn a single teleportation spell from Camartage, he could effortlessly grasp the dark arts at a mere glance. Was he a natural-born sorcerer of the dark arts? Alas! Sitting in meditative contemplation, Ancient One shared his bewilderment. In all her years, she had never encountered such an extraordinary individual. While she struggled to learn the spells of Camartage, Ghoulie seemed to conjure dark magic with little more than a fleeting glance at the pages of the grimoire. Frustrated, Ancient One rubbed her temples in exasperation. Who are you, really? Otoni, long time no see. What? You're out. I'll be there shortly. Wakanda. Princess Shuri, along with Tony Stark and Dr. Banner, had devoted 5 long months to successfully developing and upgrading a device capable of distinguishing humans from Skrulls. As Ghoulie emerged through the golden portal, he embraced the trio with palpable excitement. Well done, well done. Truly, researchers are among the most admirable of people. Gazing at the watch on the table, which resembled a sophisticated instrument, Ghoulie couldn't help but exclaim. It's both aesthetically pleasing and functional, impressive. The three rolled their eyes in unison, with Shuri puffing up like an irate pufferfish. That's my watch. The device is over there. Following the direction of Shuri's finger, Ghoulie's eyes widened in astonishment. What on earth? Inside the box lay an array of exquisite rings, bracelets, and necklaces. You've fashioned the device into jewelry? The earnest Dr. Banner nodded in explanation. Originally, Tony intended to create electronic products like phones and watches, but Princess Shuri thought that such devices might not always be on hand. Thus, they were crafted into wearable accessories. The jewelry would alert the wearer if Skrulls were nearby. Naturally, this was a personal device, while public equipment was located elsewhere. A camera? Ghoulie asked. Indeed. Ghoulie sincerely gave a thumbs up. Without the meddlesome Dr. Strange, the trio before him collectively represented the pinnacle of intelligence, rivaling even Dr. Zola on his own. Charlie, we resolved the question you posed. What are your plans moving forward? Tony remarked, somewhat irritable. They had spent 5 months in Wakanda, and Pepper was nearly driven to madness. Meanwhile, Charlie had vanished for the entirety of that time. Tony couldn't shake the feeling that Ghoulie had grown more handsome. Where he once radiated the charm of a sunny boy, he now exuded a depth and an air of authority. Upon hearing Tony's inquiry, Ghoulie fell into contemplation. Should they eliminate them all, or expel them entirely? It was a dilemma. What do you think, my 3 brilliant friends? As his words lingered in the air, Shuri, Tony, and Banner simultaneously fell into silence. The Earth is the abode of humanity. Do extraterrestrials possess the right to dwell here, especially those capable of transformation at will? What implications does this hold for all of humankind? Ultimately, where will the goodwill of humanity lead? Will it be supplanted by the Skrulls, or will we find ourselves subjugated under their dominion? Su-Rue was the first to speak. Why not reveal their existence and allow all of humanity to decide? In response to her suggestion, Ghoulie waved his hand dismissively. Banner shook his head, while Tony interjected, the opinions of the majority do not determine the fate of the Skrulls. Only the views of a select few hold weight. Why? In Wakanda, our leadership is elected. Su-Rue began, but suddenly halted, acknowledging that agreement among all leaders was merely a consensus of a few. Ordinary Wakandans truly had no say. The group engaged in a fervent discussion, yet they struggled to find a universally accepted perspective. Ghoulie proposed a complete annihilation, but this notion was promptly dismissed by the 3 others. Ultimately, Tony concluded, according to Gu, the incident was instigated by Nick Fury and Captain Marvel. Is that the correct designation? I will confer with Fury before making a decision. While we cannot resort to bloodshed to eliminate them, we certainly cannot allow them to remain on Earth. Both Banner and Su-Rue expressed their agreement first, while Ghoulie remained silent for a moment before indicating his lack of opposition. In his view, consulting with Fury might yield little, and they could address the matter later. Should we postpone decisions regarding the production of these devices until after negotiations? Seeing the 3 nod in agreement, Ghoulie retrieved 5 rings and a dozen cameras from the table. I will return home to install these. Tony, Bruce, would you care to accompany me? Bruce sighed, a wry smile gracing his face. I'm not sure where to go. Due to the existence of these beings, he had been in a state of perpetual dislocation over the years, Brazil, America, India, and he had even been bested by Ghoulie in New York. As he finished speaking, 2 figures swiftly approached from either side, seizing Bruce's arms. Come with me, X2. Witnessing this, Ghoulie felt a pang of regret for being outpaced by Tony and Su-Rue. What is the most scarce resource in the world? Talent. Have you not seen Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., tirelessly recruiting individuals? One Eric alone had warranted such stringent secrecy in his operations. Moreover, Bruce Banner, with his 6 doctoral degrees, is not merely a top-tier scientist. His alter ego, the Hulk, is coveted by many factions. Whether Bruce joins S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra, he stands as a premier asset in both combat and research. Bruce Banner looked in astonishment at the eager gazes of the 2 beside him. Tony, Su-Rue, happiness had arrived so unexpectedly that Dr. Banner found himself at a loss for how to choose. Chief scientist at Stark Industries, with an annual salary of $50 million, including accommodations chief scientist in Wakanda, with an annual salary of $100 million, including accommodations and a partner. Ghoulie, with a mischievous grin, was about to interject when he was immediately silenced by two intense stares. "You be quiet, X2. If he were to speak up, Banner would undoubtedly acquiesce, for within the recently acquired dark magic lies a sealing spell that ensures he would never transform due to overwhelming excitement. What does this signify for Banner, who has wandered for so many years?" Tony and Su-Rue resembled two ravenous wolves, their eyes glinting with greed as they fixated on the innocent lamb that is Banner, eager to draw him into their fold. After a heated debate lasting half an hour, tempers flared, prompting Ghoulie to interject. "In fact, I have just established a company. Why not invest a little and allow Dr. Banner to join us? Wouldn't that essentially mean that the doctor remains under your influence?" Chapter 69. The voting meeting indeed. Upon hearing Ghoulie's words, Tony and Su-Rue instinctively nodded. It is true. Endless quarrels only serve to harm relationships and display a lack of respect for Dr. Banner. "I will invest $5 billion, Tony declared first. "Then I shall contribute $10 billion, Su-Rue replied with a broad smile, his expression clearly indicating to Tony that his family was quite affluent. Observing this, Ghoulie enthusiastically retrieved several agreements from the bag he carried. Come, sign this agreement, and we shall all become partners." From the moment he proposed the idea to the signing of the agreement, less than 20 seconds had elapsed, and Tony and Su-Rue, still in a daze, became partners in the company without even perusing the contents of the agreement. It was only after Ghoulie had taken Tony and Banner away for quite some time that a beaming Su-Rue slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "What the heck? Have I been swindled?" With his handsome features, Ghoulie appeared to be an honest man, yet his actions were decidedly dubious. "What is wrong, Su-Rue?" Su-Rue, with a sorrowful face, threw himself into Chalia's embrace, saying, "Brother, I have been duped out of 10 billion. Upon hearing the figure, Chalia showed no visible reaction. He simply stroked his sister's hair and asked, "What did your brother say?" After a brief moment, Chalia, having heard the entire story, reassured Mr. Superman should not be that kind of person. Tony Stark, having just sat down in Nick Fury's office, was also struck by the realization that he had not reviewed the 5 billion agreement. While Gu often had that little robot transfer money for others, surely he wouldn't deceive his own people. Tony covertly glanced at Gu Charlie, who was exhaling smoke, musing to himself. At this moment, Nick Fury was exceedingly elated. 5 months prior, he had dispatched Natasha to India, yet she had failed to locate Bruce Banner. Today, quite unexpectedly and without any forewarning, Ghoulie had brought Bruce into S.H.I.E.L.D. Although the annual salary of 20 million was somewhat daunting, considering Ghoulie's annual income of merely 12 million, Nick Fury felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Did the three of you come here together for a specific purpose?" Fury inquired in a pleasantly soft tone. However, upon seeing Tony Stark's calm demeanor, a sense of foreboding washed over him. "Fury, I am here to negotiate terms." At this, Fury nodded solemnly. "Go on. Regarding the Skrulls, do you deem it necessary for them to remain on Earth, or should they be completely eradicated? You may choose one to discuss." Tony, without wasting words, delved straight into the subject, startling Nick Fury to the point of jumping. "Wong Defa, what has happened? Have the Skrulls caused casualties?" "No. How could Stark possibly know about the Skrulls?" "Fury, please take this negotiation seriously. I am quite earnest." Nick Fury, in desperation, glanced towards Ghoulie for assistance. "Don't look at Gu. He is simpler than I am. Eliminate them all. You know he is capable of doing so. If he cannot, then I can, along with Hulk." Only then did Nick Fury grasp the gravity of the situation, feeling somewhat exasperated as he demanded, "Why? Give me a reason." "Why? A reason? Is a reason truly necessary? This is Earth, the abode of humanity. You have permitted countless extraterrestrials, capable of assuming the guise of any individual, to remain among us, and I cannot help but ponder your true intentions." Nick Fury, undeterred, retorted, "They cherish peace. They too are victims. But what does that imply? Must the entirety of humankind shoulder the risk? If their numbers swell from mere thousands to tens or even hundreds of thousands, Would they willingly remain as mere guests? What calamity might ensue? You are more aware than anyone. Tony's words plunged Nick Fury into silence. His trembling hand struggled to ignite the cigar between his lips, uncertain whether it was due to agitation or some other reason. After a couple of puffs, he was suddenly seized by a fit of coughing. After a prolonged moment, Nick Fury, breathless, turned to Tony. I need to convene a meeting. Very well. The Black Widow, Hawkeye, Coulson, Hill, Daisy, and others had scarcely entered the conference room when they sensed an overwhelmingly oppressive atmosphere. Rumlow, initially wearing a sincere smile towards Ghoulie, quickly composed himself upon sensing the tension. There was something significant afoot. Should the organization be alerted? Yet, upon meeting Ghoulie's calm gaze, Rumlow felt reassured. The leader is present. All is well. The attendees were all high-ranking officials from S, H, I, E, L, D. With everyone gathered, Nick Fury spoke. Surrender all communication devices. I do not wish for today's discussions to be heard elsewhere. Hill, please leave your phones outside the meeting room. After a few more minutes, upon Hill's return, Nick Fury pressed a button, and the conference room transformed into an impenetrable steel cage. Before we proceed to the vote, allow me to explain the rationale behind it. In 1995, when Coulson was still a novice, we encountered two factions of extraterrestrials during a mission, the Kree and the Skrulls. The war instigated by the Kree rendered the Skrulls homeless. Following that incident, some Skrulls ventured into the cosmos seeking a new home, while others remained on Earth. Each Skrull possesses the ability to shapeshift, assuming the appearance of any human. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the conference room grew chaotic. Agents of S, H, I, E, L, D, who had been merely listening moments ago, were now gripped by anxiety, questioning whether their colleagues were, in fact, Skrulls in disguise. Sensing the rising tension, Ghoulie raised his hand to calm the crowd. Once silence was restored, he began, the vote will cover two propositions. First, extermination. Second, expulsion from Earth. I have spoken. Who is in favor and who is opposed? Ghoulie's commanding presence instilled a sense of dread among the attendees, rendering them mute. Tony sighed in resignation, recognizing the gravity of Ghoulie's stance. Those in favor of expulsion, remain seated. Those in favor of extermination, please stand. Upon hearing this, Rumlow rose without hesitation. But upon realizing he was the only one standing, he awkwardly clarified, I am obeying the organization's orders. Nick Fury, sensing the need for a remedy, urged, if you agree to allow the Skrulls to remain, please raise your hand. As soon as he uttered these words, a pang of regret washed over him, for not a single hand was raised. He desperately wished to add, those who oppose their stay, please raise your hand. Yet he understood that such an action would irrevocably tarnish the hard-earned authority he had established as director. Thus he declared, I shall report the voting results to the Security Council. You may all disperse. With that, Fury pressed the red button, and the attendees departed in silence. Daisy shot a series of urgent glances at Ghoulie, asking what transpired. Ghoulie waved his hand dismissively, replying, I will explain on our way home. Once the crowd had vacated, the meeting room was left with only Ghoulie, Tony, the newly joined Banner, and Hawkeye Clint. Tony exhaled heavily, turning to Ghoulie and inquired, Superman, what shall we do next? We shall wait for that woman to return, came the calm response. Chapter 70 The Woman Which Woman? Ghoulie shrugged nonchalantly. Of course, it's Fury's old mistress, the legendary Captain Marvel. If she doesn't return, Ghoulie was truly prepared to forcefully expel the Skrulls from Earth. As for the violent extermination he had previously exhibited, that was merely to temper the psychological expectations of the dim-witted. Look, I have refrained from slaughtering them for your sake. Driving them out is quite commendable, isn't it? How benevolent of me. Suddenly, Clint, who had been silent during the meeting, spoke up. Mr. Superman, is there a way to distinguish the Skrulls? For a man like him, with a wife and children, family undoubtedly represented his greatest concern and vulnerability, which is why he remained. Just install 2 cameras at home, and you will be able to discern whether they are Skrulls. Thank you, thank you. Hawkeye cautiously accepted the devices and prepared to head home for installation. Allow me to escort you, Just share your address. Ghoulie held a favorable impression of Hawkeye, his stroke of luck. After all, in the previous life, every battle Hawkeye participated in ended in victory, while those he was absent from resulted in defeat. Such a prominent figure must be kept close. Clint nodded and quietly revealed his home location. Instantly, a crackling golden portal materialized, and as the two stepped through, Ghoulie's voice echoed back to the conference room. "Brother, you and Dr. Banner should visit the new restaurant I purchased. Due to Clint's preference for privacy, I shall refrain from detailing his address." At Clint's residence, 3 children playing in the yard suddenly squealed, "Mom, come see Superman." The children naturally overlooked their father standing beside Superman. Observing this, Clint chuckled helplessly. "My children used to adore Iron Man, and now they adore you. As a father, I feel rather inadequate." Yet, Ghoulie could sense the profound affection and happiness woven into Clint's smile. Why not discuss having a child with Mrs. Zhao? The woman emerging from the kitchen was none other than Clint's wife, Laura, a former SHIELD agent who had retired after marrying Clint. "Hello, Mr. Superman. I apologize for the children's exuberance. They truly admire you." Gazing at the children whose eyes sparkled with wonder, Ghoulie smiled appreciatively. "Look at me. Ghoulie has become quite the sensation. Superman, can you take me flying? Superman, may I see your heat vision?" Ghoulie bent down to ruffle the children's hair. "Sure, but you must listen to your mother from now on." After enveloping the 3 children in protective waves of energy, Ghoulie scooped them up and soared into the sky. After approximately 10 minutes of flight, Ghoulie gently descended back into the yard, where Clint and his wife cast him a wistful glance. Ghoulie quickly chuckled. "Clint, I must take my leave. Otherwise, Tony will blame me again." Clint nodded resignedly, secretly wishing to treat Superman to a meal, especially since he had saved both him and Natasha previously, and had now rendered significant assistance. Truly, a remarkable person. Observing the crackling teleportation portal, 3 children exuberantly shouted in delight. "Farewell, Mr. Superman." The enigmatic restaurant, labeled as such not due to its location or any other reason, was shrouded in mystery because Ghoulie could never conjure a fitting name. Tony drove with the somewhat bewildered Banner, taking a moment to caution him. "Doctor, be wary of Goo Charlie. This sly one will sell you out in a heartbeat, and you'll find yourself counting his profits." Still in a daze, Banner chuckled at this. Mr. Superman is a genuinely compassionate person. Tony abruptly halted the car, incredulously gazing at the earnest Banner. Compassionate? He is overflowing with it. In Tony's eyes, Ghoulie was indeed profoundly caring, to the point of it being overwhelming, a sentiment that every attractive woman could sense. Honestly, when he came to see me that day, he went out of his way to evacuate the nearby refugees and generously bestowed upon them a substantial amount of money. Banner recounted slowly, reflecting on that day. "All right then, but you still need to be cautious. Indeed, I, Tony Stark, have not misjudged him. Goo continues to embody a kind-hearted spirit. Where are we headed, Tony?" Banner, perpetually burdened by his own troubles, struggled with severe social anxiety. Goo had previously organized a dinner for his girlfriend, choosing an exquisite restaurant for the occasion. As Tony explained, a sudden thought of that woman's threat crossed his mind. "Doctor, there may be a tough battle tomorrow. We might need your strength." Tony was uncertain of Captain Marvel's prowess, yet he seldom witnessed Ghoulie being cautious, leading him to believe that Goo was unsure of himself. "I will do my best, Tony," Banner replied with a hint of resignation, ultimately unable to evade his fate. Meanwhile, the woman Tony had been preoccupied with was hastily approaching Earth following a summons from Nick Fury's pager. Superman? She would deliver a punch first and ask questions later. She genuinely doubted that anyone could emerge from the pages of a comic. It seemed more likely that it was a ruse to deceive the honest Fury. In Carol S. recollection, Nick Fury still appeared to be that affable, straightforward man. Our earnest Nick Fury, however, was presently consumed by worry in his office. The issue regarding the Skrulls had arisen rather abruptly, leaving him momentarily stunned. How could Tony and the others have discovered the existence of the Skrulls? Moreover, the surveillance footage from the conference room revealed that Ghoulie had even gifted Clint 2 cameras to identify the Skrulls. He simply could not fathom it. Although taken aback, Nick Fury was not excessively concerned. His outburst during the meeting stemmed from a moment of unclarity. Firstly, whether the Security Council would pass a resolution to expel the Skrulls remained uncertain. Secondly, upon Carol's return, Fury found it inconceivable to persuade her. Who could possibly contend with the mighty Captain Marvel, renowned for tearing apart interstellar warships? Although Ghoulie was formidable, he likely was not yet a match for Carol. At least, based on Ghoulie's current demeanor, it seemed improbable that he could best her. This was Fury's assessment, and Tony shared the same sentiment. As for the protagonist of this event, Ghoulie, had you asked him a month ago, he might have echoed similar sentiments. However, the present circumstances are quite different. Humph! You cannot be vanquished. In the opulent banquet hall atop the mysterious restaurant, an expansive space is occupied solely by a single dining table, adorned with a sumptuous array of 108 dishes, reminiscent of the famed Manchu Han imperial feast. On the opposite side of the hall, musicians play classical court melodies, the kind that evokes an irresistible urge to savor every note. Before the exquisite culinary offerings, Iron Man Tony exhibited no semblance of appetite. "Goo, do you possess confidence?" Dr. Banner, indulging in the delicacies, lifted his gaze towards the nonchalant Ghoulie, genuinely intrigued by the true prowess of the woman spoken of by Goo and Tony. He wondered if she could incite excitement in the Hulk. "Tony, my friend, let us partake in the feast and revel in the drink." Chapter 71. Her arrival once again. It was a tranquil evening. Ghoulie soared through the skies with young Peter on his back, accompanied by the continuous shrieks of Peter Parker. While flying with Hawkeye's child during the day, Ghoulie suddenly realized he had never taken little Peter out to play. Thus, after dinner, he decided to take his older nephew for a brief flight. He aspired to be an exemplary man, much like Grey Wolf. Upon landing, little Peter began to unleash his chatty nature, prompting Ghoulie to hastily remind him, "Peter, you haven't finished your homework." Oh no. The Holland version of Spider-Man, with his doll-like visage, made the 10-year-old Peter appear closer to 7 or 8. Moreover, being raised somewhat askew by his Uncle Ghoulie, he exuded a slightly rebellious aura. In summary, the little Dutch boy, imbued with a bully's charm, frequently danced with his little girlfriends. After entertaining little Peter, Ghoulie stealthily slipped into May's room. Having just completed her yoga session, May's attire accentuated her perfect curves. Among Ghoulie's 3 girlfriends, Ms. Zhao Hailuan resembled a flawless treasure. Daisy was the innocent sweetheart, and May embodied the nurturing older sister. This was one reason he found himself ensnared, rarely spending nights away from home. Whenever the night deepened and the VIP chapters unfolded, he couldn't help but express his gratitude to the cerebral system. In his youth, he had taken the system for granted. Now, as he approached the VIP chapters, he felt the need to remind underage individuals to discreetly depart. After hours of intimacy, amidst the surging waves, a melodious notification chimed once more. "Congratulations! You have obtained Unipower Fragment 17. The enigmatic Unipower amplifies the host's various attributes: endurance, agility, energy blasts, object manipulation, molecular control, flight, and more." Ghoulie stared in astonishment, his eyes wide open. How had the system suddenly transformed? Previously, it had never granted fragments. Moreover, with the emergence of the cosmic Captain Spider-Man's enigmatic power, was it intended for him to acquire superpowers from the multiverse's Spider-Man in the future? The cosmic Captain and the enigmatic Unipower belong to the Eternal, one of the 4 great abstract entities, serving as its guardian. This peak power lies between the cosmic and multiversal levels. As for the superheroes who have served as the Cosmic Captain, they include Spider-Man, Deadpool, Doctor Strange, and the Invisible Woman. The 17 fragment. If it were a complete Unipower, it could directly herald the mid-phase conclusion of the cinematic universe. The numbering of the MCU is widely recognized as 199999, with the main universe numbered 616, the Ultimate Universe as 1610, and the Universe 838, infamous for the demise of the Illuminati at the hands of Wanda. Yet, in that universe, Doctor Strange's girlfriend, Christine, informed him that the cinematic universe's number is 616. As for why this is the case, we shall not dwell on it. The subsequent storyline will utilize the MCU number 199999. Returning to the perspective, Gu Li was taken aback to discover the enigmatic force known as unipower manifesting within the cinematic universe. Does this imply that the family of inheritors, who feed upon the spider totems, might also make an appearance? To elucidate, the inheritor family sustains themselves on various totems and possesses an innate ability to counter all spider totems save for that of Peter Parker, the very source of Spider-Man's power. The formidable Captain Universe Spider-Man was effortlessly vanquished by the leader of the inheritor family, Soros. Further details shall be elaborated upon later. Moreover, the eternal nature entwined with unipower is far beyond Gu Li's current capabilities to grasp. Little Kalami Gu, with a sense of melancholy, rubbed his forehead. Alas, this time the reward was not the soul sword of the formidable Aunt May, an artifact imbued with the power of a guaranteed fatal strike. Regardless of one's strength, under the command of Aunt May, one would meet an untimely demise. The soul sword originates from the live-action series Toy Spider-Man, a work that Stan Lee himself acknowledged as part of the Spider-Man legacy, as opposed to the alternate Spider-Man narratives that lack official recognition. Of course, Marvel's acknowledgement is inconsequential. For Gu Li, the reward is paramount. Should the opportunity to acquire the soul sword arise in the future, he would be invincible, able to confront any adversary he deemed unworthy. That being said, the myriad Spider-Men and the inheritor family from the multiverse are unlikely to surface in the cinematic universe anytime soon, unless the production companies across the wall commence filming. The emergence of unipower left Gu Li pondering deeply, leading him to a restless slumber in the early hours of the morning. In stark contrast, Tony Stark remained wide awake throughout the night, plagued once again by his fear of inadequate firepower. A wave of helpless despondency enveloped his mind, compelling him to sit before the screen for the entire night. "Jarvis, how many of the Mark series can engage in combat?" he inquired, his eyes bloodshot. "Sir, excluding those unsuitable for combat such as medical transport units, there are still 42 capable of participating in battle." After integrating the true Edmund alloy, he had spent 5 months in Wakanda, causing the development of the new Mark suit to stagnate. Not enough, we require more. Could an entirely unprecedented Captain Marvel compel Tony Stark to capitulate?
Impossible.
He would not yield, nor would he falter. More. Tony's mind was consumed with the notion of additional Mark suits. He aimed to arm the entirety of Earth. Whether it be extraterrestrials or Captain Marvel, any entity threatening Earth's safety would be deemed an adversary of the Mark Legion. It is rather ironic, initially, due to the Chitauri invasion of New York, Tony had been left with the residual effects of inadequate firepower. Now, with the potential emergence of Captain Marvel, he found himself preemptively afflicted. Such is his nature, possessing the flaws of an ordinary person, while what others perceive as selfishness is merely rhetoric. No one ever envisioned him as a superhero, often claiming he was ill-suited for the role. Yet, the outcome was that during the Battle of New York, he heroically charged towards the wormhole with a nuclear bomb, prepared for sacrifice. Sokovia, Titan, Tony has always been the one at the forefront. In the climactic battle of 2023, he snapped his fingers, standing shoulder to shoulder with deities despite his mortal form. This is why Gu Li would say to him that being a superhero is exhausting. The more one accomplishes, the louder the voices of doubt become. If one must take on such a role, they ought to emulate a top-tier idol like Azu. Hey, I don't eat beef. Though their personalities align closely, their philosophies diverge, leading to occasional conflicts. Yet this time, Tony wishes to assist Gu Li. In a gathering place of the Skrulls, Nick Fury engages in casual conversation with the current Skrull leader, Talos. Suddenly, a figure enveloped in golden light, radiating unparalleled power, descends from the heavens. Fury, where is that Superman? Chapter 72. What kind of man is he? In the Skrull gathering place, Talos greeted Carol with a hint of excitement. It's been a while. Carol, have you found a suitable home? After years of absence, Carol's return suggested she had indeed discovered a new haven for the Skrulls. As the leader of the Skrulls, Talos chose to overlook certain behaviors exhibited by his kin over the years. He understood they had been repressed for far too long and needed occasional release. Thus, when some of his people transformed into high-ranking officials within human society, he refrained from intervening. However, he was acutely aware that if this continued, dissatisfaction would inevitably arise, leading to unforeseen consequences. Indeed, following the climactic battle, the superheroes gradually retired, leaving the remaining Skrulls on Earth dissatisfied with their circumstances, which culminated in a covert invasion. Talos' inquiry made Carol feel somewhat awkward. She had been preoccupied with liberating other races oppressed by the Kree, neglecting her mission to assist the Skrulls in finding a new home. Soon, Talos' Nick Fury interjected, lightening the mood as he turned to his old friend Carol. Should we go find him now? The seemingly nonsensical exchange left Talos momentarily perplexed. Find who? Superman? What for? Fury, didn't you inform Talos? Ultimately, accepting the inevitability of the situation, Nick Fury revealed to Talos the internal decision of S.H.I.L.D. Expel us? Or annihilate us? Talos exclaimed in disbelief. The news was utterly unexpected, leaving them unprepared. Why? Fury exchanged a knowing glance with Talos. Feeling a sense of resignation, they perceived the Skrulls as a threat. Is it not just one individual? Carol raised an eyebrow, initially believing it to be the decision of a solitary person. If it was a collective decision, however, then let us persuade them. With me, Carol, the Skrulls won't stir up any trouble. Staying on Earth should pose no issue. Fury, take me to him for a proper discussion. Carol, having read Superman comics in her youth, was eager to discover what sort of being would dare to assume the mantle of Superman. I'll make a call. Moments later, a crackling golden portal materialized, and Ghoulie emerged, clad in a dark battle garb adorned with a large tomato emblem on his chest, pulsating with fervor. Ghoulie had envisioned numerous scenarios for his encounter with Captain Marvel, such as the current standoff. In that instant, as their gazes collided, they both recognized the fierce determination igniting within each other's eyes. Shall we fight? Let us fight. In a heartbeat, two figures soared skyward. Within mere seconds, they had ascended to the heavens. Ghoulie unleashed two streams of golden heat vision, which collided with the cosmic energy emanating from Carol's outstretched arms. A resounding explosion of energy reverberated through the skies. On the ground, Nick Fury and Talos could no longer discern the figures of Ghoulie and Carol in the sky, as their speed had surpassed the limits of human vision. The only spectacle visible was the vibrant energy radiating through the air and the golden heat vision emanating from Ghoulie. With a single hand, Ghoulie formed intricate seals, and a series of crimson magical arrays rose and fell, instantly enveloping his feet. Defense, power, swiftness, endurance. Over 100 magical arrays converged at his feet. In that moment, he resembled the most dazzling beacon in the sky. This was the culmination of a month of self-study in Kamartaj. Ghoulie had become a master of dark magic. After a lengthy pursuit, Carol realized she could never catch up to that vexing figure. It was evident that he had no intention of engaging in close combat. Can you not fight like a man? Carol's thunderous roar echoed, causing Ghoulie to furrow his brow. Do you want to eat a pancake? I'm a ranged dark magician. Do you expect me to engage in close-quarters combat like I'm Gandalf or something? Dodging the cosmic energy unleashed by Carol's arms, Ghoulie brought his hands together, executing a dazzling array of gestures with remarkable speed. Arise! Countless dark entities crawled from another dimension, swiftly shrouding the entire sky, engulfing Carol's figure within their numbers. The Ancient One, sensing the disturbance above New York, cast a bewildered glance at Ghoulie, who was surrounded by an impressive array of magical circles. Does he not realize that borrowed magical power must be repaid? To bestow such an extravagant display upon oneself is truly wasteful. In all my years as the Supreme Sorceress, I have never dared to wield magic in such a manner. What a spendthrift! Suddenly, Ghoulie felt every hair on his body stand on end as a wave of terrifying energy surged forth. There, suspended high in the air, Carol shimmered with colorful light, resembling a celestial being. The monstrous entities that had once overwhelmed her had been entirely vanquished. Dual star form? Ghoulie quickly set aside his playful thoughts. It was clearly a moment when Carol was dead serious. Superman, you are impressive. Boom! 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 The invisible shockwaves from their collision reverberated through the air, creating sonic booms that echoed like thunder, shaking the very heavens. It was akin to the wrath of a deity, resonating throughout the world and causing all to tremble. The Skrull gathering on the ground had already been devastated by the energy waves unleashed during their battle. Nick Fury shouted into the sky. Stop. You two. Cease this madness. If this continues, not only will New York be utterly destroyed, but the compensation for the damaged buildings alone could cripple S.H.I.A.L.D. Fortunately, the Skrulls were allies. Negotiating compensation with Talos would allow for some flexibility. In a moment of distraction, Ghoulie found himself seized by Carol, who slammed him down to the ground, leaving a long trench in her wake. The earlier shout from the egghead had misled him into thinking it was pouring rain. Regaining his composure, Ghoulie unleashed a shockwave that propelled Carol, who was mounted upon him, into the stratosphere. Rising swiftly, he ascended, and the two soared from the heights of 10,000 meters into the vastness of outer space. As the combatants vanished from sight, Nick Fury exhaled a sigh of relief, reassured that, at the very least, they could still afford the repercussions. Elsewhere in New York, Tony and Banner fixated on the images transmitted by the Stark satellite. Ghoulie and the woman engaged in a fierce confrontation in outer space, with the nearby America satellite suffering dire consequences. Within mere moments, countless satellites were obliterated by the searing energy beams and cosmic forces unleashed by Carol. Tony, it seems we need not intervene, Mr. Superman alone should suffice to handle that woman, Banner observed. Tony, his eyes bloodshot, nodded in agreement, realizing that his concerns for Goo Charlie had been misplaced, as the latter now held the upper hand. In a hushed tone, Tony whispered, Goo has become remarkably powerful. I have never seen him venture into outer space before. Suddenly, the satellite signal flickered as if lost, freezing the image in an instant, when Jarvis's voice resonated. Sir, it appears that Mr. Goo and his companion have engaged in battle on the moon. Chapter 73, Arguments over Victory Moon. Two figures entwined in a fierce struggle suddenly descended from the heavens, crashing onto the lunar surface with a resounding thud, creating a profound crater. According to the law of no harm with smoke, as the dust settled, the scene revealed Ghoulie perched upon Carol, gripping her neck. Do you yield? Do you yield? Years later, Ghoulie would distill his experience into a singular piece of wisdom. Never engage in a quarrel with a woman, unless it is in the bedroom. In that moment, an enraged Carol seemed to have lost all reason, spitting at Ghoulie. The absurdity of the scene left Ghoulie utterly bewildered. Spitting? Such a childish act, truly. After all, you are Captain Marvel. How can you behave so disgracefully? Have the courage to let me go and try again, she thought. Carol had never tasted defeat in all her years, and now to be held by the throat and questioned about her submission was utterly intolerable. Ghoulie, unable to contain himself, teasingly patted her cheek with his free hand. Let you go? Your looks are mediocre, yet your aspirations are grand. Inadvertently, he voiced his true feelings. No sooner had he spoken than a wave of terrifying energy surged forth, and Carol, beneath him, seemed to erupt with fervor. The violent energy overturned Ghoulie, and Carol appeared utterly mad. You call me ugly? Ghoulie quickly protested. No, I didn't say that. Stop fabricating nonsense. The Carol before him was undeniably in a state of explosive energy. Something was amiss. The winds howled. Ugly, is it? Yet you are so handsome. What transpired thereafter remains a mystery. The two combatants reappeared on the moon 2.5 days later, at a farm base on the outskirts of New York. Carol beamed with joy, radiating like the first rays of dawn. Her demeanor had brightened, dispelling any lingering frustration from her earlier encounter with Ghoulie. At least in the realm of arguments, she had never tasted defeat. In stark contrast, Ghoulie's complexion was pale, as if he had emerged from a nightmare, feeling as though he might disintegrate at any moment. Truly, one must never engage in an argument with a woman. There is no clear victory or defeat. He felt utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally, perplexed at how, despite being the renowned ruler of Zuin and possessing eloquent speech, he could not best Carol in a war of words. The two superhumans had quarreled for a full 2.5 days, with neither side emerging victorious, resulting in a stalemate, and they ultimately decided to postpone their dispute for another day. When Ghoulie returned home and soaked in a bath, he fell asleep almost instantly, only to be carried to bed by Ms. Zhao. What have you been up to? Exhausted to this extent? Far away in Kamartaj, the Supreme Sorceress Ancient One expressed her thoughts on the matter. Today's youth truly know how to play. I've never witnessed an argument escalate to such an extent. These two extraordinary individuals are indeed a rare pair of oddities. Nick Fury and Talos waited for 2.5 days without seeing Carol return, which only deepened Fury's intrigue regarding Gu Li's silence. It was as if both had evaporated from existence. Could they have perished together? As the thought flashed through Fury's mind, it relentlessly assaulted his brain, causing him to clutch his chest in pain. The loss of two key figures in S.H.I.A.L.D. was devastating. They were crucial to the future formation of the Avengers. Superman. Captain Marvel. Gone? How could I possibly carry on without you? Fury slammed his fist down in frustration, his heart heavy with regret. He longed for solitude to reflect on his actions. How foolish he had been to agree to expel the Skrulls without considering the consequences. Why did he feel the need to summon Carol back? Now, both of his aces were lost in an instant. Even if the Avengers could be assembled in the future, finding individuals as formidable as Carol and Gu Li would be nearly impossible. The pain was overwhelming. Talos stood in bewilderment, watching Fury depart alone, his figure exuding an air of desolation. Was it over? Were they not to be expelled? Yet no one answered his silent questions. Equally perplexed were Tony and Banner, who had been attentively observing the battle. "Doctor, do you think those two have become addicted to fighting on the moon?" Tony queried, utterly confused. Had it not been for Banner's intervention, he would have flown to the moon to witness the outcome of their clash. More than 2 days had passed since their battle began, and there had been no word on who emerged victorious. "Tony, let us wait a little longer. Mr. Superman and that woman are both incredibly powerful. They should be all right," Bruce Banner reassured him. He had always perceived the Hulk as a significant threat to humanity. Yet after witnessing the devastation caused by Gu Li and that woman in combat, he realized that, in comparison, the Hulk seemed rather endearing. After all, the destruction wrought by the Hulk was merely localized chaos. In contrast, those two, particularly Superman with his heat vision, were akin to a devastating area of effect weapon, causing destruction on a grand scale, far exceeding the Hulk's impact. The woman unleashed cosmic energy with her arms, each explosion rivaling the force of a cannonball. During their aerial confrontation, the shockwaves alone obliterated buildings within several kilometers. Fortunately, the area was remote, preventing any casualties. As the sun rose and set, another day slipped by. For those anxiously waiting, this day felt torturous. Upon awakening, Gu Li glanced at the wives surrounding him and felt a twinge of guilt. Their faces were etched with concern, and as they saw him awaken, they hurriedly inquired if he felt better. Their caring words deepened his sense of remorse. He thought to himself, "I truly deserve this." He had never anticipated that Captain Marvel would react in such a manner. He had not heard that provoking her would lead to such explosive responses. Upon hearing remarks about her appearance, she had gone nearly mad, arguing in 7 different languages, making it impossible for him to appease her. How could one possibly endure such a situation? For a full 2 days, he had never engaged in such a heated exchange with anyone. After all, cursing is one thing, but putting one's life on the line is another. Yet, Carol fought as if her very existence depended on it. The ordeal was agonizing, yet the outcome was delightful. Who would have thought that an argument could yield a cultural level of 3 and 3 extraordinary abilities within just 2 days? In all the years Gu Li had been bound to the system, he had never experienced such bountiful rewards as he did now. Feeling the enhanced strength coursing through him, more potent than ever before, Gu Li pulled his girlfriend close, relishing her presence. He resolved to dedicate his time to cherishing her and to refrain from any distractions. With that thought in mind, he fell into a deep slumber. In a mysterious dimension, a frail woman clad in a purple robe wielded a pickaxe, mechanically repeating her laborious task. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. In this pitch-black, unknown realm, she had been mining for an entire year. A year, indeed. Who could fathom the trials she endured during that time? That wretched human. All she did was succumb to her impulses and touch his chiseled chest, but her lack of restraint startled him awake. As a consequence, she was cast into this dreadful place. Mining. That accursed creature deserved to be damned. Chapter 74. 3 types of superpowers. Through the guidance of the character Carol Danvers, you have achieved a cultural level of 3, acquiring the ability of energy absorption, the capacity to absorb the vast majority of energy from the cosmos and immunity to it. You have also gained energy manipulation, the power to control various types of cosmic energy. Additionally, you have mastered piloting skills, excelling in the operation of diverse aircraft. Aside from the somewhat perplexing piloting skills, the other two superpowers are truly remarkable. The ability to absorb energy encompasses everything from solar radiation to various cosmic energies, as well as electric beams, all of which can be absorbed to enhance one's physical strength. This ability bears a resemblance to the mutant power of Sebastian Shaw from the X-Men, yet it possesses an even higher potential. Furthermore, it grants immunity to most forms of cosmic energy. It is no wonder that a superhero named Captain Marvel is endowed with such prowess. The mere act of energy absorption elevates Gu Li's magical resistance to its zenith, explaining why Carol could disregard heat vision during their battle. Moreover, energy absorption in combat is akin to a bug. Siphoning life and energy during a fight allows for infinite endurance. Imagine an adversary who, upon striking you, absorbs the energy expelled from you and then wields it against you. The absurdity is palpable. As for energy manipulation, the ability to control various cosmic energies enables one to unleash powerful energy waves and lasers for long-range attacks, making it a perfect complement to energy absorption. Were it not for Gu Li's plethora of superpowers, his encounter with Carol would have likely ended much sooner. Even so, he found himself unable to contend with her, with Carol's magical resistance at its peak, allowing her to disregard heat vision. Gu Li resorted to molecular restructuring to counter her controlled cosmic energy. Ironically, shockwaves proved to be a countermeasure against her full magical resistance, though it was merely a limitation. Her physical defenses were formidable as well. One could assert that based on Carol's combat capabilities showcased in the two Captain Marvel films, disregarding the plot's contrived elements, she stands as the mightiest force within the Avengers. As for the reasons behind her not being allowed to snap her fingers or why she could not outpace Thanos' blade, those inquiries are best directed at the director. Among the array of powers possessed by Carol, Gu Li yearned most for cosmic awareness and binary form. Cosmic awareness, a premonition ability that far surpasses Spider-Man's spider sense, is a form of macro-level foresight and omnipresent perception across the universe, often referred to as the seventh sense. The binary form, conversely, represents Carol's most iconic transformation, drawing its power from the enigmatic white holes that radiate energy, in stark contrast to black holes that consume everything. In her binary form, Captain Marvel has inflicted harm upon beings of stellar might and has even apprehended a director of a population control office. Not to mention her remarkable feat of igniting a Kree sun, akin to a Super Saiyan transformation for Carol. Once again, I find myself insatiably greedy. After a moment of self-reflection, Gu Li nestled into Ms. Zhao's embrace and fell into a deep slumber. There is no comfort quite like that of one's own bed. The cot at the farm base was rather unforgiving. The following morning, Nick Fury finally received a call from Carol, facilitated by the second-in-command of the farm base, Red Spider. "Carol, what is the outcome? How could you have lost?" Frey's reaction caused Carol to feel quite flustered, leaving her at a loss for words to articulate her feelings. Surely, she couldn't confide in Fry that she had developed a close bond with Gu Li. After all, Fry had called her back to assist in dealing with someone, only for her to cultivate an unexpectedly profound connection with the very individual in question. What a predicament this was. "Fry, could you consult with Talos? I need a few days to take them away from Earth." After hanging up the phone, Carol reminisced about the chaotic events of the past few days, resting her forehead in her hand in despair. Why was I so angry back then? That guy is merely more attractive and somewhat more capable. Yet, there was no denying that he was indeed quite handsome. Carol found herself perplexed by her emotions, a sentiment shared by Gu Li, who, while cuddling with Ms. Zhao at home and watching television, also pondered why he had been unable to restrain himself. Was it truly the allure of his extraordinary abilities? In that moment, the inexplicably mutual connection had sparked a certain thrill, but as time passed, it morphed into a rivalry where neither Gu Li nor Carol would concede, continuing to resolve their conflicts through a different form of combat. The result? A mutual defeat. One must realize that these were two superhumans, both needing a day of rest to recuperate, illustrating just how fierce their battle had been. "Darling, the research lab needs to hire more personnel," Ms. Zhao suddenly remarked, reclining in Gu Li's embrace. Despite having inexplicably secured 2 substantial investments that alleviated her funding concerns for the foreseeable future, Ms. Zhao had grown weary of the financial strain tied to Hammer Industries. She relished the sensation of being supported by Gu Li. However, there was an urgent need for staff. Even though Wolverine could easily replace several scientists, some assistants were still necessary to handle the mundane tasks. Gu Li gently pinched Ms. Zhao's cheek, saying, "I'll devise a plan. I have a few fans who would be quite suitable." He had been rather busy lately, almost forgetting his promise to Max to assist her in finding employment. Thus far, he had only received 2 rewards from Max, indicating he still had much work to do. Indeed, he needed to exert effort. Without diligence, even the slightest reward would elude him. Gu Li was not unprincipled. He simply yearned for extraordinary abilities. Speaking of which, Max's best friend, Jane Foster, who happened to be Thor's girlfriend, was also a commendable scientist. Additionally, there was Betty, the girlfriend of Bruce Banner, and General Ross's daughter, who was destined to become the future president. Both were excellent choices. Do not misunderstand. They were merely remarkable scientists. Although Gu Li had a penchant for beauty, he had not reached the point of indiscriminate selection. Had he traversed time earlier or acted sooner, the circumstances might have been different. Yet, he had not taken action at that time. Gu Li carefully considered his options. It appeared that there were not many female characters within the cinematic universe available for his pursuit, especially those endowed with formidable powers. Among them, there is Dormammu's niece, Clea, the white-haired woman in purple who makes her final appearance in Wanda's quest for kinship, and the ruler of the dark dimension thereafter. This Clea is not to be confused with another. Furthermore, there is the High Priestess Aisha of the Sovereign, who is none other than the mother of Adam Warlock, portrayed by the statuesque Elizabeth Debicki, with her golden skin and towering height of 190 centimeters. She is a woman capable of opening the front car door with her legs while seated in the back. A figure so commanding that even the supreme evolved villain must stand on a stool to meet her gaze. If all goes as anticipated, the reward bestowed by Aisha should indeed be the superpowers of Adam Warlock. This individual is destined to become a true powerhouse. Raising a living tribunal as a son? Chapter 75. A new member. Could one truly raise a life tribunal as a son? It seems not entirely out of the question, yet a significant hurdle presents itself. Aisha, the High Priestess of the Sovereign, hails from a race that venerates genetic propagation. To ensure the absolute purity of their lineage, the Sovereign employs bespoke artificial cocoons for procreation. They harbor no interest in natural conception or the processes thereof, to the extent of expressing outright disdain. Aisha's son, the sorcerer Adam, is not a product of natural birth, which complicates Gu Li's aspirations to pursue her. Furthermore, Aisha embodies the arrogance of a queen who walks upon carpets. However, the mere thought of her long, fair legs ignited Gu Li's excitement. In her arms, Ms. Zhao rolled her eyes and muttered, "Control yourself during daylight." Yet her words only fueled Gu Li's fervor. In an instant, the living room blossomed with a vibrant atmosphere, rhythmic sounds echoing continuously. Upon the announcement of their departure by the leader Taruz, the Skrull community exhibited mixed reactions, some elated, others sorrowful, yet the majority perplexed. Why? There was no reason. SHIELD had issued a decree for complete evacuation within a month, or face dire consequences. Taruz found himself in a whirlpool of emotions, half bewildered and half relieved. The bewilderment stemmed from his uncertainty about the Skrull's future. Would they continue to wander? Would they persist in being hunted by the Kree? The enmity between the Kree and Skrulls involved millennia of conflict, entangled with the grievances of the 3 great empires of the galaxy and the Nova Corps. More on that later. The relief arose from the realization that the dire circumstances he had long feared might not manifest on Earth. The other half of his sentiment was laced with concern. Those of his kin who had transformed into human officials had already succumbed to the corruption of American life, and they would not leave so easily. From Fury, he had learned that the once mighty Captain Marvel had fallen, defeated by the recently ascendant Superman. If the Skrulls chose to remain, Superman would undoubtedly unleash a massacre, a warning relayed directly from his old friend Fury. Glancing at his daughter Jaya, portrayed by Daenerys, Taruz pondered her adaptation to human societal norms. Her memories, her childhood, her friendships, all anchored on Earth. How could he elucidate this to Jaya? Lost in contemplation, he was, meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury carved out time to orchestrate the evacuation of the Skrulls, assigning dozens of agents to aid in their departure. His willingness stemmed from two primary factors. Firstly, Captain Marvel's request, as Fury had unwavering trust in her due to their long-standing friendship. He was always ready to oblige her, a testament to their mutual understanding. Secondly, the previously enigmatic force that had relentlessly assaulted S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had fallen silent, granting him a brief respite to contemplate the formation of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers. Superman, Iron Man, the Hulk, Black Widow, and Hawkeye had already begun to form a rudimentary structure for the Avengers. Nick Fury would oversee the grand design, Superman and the Hulk would serve as the frontline strength. Black Widow and Hawkeye would manage intelligence operations, and as for Iron Man, Tony Stark, he would be responsible for the finances. In the not-so-distant future, Fury intends to appoint Coulson to oversee S.H.I.E.L.D., thereby freeing up time to focus on matters concerning the Avengers. The notion of forming the Avengers can be traced back to 1995, when he confronted the Kree alongside Captain Marvel, Carol. It was from that moment that Fury envisioned assembling a team of superheroes to tackle various threats. Now, the necessary personnel are in place to establish the Avengers. It would be even better if that Asgardian god of thunder were present. Fury found himself yearning for Thor. There would be fried chicken, there would be beer, and there would be the god of thunder as well. Although the impending expulsion of the Skrulls has caused him considerable distress, the thought of Carol's recent phone call, in which she mentioned her intention to visit Earth frequently, instantly uplifted his spirits. He remains acutely aware of the relative weight of the Skrulls versus Carol, especially given the unified stance within S.H.I.E.L.D. on expelling the Skrulls. The only puzzle he could not unravel was why Carol had changed her mind. She had never returned to Earth before. This enigma perplexed him deeply. Just then, the formidable Hill entered, knocking on the door. Fury, the identification devices provided by Stark and Superman have arrived. Let us store them in the warehouse for now. I'll go find Talos later. The arrival of numerous devices to identify the Skrulls illuminated a stark reality for Nick Fury. Tony and Goulia's plan to expel the Skrulls was not a sudden whim. It had been meticulously plotted for quite some time. No wonder it was Stark. He was capable of creating such technology. After a brief moment of reflection, Fury found himself invigorated rather than disheartened. After all, Stark was an advisor to S.H.I.E.L.D. Meanwhile, our Iron Man, Tony Stark, was welcoming new members to their ranks. Only Tony, Ethan, and Goulia's trio had finally welcomed a new addition. The Hulk, Bruce Banner. Tony, are you all forming a little group behind S.H.I.E.L.D.'s back? The honest-faced Banner was filled with confusion. If even a genuinely good person like Superman could join such a group, it illustrated the perilous nature of society, prompting Dr. Banner to contemplate retreating into seclusion once more. He, a simple man, felt ill-equipped to navigate such complexities. Doctor, we have no ulterior motives. Our sole purpose is to safeguard Earth's security. You know how much S.H.I.E.L.D. is entangled with the upper echelons of America. Upon hearing this, Banner nodded in agreement. The Super Soldier program, which had been revived back then, was orchestrated by the military with the involvement of the American government. It was precisely due to the unforeseen consequences of that program that he transformed into the Hulk. And the abomination was born as well. In the eyes of the higher-ups, the importance of a super soldier far outweighed the safety of ordinary citizens. Is Superman not joining us? He and Ethan will be here shortly. Suddenly recalling something, Tony hastily added, Doctor, we haven't yet decided on a name for our organization. Banner. He felt an inexplicable sense of regret, but considering the annual salary of $20 million, he resolved to endure. Considering the salary from S.H.I.E.L.D. and the remuneration from Mr. Superman's company, he, having taken on 3 jobs, will soon be able to purchase a magnificent mansion. Tony, perhaps you and Mr. Superman should decide. As I am not particularly adept at naming things, Banner remarked earnestly. For some reason, as soon as Banner finished speaking, he noticed Tony's lips twitching several times in front of him. He has already come up with a name, but Ethan and I feel it is somewhat ostentatious and does not align with our image. The earnest Banner, filled with curiosity, inquired, what name could provoke such a reaction from Tony? The answer was the Explosive Gang. Chapter 76. The 6 Infinity Stones, New York, Manhattan. The Stark Tower, a self-sufficient skyscraper powered entirely by an arc reactor and utilizing clean energy, would later become known as the Avengers Tower. A small group of 4 engaged in a fair and transparent voting process, ultimately deciding to name their organization the Explosive Gang. During the voting, Tony unhesitatingly cast his dissenting vote, finding the name too ostentatious for his taste. Dr. Ethan, on the other hand, chose to abstain, enjoying a carefree life supported by a global surveillance network composed of Transformer Soundwave and several Stark satellites. Whenever a terrorist threat was detected, a simple phone call would summon Superman, who would resolve the situation instantaneously. However, Ethan often found it perplexing that Superman would sometimes arrive in little more than his undergarments, and his forceful methods left many terrorists trembling in fear. This has led to Superman acquiring a vast fanbase worldwide, with his exposed physique driving women into a frenzy. Meanwhile, the newly inducted mild-mannered Bruce Banner voted in favor of the name, wishing to avoid complications and trusting Gu Li's character. With a narrow margin of 2-1, the renowned Explosive Gang's Marvel branch was established. The leadership was shared between Gu Li and Tony, with Dr. Ethan appointed as the logistics manager and Dr. Banner overseeing the research department. The foremost task for the newly formed Explosive Gang was to supervise the complete evacuation of the Skrulls from Earth. The surveillance cameras across the streets of New York had been replaced, and the next phase involved installing cameras donated by Stark Industries throughout America, a process expected to take approximately 20 days. It was inevitable that some Skrulls would slip through the cracks. Gu, is there any other way to identify all the Skrulls at once? As Tony's words hung in the air, the others turned their gaze towards Gu Li, as if he possessed the solution to any dilemma. I shall think of a method, Gu Li responded. Such a large-scale search could only be executed by Professor X, Charles Xavier, although it was unfortunate that the MCU currently lacked mutants and would require a crossover into the Fox universe. Perhaps they could wait for Deadpool 3 to be released? Alternatively, they could find a way to connect with Wanda and acquire chaos magic, then proclaim no more Skrulls. However, the chaos magic recently obtained might still be insufficiently potent, requiring further evolution to achieve such strength. Moreover, Wanda harbored significant biases against Gu Li, believing his interest in her was driven by ulterior motives. Her anticipated outcome was accurate, though her objective was misguided. Gu Li was indeed drawn to her, but his primary desire was for the chaos magic. If all else failed, perhaps consulting the Ancient One would yield some solutions? As this thought flickered through his mind, a golden halo of crackling energy appeared in an instant. I shall seek out a powerful ally, Gu Li declared. Outside Kamartaj, shortly after Gu Li's arrival and after playing with the fate cards a couple of times, the voice of the Ancient One echoed from a distant portal. Come forth. The impression Gu Li received from the Ancient One was that of a wise elder, akin to a respected mentor. Indeed, this is the case. The Ancient One is particularly attentive to Gu Li, fearful that he may stray from the righteous path. Is there a spell for locating a particular race on a grand scale, Master? Gu Li inquires. What are your intentions? Without needing to guess, the Ancient One perceives that Gu Li harbors ulterior motives. Could it be that the young lad aspires to become a slave master? Selling slaves is an inhumane act. The Ancient One admonishes with sagacity. Master, you misunderstand me. What I seek are extraterrestrials, specifically the Skrulls hidden on Earth. Blah blah blah. After a brief moment, upon hearing Gu Li's words, the Ancient One's usually impassive visage furrows slightly. You are changing yet again. Master, my very existence is a disruption. I harbor no other intentions than to improve my own condition. If possible, I would not mind guiding Earth towards a better future as well. Upon hearing this, the Ancient One is taken aback for a few seconds, followed by a period of silence lasting several minutes. Very well, I shall assist you this time, but you must pay my fee separately. Now it is Gu Li's turn to be astonished, his eyes widening in disbelief as he exclaims, "What? As you said, even superheroes need to eat and spend money. My request is quite reasonable, isn't it?" "Indeed, it is reasonable," Gu Li fervently nods. "Any issue that can be resolved with money is no issue at all. If it cannot be resolved, it must be due to insufficient funds." Calculating the time, Gu Li realizes that Kuntasha's mining career is nearing its end. He intends to have her assist in transferring additional funds from others, especially since the elusive Xiamiluan had left some traces initially, having been tracked by both Jarvis and Dr. Zola. Kuntasha's ability to transfer funds to others should surpass that of Ultron. Once the troublesome Skrulls are dispatched, he can finally seek new superpowers. Due to his prior concerns about finding a woman who was a green-skinned Skrull, Gu Li has not pursued new connections for quite a while. With the concerted efforts of various factions, the evacuation of the Skrulls from Earth proceeds systematically. Wakanda provides the ships for their departure, with essential supplies sponsored by Tony Stark and Gu Li. Initially, there were extremists reluctant to leave, but after Gu Li captured over 100 Skrulls and deposited them into the S.H.I.E.L.D. prison within an hour, they complied with the evacuation efforts. Finally, a month later, the bothersome Skrulls completely vacate Earth, soaring into the depths of the cosmos under Carol's leadership. Gu Li rests his head on Ms. Zhao's lap, glancing at the date, January 11, 2011. Calculating the time, Captain America, who has been frozen for 70 years, is soon to be unearthed from the Arctic glacier by S.H.I.E.L.D. And the initial Avengers assembly for the New York battle is on the horizon. Gu Li eagerly anticipates that day, not for any other reason than to witness whether his arrival has altered the course of events, allowing the Tony of 2023 and others to traverse back to New York in 2012. In truth, the current Thanos has yet to conceive the notion of wielding the Infinity Stones to annihilate half of the universe's life. It is only around 2012 that he begins to entertain such an idea. At that moment, he bestowed the Mind Stone upon Loki, the wanderer of the cosmos, entrusting him with the most wretched Chitauri army of the galaxy to invade Earth. However, little did he anticipate that his scheme would backfire. Not only did he fail to acquire the Tesseract, also known as the Space Stone, but he lost the Mind Stone as well. The Space Stone was subsequently returned to Asgard by Thor, while the Mind Stone fell into the hands of Hydra. Meanwhile, Ronan the Accuser, a Kree who had been highly favored by Thanos, ultimately failed to obtain the Power Stone, which was left on Xandar under the watchful eye of the Nova Corps. The Reality Stone, known as the Ether, was entrusted to the Collector by Asgard. The Time Stone, along with its vessel, the Eye of Agamotto, was safeguarded by the lineage of the Sorcerer Supreme. The most enigmatic of all, the Soul Stone, was guarded by the former leader of Hydra, Red Skull, on the planet Vormir. Thus unfolds the tale of the 6 Infinity Stones within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Why not embark on a quest to gather these 6 Infinity Stones and surprise Thanos? As this thought ignited within him, it spread like wildfire, consuming Gu Li's heart with insatiable ambition. Having arrived, he could not afford to leave without making a mark. Among the 3 great empires of the galaxy, the Nova Corps, the Asgardians, the 4 abstract entities, the Living Tribunal, and the Celestials. The universe is vast, and Gu Li yearned to be the one at the helm. Just as a faint smile began to grace his lips, he was unexpectedly silenced by a soft touch upon his lips. What was he thinking? Why so joyful? Ms. Zhao, do you aspire to be a queen? Chapter 77. Shockwave. Through the teachings of the character Daisy Lewis, your cultural level has attained 1, granting you the formidable Transformer Shockwave, accompanied by the mount and pet, Lizard Demon. Gu Li, while perusing the book Astrophysics, remarked, "This reward is rather impressive." He had come to inform Max to return to work, but upon seeing him after months of seclusion, Max seemed to lose his composure, engaging in a frenzied bout of tutoring, which inadvertently triggered the conditions for the 3rd reward. Shockwave, the military commander of the Decepticons, is a one-eyed, imposing figure and a true second-in-command of the Decepticon hierarchy. The most astounding aspect is his colossal pet, the ancient Cybertronian mechanical beast, Lizard Demon. Were it not for the exorbitant cost of each frame's special effects, Lizard Demon would undoubtedly etch a legendary chapter in the annals of Transformer history. Standing at a towering height of 1,080 feet, or approximately 329 meters, Lizard Demon, when fully deployed, is as expansive as 3 football fields. He currently surpasses all of Gu Li's subordinate Transformers in size. Even the formidable dinosaur leader, Steel Cable, stands at a mere 25.6 meters. This mount and companion, Lizard Demon, is undeniably striking. Perhaps only the Cosmic Emperor could rival him in grandeur. Should Lizard Demon require a material upgrade, it would likely consume over 1,000 tons of genuine adamantium, rendering him a veritable treasure trove. Another issue looms. Lizard Demon's sheer size renders him incapable of fitting into the regeneration cradle. Gu Li realized he had underestimated the consumption rate of the alloy. Fortunately, he had learned the molecular formula of Wakandan vibranium, allowing for unrestricted production. Thus, concerns regarding alloy materials were alleviated. Upon reflection, acquiring a bed would merely involve the Decepticon leader Megatron and his 3 lieutenants, Soundwave, Shockwave, and Starscream, all of whom are now Gu Li's subordinates. That fellow has become a mere figurehead. Moreover, given the current trajectory, it seems inevitable that one day he would summon the Cosmic Emperor and the Primordial Celestial. These 2 beings are of creator-level status within the Transformers universe, their powers likely comparable to the most formidable deities in the Marvel universe. As for the pantheon of deities, they were created by the first firmament, and their varying strengths stem from their distinct roles. Some are tasked with combat, while others are responsible for measurement and evaluation. The MCU formally introduced the pantheon in Eternals. Gu Li's eyes sparkled with anticipation. When the Cosmic Emperor unleashes a strike against the pantheon, the thought alone is exhilarating. I should be able to effortlessly handle the purple sweet potato essence. Perhaps I should shift my focus to the pantheon as my target. As the pinnacle of singular and even multiversal limits, the pantheon indeed presents an enticing challenge, especially considering the existence of celestial offspring within the Earth, which would inevitably lead to confrontations with them. As Gu Li mused about the future, a figure entered the room. "Daisy, I found a new job. Would you like to?" Jane Foster began, only to suddenly notice Superman holding a copy of Astrophysics. Superman? Sometimes fame can be a double-edged sword. As Jane Foster now found herself excitedly gripping Gu Li's arm. "You enjoy astrophysics? I can teach you." Upon hearing this, Gu Li's eyes suddenly brightened. Indeed, Max was merely Jian's intern. "Let us exchange contact information. I will visit you when I have the chance." After bidding farewell to Jian, Gu Li arrived at the long-missed farm base, where the ambitious Red Spider awaited him. "Shockwave, you can no longer be the second in command. That position belongs to me, Red Spider." Thanks to the complete replacement of his body with true adamantium alloy, Red Spider easily overpowered the inexperienced Shockwave. Just as Red Spider was about to continue mocking Shockwave, he suddenly knelt on one knee, speaking with profound reverence. "Master, Red Spider, the second in command of the Decepticons, welcomes your arrival. Your radiance dispels the darkness of Cybertron. I sincerely admire you, great master." Gu Li nodded. Indeed, Red Spider had a way with words. After listening to him for a while, Gu Li felt a sense of greatness wash over him. Retrieving the regeneration cradle from the system space, Gu Li instructed Steel Cable place Shockwave inside. Steel Cable was quite familiar with the material replacement process, having operated on Red Spider-S transformation. After a familiar burst of brilliant light, Shockwave, now entirely composed of true adamantium alloy, stood respectfully behind Gu Li. This individual was somewhat akin to Soundwave, characterized by his ruthless demeanor and few words. Observing the eager yet somewhat obsequious Laserbeak, Gu Li gazed forlornly at the regeneration cradle. Unfortunately, Laserbeak's massive form could not possibly fit within it. What was to be done? His leader, Tongzi, was even more aloof than Soundwave. For all these years, aside from the occasional reward notification and the sudden task alerts, Tongzi had never spoken a word voluntarily. Even to Gu Li's inquiries, he had only replied with a curt none. After a moment of hesitation, Gu Li attempted, "Tongzi?" Yet he awaited a long while without hearing any response. "Tong Father? Tong Lord? Ancestor?" Approximately an hour later, Gu Li, exasperated, exclaimed, "Son of a gun, Figure out a way to cram Laserbeak in there. The melodic voice responded with apparent exasperation. The manual states. Upon hearing this, Ghoulie paused momentarily. Does the dog system have a masochistic tendency? It won't respond to respectful titles unless I call you son. Following the manual's guidance, Ghoulie spent quite some time deciphering it. Even without fully inserting Laserbeak, material transformation could occur if just a part of his body was placed inside. However, a new issue arose. The true adamantium alloy on his body was insufficient to completely replace Laserbeak's colossal form. It was time to commence the transformation into Wakandan vibranium. Under the guidance of the robotic Dr. Zola, the entire farm base underwent extensive renovations over several months. From the outside, it resembled a medieval castle, but in reality, it was a magnificent military base. Constructed entirely from aerospace alloys, the Iron Fortress spanned 5 levels and approximately 20,000 square meters of vast space. Zola even built a spaceship dock, a Cybertronian fighter jet airport, and barracks for storing combat robots. Truly, one cannot underestimate the lineage of Hydra. This configuration possesses the potential for insurrection. Ghoulie sincerely commended Dr. Zola. As for the possibility of detection, it is of little consequence, for he has acquired all the surrounding land. Moreover, even if they were to be discovered, what could be done? Ghoulie now harbors the initial capability to overturn the table. Leader, with the inclusion of these two, our grand ambitions are within reach. Why not confront Pierce directly? Proposed the robotic Zola once more. After a moment of contemplation, Ghoulie did not decline. Doctor, if I were to eliminate Pierce, what are our odds of seizing control over the entire Hydra? 60%. Some members were personally nurtured by Pierce, while the majority are embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. Zola's mechanical voice conveyed an absence of emotional fluctuation. Ghoulie's fingers tapped rhythmically upon the void, as a plan gradually crystallized in his mind. Doctor, if that is the case, both Pierce and S.H.I.E.L.D. become our targets for annihilation. Let the Insight project continue. When the time for execution arises, you shall shift the target to Pierce and his most loyal subordinates. As for the Hydra operatives lurking within S.H.I.E.L.D., they shall perish alongside the organization. Once we have secured our dominion over the Earth, we shall embark on our campaign to rule the universe. 2 systemic objectives accomplished in one fell swoop. Perfect. Upon hearing Ghoulie's stratagem, the robotic Zola once again proclaimed, Hail Hydra, Chapter 78. The joy of acquiring the source of fire. The initial months of 2011 proved to be exceedingly busy for Ghoulie, with his schedule meticulously packed. In order to replace the formidable Lizwanemo, he dedicated an entire month to the fusion of true Adaman alloy during the day. Moreover, the future warrior nano armor crafted by Uncle Wolf, known as Grey Wolf, necessitated a substantial amount of vibranium, making the ability he utilized most frequently the reshaping of molecules. As for the Knights, he toiled diligently to acquire superpowers, striving to fulfill the conditions for rewards. The new company was successfully established and named after Ms. Zhao's research project, Life Sciences. Max, along with her close friend Jane Foster, joined the company, focusing on astrophysical research. However, Max devoted most of her efforts to elucidating astrophysics to Ghoulie. This was driven by 2 simple reasons. One found the other profoundly knowledgeable, while the other was captivated by both charm and wealth. Through their combined endeavors, Ghoulie successively obtained the pterosaur boomerang and triceratops iron ore, which became a source of considerable concern for him. It appeared that rewards obtained from learning alongside scientists, aside from the 2 superpower evolution cards received from the treasure girl Ms. Zhao, were predominantly transformers. It felt akin to having unearthed the very lair of Cybertron. Although the pterosaur boomerang and triceratops iron ore were not as immense as the mechanical pet Lizwanemo, they were still significant in size, resulting in further consumption of true Adaman alloy. The cultivation of Uncle Wolf's heart-shaped grass had also achieved success, and should Ghoulie require it, he could now mass-produce a substantial number of heart-shaped grass warriors. However, this also posed another risk. Ghoulie simultaneously possessed both the spider totem and the Black Panther totem, making him a prime target for families of totem inheritors. To consume Ghoulie would be tantamount to devouring 2 totems. A confrontation with these inheritor families was inevitable. Dr. Zola was diligently advancing preparations for the Insight project, fixated on eliminating Pierce, which had become an obsession for him, akin to presenting a letter of intent to leader Gu. Amidst these bustling and fulfilling days, time unknowingly slipped to May 16, 2011. This day marked the return of Kunta Shah from her mining expedition, reclaiming her freedom. Recently, in her playful dealings with Sister Kun, an unfortunate mistake in inputting the mining duration turned a day into a year. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Gu Li made a special trip to the farm base to await her arrival. Finally, amidst a dazzling wave of spatial fluctuations, a tattered figure emerged. A young woman clad in black, her face smudged with dirt. However, upon closer inspection, it became apparent that her black attire was not originally so dark but bore a hint of purple. Gu Li intended to humbly apologize to Kunta Shah for his miscalculations, recognizing that the entirety of this predicament stemmed from his overly playful nature. Yet, he never anticipated that he would arrive a moment too late. Upon emerging, Kunta Shah said nothing. Instead, she clasped Gu Li's legs with both hands, looking up at him with a pitiful expression. I'm sorry, I promise I won't do it again." The alluring glances exchanged between the small eyes and delicate brows left Gu Li's heart in turmoil. He then retrieved a tome titled Artificial Intelligence and inquired, "Can you elucidate the knowledge pertaining to artificial intelligence?" Kuntasa stood in stunned silence, taken aback by the man's fervent passion for learning. After a considerable interval, the system's notification chimed once more. "Through the unique teachings of the character Kuntasa, your cultural level has reached 1, and you have acquired the source of fire. The origin of all things on the planet Cybertron." Gu Li felt a flicker of existential doubt at that moment. Kuntasa's gentle demeanor bore no resemblance to the haughty queen she had once been. Was the mining process truly as fearsome as the system suggested?
Guam lipundarat.
What kind of harsh environment could transform a queen who considered herself a creator into a docile maid within a mere year? In a fleeting moment, a wicked thought crossed Gu Li's mind. What if he captured the sovereign Queen Aisha and sent her to mine for a year? He acknowledged the temptation, a profound allure. If he won Aisha's affection, her son, the sorcerer Adam, would essentially be his half-son. After all, Adam was not the product of natural conception but rather the result of a custom-designed genetic cocoon. Thus, it could be argued that, in the future's courtroom, Adam would be recognized as Gu Li's offspring. Moreover, this was merely one facet of the benefits. The other was the fact that the sovereign queen stood at an impressive height of 1.9 meters, a striking beauty. On another note, Kuntasa, who was pitifully clinging to Gu Li's arm, bore an uncanny resemblance to the eternal race's Circe, as if they were twins molded from the same form. "Kuntasa, could you alter your appearance?" No sooner had Gu Li spoken than the woman in black instantly transformed into Ms. Zhao, clad in a pale blue garment. Goodness! Double the joy! Gu Li swallowed hard, clicking his tongue in awe. I doubt Ms. Zhao would be pleased. After all, he had always proclaimed her to be the singular presence in his heart. "Can you take on other forms as well?" Gu Li's throat constricted as he suddenly envisioned a future visit to the Fox universe, where he would undoubtedly seek out the shapeshifter. In response to Gu Li's eager gaze, Kuntasa morphed into a succession of faces, her figure shifting along with each transformation. Ultimately, as she settled into a familiar Eastern visage, Gu Li called out, "Stop!" Before him stood a woman with bright, pearly teeth, unmistakably resembling the legendary Jerusalem. Indeed, the joy of possessing a shapeshifter was unimaginable. No wonder every man yearned for one. The reason was simple. It was an unparalleled delight. At that moment, Gu Li realized he had been somewhat hypocritical. While Skrulls could also transform, he found the green-skinned creatures rather repugnant. Reflecting on the earlier decision to send Kuntasa to mine, he lamented, pounding his chest in despair over the joy he had forfeited during that year. It was utterly unforgivable. Yet perhaps it was precisely because of that year's mining experience that Kuntasa had become so obedient. It was only after a substantial period that Gu Li recalled the special reward from this endeavor. The source of fire, the matrix of leadership, the source and destination of the Transformer's essence, serves as the wellspring of all existence on the planet Cybertron. It is akin to the role of the sun for Earth and humanity. This powerful entity possesses the capacity to forge metallic life and can instantaneously repair damaged Transformers. Gu Li gazed at the cube in his hand, adorned with enigmatic symbols and patterns, emanating subtle waves of blue energy. The Matrix, when brought near metal, can instantly transmute it into a transformer. In other words, I now possess the means to mass-produce transformers. Gu Li inhaled sharply, realizing the sheer magnitude of this discovery. It was somewhat extraordinary. While it might not reach its full potential in the hands of others, in his possession, he could endlessly create genuine adamantium alloy. To put it differently, Gu Li could fabricate transformers composed entirely of authentic adamantium. A mechanical frenzy. Indeed. Furthermore, if he were to acquire the molecular formula for unobtainium, he could generate legions of transformers, numbering in the tens of thousands, all crafted from this extraordinary material. Just the thought of standing there, allowing Thanos to strike, would likely exhaust him. It is imperative that I obtain the molecular formula for unobtainium. Gu Li embraced Quintessa's head, planting a fervent kiss upon her face, overwhelmed with excitement. Ruling the universe was no longer a mere dream. He aspired to grow and thrive, to achieve unparalleled glory once more. Chapter 79. The Second-in-Command, New York, Farm Base. Gu Li found it difficult to articulate his emotions at that moment. They were a tumultuous blend of impulsiveness and restraint, anticipation and aversion. The cause of this inner turmoil was none other than Quintessa, who was attending to him in the bath, strikingly reminiscent of Li Jussin. That visage, that figure, that allure. To be honest, in the brief span of a year and a half, Quintessa had undergone such a remarkable transformation that Gu Li was compelled to consider visiting her mining site. Was it truly that terrifying? Ultimately, Gu Li, overwhelmed by sensations that felt as though his body might burst, decisively conjured a portal and made his escape. Having not seen Cersei for a few days, he found himself surprisingly nostalgic. Meanwhile, after Gu Li's figure vanished, Quintessa anxiously scanned her surroundings. 5 minutes later, she draped herself once more in a flowing purple robe, concealing the vibrant hues of spring. The aura that enveloped Quintessa gradually revived, reminiscent of her initial arrival in this world. The Queen Quintessa. At the farm base, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, Steel Cable, Pterosaur Dart, Triceratops Iron Shard, and Red Spider were engaged in a game of cards when Shockwave suddenly sensed a profound pressure emanating from their bloodline. The group looked up to behold a woman in a purple robe, emerging from the ripples of space, possessing an indescribable connection to their master, Gu Li. This revelation had been relayed to them by the robotic Dr. Zora, who had taken the time to enlighten the Transformers. However, they found it perplexing that the woman's presence exerted such a formidable influence over their lineage, even if she were one of the mistresses. Could she be the creator of Cybertron? Red Spider speculated, believing he had stumbled upon the truth. Without a moment's hesitation, he knelt down. Great Creator, Red Spider, second in command of the Decepticons, humbly welcomes your arrival. May you and our master enjoy eternal harmony. No, a millennium of unity. At that moment, Red Spider could think of nothing but the sheer strength of his master, transcending species in love, or perhaps it should be termed conquest. The creator of Cybertron had indeed been subdued by their magnificent master. Following him was undoubtedly the wisest choice Red Spider had ever made in his life. Casting a glance at the still-dazed Shockwave, he could not help but lament, how unfortunate to have a bed to buy. There must be few left to serve him now. Shockwave, due to his inherently aloof nature, remained expressionless and immobile. What if she is the creator? She still has to warm the bed for the master. As for the formidable trio of Steel Cable, Dart, and Iron Shard, they merely exchanged glances before returning to their card game. Having been born in ancient Earth, their ties to the Cybertron lineage were tenuous. Moreover, as fellow subordinates of the master, why should they kneel? Red Spider was truly a disgrace to the Transformers. Satisfied with the kneeling Red Spider, Quintessa nodded approvingly. He was quite commendable. As for the other indifferent figures, had they been on Cybertron at that moment, she would have ensured they received their due recompense. After asserting her presence, Quintessa departed in silence, intent on studying how to properly serve a master, lest she be sent back to the mines. That place, she vowed, she would never wish to revisit, even if it cost her life. As the woman vanished into thin air, the Red Spider rose and sat down on the ground, letting out a resigned sigh. What on earth is happening? The position of the second-in-command has slipped away just like that. Kuntash had ascended to become their new leader, while the former leader, Steel Cable, had been demoted to the role of second-in-command, leaving Red Spider to occupy the humble position of third-in-command. In London, at the home of Cersei, the water sprite immediately began to complain upon seeing Gu Li. "Brother-in-law, how dare you show your face here?" It dawned on her that she had not seen Gu Li for nearly a year, save for glimpses on the news. "Ah, little sister, I've been rather busy lately. As you know, being a superhero is no easy task," Gu Li awkwardly explained, unable to reveal to the young girl that he only came around in the dead of night to connect with her sister. "And Cersei?"
Guam liinkirat.
Probing the atmosphere around the house and discovering that she was not home. "The Eternal Clan is holding a meeting. My sister went, but I did not attend." The water sprite replied glumly. "A meeting? Haven't you all wiped out the deviants? What could you possibly be meeting about?" Gu Li frowned, until he noticed the water sprite's gaze lingering on him, prompting him to ask, "Is it about me?" The water sprite nodded. "They believe you are also one of the Eternals, and upon hearing about the relationship between you and my sister, they decided to convene. Brother-in-law, I tried to explain, but they did not believe me." Gu Li stepped forward, ruffling her hair as he sought to comfort her. "I thought it was something of great significance." He almost feared that the narrative was unfolding prematurely, with the celestial beings making early appearances. "If they wish to discuss it, let them. If it truly vexes you, I could go over and give them a piece of my mind." With his current strength, he had no doubt he could handle the 7 Eternals without much trouble. Among the 10-member squad of Eternals, Icarus was nowhere to be found, the water sprite remained in London, and Cersei would likely act as a mediator. The remaining 7 Eternals might not necessarily stand a chance against Gu Li. No, that's unnecessary, brother-in-law. Let's go find Dane for a meal. He currently harbors quite a deep grudge against you." At this, Gu Li offered an awkward smile, recalling how the young mustached Dane had been pursuing Cersei, only to have his chance thwarted by Gu Li himself. The most embarrassing part was that their first meeting had been arranged by Dane. That doesn't seem quite right." "Heh, brother-in-law, are you truly embarrassed?" The water sprite, who had lived for over 7,000 years, remembered all too well how Uncle Tony had instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. to call Dane away, facilitating the rapid progression of Cersei and Gu Li's relationship. "Dane didn't mind, so you shouldn't be so coy. Are you really going to avoid him forever?" The diminutive yet wise water sprite, despite her youthful appearance, had lived for millennia, and aside from her encounters with Icarus, she generally maintained a rational demeanor. "All right, let's go find Dane." The water sprite tugged at Gu Li's arm. "Brother-in-law, there are quite a few fans of yours over this way. They can be a bit fervent." "Fervent? They established a church dedicated to you, regarding all deities apart from you as heretical. Moreover, their fervor in denouncing others is particularly formidable. Thus, it would be prudent for us to maintain a guise." In a secluded cabin in South Dakota, the leader of the Eternals, a Jack, resides, surrounded by 8 members of his kind, each taking their respective seats. It is worth mentioning that a Jack possesses the extraordinary abilities of self-healing and healing others. "Cersei, given your prolonged interactions with him, are you certain he is not one of the Eternals?" Before Cersei could respond, the rotund entity Gilgamesh pursed his lips and remarked, "I sense he is indeed one of our kin." Chapter 80. The Blade of Ebony. Dane Whitman, currently a professor of history at the Natural History Museum in London, hails from a lineage of Black Knights that traces back to the era of King Arthur. Within his family lies a treasured heirloom known as the Blade of Ebony. This enchanted sword, crafted from a meteorite by the great sorcerer Merlin, is also referred to as the Ebony Sword. It possesses the ability to sever all metals on Earth, including vibranium, withstand magic, absorb the souls of those it slays, and generate a suit of armor composed of a black substance that envelopes its wielder. Additionally, it bears an inherent curse that instills a bloodthirsty nature in its user, leading to a loss of rationality. As suggested by the Easter egg in the Eternals film, Dane appears to be within the surveillance purview of the London 13. Gu Li and the Water Sprite have come to visit Whitman Castle because the bespectacled Dane is concerned that overzealous fans of Superman might disrupt their gathering. The medieval castle, as perceived by Gu Li, bears a striking resemblance to his own farm base, save for the greater number of attendants in Dane's castle, whereas his is populated by Transformers. "Hi Gu," he addressed warmly, "I think I'll stick to calling you that. Referring to you as Superman feels a bit unfamiliar." Dane's enthusiasm left Gu Li somewhat flustered. Thank you for the dinner, Dane. I apologize for not attending earlier. I've been rather occupied. Dane waved his hand dismissively. It's quite normal for superheroes to be busy. I understand. By the way, you'll need to sign a few more autographs later. The children in our clan are quite fond of you. The dinner proceeded in a joyful atmosphere, but midway through, Dane hesitated for a moment before leading Gu Li to his study. Gu, my family has a complex history, and there is a sword that I may need your assistance with, Dane Whitman earnestly implored. He was uncertain why he had suddenly divulged his family secrets to Gu Li, especially since this was only their third meeting. Perhaps it was the trust he placed in the figure of Superman that reassured him. All right, let me take a look. After Dane expressed his gratitude, he retrieved a long wooden box from a hidden compartment in the study. The box, ancient and weathered, bore the inscription, "Death is my reward." Observing this, Gu Li raised an eyebrow imperceptibly, appreciating the gravitas of the moment, though uncertain of the blade's potency. Upon opening the box, a long sword wrapped in mysterious glyphs lay quietly within. Through the gaps of the incantations, Gu Li discerned an unknown black substance flowing along the obsidian blade. His initial impression was that it resembled a symbiote. Gu Li extended his finger and gently touched the dark blade, which immediately emitted an odd sound akin to an excited roar. The black substance surged upward, as if a pack of sharks had detected blood. His sanity began to falter. In mere moments, his arm was entirely engulfed by the inky matter, and just as it sought to envelop him completely, a ripple emanated from Gu Li's skin, forcefully repelling the dark substance back into the sword. Suddenly, he realized that the abilities of Shockwave seemed inherently designed to counter symbiotes. Both Venom and Carnage appeared to be particularly averse to sound and noise, and creating such disturbances was a trivial task for Shockwave. Dane, the dark entity on the sword has an eerie quality. It bears a striking resemblance to a symbiote, yet possesses an even more bloodthirsty nature. Gu, what exactly is a symbiote? The inquiry from Little Mustache jolted Gu Li back to reality. Presently, Earth remained oblivious to the existence of symbiotes, unless that creature Venom happened to arrive. A symbiote is an extraterrestrial organism that cannot survive independently on Earth. It must parasitize within a host. Upon hearing Gu Li's explanation, Little Mustache Dane nodded in enlightenment. So, the sword possesses its own consciousness? Almost. I sense it can influence the user's mental state. There should be relevant records within your clan. Indeed. As Little Mustache fell into contemplative silence, Gu Li's mind stirred slightly, prompting two lines of inquiry. First, if a source of ignition were placed near the ebony blade, what kind of transformer would emerge? It is noteworthy that this item can sever vibranium, and a transformer created from such a material would undoubtedly be formidable. In the future, once he acquired extraordinary metals, he could instantaneously forge an entire legion of transforming robots. Secondly, if he could obtain the molecular formula for the metal used to craft the ebony blade, he could mass-produce this unknown material. But how could he bring the ebony blade back for Grey Wolf to study? Speaking directly seemed somewhat presumptuous, and taking it under the cover of night felt rather dishonorable. Moreover, he had already committed an act of impropriety. Gu, may I entrust this sword to your care? Dane's words fell like a long-awaited rain after years of drought. A timely blessing. For a moment, Gu Li was taken aback, his expression frozen in astonishment for an extended period. Gu? Little Mustache patted Gu Li's shoulder, assuming his request might have been too bold, leaving the other unsure of how to respond. After taking a deep breath to calm his inner turmoil, Gu Li looked at Little Mustache with curiosity. Dane, this sword is quite powerful. I know, Gu. However, for my family, this sword is akin to a demon, perpetually enticing my kin, which is why I hope you can help safeguard it for a time. If one day in the future I am prepared, I will retrieve it from you. Of course, I will provide a security deposit. Gu Li shook his head, then placed a hand on Little Mustache's shoulder, speaking with utmost sincerity. We are friends. This is what I ought to do. What else could he do but agree? Dane was a friend Gu Li had firmly decided upon. Dane, there is something I would like to discuss with you. I have established a superhero organization dedicated to safeguarding Earth and would like to invite you to join. Gu Li spoke once more with heartfelt sincerity. Initially, upon hearing this, Little Mustache felt a surge of joy, as it meant he could stand alongside superheroes to protect the planet. However, after contemplating certain matters, he shook his head. Gu, I am merely an ordinary person, and I am not yet prepared to wield the ebony blade. There is no need for concern. Gu smiled as he retrieved the futuristic warrior's nanotech armor and the heart-shaped grass from the system space. With the assistance of Uncle Wolf, he had long been capable of mass-producing superheroes. It is worth noting that these pieces of equipment were possessed by Ms. Zhao and Sister Mei, each having several sets. From the moment he exposed himself to the public eye, he initiated the plan to arm Ms. Zhao and her companions. Those lurking in the shadows, unable to contend with Gu, would also find no opportunity to challenge his women. He opened his mouth to eat. Chapter 81. New members of the Explosive Sky Gang in accordance with Guli's instructions. The small mustachioed man consumed the heart-shaped herb and fell into a brief stupor, regaining consciousness merely a minute later. Upon awakening, he gasped heavily, his emotions fluctuating wildly as he recalled the astonishing sight before him. Grasping Guli's arm tightly, he exclaimed, Gu, the black leopard can speak. What on earth is that? Gu exerted considerable effort to soothe the disoriented man, saying, Here, this bracelet is a form of nano-armor. Becoming a superhuman is as simple as that. It can be said with utmost certainty that, aided by the heart-shaped herb and the nano-armor, the small mustachioed man, Dane, could at least hold his own against Captain 50-50. With a resounding crash accompanied by a shower of wooden splinters, Gu gazed upwards in disbelief at the sudden gaping hole in the ceiling, subsequently stowing away the box containing the ebony blade into the system space. It seems that every first-time wearer of armor has a penchant for creating a hole in the ceiling. Tony did it, Ms. Zhao did it, and so did Sister Mei. The reason for inviting Dane to join and enhance his abilities was purely because Gu deemed this friend worthy and rather fortuitous. Their initial encounter allowed Gu to meet Cersei, subsequently granting him access to remarkable powers such as molecular reconstruction, thermal vision, invisibility, and flight. During their third meeting, the safeguarding of the ebony blade provided him the opportunity to acquire a rare metal capable of severing vibranium. If this metal could be used to create a series of transformers, not only would they be incredibly sharp, but they would also possess the ability to resist magic. How formidable! The small mustachioed man soared through the air for a staggering 2.5 hours, displaying an exuberance akin to a fledgling bird reveling in its newfound ability to fly. Upon his breathless return to the dining hall, he opened his arms and enveloped Gu in a hearty embrace. Thank you, Gu. What is the name of our organization? Dane eagerly inquired, yearning to become a superhero. The Explosive Sky Gang, Gu replied. I am the leader. Grey Wolf Laboratory. Accompanying the crackling teleportation portal was a familiar voice. Wolf Uncle, we have a significant task at hand. After departing from Whitman Castle, the water sprite excitedly joined the Explosive Sky Gang, simply enamored by the name itself. After escorting her home, Gu hurriedly returned to Grey Wolf Laboratory. Recently, Grey Wolf had struggled to adjust to a life of sudden leisure. Upon hearing about the significant task, he quickly approached Gu and asked, Boss, what is the task? This ebony blade is forged from a peculiar metal that can sever vibranium and withstand magic. Taking the dark sword, wrapped in mysterious incantations from Gu, Grey Wolf examined it for a moment before exclaiming with excitement, Boss, it seems to be enchanted. Upon hearing the term enchanted, Gu promptly elaborated. The creator of this ebony blade is a formidable sorcerer. Merlin, a wizard not officially introduced in the MCU, is a versatile cosmic guardian within the comics. An entity of cosmic omnipotence cannot be simply described as formidable. It is exceedingly powerful, one of the very elite of the entire cosmic realm. In the Marvel Universe, power can be rather vaguely classified into several categories. Celestials, single universes, multiverses, hyperverses, omniversal realms, and above all, the one above all OAA, which stands as a singular entity. Below the celestial tier, there exists a lack of nomenclature in Guli's perspective. Fortunately, Gu has arrived in the cinematic universe. Had he found himself in the realms of 616 or 1610, or even the zombie universe, given the nature of the system he is bound to, survival would have been a precarious endeavor, let alone any potential for connection. Starting in the zombie universe, whom should I connect with? The mere contemplation of entities such as Molecule Man, the Beyonder, and the celestial pantheon within the comic universe sends shivers down one's spine. The Avengers of those universes are indeed unfortunate, compelled to confront such formidable beings. However, if fate were to smile upon him, he might emerge even more powerful than he is now. After all, the comic universe harbors the Phoenix Force and an array of other formidable powers. With his current strength, venturing into the multiverse would likely prove unfruitful. Thus, Ghoulie decides to bide his time until he can at least stand on equal footing with the Celestials before exploring other universes, seeking hosts for the Phoenix Force, fairy power, chaos power, and more. Returning to the present, after observing the ebony blade for a while, Grey Wolf confidently declared, "Boss, give me 2 days, and I'll solve the molecular formula. Thanks, Wolf Uncle." In Grey Wolf's eyes, nothing was impossible, and encountering Wolf Uncle was a stroke of fortune for Ghoulie. To be precise, Ms. Zhao represented his greatest fortune. Whether it was Quintessa, Grey Wolf, or the 2 superpower evolution cards, all were rewards earned through hard work alongside Ms. Zhao. Perhaps it was time to propose to her? In the current MCU Earth, Ghoulie felt no hesitation. Marriage seemed a splendid choice. However, when faced with his proposal, Ms. Zhao, while appearing delighted, unexpectedly turned him down. "Darling, I'm not ready yet." Zhao Hailuan nestled into Ghoulie's embrace, playfully asking, "Can we wait a bit longer?" Ghoulie shook his head, suddenly struck by an idea, and whispered softly in her ear. Zhao Hailuan's cheeks flushed slightly. "All right then, a novel approach might be worth trying." Content: Ghoulie entered the bathhouse, having been tantalized by Quintessa that morning. He finally found release. Meanwhile, in a secluded cabin in South Dakota, the 8 members of the Eternals convened for an entire day. The overt agenda of the meeting was to ascertain whether Ghoulie was indeed a member of the Eternals. On a more covert level, they aimed to determine if he was a deviated being. Ajax, as the leader of the Eternals, remained the sole member of the 10-person team not subjected to the judgment of the celestial Erishem, who had restored the others to their factory settings. As previously mentioned, the essence of the Eternals is akin to robots produced en masse by the Celestials in the Cosmic Forge. The Eternals' mission is to ensure the successful birth of celestial offspring on living planets, a phenomenon referred to as the emergence. Whenever a divine manifestation occurs, all members of the Eternal race, with the exception of Ajax, are subjected to the judgment of the Celestial, resulting in a complete reset. Their memories are wiped clean. Ajax has undertaken several divine missions, during which she has witnessed the deviants absorbing the superpowers of the Eternals. Consequently, Ajax harbors suspicions that the reconstructive molecules akin to those of Gilgamesh and the heat vision reminiscent of Ikari's are powers acquired by Gilgamesh through the consumption of Eternal members from other planets. In essence, she suspects that Gilgamesh is a deviant, a being transformed into human form. If Gilgamesh were present at that moment, he would undoubtedly express his heartfelt admiration by giving Ajax a thumbs up. The narrative is now yours to continue. However, Ajax is taken aback by the fact that Cersei staunchly defends Gilgamesh, even to the point of engaging in a heated argument. A perilous plan begins to take shape in her mind. She resolves to personally ascertain whether Gilgamesh is indeed a deviant. Observing the 2 women quarrel over a man, the Indian actor Kingo smirks and suggests, "Ajax, why not consult the celestial Erishem?" Chapter 82. The Creation of Transformers in South Dakota. After the meeting concluded, Ajax watched her kin depart one after another. She had no intention of heeding King Ji's suggestion to contact the judgment deity, Arisam, to ascertain whether Ghoulie belonged to the Eternal clan. Ajax had already developed a sense of resistance towards the frequent divine appearances over the past hundreds of thousands of years, and her 7,000 years of life on Earth had fostered a profound affection for this place, which she regarded as her home. Thus, she was reluctant to witness the arrival of divine manifestations, let alone initiate contact with the judgment deity. Ideally, she would prefer never to encounter it again in this lifetime. Moreover, rather than reaching out to the judgment deity, she found it more prudent to verify for herself whether Ghoulie was a human formed by the aberrant clan. Although she could not conceive of a more effective method of verification, the most primitive means of reproduction among species should reveal the distinctions between the aberrant clan and humanity. As her kin gradually vanished from her sight, Ajax booked a flight to New York on her mobile device. Unbeknownst to Ghoulie, who was far away in New York, he had captured the attention of a woman endowed with supernatural abilities, an eternal clan woman at that. At that moment, he found himself entwined with Ms. Zhao in a bath, where the rosy-cheeked Zhao Helen appeared irresistibly alluring. After an indulgent and enchanting VIP chapter, Gu Li carried the enchanting Ms. Zhao back to the bedroom. He retrieved a source of ignition from his system space and placed it beside Ms. Zhao's mobile phone, saying, "Helen, allow me to perform a magic trick for you." Despite Zhao Helen being 2 years his senior, the affectionate terms exchanged between lovers sometimes led to delightful confusion. With a series of mechanical transformation sounds, Zhao Helen's initially perplexed expression morphed into one of astonishment, culminating in an ecstatic smile as she beheld her phone transform into a robot. She had been aware of the existence of the little chaos and had long admired the coolness of Transformers, but she never anticipated that she would have the opportunity to possess one. Ms. Zhao, filled with elation, planted a fervent kiss on Gu Li, their bodies reconnecting once more. The newly birthed Transformer, having just emerged, barely grasped the unfolding events before Gu Li playfully smacked it back into the form of a mobile phone, declaring, "Little thing, dare you to peek? Even little chaos wouldn't do such a thing." The following morning, Zhao Helen eagerly dragged Gu Li to the garage, pointing at her white Bentley. "Darling, this, quickly, help me." Her excitement belied the fact that the two had just engaged in passionate endeavors until 5 in the morning, as she appeared completely unfazed. Among the Transformers Gu Li had acquired, most were Decepticons and Dinobots, whose vehicle forms were either F-22s or lacked any vehicle form altogether. The sole exception was the Drift Transformer, one of whose vehicle forms was a blue-black Bugatti, currently accompanying Daisy to work. Upon learning of Gu Li's ability to create Transformers the previous night, Ms. Zhao employed all her skills and knowledge, yearning for her very own bespoke Transformer vehicle. Under the eager gaze of Zhao Hailuan, as the spark approached the pristine white Bentley, accompanied by a symphony of mechanical roars, a pure white Transformer gradually materialized. "Greetings, Master." The newly birthed white Transformer, with a bewildered expression, gazed at her own arms, and judging by her voice, she was indeed a female Transformer. Ms. Zhao, like a child encountering a fascinating toy, extended her hand to touch her. "From now on, shall I call you Little White?" Gu Li, somewhat perplexed, pondered how to assign a gender to the Transformer he had created. Could there be some arcane principles at play? He resolved to experiment with this later. Holding Ms. Zhao's hand, Gu Li paused momentarily before stating, "Let us proceed, my dear wife, to upgrade Little White's configuration." Currently, Uncle Wolf had yet to decipher the molecular formula of the mysterious metal required to forge the ebony blade, so they would utilize true Edelman alloy for the time being. This choice did not imply that the metal for the ebony blade was inherently superior to true Edelman alloy, but Gu Li was primarily drawn to its magical resistance properties. From Grey Wolf's experiments, the ebony blade exhibited a greater resistance to magic than true Edelman alloy. It remained uncertain whether this was due to the enchantment or the material itself. Through the crackling golden teleportation portal, Gu Li led Zhao Hailuan and the Transformer Little White to the farm base. The scene before them caused Ms. Zhao to grasp his arm and exclaim in astonishment, "Darling, when did you construct this castle? Do you like it? It now belongs to you." Ms. Zhao's joy was short-lived, as she soon noticed a beautiful woman clad in a qipao, appearing delicate and fragile, gazing at Gu Li with longing eyes. Her gaze was almost ethereal, and she bore the features of an East Asian woman with black hair and dark eyes. In a moment of jealousy, she pinched Gu Li's waist sharply. Her man was perfect in every way, except for being overly flirtatious. Remembering that Gu Li had to engage with women to acquire superpowers, Ms. Zhao sighed in resignation. Goodness, what an injustice. To be honest, Gu Li was equally bewildered. He had never anticipated that Kantasha would don a qipao, and her pitiable demeanor was indeed captivating, successfully capturing his attention. Sensing the displeasure radiating from Zhao Hailuan, Gu Li quickly leaned closer to her ear and whispered an explanation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hailuan's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? The woman I can't help but admire turns out to be a robot? This is absurd. Seizing the opportunity while Zhao's attention was diverted, Gu Li retrieved the regeneration cradle from the system space and instructed the newly born Transformer, Little White, to lie within. Amidst a familiar dazzling glow, Little White emerged from the regeneration cradle, her entire form transformed into true Edelman alloy. "Thank you, Master," she stammered, her speech not quite fluid. Observing this, Gu Li commanded, "Your task henceforth is to protect the mistress." "Yes, master." Although Zhao Hailuan could not discern the specifics of Gu Li's remarkable actions, she sensed that Little White seemed to have grown stronger. "Darling, what is that device?" Following the direction indicated by Ms. Zhao, Gu Li helplessly shrugged his shoulders. The film showcased the rebirth cradle, a creation of Zhao Hailuan, yet the rebirth cradle rewarded by the system was evidently more extraordinary. Hailuan, this rebirth cradle is primarily designed to replace the body materials of Transformers. The original body material of Xiaobai was somewhat fragile, hence it has been replaced with true adamantium. Ms. Zhao nodded thoughtfully. After planting a tender kiss on Gu Li, she spoke, "Darling, please take me to work."
Guam linuda.
Reflecting on the remarkable enhancement that heart-shaped grass provided to the body. Previously, after a night of revelry, Ms. Zhao would need to rest for a day, but now she appeared as if nothing had happened. However, she still could not rival Carol's physique. Speaking of which, it was nearly time for the sparring session previously arranged with Carol. After bidding farewell to Ms. Zhao with a kiss, Gu Li returned to the farm base, where he intended to transform the adamantium robots crafted by Grey Wolf into new Transformers. After instructing Dr. Zola and several Dinobots to bring out the 17 adamantium robots, Gu Li took out the spark source and approached each one in turn. The rhythmic sounds of mechanical transformations echoed, merging into the most delightful symphony known to man. Gu Li reveled in the sensation of converting these lifeless, cold machines into mechanical beings. Yet, he found himself torn between employing the mechanical frenzy for a human wave tactic or utilizing the spark source for something grander. Perhaps transforming colossal entities like Thanos' interstellar warship or DS aerial aircraft carrier into Transformers, or even assembling a legion of Transformers. The Dinobots gazed at their master with unwavering devotion, surpassed only by the fervor of Starscream and Shockwave. Truly, their master embodied the essence of a creator, achieving a monumental feat only possible for a deity. Among them, the most fervent and zealous was Dr. Zola, the robot. To him, Gu Li represented the epitome of a perfect Hydra leader, akin to a creator breathing life into existence. An indescribable impulse surged within him, prompting him to exclaim, "Leader, shall we eliminate Pierce?" Chapter 83, Healer and Master of Arms, New York, Farm Base. Gu Li leaned quietly against the edge of the pool. Beside him nestled the water-soaked Kun Tasha, clad in a form-fitting purple cheongsam that accentuated her exquisite curves. Observing her, Gu Li swallowed hard several times. Truth be told, he felt akin to an inexperienced yet playful gamer, fully aware that he could not resist the allure of Li Jiasen, yet compelled to indulge in the temptation. Why not give it a try? His heart fluttered with excitement. After all, there was a reward at stake, and no one was privy to it. In his mind, two small figures seemed to engage in a relentless battle of thoughts. What are you afraid of? Stand firm in your principles. Principles? What have they ever granted you, superpowers or the source of fire? Nothing at all. Stay true to your principles. Consider the dangers of the multiverse, filled with countless deranged villains. What will you wield to resist them? Maintain your principles. In the end, you will be powerless to protect anything. Your women, your friends. Left with nothing but tears, unable to act. Gu Li inhaled deeply, a fiery determination igniting in his eyes, as he tore open the purple cheongsam, poised to leap forward when an annoying phone ring abruptly interrupted him. You are connected to Gu Charlie. The water spirit has sent a woman to see you, came Tony's teasing voice from the other end. A woman? What woman? Gu Li asked irritably, ready to hang up, but the sight of Jiasen bending down to tie her hair made him reconsider. It's Cersei's sister. You're quite the player. Be careful or Dr. Zhao might have you kneeling on durians. Send me the address. After ending the call, Gu Li leaned back against the edge of the bath. Cersei's sister? Is it a Jack, the leader of the Eternals, or Tina, the master of arms? What could she want with me? The internal struggle he had just experienced led Gu Li to an epiphany. With the characteristics of the system he had bound to himself, if he wished to become a universal powerhouse, he had to maintain a calm mindset without any psychological burdens. As long as he exerted effort, success would inevitably follow. Finally, an hour later, Gu Li reluctantly donned his attire, contemplating what a Jack might want. If it was nothing of great importance, he would return to spar with Justin and perhaps give Tifa a try as well. That certainly seemed feasible. Glancing at the address Tony had sent to his phone, Ghoulie furrowed his brow, puzzled. Why is it a hotel? He rarely stayed in hotels. Before acquiring superpowers, he deemed them unsafe due to privacy concerns, and now, with abilities, he found no inclination to frequent them. What on earth was a Jack up to? Was she testing me on Cersei's behalf? After a moment of contemplation without clarity, he decided to utilize the teleportation portal to arrive at a Jack's booked room. The initial meeting was somewhat awkward, not for any particular reason other than that a Jack had just emerged from the bathroom, draped in a towel. Clearly, she had underestimated the power of the portal, not anticipating that Ghoulie could teleport directly into her room. It is worth noting that among all the spells he had learned at Camartage, he had only mastered the portal, the kind that does not require a suspended ring. Greetings, I am Ghoulie. Hello, a Jack of the Eternals. After an awkward exchange of pleasantries, Ghoulie wasted no time and inquired directly, considering your affiliation with the Celestials, please state your purpose for seeking me. A Jack hesitated for several moments, as if contemplating a significant decision, before gazing intently at Ghoulie. I suspect you are a member of the Eternals, and I wish to confirm this with you. Ghoulie nodded in understanding. It was evident that a Jack had misconstrued his possession of celestial reconstruction molecules and Ikaris's intense gaze. I apologize, but I am not one of the Eternals. I am human, pure-blooded to the utmost degree. This was quite a revelation. Ghoulie had never anticipated that he would one day be mistaken for kin, especially by a Jack, the leader of the Eternals. Thus, I seek to ascertain whether you truly belong to the Eternals, a Jack added, though she harbored an unspoken desire to determine if Ghoulie was a deviant. Intrigued, Ghoulie asked, is there a method for verification? He continued, in that case, a Jack, could you please elucidate your means of confirmation? I shall comply. Upon hearing this, a Jack abruptly discarded the towel draped over her, a gesture that left Ghoulie utterly astonished. Is this your method of confirmation? Ghoulie thought to himself, perplexed by a Jack's mental state. If I am not, you would be at a considerable loss. A Jack, unfazed by Ghoulie's remark, responded nonchalantly, it is merely a vessel, nothing of consequence. If it comes to it, I can simply acquire another after this divine manifestation ceases. Are you certain? Ghoulie mused. To be candid, a Jack's physical form did not stir his desires, as he had encountered many beautiful women. However, a Jack's abilities intrigued him. Her capacity for healing, allowing her not only to mend others but also to rejuvenate herself, an extraordinary power he lacked. I am certain. No sooner had he spoken than he embraced her, releasing an impulse recently ignited by Li Jussin. Yet, a Jack soon confirmed that Ghoulie was neither an eternal nor a deviant, a realization that filled her with regret. She had only just convinced herself that once this was over, she would swiftly return to South Dakota to resume her secluded existence. However, she had underestimated Ghoulie's combat prowess. Bolstered by the serum and the spider totem, along with the mysterious unipower, Ghoulie charged forth like a rampaging bull. Time slipped away until Ghoulie heard the system's melodious notification for the second time, prompting him to halt. At that moment, a Jack lay on the bed, her eyes glazed, breathing heavily and utterly spent. Ghoulie lit a cigarette and glanced at the system prompt. Character Jack. Acquired healing, rapid self-recovery, and the ability to channel cosmic energy to heal others. Character a Jack. Acquired master of weapons, the capability to manipulate cosmic energy to conjure various energy weapons. After Ghoulie donned his clothing, he pouted slightly. Healing was the superpower he desperately needed. Although he rarely sustained injuries, unforeseen circumstances were inevitable. This superpower could be likened to a significantly enhanced blood pack for himself. Moreover, it would prove invaluable when those around him were hurt. However, the superpower of the weapon master stemmed from Tina, a member of the Eternal race and the cousin of Thanos. Portrayed by Angelina Jolie, Tina's father was a sibling of Thanos' father. As for the weapon master, he could manipulate cosmic energy to conjure various energy weapons, a skill that bore some resemblance to the superpowers previously acquired from Carol. Yet there were distinctions as well. Captain Marvel, Carol, could command cosmic energy, but she could not achieve the same level of finesse as Tina. Carol typically launched energy projectiles from her arms, which perfectly aligned with her temperament and character. Conversely, Tina's mastery of cosmic energy was far more intricate, akin to the difference between coarse grains and fine flour. After covering Ajax with a blanket, Ghoulie remarked, "Young lady, do be more mindful next time." Having lived 2 lifetimes, he had never witnessed such a peculiar method of recognition. What if it were true? What would he do then? Yet, it seemed there was no real issue after all. Chapter 84, the third evolution card, the Grey Wolf Laboratory. From the moment Wolf Uncle received the ebony blade from Ghoulie, he has not rested for a single moment, nor has he sought out his beloved little leopard. This is because Grey Wolf has discovered a genuine fondness for the exhilaration of relentless work and pushing his own limits. In contrast, Ghoulie, who visited late at night, remarked that capitalists cherish employees like Wolf Uncle. After all, if one does not strive, how can the boss afford to change houses, cars, or even spouses? Even in a different world, Ghoulie remains surrounded by overachievers, particularly Wolf Uncle, Dr. Zola, and the recently returned Quinta Shah from her mining expedition. During this period, Grey Wolf has been inexplicably eager to take on tasks each day, leading Ghoulie to feel as if Wolf Uncle wishes to complete all future work at once. Meanwhile, Dr. Zola is busy inventorying the 17 new transformers created by Ghoulie, determining what to retain, what to relocate, and what to destroy. Of course, there is also the daily greeting from Zola upon seeing Ghoulie. "Boss, did you take care of Pierce today?" As for Quinta Shah, ever since she transformed to resemble Lee Jussin, she seems to have undergone a revelation, incessantly tempting her master. Ghoulie's mind is now filled with alluring thoughts. Fortunately, he possesses an advantage in life, exempting him from the struggles of competition, financial worries, or housing concerns. His thoughts are solely focused on resolute yet tantalizing ambitions. What a perfect life it is! Reflecting on the fleeting moments of his 22 years, Ghoulie cannot help but marvel at the distinctiveness of a life lived with an advantage. 5 years ago, he was just a boy without even the most basic of resources, yet now he stands as the most formidable man on earth. This assertion is undeniably accurate. Firstly, the Ancient One is female and thus not included in the statistics. Secondly, the divine being Tiamat, residing within the earth, does not belong to humanity. Therefore, he is indeed the strongest man on earth. Since acquiring the Little Confusion, he has experienced few monetary concerns, and with Quintasha's return, that burden has vanished entirely. Suddenly, his drifting thoughts are interrupted by a weary voice. "Boss, the molecular formula is out. I'm going to rest now." All right. Accepting the note handed over by Wolf Uncle, Ghoulie focused his mind, and a crackling golden aura manifested before him. Instinctively, he found himself at the farm base. Utilizing his ability to reshape molecules, he transformed a batch of enigmatic metals, sighing as he held them in his hands. Regrettably, the metals produced fell short in comparison to the ebony blade, likely due to the enchantment involved. After all, it was Merlin who forged the ebony blade. Perhaps it was under the auspices of that great figure's enchantments that the blade acquired its extraordinary powers and resistance to magic. Having worked diligently throughout the morning, Ghoulie produced a substantial amount of mysterious metals, preparing to forge an interstellar battleship using this unknown metal alongside true adamantium. In terms of quantity and size, Ghoulie ultimately opted for the larger the better. Were it not for technological and manpower constraints, he would have aspired to construct an interstellar warship comparable in magnitude to that of the celestial beings. At that moment, he envisioned activating it with the ignition source. Just imagine, a towering transformer, thousands of meters high. How magnificent is that? Is it not a bit thrilling? However, he was apprehensive about the potential risk of obliterating Earth. Ghoulie even contemplated utilizing the ignition source to transform the blue giant star annihilation cannon from his system space into a transformer. That weapon was indeed a formidable asset in his arsenal. Yet, he harbored concerns about whether any mishaps might occur during the transformation. If everything proceeded smoothly, fine, but if not, his family on Earth could be in grave peril, with few likely to escape. Lost in a myriad of thoughts, Ghoulie unknowingly found himself in the bathhouse, where Quintasha, with an innate sense of propriety, shed her garments and nestled into his embrace. This time, he did not suppress his impulses. After all, who could refuse the enchanting Lee Jussin? Who could? The great sage Guli marveled in a reminiscent tone. Invincible, truly invincible. With Kantasha by his side, he felt as though he had conquered all the women of the universe. Robots were merely robots at that point. At that moment, a sincere whisper echoed in his heart. I love the system. The harsh words he once directed at the system in his youth now transformed into profound affection, even stronger than before. After all, which man could resist such a path to empowerment, where both the journey and the outcome were equally awe-inspiring? In that fleeting second, he felt an unparalleled sense of joy, so much so that he disregarded the reward notification in his mind and drifted into slumber while embracing Jason. Even a Superman can feel fatigued. Recently, he had indeed amassed quite a few rewards, a testament to his relentless dedication. Awakening only in the evening, Guli, under Kantasha's attentive care, washed up and donned fresh attire. Before departing, he playfully pinched her cheek and instructed, maintain this appearance. As for how long this would last, that depended on his whims. Indeed, I am increasingly resembling a scoundrel, Guli sighed, reflecting on his transformation. Prior to this, the system had signaled connection to the extraordinary individual Kantasha successful, acquiring an intermediate superpower evolution card. Among the myriad of superpowers he had obtained, the previously evolved abilities included molecular reshaping and shockwave manipulation. This time, without a moment's hesitation, Guli chose to evolve the ability to absorb energy, a necessity that would grant immunity to most cosmic energies, effectively enhancing his magical resistance. Energy absorption evolution successful. The capacity to absorb greater amounts of energy, with a higher threshold. The system's description, as per usual, was rather perfunctory. In terms of physical fortitude, his magical resistance was fully maximized. Should he face off against the Ancient One again, Guli was confident he could stand still and allow her to strike for 2.5 minutes. Moreover, he firmly believed that one day he too would attain immunity to physical damage. Entering the system. Name: Guli. Race: human. Age: 22. Superpowers: 50/50 serum, spider totem. Fate cards: shockwave, intermediate. Molecular reshaping, intermediate. Invisibility, dynamic light waves, flight, heart-shaped grass, energy absorption, intermediate. Energy manipulation, healing, master of weapons, items. Little cricket handgun, rejuvenation cradle, blue giant star destroyer cannon, dark divine book replica. Affiliations: drift, soundwave, tape legion, quintessa, gray wolf, steel cable, red spider, darts, iron slag. Contracted entities: Dormammu, Zysorn. Upon exiting the system interface, Guli mused to himself, do I now qualify as a being of celestial caliber? In the cinematic universe, the celestial beings he was well acquainted with included the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One and the Asgardian King Odin. At first glance, Ancient One appeared to be a fragile mage, while Odin was comprehensive in his prowess. Adorned in the destroyer armor, he could even contend with the Celestial Assembly, albeit for mere seconds. Nevertheless, this fleeting confrontation stands as an illustrious achievement in the annals of the Nine Realms, for the Celestial Assembly never engages in solitary duels. When conflict arises, it is customary for no fewer than 6 or 7 members of the Celestial Assembly to unite in a concerted effort against their adversary, thus leading to the designations of the First, Second, and Third Celestial Assemblies. Indeed, they function as a cohesive group. After acquiring 2 superpowers from Carol, Guli felt he could justifiably consider himself a being of celestial caliber. While there are varying degrees within this classification, the multitude of superpowers he possesses, particularly shockwave, molecular reshaping, and energy absorption, each having undergone a significant evolution, surpasses even those of the original host. Thus, how could he not qualify? Chapter 85. A day worth celebrating. On the morning of May 1, 2011, as Guli indulged in the delightful sensation of burying his face in the soft embrace of 2 snow-white pillows, the irritating sound of a phone ringing suddenly pierced through the tranquility. Who on earth is calling at such an ungodly hour on a weekend? Guli exclaimed in annoyance, lifting his head from the cleansing foam. The previous night, he had exerted considerable effort to send his dear nephew away, relishing the precious private moments with Mei Jie. He had even gone so far as to spend $300 to bribe Peter's good friend Ned. compelling Peter to stay overnight at Ned's house. At 32, May had become increasingly sensitive about her age and appearance. Recently, during her fleeting moments of leisure, she would often find herself scrutinizing her reflection in the mirror, fearful of the emergence of even the slightest wrinkle. Under her influence, the other two women in the household had begun to share this growing concern, which was significantly impacting Gu Lie's happiness. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the cosmic energy to answer the call, and on the other end, he was greeted by Rod's excited voice. "Hey, Gu! Today is a day worthy of celebration." Instinctively, Gu Lie glanced at the date, May 1st. The realization struck him, leaving him momentarily stunned as a thought flickered through his mind. "Are you really reminiscing about the days of cotton picking today? It's the second anniversary of Tony and Ethan's escape from Afghanistan. We should gather and celebrate." "All right, you take care of the arrangements," Gu Lie replied. After hanging up, he rubbed his forehead in disappointment, initially suspecting Rod had lost his mind. It turned out they were commemorating Tony and Ethan's escape from that cave in Afghanistan. Time had flown by, and it had indeed been 2 years. How swiftly the days pass. Gu Lie sighed, reflecting on the relentless passage of time. Fortunately, the rewards of his diligent efforts over the past 2 years had not gone in vain. Feeling the boundless energy coursing through him, the words of his ancestors echoed in Gu Lie's ears, inspiring him. The sharpness of a sword is forged through hardship. The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from bitter cold. The road is long and arduous. I shall seek diligently. Those who achieve great things in ancient times possessed not only extraordinary talents but also unwavering determination. Indeed, the wisdom of the ancients had not deceived him. The ancestral words filled Gu Lie with vigor. He was determined to grow stronger and achieve greatness, aspiring to scale the heights of universal prowess. Just as he prepared to rise, Mei Jie was suddenly enveloped in his embrace, and once again, the labor of Gu Lie commenced. 2 hours later, with a wave of his hand, a garment composed of countless molecules swiftly adorned his body. Ever since he realized the potential of molecular reconstruction, he had grown lazy even in the act of dressing himself. After all, why stand when one can lie down? The advancement of technology in human society is, after all, aimed at liberating our hands for the sake of leisure. Gently covering May with a blanket, Gu Lie summoned a crackling golden halo that instantly materialized, and he strode over with an effortless grace. Indeed, it had been quite some time since he last gathered with these companions, primarily due to his recent heavy workload. A considerable portion of his time had been spent transforming true Edmund alloy and mysterious metals for the construction of interstellar warships. As for the remainder, it was best left unspoken. In the Stark Tower, atop the Grand Hall, a vibrant display of balloons, streamers, and flowers adorned the entire space, while tables were elegantly set with exquisite tableware and decorations. There was even a large cake, prominently emblazoned with the numeral 2. Among the shadows, Gu Lie spotted the helpless Tony, awkwardly standing by the table. In truth, the very notion of this celebration was entirely at odds with Tony's character. That fellow would never orchestrate some frivolous soiree to commemorate his escape from the cave 2 years prior. What had prompted him to arrange such an event? Upon hearing Gu Lie's inquiry, Tony resignedly shrugged his shoulders, casting a sidelong glance toward Pepper. She believed that May 1st marked the beginning of her rebirth. He hesitated for a moment before asking, "By the way, was I truly that dreadful before?" Gu Lie chose not to respond to his question. Instead, he retrieved several magazines from the system space and thrust them into Tony's arms. "As of today, here are the cover girls for the first 5 months of this year. Given your vast experience, why not offer an appraisal?" Certain regrettable memories abruptly assailed Tony's mind, and he awkwardly rubbed his nose, defensively retorting, "You're not exactly a paragon yourself." Tony had long lost count of the women with whom Gu Lie had been entangled, and he was certain there were many more he remained unaware of. This time, Pepper had invited Dr. Zhao and Natasha, both of whom were expected to arrive. Observing Tony's mischievous grin, Gu Lie casually remarked, "Rest assured, there's nothing going on between Natasha and me. Well, not at present anyway. As for the future, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it." Tony couldn't help but scoff at the notion that Gu Lie could ever forsake his roguish ways. If the day ever came when Gu Lie truly reformed, Tony would certainly pinch himself to confirm he wasn't dreaming. As for Tony's jests, Gu Li found himself at a loss for words. It was clear that any explanation would be met with skepticism, rendering silence a more prudent option. Presently, Gu Li bore an abundance of superpowers, akin to a vessel filled with waters of various hues, each distinctly defined and yet to fully merge into a unified state. It would require time for refinement. Unless he encountered an exceptionally captivating superpower, such as chaotic magic or fragments of the Phoenix Force, Gu Li intended to take a brief respite to gather his strength before complete integration. Tony's peculiar posture, cradling several magazines, soon caught Rhodey's attention, prompting him to raise an eyebrow with palpable concern as he gazed at his old friend. "Are you considering a return to your former pursuits?" Scram. Just then, grinning widely, Coulson entered the venue, escorting a striking blonde woman. Upon catching sight of the approaching figure, Gu Li awkwardly touched his chin, pondering, what brings her here? Tony, feeling disheartened due to a misunderstanding with Rhodey, noticed the subtle shift in Gu Li's demeanor. Following Gu Li's gaze, he glanced at the woman beside Coulson and a faint smile curved his lips. However, when Tony beheld Dr. Zhao and Daisy, who had arrived alongside Natasha, his grin blossomed even brighter. With a mischievous spirit of revelry, Tony gently tugged at Rhodey's arm, nodding towards Gu Li's position, as if to say, "Let us watch the spectacle." Yet he felt that something was still amiss. He led Rhodey to the bar and signaled to the earnest Dr. Banner and Dr. Ethan. In an instant, for distinguished gentlemen, whose combined age approached 2 centuries, were leaning against the bar, eagerly watching the unfolding drama. At last, Coulson approached Gu Li with the golden-haired woman and introduced her, saying, "Mr. Superman, this is also a colleague from S.H.I.L.D. Sharon Carter." Chapter 86. Coulson's idol Mr. Superman, a colleague of ours at S.H.I.L.D. introduced Sharon Carter. Coulson's enthusiasm elicited an inward scoff from Gu Li. "Of course, I know who she is." As former lovers who had shared an intimate bond, Gu Li was acutely aware of both the magnitude and nuances of their relationship. How had he never realized that the ever-smiling Coulson possessed such a peculiar hobby of introducing his ex-girlfriend to others? Was there truly no dossier on him within S.H.I.L.D.? A sudden thought flashed through Gu Li's mind, yet he dismissed it. It seemed implausible. Although he had not discovered any records about himself during the last sonic invasion of S.H.I.E.L.D. That was merely because he had yet to capture the attention of Nick Fury and the agency. However, since he had ceased to conceal himself and had decisively confronted Hulk and Abomination on the streets of New York, it was likely that the meticulous Coulson had thoroughly investigated every detail of his life, from his early years to his romantic escapades, even down to his cinematic preferences. Yet, observing Coulson's demeanor, it appeared he truly was unaware of Gu Li's connection with Sharon Carter. Was Coulson's caution so profound that even his closest associates were left uninformed? "Gu Li, it's been a while," Sharon Carter remarked wistfully, reflecting on how this once youthful boyfriend had ascended to an almost unattainable stature in her eyes. It felt like a dream. During their time together, Gu Li had possessed no extraordinary abilities. Yet, in the span of a few months apart, he had suddenly sculpted his physique into perfection. A twinge of nostalgia washed over Sharon. Alas, he was now with someone new. "Long time no see, Carter," Gu Li replied, extending his hand to grasp hers, a hand he knew all too well, one that had once left marks on his back. Sharon Carter, the woman who had ignited his journey into acquiring superpowers. It had been approximately 3 years since they last met, and now everything had changed. Thanks to her aunt, Peggy Carter, Sharon had become Agent 13 of S.H.I.E.L.D. Meanwhile, Gu Li had shed his youthful naivety. The group of 4 observing from the bar suddenly lost interest, as the anticipated melodrama had not unfolded as they had imagined. Even more perplexing was the sight of Gu Li's girlfriend, Zhao Hailuan, seemingly enjoying a lively conversation with his ex Daisy. That carefree girl was even linking arms with Zhao Hailuan. This scene prompted Rhodes to sincerely commend Tony. "Gu is far more adept than you in managing the dynamics between ex-girlfriends and current partners. Who wouldn't he want to live the life Gu Li led? He was handsome, deemed the most attractive in New York, and immensely wealthy, possessing strength akin to Superman. Most importantly, he effortlessly maintained harmonious relationships with multiple girlfriends. It seemed utterly unfair, as if all the world's good fortune had been monopolized by Gu alone. In response to Rod's jests, Dr. Banner nodded in agreement. Although he possesses formidable strength in his Hulk form, such power comes at a significant cost. He must maintain a careful balance in his emotions, avoiding excessive agitation or elation, lest he unexpectedly transform into the colossal Hulk. Such a burden is truly incomprehensible to others. Meanwhile, with Ms. Zhao's assistance, Gu Li managed to extricate himself from the awkward encounter with his ex-girlfriend. Ms. Zhao's thoughtfulness was remarkable. After playfully blowing a few kisses to Zhao Helen, Gu Li turned to the ever-joyful Coulson beside him with a puzzled expression. "Coulson, what has you so elated?" It had been a good 10 minutes since Coulson entered the banquet hall, and the smile on his face had yet to fade, piquing Gu Li's curiosity. Upon hearing Gu Li's inquiry, Coulson cautiously surveyed their surroundings, ensuring they were alone before leaning in to whisper, "The director has found another of my idols in the Arctic." Few were aware of Coulson's idol, and certainly within S.H.I.E.L.D. knowledge was scarce. Gu Li knew, thanks to Coulson's candid request for Superman's autograph during their last encounter. Coulson's two idols were Superman and Captain America. Before Gu Li emerged, hailed as Superman, Coulson's idols were confined to the realms of comics and tales. Yet, within a mere 2.5 years, beginning with Iron Man's debut, Superman had become his colleague, and now Captain America was set to join their ranks. How could this not fill him with joy? Upon learning that the frozen Captain America had been unearthed by Fury, Gu Li patted Coulson on the shoulder. This was indeed a reason for celebration. "Congratulations, Coulson. Your dream of collecting idol autographs is on the verge of realization." Coulson's beaming face, however, told a more tragic tale when viewed through the lens of the original narrative. He had faced death and resurrection, only to later vanish from the Marvel Cinematic Universe, a consequence of budget disputes between Marvel's film and television divisions. Following the failure of the television department during these budgetary skirmishes, S.H.I.E.L.D. disbanded in Captain America, the Winter Soldier. Subsequently, agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. found new backing, launching its own universe, thereby severing ties with the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Yet, the events beyond the proverbial wall ultimately held no sway over Gu Li's world. This meant that once he accomplished his mission to dismantle S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra, the organization may very well re-emerge under Coulson's leadership. Indeed, S.H.I.E.L.D. is on the rise, Coulson mused with a smile. Presently, S.H.I.E.L.D. boasted formidable powerhouses. Superman, the Hulk, Iron Man, and soon Captain America would join their ranks. Additionally, they had elite agents, Hill, Natasha, Clint, and himself, as Fury's plan to assemble the Avengers was on the brink of fruition. The reason for Sharon Carter's attendance at today's banquet stems from Natasha's reassignment at Stark Industries, where Nick Fury, citing a shortage of personnel, compelled her to return. Sharon now assumes Natasha's responsibilities, managing the liaison between Stark Industries and S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, Tony Stark serves as both a consultant and the primary financier for S.H.I.E.L.D., rendering Nick Fury uneasy about entrusting financial matters to others. At this moment in New York, within a clandestine S.H.I.E.L.D. facility, Nick Fury took several deep breaths to calm the tumult within him. Not long ago, the Russian oil team had detected anomalies within the ice, and upon receiving the news, he was incredulous about the claim that Captain America was still alive. Yet, in truth, the man who could be deified in America lay quietly before him, encased in ice. The Avengers have assembled. Chapter 87. The Cosmic Shuttle. Upon learning of Captain Popsicle's excavation from the Arctic, Gu Li instructed Shangbo to closely observe any peculiar occurrences on the streets of New York in the near future. This was not for any trivial reason. Rather, Ghoulie was immensely curious about the expression that would grace Steve Rogers' face upon discovering that 70 years had elapsed, particularly upon realizing that his leader was now a man of color. 70 years may have passed, but for Steve, who had lost his sense of time due to being frozen, it would feel akin to awakening from a mere slumber. It was as if, upon rousing, he would find a black man issuing commands to him. Would he be bewildered? After all, the era in which Captain America lived was marked by a palpable and harsh discrimination based on skin color. Indeed, whether within or beyond the walls, the stratification of class and color in contemporary America remains starkly evident. In recent times, Ghoulie's attention had been predominantly consumed by Kantasa, not for any other reason than the fact that Tifa was simply remarkable. The novelty of Justin lasted merely 3 days, far from triggering the conditions for the fourth reward. Thus, under Ghoulie's directive, Queen Kantasa transformed into Tifa's likeness. Tifa, the ultimate dream of men. In every aspect, from her physique to her beauty, Tifa was truly exceptional. The rewards Ghoulie received from Kantasa included a unique bonus for styling hair, the Source of Fire, a superpower evolution card, intermediate, from the first connection, the reward from the fifth connection, the 12 Guardian Knights, and the reward from the 10th connection, the Kantasa staff. The 12 Guardian Knights, originally Kantasa's elite guard, ultimately betrayed her upon discovering her intentions to destroy Earth. These knights could combine to form the three-headed mechanical dragon, Dragonstorm, a distant cousin of King Ghidorah. The grandeur of this three-headed mechanical dragon far exceeded that of the Dinobot Pteranodon, making it Ghoulie's second favorite Transformer mount, with the first undoubtedly being the adorable Lizard Demon. Lizard Demon was exceptionally obedient, second only to the third in command, the Red Spider. The size of Dragonstorm varied according to the number of combining knights, and in Transformers 5, the 7 surviving Guardian Knights had once merged to wreak havoc as Dragonstorm. It is no exaggeration to state that when Loki led the Chitauri army in their invasion, Ghoulie would not even need to lift a finger. His Transformers subordinates could effortlessly dispatch the Chitauri army, which had been derisively labeled as the worst in the galaxy by the Raccoon. It was worth every ton of true adamantium he had expended to provide his subordinates with superior body materials. No other individual, not even the wealthiest Black Panther in the Marvel Universe, could achieve such a feat. Those tons of true adamantium represented a considerable fortune. Only Ghoulie, with his ability to reshape molecules, could afford such extravagance, having long lost count of how much alloy he had transformed. As for Kantasa's staff, it possessed formidable power, capable of absorbing Earth's energy to repair the ravaged planet of Cybertron. The staff had once been brought to Earth by the 12 Guardian Knights and gifted to the wizard Merlin of the Transformers universe. Indeed, Merlin was quite occupied. At the farm base, Dr. Zola, after relocating a considerable amount of materials and equipment from the Hydra base, commenced the development of the interstellar battle armor. His assistant was none other than the 17 newly transformed Transformers, and Zola even bestowed upon their collective a resounding moniker, the 18 Arhats of Hydra. Ghoulie found himself ensnared in a delightful and fulfilling existence until May 8, 2011, when the Wolf Uncle Grey Wolf delivered a shocking revelation. The cosmic shuttle had been successfully developed. After terminating the call, Ghoulie hastened to resolve his conflict with Quintessa, and with a swift gesture, his attire was reinstated before he returned to Grey Wolf's laboratory. However, what awaited him was a rather diminutive machine, an interstellar shuttle no larger than the palm of his hand. Wolf Uncle, can such a small device truly traverse the cosmos? Ghoulie inquired hesitantly, holding the compass-like gadget. To be precise, the so-called cosmic shuttle was essentially a compass, with its face adorned with intricate mechanical scales and a screen, at best a rather advanced compass. It bore a striking resemblance to the time-travel device acquired by the character Dopinder in Deadpool 2. Rest assured, boss, this product from Wolf is undoubtedly reliable. In truth, Grey Wolf had crafted 2 machines, one for Ghoulie and the other for his personal use, just in case. After all, he had signed a 3-year contract. Should the contract expire, he would need a means of return. After hearing Grey Wolf's assurance, Ghoulie nodded, recognizing that Grey Wolf, much like Tomcat, was an extraordinary entity, defying conventional logic. Wolf Uncle, how does this contraption operate? Ghoulie was eager to experiment, contemplating the possibility of directly arriving at the universe dimension of death, where he would undoubtedly crown Thanos with a grand green hat. He was resolute in extracting all the abstract entity's superpowers. He would not return to the MCU until he accomplished this. Even if it was not death, infinity would suffice, as she, being the sister of eternity, possessed even greater potential. After all, her brother was a formidable being. The four great abstract entities: eternity, death, infinity, and oblivion. As for the devourer of worlds, Galactus, though he too was born from the cosmic egg's Big Bang alongside the four great abstract entities, he was the last surviving entity of the previous multiverse, embodying the cosmic will as the devourer of worlds. Galactus was not a being of the current multiverse and did not belong to the ranks of abstract entities or creators. The scale on the oscillating dial would randomly display a list of parallel universes, allowing one to select and confirm their destination. Random? Ghoulie expressed his concern, finding this somewhat troublesome. Among the myriad universes of Marvel's multiverse, the cinematic universe he inhabited was relatively safe, relatively being the key word. The remaining individual universes within the multiverse were rife with madness, teeming with chaos. Instances of Galactus's demise were not uncommon, and even the Great Eternity was not assured of stability, as the living tribunal would not dare claim to be as steadfast as a rock. There was a popular saying, "In trivial matters, Galactus perishes. In significant ones, eternity falls. And in catastrophic events, the tribunal meets its end." If Galactus survived any given event, then such an event could hardly be deemed noteworthy. It is evident how perilous the multiverse can be. With Ghoulie's currently tenuous, godlike prowess, venturing into the multiverse at this moment seems rather precarious. Unless he is to enter a cinematic universe akin to that of the X-Men, such as the Fox universe. The X-Men universe is divided into four distinct realms. Firstly, Earth 10005, which encompasses the timeline prior to X-Men. Days of Future Past, including X-Men, X2, X-Men, The Last Stand, X-Men, First Class, Logan, and Days of Future Past. Following the events of Days of Future Past, the timeline diverges from 1973, and the universe is subsequently designated as Earth TRN 414, which includes Deadpool, X-Men, Apocalypse, and Dark Phoenix. Logan transpires in Earth 17315, which is not the same Earth as the previous X-Men series. The final realm is Earth 41633, where Deadpool 2 unfolds, which also does not share its Earth with the earlier narratives. In essence, it can be summarized in one word: chaotic. Ghoulie pondered for a moment and suddenly contemplated a significant concern. Wolverine, I trust there is a way back? Chapter 88. The Captain with No Honeyed Words. Steve Rogers, the original Captain America, experienced a life that can be divided into two distinct halves. The first half commenced in 1918 when he was born in Brooklyn, New York. Afflicted from a young age with chronic ailments such as asthma and hypertension, Steve's family background remained a mystery. During a time of war, he endeavored to enlist multiple times but was consistently turned away, as he stood at a mere 1.62 meters and weighed only 43 kilograms, slightly taller than Dr. Zola. No girl would have taken a liking to Steve during that era, as he constantly played the role of the sidekick to his best friend, Bucky. He was the boy who, cornered in an alley and subjected to relentless beating, would still proclaim, "I could endure this all day," while wielding a trash can lid. On June 6, 1943, Steve endured the transformation wrought by the super soldier serum, acquiring a physique akin to that of Ghoulie. It was from that moment forth that he became the first super soldier in American history. His height surged to 1.88 meters, his weight increased to 109 kilograms, and all his ailments were miraculously cured. That year, he was 25 years old. After several months of rigorous training, Steve finally found himself on the front lines of war, leading the Howling Commandos to numerous victories. Yet, life played a cruel trick on him. While battling Hydra alongside Bucky, his friend fell from a train into the abyss, his fate unknown. On March 5, 1945, in a bid to thwart Hydra's plans and to save beleaguered New York, Steve piloted a plane that ultimately crashed in the Arctic ice, where he remained encased in ice for nearly 70 years. Thus, the first half of his life came to an end, while the second half was just beginning. Now, much like the present moment, Steve Rogers, having navigated the stringent security of SHIELD, stood bewildered on the streets of New York, surveying an environment that felt vaguely familiar yet overwhelmingly foreign. Awakening to a world transformed, He observed the bustling traffic weaving through the streets like a beautiful symphony, a melody that encapsulated the city's frenetic pace. The flickering neon lights resembled a vibrant tapestry, illustrating the splendor of urban life. Yet, to Steve, everything appeared cacophonous, blinding, and utterly alien. Certain landmark buildings allowed him to confirm his location in New York. But what had transpired in this world? Why the sudden change? A one-eyed man approached him with an imposing demeanor, stating, "Listen, I sincerely apologize for that performance, but we believe it is best for you to gradually acclimate to this." In an effort to prevent Captain America from experiencing overwhelming shock upon awakening, Nick Fury had transformed certain rooms within the SHIELD headquarters to reflect the style of the World War II era, even dressing the nurses in attire from the previous century. However, through a televised event, Steve caught a glimpse of the truth, prompting his hasty departure from SHIELD to the streets of New York. Acclimate to what? It was evident that Steve had yet to comprehend the passage of many years. "You have been in a deep slumber, Captain, for approximately 70 years. Upon realizing the passage of nearly 7 decades, Steve glanced around helplessly, a singular thought occupying his mind. He had ultimately missed his date with Peggy Carter. Observing Steve's sudden silence, Nick Fury, whose sole focus was assembling the Avengers, quickly inquired, "Are you all right, Captain?" Fury was genuinely concerned that the captain might react irrationally due to the overwhelming situation, though he believed, based on his understanding of Steve's character, that such behavior was unlikely. Nonetheless, one could never be too certain. Steve paused, exhaling deeply. "I'm fine. It's just that I had a date, which I missed." Gazing at the scene, which mirrored the original narrative, Ghoulie could not help but smirk in resignation. This felt off. Perhaps it was because his words lacked sweetness? The captain should have retorted, "Don't try to get close to me, you fool. Go home and pick cotton." It was unfortunate that he had rushed over to witness this iconic moment upon receiving a sonic alert. Could it be that he had only seen a pirated version before? Ghoulie could only hope that one day, when he ventured into the universe where Hydra's Captain America resided, he might truly experience the sweet-tongued captain. After all, that particular captain was the leader of Hydra, and his demeanor would undoubtedly be captivating. Of course, Ghoulie's primary motivation for visiting that universe was the presence of the cosmic cube on Earth. Within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the 6 Infinity Stones each hold boundless power, regarded as the ultimate artifacts. Collecting all 6 and utilizing them together could amplify their effects, allowing one to, like Thanos, snap their fingers and randomly erase half of all life in the universe. However, in the multiverse, there exist artifacts that rival or even surpass the power of the Infinity Stones, such as the Cosmic Cube and the Heart of the Universe. The Cosmic Cube should not be confused with the Tesseract, which is merely another name for the Space Stone. The Cosmic Cube possesses near-omnipotent abilities, and the diminished form of the Beyonder is an incomplete Cosmic Cube. An incomplete Cosmic Cube is already nearly all-knowing and all-powerful, capable of transforming the holder's innermost desires into reality. The most powerful Cosmic Cubes can even obliterate and recreate the multiverse. Indeed, there is more than one Cosmic Cube. Each can evolve through interactions with different consciousnesses, ultimately developing its own independent awareness, thoughts, and unique form. Upon witnessing Fury successfully ushering Steve into the vehicle, Ghoulie muttered to himself, "Time to slip away." Rather than waste time here, he preferred to select a suitable target to pursue, aiming for 3 rewards before making his exit. After all, the conditions for system rewards after the 3rd attempt were exceedingly stringent, demanding vast amounts of time and effort, a taxing endeavor. Had Ghoulie maintained a more detached approach from the onset, he would likely be in a far better position, enjoying much greater freedom. However, freedom often walks hand in hand with solitude. It must be acknowledged that he cannot embody the archetype of an unparalleled powerhouse, unilaterally shouldering the eternal silence of existence. He is but an ordinary man. Let us rewind to a not-so-distant past. Ghoulie expressed his concerns regarding the cosmic transit device to Uncle Grey Wolf. "Will there be a return journey?" Grey Wolf promptly rolled his eyes. "Boss, whether you choose to embark or not, kindly refrain from insulting my intelligence." In other words, aside from the inherent randomness of the destination, all other aspects are assuredly reliable. There is, at the very least, a guarantee of a round trip. Venturing into other universes to witness the lunatic villains could be an intriguing prospect. However, to this day, he has yet to explore the myriad life planets within the MCU. Perhaps it is best to wait for Carol's return and embark on a cosmic journey together before making a definitive decision. At the very least, a visit to Suvlin is in order to behold the towering one. 9-meter-tall High Priest Aisha. Just the thought of those long legs sends a thrill through him. Moreover, there are substantial rewards to consider, even if Aisha's son, Adam Warlock, is destined to become a pivotal figure in a future life court. Given the nature of the system, it is likely that he could also acquire a portion of Adam's extraordinary abilities. Here I come, long legs. Chapter 89. Gu Li's elaborate scheme in the office of the Security Council Minister. Nick Fury reclined leisurely on the sofa, his spirits remarkably high of late. On one hand, he had successfully unearthed Captain America, Steve Rogers, from the Arctic ice and enlisted him into S.H.I.L.D. Fury had even chosen an auspicious day to formally establish the Avengers. On the other hand, his old friend Carol, who had led the Skrulls to safety, was likely to return to Earth soon. With such fortuitous events, Fury felt compelled to share his elation with another old acquaintance in Pierce's office. Contrary to Fury's buoyant demeanor, Pierce was inexplicably engulfed in anxiety upon learning of Captain America's integration into S.H.I.E.L.D. The memories of Hydra's defeat during World War II lingered vividly, and Pierce found himself worrying that the Insight program might also falter due to Captain America's involvement. After all, the last failure of Hydra was intricately tied to that very man. To make matters worse, Fury had the audacity to flaunt his triumph. After dismissing Fury, Pierce promptly convened a clandestine meeting with his most trusted allies. Dr. Zola and the extraordinary Gu Li. We must expedite the execution of the Insight program, Pierce stated directly, bypassing any pleasantries. Gu Li, somewhat exasperated, had never encountered someone as hastily eager for their own demise as Pierce. Had it been the mechanical Zola attending the meeting in person rather than through a computer screen, Gu was certain that the latter would have found the situation utterly amusing. After all, the execution of the Insight program signified not only the downfall of both Hydra and S.H.I.L.D., but also heralded Pierce's own demise. Eliminating Pierce had become one of the most fervent aspirations for the robotic Dr. Zola during this period. Rest assured, Mr. Pierce, the operations of S.H.I.E.L.D. are trivial. With a mere flick of our hands at the right moment, we can obliterate them, Gu Li replied confidently. Pierce nodded in agreement with Gu's assertion. The name of Gu Li as a Superman was not merely a fabrication of propaganda like Captain America. He truly possessed superhuman abilities. However, Pierce still felt compelled to caution. Gu, do be mindful. We must try to preserve S.H.I.E.L.D.'s assets. He was genuinely concerned that Gu might become overly zealous, potentially reducing S.H.I.E.L.D. to ruins, leaving behind nothing but chaos. Fear not, Pierce. The preparations for the Insight program are progressing smoothly. We simply await the opportune moment, Gu reassured, addressing Pierce by his first name, a peculiar familiarity that Pierce did not dwell on. Dr. Zola played a crucial role in the reconstruction of Hydra, being an indispensable figure, despite having previously referred to Pierce as leader. With the assurances from Dr. Zola and Gu Li, Pierce's anxiety began to dissipate. He ordered that the construction of 3 aerospace carriers be prioritized to the utmost degree. Eagerly, he awaited the dawn of the Insight program, envisioning the resurgence of Hydra's glory illuminating the entire world once more. After dealing with Pierce, Gu Li returned to the farm base and encountered the robotic Dr. Zola. Leader, most of Hydra's bases are now under my control. It is time to eliminate Pierce. Gu Li had long since developed an immunity to Zola's obsessions and calmly instructed, Doctor, do not forget the assets of Hydra. They must not fall into the wrong hands. Since the conclusion of World War II, Dr. Zola had been invited to join S.H.I.E.L.D. and began the reconstruction of Hydra from within the organization. Perhaps only Zola knew the true extent of Hydra's assets accumulated over the years, yet these assets ultimately belonged to Gu Li. After all, earning money could never compare to the swiftness of seizing it. Moreover, Gu Li felt no moral burden in appropriating Hydra's wealth. He felt entirely justified in doing so. In fact, he yearned for more such opportunities, for who would ever complain about having too much money? Doctor, I may need to venture into space for a reconnaissance mission. I leave affairs on Earth in your capable hands. Once we conclude our business here, we shall advance into the cosmos. Gu Li's ambitions were grand and sweeping. Dr. Zola wholeheartedly endorsed Gu Li's vision, firmly believing in the conquest of the universe. He harbored no doubts that under Gu Li's leadership, the explosive gang would dominate the entire Marvel multiverse. The clandestine member of the explosive gang, Arnim Zola, fervently exclaimed, "Hail Hydra!" Even after the downfall of Hydra and SHIELD. A multitude of unemployed individuals would be recruited into the explosive gang to contribute their energies to the noble cause of human dominion over the universe. After departing from the farm base, Gu Li soared into the upper atmosphere, eager to engage in a sparring session with Carol. His objective for this encounter was straightforward: to fulfill the conditions required for the fourth reward. As for the fifth, it posed a significant challenge. Time was not on his side, and although both he and Carol were superhumans with formidable physiques, bridging the gap from 10 connections to 100 in just a few days was an arduous task. A daunting 90 connections to achieve. 50 minus 10 equals 40. So let us focus on the fourth reward for now. There's plenty of time ahead. While awaiting Carol, Gu Li suddenly realized he had no place to stay. The villa awarded by the system was occupied by May and young Peter, while his new home housed Ms. Zhao and Daisy, and the farm base was occupied by T. Quintessa. Little chaos. Quickly assist me in purchasing a new apartment, one that is ready for immediate occupancy. Although Gu Li had his faults, he had not sunk so low as to bring another woman home in front of his girlfriend. Besides, a substantial amount of money remained from the funds transferred from Killian, making the acquisition of a new residence a trivial matter. Furthermore, this was all in pursuit of acquiring superpowers. Should Gu Li succeed in attaining the coveted dual-star form, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to confront the High Priest of Suvlin and forcibly assume the role of a father to the sorcerer Adam. After approximately an hour had passed, a vibrant humanoid light streaked across the vastness of deep space, revealing none other than Captain Marvel, Carol. The two had not met for several days, yet their rivalry remained unwavering. Carol was the first to propose, "Let us engage in battle before anything else." Without waiting for Gu Li's consent, she unleashed a surge of cosmic energy from her arms, hurling it towards her opponent. Thus commenced a breathtaking skirmish amidst the boundless expanse of Earth's outer space. The clash between Gu Li and Carol erupted with cosmic energy, dazzling like fireworks, their movements swift as lightning, and each punch wielded the force of a thunderous tempest. Ultimately, after Gu Li chose to temper his strength, the two found themselves evenly matched once more. Satisfied, Carol smiled, recognizing that as Gu Li grew stronger, she too had not diminished. However, just as she prepared to depart, she suddenly heard Gu Li exclaim, "Oi, Carol, my cat can do a backflip. Would you like to come and see?" Chapter 90. Sparring: Can cats perform backflips? They likely can, as Carol has witnessed such feats before. Her cat, Gugu, is quite adept at them. On the surface, Gugu appears to be an adorable feline, yet in reality, it is a voracious creature that consumes anything in its path. In a fleeting moment, a myriad of thoughts crossed Carol's mind, ultimately coalescing into a singular realization. Well, it seems I have indeed never encountered a cat that can execute a backflip. 3 hours later, Carol, feeling somewhat exasperated, inquired of Gu Li, "Is this what you refer to as a backflip?" From the moment she stepped through the doorway, Gu Li had whisked her off to the study, unceremoniously presenting a vast array of books, such as Modern History of the Kree, Ancient History of the Kree, and Concepts of the Galactic Empire, among others. "Do you truly have such a passion for learning?" Carol exclaimed in astonishment, clutching the books. Gu Li nodded emphatically. "Learning brings me joy, liberates me from scrutiny, and keeps me away from the confines of the dark room. If it weren't for the system's exigencies, who would willingly immerse themselves in books?" Over the course of 3 days, Gu Li arose with the dawn, darting from Ms. Zhao's warm embrace only to return at dusk. Yet, he still had not met the criteria for obtaining the fourth reward. Now, he fervently hoped that this time, the reward would not pertain to something akin to piloting skills. Initially, Gu was puzzled as to why it was termed piloting skills rather than flying technology, but it was only upon meeting Carol that he comprehended the distinction. Enthralled by his studies, Gu gradually gained insights into the history of the entire galaxy. Throughout their 3 days together, Carol ceased to express any intentions of departing Earth, and Gu refrained from disclosing his aspirations to venture to Suvlin. After all, considerable effort was still required to attain the 4th learning reward. Just as he prepared to rejuvenate and rest, an irritating phone call disrupted the tranquility. "Hey Gu, we're running low on vibranium. Send some more over," came Tony's weary voice from the other end. "All right, I'll be there shortly." After ending the call, Gu hastily donned an ensemble and stepped into the portal leading to Stark Industries. Following the establishment of the new building, Tony had relocated both his and Ethan's laboratories there. As for the vibranium, the initial 1,000 tons procured from Wakanda had long been squandered. Guli's subordinates required more than 1,000 tons merely for the body of the Leviathan, not to mention the subsequent demands of the pterosaur darts, triceratops shards, and the 12 guardian constructs. Additionally, Dr. Zola was in the process of constructing an interstellar warship, which would undoubtedly consume a significant amount of true adamantium. Tony's plan to forge an Iron Legion had only utilized less than 200 tons of vibranium, while the majority of their later consumption was derived from Guli's molecular restructuring process. Due to the relentless efforts to create the Iron Legion, Tony appeared somewhat fatigued, and Guli, equally exhausted from his diligent work, bore a similar visage. The two bespectacled individuals, each sporting dark circles under their eyes, exchanged knowing smiles upon observing one another's condition. "Gu Charlie, I knew you would never quit," remarked Guli, quickly retorting, "You know nothing. This is a form of study. Do you comprehend what learning entails?" This time, Tony refrained from further mockery and approached with a serious demeanor, bombarding Guli with a trio of inquiries. "Is this truly studying? Can one learn in such a manner? How was I unaware of this before?" Tony fancied that in his youth, he was even more frivolous than the current Guli. If such an unconventional method of cultivation were genuinely effective, he, Tony Stark, would have already become invincible, rather than laboring tirelessly to forge an army of iron. Gu Charlie, the great deceiver, was taking advantage of the Na'vi. In response, Guli merely shrugged, offering no explanation, and instead circled back to seek out Carol. If anyone else attempted to cultivate in such a manner, they would likely have met their demise long ago. Only he, bound to this peculiar system, could so recklessly pursue superpowers with fervor and determination. "What can I do? All I desire is superhuman abilities." His tastes were quite ordinary. He preferred beautiful women with ample bosoms, long legs, and shapely figures. Older women were also acceptable. Yet Carol, by no means, fit this description. However, for the sake of acquiring superpowers, he pressed on. As the saying goes, earning is never shameful. His pursuit of super abilities was equally justified. Not shameful at all. In the past, Guli sought superpowers solely to avoid being taken away by the snap of the purple yam monster for 5 years, although for those who were taken, it was merely a fleeting moment. Now, Guli had long surpassed the unarmed Thanos in strength, and if he could attain the dual star mode this time, acquiring 6 Infinity Stones would pose no challenge. Of course, this was merely the boastful fantasy of Guli, who had grown delusional enough to believe the Infinity Stones were already his. He simply awaited the arrival of the Chitauri and Loki with the Mind Stone. Were it not for this, he would have already extracted the Tesseract, known as the Space Stone, from S.H.I.L.D. Nick Fury remained oblivious, believing his secrecy well guarded, unaware that everything transpired under the watchful eyes of HYDRA. The intelligence gathered by Hydra held no secrets from Guli. Upon returning to Carol's side, Guli inquired, "Carol, are you familiar with the Sovereign?" Hearing his words, Carol furrowed her brow and replied, "The Sovereign? They are rather arrogant, technologically advanced, yet quite cowardly." A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Guli had presumably never left Earth, so how could he know of the Sovereign's existence? Cowardly? In other words, they valued their lives highly. Whenever danger loomed, they would not take action themselves, opting instead to hire bounty hunters. Upon hearing this, Guli nodded. noting it was in line with what was depicted in the film Guardians of the Galaxy. Carol, when you have a moment, take me to the Sovereign's planet. I'm quite curious about what extraterrestrials look like. Alright, give me a couple of days to rest. In pursuit of acquiring extraordinary abilities at the earliest opportunity, Ghoulie retrieved several volumes: The Modern History of the Zayat Empire, The Ancient History of the Zayat Empire, and The Ancient History of Skuru. Carol, could you elucidate the contents of these tomes for me? At long last, just as the two were on the brink of madness, Ghoulie heard the long-awaited notification sound. Through the guidance of the narrative character Carol Danvers, your cultural level has reached 1, bestowing upon you the extraordinary ability of the dual star form. Chapter 91. The dual star form, much like the awakening of Thor's profound essence, reminiscent of a father figure, and the dark persona of the Sentinel Nihility, Captain Marvel possesses her own extraordinary dual star form. While in this state, she becomes connected to the enigmatic white hole. A white hole serves as a cosmic jet, perpetually releasing energy and matter into the universe without ever consuming anything, standing in stark contrast to the insatiable nature of a black hole. This connection to the white hole signifies the ability to draw from its immense energy, thereby significantly augmenting her power. Setting aside the formidable strength depicted in the comics, the cinematic portrayal of a deity descending from the heavens is sufficient to console Ghoulie for his diligent companionship in recent days. The key aspect lies in its sheer magnificence, radiant golden light, and awe-inspiring brilliance, akin to a divine being descending from the sky, exuding a dazzling luminescence. With the enhancement of the dual star form, Ghoulie felt that he might soon embody the essence of a golden deity. Contentedly, he embraced Carol and drifted into slumber, finding her quite impressive and possessing a unique beauty-strengthened beauty. Meanwhile, upon receiving the vibranium sent by Ghoulie, Tony did not immediately plunge into work. To his surprise, he found himself somewhat convinced that Ghoulie was indeed training. Could it be that Ghoulie's true superpower lies in continuously enchanting various women to grow stronger? For reasons unbeknownst to him, Tony was startled by this sudden thought. Such an idea seemed utterly absurd, bordering on impossible. It defied all logic. Tony, glancing at himself in the mirror, recalled how the use of heart-shaped herbs had significantly enhanced his physical capabilities. Nevertheless, he still struggled with the relentless demands of forging the Iron Man suits, especially with Dr. Ethan nearly exhausting him. Perhaps he should inquire if Ghoulie had any heart-shaped herbs left to procure for Pepper as well. He mused aloud. The augmentation provided by the heart-shaped herbs was astonishingly potent. According to Jarvis's analysis, his current physical condition was akin to that of a 20-year-old. Jarvis, is it still possible to retrieve any information about Ghoulie from the internet? Tony sought further confirmation regarding his recent thoughts. He aimed to compare Ghoulie's formidable prowess with the number of girlfriends he had engaged with. Sir, I regret to inform you that all available data concerning Mr. Ghou has vanished from the internet. However, information regarding Superman remains accessible, Jarvis responded. Tony pondered for a moment before ultimately conceding to abandon his pursuit, concluding that it must be the work of Mr. Grey Wolf. Among the few individuals to whom Tony Stark holds admiration for their intellect are Princess Shuri of Wakanda, Dr. Bruce Banner, and Dr. Ethan. Beyond these three, he regarded the intellect of others as rather pedestrian. Yet, Mr. Grey Wolf was a notable exception. That peculiar wolf defied conventional understanding, and the longer he interacted with him, the more Tony began to question his own reality. If anyone were to inquire why Ghoulie remained untroubled, Tony would have to explain. The less one comprehends, the more joy one experiences. The complexities that Mr. Grey Wolf delves into are utterly beyond Ghoulie's understanding, thus sparing him from any worries. Tony Stark found himself ensnared in a web of self-doubt, caught in the paradox of possessing knowledge yet lacking complete understanding. Perhaps this is the curse of knowledge. He contemplated reaching out to Ghoulie to inquire about the heart-shaped grass, but upon witnessing the onset of nightfall, he promptly abandoned the notion. There were two specific moments one must never contact Ghoulie. First, just before sleep, as darkness envelopes the sky. Second, just before waking, as dawn breaks. Outside of these intervals, it is most prudent to reach out to Ghoulie around midday, when he is guaranteed to be in high spirits. The following morning, Carol awoke to find herself nestled in Ghoulie's embrace, surrounded by an array of books. With a sudden sense of disdain, she pushed him away, internally chastising herself. Carol, how could you have sunk so low? The universe is filled with oppressed peoples in need of your salvation. Gu, abruptly awakened by her shove, murmured in confusion, "What are you doing?" His morning temperament was notably irritable, a fact well known to Quintessa, who had once been assigned to mine for a year and a half for rousing him from slumber. Yet, in a rare turn of events, Gu did not erupt in anger. Instead, he relished the sensation that each pore of his body was contentedly sighing in comfort. The energy from the white hole coursed through him, leaving him enveloped in warmth. Should the opportunity arise to acquire another evolution card for his superpowers, Gu intended to evolve into his dual-star form, eager to explore the depths of the white hole's energy. "I'll rest for a few days before taking you to Suvlin. Also, could you possibly vanish from my sight for now?" Carol inexplicably remarked to Gu. For reasons unknown, perhaps due to overexertion or still being in a sage state, she exhibited a slight aversion towards him. "What a nuisance," Gu retorted before returning to the farm base amidst the crackling of a teleportation portal. He surmised that Carol's reluctance stemmed from her still recovering body, aligning perfectly with his own thoughts. He would not be preparing for any aspect of the fifth reward concerning her in the near future. Excessive learning can be detrimental and mentally exhausting. After a night of rejuvenation, Gu resolved to engage in a thorough yoga session with Tifa. In the familiar warmth of a hot spring, under Tifa's attentive care, he indulged in a refreshing bath. Were he to rate the system bound to him, Gu would undoubtedly bestow it with a perfect score. 100 out of 100. In fact, he would gladly give it 120%, not for any other reason than Tifa herself, who completed his life in a profound way. Even though Tifa was an artificial life form created by Quintessa, Gu found himself unconcerned. Initially, he may have harbored some reservations, but after several interactions, he came to appreciate the value of a mechanical life that was 100% loyal, never betraying him or displaying displeasure, as Quintessa diligently served him each day with unwavering devotion. This is already exquisite, is it not? What more could one possibly desire? Tifa is truly remarkable. These were the heartfelt praises and exclamations of Gu as he departed from the farm base. As for why he didn't linger a while longer, it suddenly struck him that he had spent the night at Carol's, without returning home. Previously, he would sneak out only after Ms. Zhao